Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Gallis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. The Pittsburgh Penguins, they were winners over the Detroit Red Wings yesterday, 6-3. The final score there. Penguins are off today. They've got another game going on tomorrow. They're going to play in against the Toronto Maple Leafs at 7 o'clock. It's also a football Friday. Steelers play the Las Vegas Raiders on Sunday. Pitt football also plays this weekend as well as a 5-0 team. Hail to Pitt. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com and the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. That's coming up next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. Let's talk fantasy football. You know the drill. Hours spent researching, stats scattered everywhere, and you're thinking, this is it. I've got the perfect lineup. Then Sunday rolls around and boom. You pick the wrong player. The guy's a dud. 3 points. Your season on the ropes. Now imagine your weight loss journey is the same thing. You're reading labels, trying new healthy foods, but that one wrong choice, yeah, it's like benching your star player and losing the week. That's where Awaken 180 steps in. Think of them as your fantasy football guru. No more guessing, no more bad calls. They've got the proven playbook for weight loss. I'm proof, Donnie's proof, half of Pittsburgh is now proof. With Awaken 180, every meal is like starting your top draft pick. The right foods at the right times. No more blown weeks or stalled progress. No guessing games. If you're tired of making the wrong calls with your health, let the pros at Awaken 180 handle the lineup. Call 844-346-1800 or visit awaken180weightloss.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
At Columbia Gas, safety is their #1 priority. Remember, if you smell the rotten egg or sulfur-like odor of natural gas or see or hear any sign of a natural gas problem, leave the area immediately and call 911 from a safe location. Never try to find the leak yourself. Light a match or candle or operate anything that could cause a spark, including cell phones, light switches, or garage door openers. Learn more at ColumbiaGasPA.com.
Are you handy with tools? Do you have basic skills in plumbing, finishing work, and painting? Consider becoming a maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. At Presbyterian Senior Care Network, they value skilled hands and dedicated hearts. Starting wages at $19 an hour, plus a sign-on bonus and on-call premium rates. Discover the joy of making a difference with Presbyterian Senior Care Network. Find your calling at one of their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Apply at srcare.org today.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or 2 half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get ready for every Pitt game with the Panthers Preview Show. 3 hours before kickoff, Bob Hobbian and Doran Dickerson give you all the insight on the upcoming game.
It's pulled in. What a catch by Kalot.
brought to you by Cranberry Dental Studio, Iron City and Icy Light, NSS Live, Gifted Beer Outlet, and Spritzer Acura. Let's go! We are the home for your Pitt Panthers. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's Friday. Football incoming. And we're going to talk about it. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. It's presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro. And it's cold, so just look out for that. There was an excess of frost on my windshield getting outside this morning, so it's going to be cold. Look out for that. At least till the sun comes up. Highs have been in the mid-60s this week, so it feels, still kind of that fall crispy air, as the afternoon comes around. But, no, overnight is cold, and if you're up this early, you just watch out for that. It's a little frosty out there right now. 412-928-9370. Plenty to talk about this morning. The Penguins, they won a game, so good for them. They beat the Detroit Red Wings yesterday 6-3. So, yay. Their season just getting underway. Also yesterday, Arthur Smith spoke, along with a few other players, including George Pickens. He said some words, and I would like to focus on him for an extended period of time. I think every show on this station has spent a healthy amount of time just talking about him. And I think I've spent a good bit of time, too, talking about him. Not as much as I've wanted to, though, because, 40-minute show. It's tough to get everything in that you want to talk about in this block of time. But now I really want to talk about him and really want to make him kind of the headline here, because just talking about the perspective of how players or coaches have to defend or explain things for him because he doesn't always talk to media. And then when he does have the opportunity to talk to the media, he's not making great decisions about what he's saying. It's like, even if you were obliged to believe some of what he was saying before about his, how he handles himself or his attitude or what he's thinking, there's only so many times he can keep denying certain things or explaining away certain things before you kind of smell the rottenness of the explanation. So he talked for 3 minutes yesterday, and if you haven't seen how this looks or how he looks, go to 937 The Fan on X, at 937 The Fan, no period in the middle there, just the numbers and then The Fan. Go there and watch some of his quotes, because they're interesting to see just how flat-faced he is when giving these explanations, and it's frustrating. And you'll understand more of why it's frustrating after you hear him talk as well. So I want you to listen to this. Give me a call, 412-928-9370. We're going to react, and I'm going to react to a few different points that he makes, but he addresses the eye black. He addresses the egregious face mask after the play, after the game ended, where they lost to the Cowboys. There's a lot that he answered for. I'm not satisfied by the answers. Tell me if you are after listening. Get a phone line, 412-928-9370. React with me because I'm already frustrated hearing some of the quotes that he put out there, some of the explanations that he put out there. I'm frustrated by them. So I'll give you the opportunity to listen now and tell me what you think. This is George Pickens yesterday.
The eye black message on your eye black, was there any purpose? What was the purpose behind it?
It's just eye black. Yeah.
Did you expect the blowback about the message on the eye black?
Nah.
Have you heard from the league about a fine, or is there anything internal that comes with that?
George, Mike said you were okay with the load management, not being out there as much. Is that in fact true?
Oh, yeah, that's what he just asked me. It's just part of the game plan.
What happened with the Jordan Lewis play right at the end of the game? Looked like he came by and said something, and you responded by pulling him down by his face mask.
Nothing.
How do you feel confident about like the way that they're going to be using you? If it is going to be like lesser snaps, that you'll be able to give more effort on each time that you're out there.
Like I said, it's just part of game structure, game plan. If Art want to do a certain type of play or a certain type of game plan, then it's going to be different.
George, Mike says he wants more splash. Is it frustrating knowing that you're the guy with the most potential splash out there and your snaps are limited? Is that frustrating?
No, not really. One of these people just asked me the same thing before y'all all came over here.
How do you manage frustrations just throughout the course of the season? And, maybe if you're not as involved as you want to be, how do you kind of mentally stay in the game?
You just keep working.
Do you feel like there's something you can do to get back to playing in the reps you were playing before?
Nah, it's not on me. It's all up to Art.
Earlier this season, you've had some questionable penalties called on you. You've had some plays just kind of not go your way. Do you feel like you've gotten better at handling that kind of stuff and, just dealing with the ebbs and flows of the game?
I wouldn't really say that. That's all on the refs. So that should show you where the refs are this season.
How confident are you in the rest of the receiver room, guys like Cal and Van and everything? Do you feel like you guys are set there? Do you feel like you could use a boost before the trade deadline or anything like that?
No, I wouldn't say that. I feel like the guys that's here, they work hard every day.
Do you feel like you're being used effectively in this offense?
Yeah.
George, you feel like you're a good fit for this offense? Is there anything you'd like to do more out there?
Nah, just keep working.
What was the point of the eye black?
They just asked me that. It was a little late to the party.
Were you trying to send it?
Back from that, George?
Nah.
Anybody else?
George, were you aware of the rule about messaging on the eye black?
Never seen it before. Have you seen it before?
I mean, Cam got fined like some years ago for putting his dad's name on it.
Years ago?
Yeah.
When I wasn't in the league, so nah.
Throwing your helmet on the sideline, is that something that you just part of being a competitor, or did you regret that? Do you not want to do that anymore? Is it...
Nah, when it's third down and you don't convert, a lot of fans are mad as well.
When Jordan Lewis said something going off the field talking about you,
she already asked me that.
412-928-9370. That was George Pickens yesterday addressing the media. A lot of passing responsibility. It's I just got to keep working. Game plan. It's not up to me. I wasn't aware of the eye black thing. It didn't mean anything. Pulling Lewis's face mask at the end of the game didn't mean anything. Yeah. He's got to watch these backs sometimes and just look at how he looks. And maybe they don't do that, which is fair, I guess. I mean, if you're an athlete, you're not going back and watching yourself talk to people that you may not necessarily care for. I get them as athletes. Media's not always great to talk to. And understand why they think that. He's in a bit of a sticky situation, though, with how he's perceived by Pittsburgh fans, and that didn't help. Media can also help you when you're in trouble. If you answer questions, usually there's more respect, I believe, from the media to players to then say, all right, he's trying to explain this away. At least he's talking to us. At least we can understand how he feels. We don't understand how George Pickens is feeling because he's not really saying much. And again, if you go to our X account, 937 The Fan, the stations, you can see how he looked. It's just a flat expression with unsatisfactory explanations. I mean, it's not his job to satisfy us necessarily, but when he's doing borderline dumb things on the field, then yeah, I mean, we're going to be concerned, and he's not going to be perceived well by fans. Because it doesn't feel to me like he's being a team player, especially after he expresses himself like that. I mean, it's just frustrating for me as a fan to hear him talk like that, like or getting snappy with the media, like people coming over from different conversations and asking the same question. Like, I understand how that could get frustrating at some level, but also it's not like he gave a long-winded answer. He gave a long-winded quote. He was just like, no, I didn't mean anything by putting a message on my eye black, and no, I didn't know I was fined. And then, some of the reporters, they're bringing up, oh, yeah, Cam Hayward got fined too. Oh, you mean when I wasn't in the league, I got fined a number of years ago? I don't know, blah, blah, blah. He's just not doing himself any favors. And it's frustrating to me that it felt like there wasn't much responsibility taken. I just have to keep working. It's not up to me what the game plan's like. That's up to Art. I assume he meant Art Rooney and Tomlin and whoever. It's just part of the game plan. No, when I dragged that guy to the ground, when I dragged Lewis to the ground by his face mask at the end of the game, no, it didn't mean nothing. No, when I put this message on my eye black, nope, didn't mean anything. No. I understand that perspective now too, and I didn't quite think about it until Crowley and Dorn and some others during the day had addressed it this way. Like, Pickens isn't giving us answers from the source, so Tomlin's probably going to keep getting these questions, and some of the other Steelers may be getting asked these questions because reporters want to know, because this is a weird situation for somebody to have some egregious outbursts and then not be willing to answer for them. And it may frustrate the rest of the team to a point where there's going to be problems because the team is going to keep getting asked questions because Pickens, who had the opportunity to speak to a group of media members, did not give answers and had a bit of an attitude when answering the same question a few times. I was already asked that. You were late to the party. I don't know what it's like to be a pro athlete. I don't know what it's like to answer to media and talk about certain things. Would I write on eye black, though? I don't even wear eye black. I never did when I was an athlete either, really. Would I do that, or would I drag a guy down from his face mask? I like to think not. I was never that kind of competitor either, and maybe you need that extra fire to play in pro sports, but several other guys hold their composure and still are able to win, and so is he the exception? Is he that good? Is he that worth it? Now, based on recent trends, he may very well go to the Super Bowl after his time with the Steelers and win. That happens. That seems to have happened to a few guys. Juju Smith-Schuster, Antonio Brown, Le'Veon Bell. Maybe that'll happen. Maybe there's reasons to be frustrated, but there's also, I think, just better ways to express yourself when dealing with these controversies. I mean, you don't want to air dirty laundry, but I mean, you've got an opportunity there to quash any speculation, and Pickens didn't give that opportunity. Tomlin had an opportunity to squash speculation and decided to give a real odd and not so believable answer about managing Pickens' playing time and snap count. And so it's too interesting of a story to not expect fans to have these questions or have media asking these questions. It's just too interesting of a story. Could have been handled way better, and now it's a mess, and Pickens didn't make it any better in his answers. Those answers didn't make me think, oh, yeah, this guy's misunderstood. It's okay to be misunderstood, but usually more respect is gained when the misunderstood person does a quick rewind, gives an explanation, and says, this is what happened, and that's my bad, I apologize, or, that shouldn't have happened, or I honestly didn't know that the eye black thing was going to be a problem. I didn't mean anything by it, and it won't happen again. Let's move on. But no, he doesn't do that. He says, no, I didn't know. Didn't know about the eye black. No, she already asked me that. He already asked me that. It's just not a good look. I think it's not his job to review his comments either, but still, if some of these guys reflected on what they said, maybe they would realize how it looks to us. That's all. Just not a good look right now for the Steelers. Pickens making comments. 3 minutes of comments from yesterday. 412-928-9370. That's the phone number. Got a few callers on the line now. You can jump in and get a phone line as well. We've got plenty open to discuss and react. Start with this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
My name's Greg. How you doing today?
I'm a little frustrated, but it's Friday, so not so much. I'll get past it.
I think he's being misguided by some people on the negativity side. He should get himself together. He's a good football player. He should be playing all the time. And I don't know where he come up with, that paint stuff on his face, and he's more than likely going to be fine behind that. But there was another player that was similar to him that played for us, and his name was Le'Veon Bell. He was a great football player. He was misguided by the wrong people, and I think that's why his career went like it did. And in a lot of cases, a lot of young black men are misguided, period, by negativity. That's why a lot of them do some of the things they do in life. You have a good day.
You too. Thanks for the call. No, I appreciate that. 412-928-9370. Yeah, Le'Veon Bell went down to Florida and started a rap career after his time with the Steelers, and then came back and did he win a Super Bowl? I can't remember. I know Antonio Brown did. I don't know if Bell was on the Chiefs in 2020. I can't remember. No, I don't think he did. No, he was in the Super Bowl, but he didn't win one. Either way, yeah, Pickens is too good of a football player. Like, that's a good point by Greg too, and I'll kind of latch onto that as well. Like, he's too good of a football player to be doing this. I think that, again, if you're misunderstood, make us understand. That's how the misunderstood get respected, is you backpedal on what the misunderstandings are, and you answer the questions if you want to be better understood. But, then social media, his dad's on social media now talking about it. Oh, the guy's just misunderstood. Okay. Well, then help us understand. It doesn't have to be just this, complete misunderstood situation. It can be figured out, I think, and with a few respectable answers from the guy, perhaps we'll better understand. We don't want to not understand him, but if you're not going to take the opportunity to provide explanations to help us understand, then that's your responsibility. And that's why it's so frustrating to me. It's like, media can be a detriment, and I understand that, and I understand some guys are not honorable out there in media. Some guys are out there looking to swirl problems. It's a thing that happens. But when you're in a situation where you feel like you're misunderstood, having a press conference like that is a perfect opportunity to say, hey, you know what? I see how this looks. This isn't great. I'm sorry. I would like to move on and do better moving forward. But just the way he delivered those answers and the way he was had a little bit of an attitude toward the reporters, to me, that doesn't make him look better. That deteriorates. That detracts from. Deteriorates wasn't the right word there. It detracts from his message, which isn't even that strong to begin with. 412-928-9370, another caller. Good morning. What's your name? Hello.
Hello, Madrid. Yeah, this is Madrid and Plum.
Go ahead. What's on your mind?
I have to agree with the first caller. It seems like when my son played athletics, the inner circle with some of the kids and their parents, and there's the people they surround themselves fill their heads up with their entitlement, and it makes it even worse, and it seems like George Pickens probably has people around him that he looks up to more than the coaches and everybody else, and thinks he's not getting his and stuff like that. And I think Tomlin seems that he's at the point of where shrugs his shoulders and there's nowhere for him to go at this point. So I blame more of the people that are surrounding him and guiding him, just like the gentleman that called before.
Sure, yeah, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. You can get a number. You can take the number and get a phone line as well. Perhaps it is people misguiding him. Because again, there were times where, because I'm into broadcasting, I'll go back, sometimes listen to shows I do and critique myself and just kind of understand, after I've said a certain thing or two, okay, how did that sound? How did that delivery sound? I want to get better. But I talk for a living, and I get that, but that's part of the nature. George Pickens on the football field, I'm sure, or in football practice or in the film room, watches himself back after he plays, and they have those film sessions if he shows up to practice on time, and watches that film back to see what certain place he was involved in that he could be better in. Now, these guys aren't, again, going to go back and listen to their press conference interviews, but, if he listened to that back or somebody influencing him watched that back and looked at that and said, hey, this, I get where you were coming from because I know you, but the people that don't know you, this doesn't look good to them. I mean, there's got to be a PR team with the Steelers somewhere to say, hey, this doesn't, you've got to understand how this looks. And this is the PR team's job as well, to make sure that even if he doesn't feel a certain way, that he says the right things to at least give people a satisfactory explanation. So there's definitely some miscommunication across many different levels of this particular scenario, but anybody who's involved with George Pickens on the Steelers has to understand how this looks to fans. Has to. 412-928-9370. Get yourself a phone line. We'll talk after this break. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis, and this is the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan Early Morning Show for the Average Joe, presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing that the HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North. Parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels. Work continues on I-79 on the northbound side. The ramp to Grand Avenue on Neville Island remains closed. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Halloween sales happening now at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. But don't worry, there's absolutely no tricks. Panda only dishes out treats at Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville, like monster savings on new Toyotas with the Panda price and a sweet lifetime powertrain warranty at no charge. So don't miss the Halloween sale. Hurry in and shop one of the largest new Tacoma and Tundra selections in Western PA. Only at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
See dealer for details.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates, all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
It's football season, and Uber Eats is dropping undefeated deals on all your game day favorites like Little Caesars. This week, buy one Ultimate Supreme and get an extra most bestest pepperoni pizza free from Little Caesars, only on Uber Eats. Craving even more? We've got you covered with game day deals on burgers, tacos, wings, and more all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms, taxes, and fees apply. See app for details.
Not to brag, but Progressive's Name Your Price tool is mankind's greatest tool ever. Even better than the wheel. Sure, without the wheel, we wouldn't have modern transportation or funny videos of dogs riding skateboards. But without the Name Your Price tool, we wouldn't have easy access to auto insurance options based on our budget. And, well, cars do need wheels. They also need insurance, and insurance never goes flat. Learn more about the greatest tool ever, the Name Your Price tool at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law. Not available in all states.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught off guard with a vehicle breakdown. Choose the company I trust. Endurance. No matter the mileage, if your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for any budget. Protection on the drivetrain, electrical, transmission, AC, and more. Plus 24/7 roadside assistance and rental car reimbursement on any plan. Endurance handles everything, from making the claim to paying the certified mechanic of your choice. Act now and get 1 full year of elite benefits. A $2,000 value, free.
Endurance has paid hundreds of millions in claims. Call for your fast free quote today. Call 800-296-7260. That's 800-296-7260. 800-296-7260.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's the Fan Early Morning Show. My name is Nicholas Eric Callis. This is Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. We're talking about George Pickens saying some things, saying some of the wrong things in a press conference yesterday. 412-928-9370, that's the phone number. A buddy of mine just messaged me as well and provided an explanation, said that when George Pickens said that's Art's responsibility, to get the game plan done, Art Rooney came to my mind first. There's also a guy named Arthur Smith who is the offensive coordinator, so that actually makes more sense. So thank you for the message, we'll say. And also, I just was thrown off then because usually anybody that refers to Art, it's Art Rooney as the owner. I figured that if he were going to address his coach, he'd be like, Coach Smith, Coach Arthur Smith. So that's just to call his offensive coordinator Art. I get they may do that behind the scenes, but it could look disrespectful. That's all. 412-928-9370. One more caller before the transition. Good morning. What's your name?
Neil.
Go ahead, Neil.
Hey, I agree. He's definitely been misguided.
Yeah.
I think we can say that probably all the way back, obviously predates even probably Georgia. The guy has more talent than God-given talent than a lot of us would dream of having.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, he needs to take some personal responsibility here. And the NFL sets up these programs for these guys coming out of college, so when they start getting their checks, that they tell them, look, watch who you surround yourself with. Watch what you're doing. He's at that proverbial fork in the road where he better figure something out because he hasn't done enough, in my opinion, in this league to try to force himself out of town. They're not going to get much for him now, especially with the way he's acting. And it's sad, really. It's become a real problem because he is really the only playmaker that's healthy that they have, the only playmaker they have right now. It's just really is sad. But he needs to, at some point, take the real hard look in the mirror himself. We can blame everybody we want, but at some point in life, we have to take a look at ourselves in the mirror.
Yeah, Neil, thanks for the call. I appreciate the sentiment there. My only counter to that, I agree with most of what you said. Somebody, the Raiders, I believe it was, had a demand for Antonio Brown. So even with bad behavior, anybody can be desired by a team desperate enough. But yeah, no, he's got to get it together, that's for sure. And with that, I'm out of time. My name is Nicholas Aricalis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. I'll give you fan weather real quick. Fan weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet, 24 Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com today. High of 69, low of 38. Clear all throughout the day. Tomorrow, overcast with a high of 69 and a low of 49. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Crowley and Dorn is next right here on The Fan.
Here, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. No time to stop by the grocery store? Not a problem when you shop at Salem's Market on Center. They now have Instacart to help with your essential needs. Find more online at salemsmarketgrill.com. Book your stay at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Enjoy free valet parking and breakfast while being right in the heart of all the action. Whether it's a weekend getaway or a staycation, they have you covered. Book today at thelandinghotelpgh.com. Get your home winter ready with Window Nation. Save up to 40% on your energy bills. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down and no interest or payments for 2 years. Schedule an in-home estimate now at 866-90Nation or windownation.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
You know what's scary? All the stuff that could be hiding in your carpet, all the dirt everywhere that needs to be taken care of. It's time to get ready for the spooky season. By eliminating all of that, don't ghost your carpet this fall. Halloween brings out the best in people, but it also brings out the scariest dirt from all the foot traffic. That was supposed to be scary. Go with it. Let's get it all zero resified by calling the cleaning pros at Zero Res. They're going to walk you through the entire process, make sure you're completely satisfied with the cleaning before they leave. It's an amazing experience, and right now you can get your entire home zero resified. 3 rooms of carpet cleaning starting at just $129. And get the ghosts and goblins out of your ductwork as well. $75 off air duct cleaning this month. The only thing scarier than all the dirt hiding in your carpet? Missing out on this deal. Schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or give them them a call, 412-701-1188, and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers, the people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. Like Kelly, when her old car insurance got so expensive that she couldn't afford to drive anymore, do you think she started carrying her groceries for miles? No. But she did find Direct Auto's savings that allowed her to drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25%, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a quote today at directauto.com. Savings based on applied discounts and will vary. Terms apply. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A bit of a foggy start to the Friday morning rush. This report brought to you by Valvoline. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing us some fog building on the Parkway East, and that could reduce your visibility as you head between Edgewood Swissvale and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Hazelwood section of the city, crews on the scene of an overturned vehicle accident on 2nd Avenue at Blair Street. Meanwhile, the Parkway West pretty much up to speed, so is Route 28, and the HOV lanes open along the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change wants you to breathe out your oil change-anxiety. And breathe in automotive peace. Visit us today.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Crowley, Dickerson, Callis is behind the glass. It's a Friday, a football Friday, and we say good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Callis. How you doing?
I feel great.
It's good to hear.
It's been a stressful week, but a good one.
I don't think you ever recover from the late football game, especially with the delay.
Oh.
We got a couple more coming up and then no more after the Jets game or Giants game, whatever one's first.
Yeah, no more night games, right?
The other one would be second, yeah.
That's
yeah, right. Then no more night games
awesome.
After that, unless they get flexed, but I don't really know the rules with all that, but yeah.
How do you feel about Christmas?
I love it. You get presents.
Christmas Day game against Kansas City.
Don't like it, spread out the goodness.
On a Wednesday.
It's a Wednesday. Last time the Steelers played on a Wednesday, they almost lost to the husk of the Baltimore Ravens in the middle of the COVID situation. And I used to be a part of the Steelers radio network, and also I would do these national sports updates in what I called a hamster job, where I would sit in my closet and read 30-second updates, and I hated my life, not to be critical. And I was supposed to do the update job, and I said, hey, I'm supposed to do pregame, postgame, and halftime for the Steelers. Could I, skip this hamster job to do that one? And they said no. And I was very mad, and there were words exchanged. And this probably wasn't a story that needed to be aired, but you brought up bad memories. How about a good thing? Let's talk about a good thing. Good thing, it's Friday. Did you see the Northern Lights?
Yes.
You did see them.
Oh, yeah. There's a bunch of pictures. I have them right outside my driveway.
You could see it at your house?
Oh, the outside my driveway is absolutely insane. They're sick.
Next time there's like a big-time bucket list type event that happens, you got to call me and have me come over. Couldn't see it from my yard.
You couldn't see anything?
Couldn't see it.
That's a shame.
We were scrolling through Twitter, my wife and I, and saw these people posting the pictures of the Northern Lights. And so we ran out back, nothing. Side, nothing. Other side, nothing. Front, nothing. And we were upset. Callis, did you see the Northern Lights?
I just sent it to you. Just check it on your phone.
Checking it.
It looks pretty good. It's pretty cool.
You just take a regular picture and it showed up like that?
Uh-huh.
Shut the bleep up.
How sweet is that?
Come on. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
What is the Northern Lights?
I don't know. Lights in the north? Where do they come from? Callis doesn't know. He's giving me that look.
I was waiting. I was waiting for him to try to tell us.
He just gave that look like, don't even look at me. I don't know. I don't know.
Both the northern and southern lights are caused by charged particles from the sun hitting gases in the Earth's atmosphere. They occur around the North Pole when the solar wind carrying the particles interacts with the Earth's magnetic field. Obviously, duh.
I feel like the Earth is just upset right now.
The Earth is pissed.
But, I mean, this isn't upsetting. It's like, the South gets a hurricane, and this is like, okay, here you guys go.
Yeah, that's right. Look how beautiful nature is. Meanwhile, people outside the Tropicana field in Tampa going, yeah, nature, not a fan. Not a fan. So did you see it? Did I ask Callis? What did you say? I forget. I was looking at the picture.
Oh, I didn't say anything because you were looking at the picture.
Oh, did you see them?
No.
Did you look to see them?
No.
Did you not know this was happening?
I did.
Texters, 412-928-9370. Did you see the Northern Lights? Spectacular?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Texter, it's when solar flares from the sun hit our atmosphere. That's not what I read.
Solar flares.
Solar flares.
Like a flare gun?
Could have been, okay. Lights might be visible in the northeast U.S. due to a strong geomagnetic storm caused by a recent solar flare or coronal mass ejection. That's exactly what I thought.
Sounds like.
I wanted to see if you guys knew.
You didn't know.
I'm bummed I couldn't see him, but I don't want to take away from your magical experience.
I just don't understand, how I could see it and you couldn't. It's not like they're that far away from me, and
right.
They probably cover a lot of ground. It's weird.
I don't understand either. I'm really mad about it. I would have loved to see that.
Did you like this stuff whenever you were in high school?
I have always wanted to go to a place specifically to see the full array of stars.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to go to some remote location and lie on the ground in pitch blackness and just see the stars.
We talked about this a couple weeks ago, didn't we?
We have, yeah.
Yeah.
I was hoping that we'd go out back and I put my arm around my wife and we'd see the Northern Lights and there'd be a little smooching. That's what I was hoping for.
A little romantic evening.
That's right.
Underneath the lights.
Yes. Before that, it was Chipotle and gas. Maybe it was my gas that caused this all to happen. And it ain't happening after the Chipotle bowl. Got the brisket. But I thought with the lights, maybe some romance.
No. Nothing.
No.
Nothing.
No. Aurora Borealis. Is that a different thing? I'm on it.
Aurora Borealis. Isn't there another Borealis? I don't know. I don't know anything.
Yeah. That's the regular term for the Northern Lights.
What?
Aurora Borealis. Visible from areas around the Arctic, such as Alaska, Canada, Iceland, Greenland, the Faroe Islands, Scandinavia, Scotland, and Russia.
Isn't it crazy that Iceland and Greenland are opposite?
Iceland is green, Greenland is icy?
Yes.
My sister-in-law and now brother-in-law went to Reykjavik, Iceland.
Oh.
And had a 2-week trip there where they camped.
They like it?
They very much liked it, yeah.
Beautiful.
I know why.
You've been there.
No, but I've seen pictures.
I know why they're oppositely named.
Why?
Apparently there were pillages and pirates that were trying to come in and steal stuff from Greenland.
Yeah, the Vikings.
Right, so they switched the names so that the Vikings would go to Greenland and just be covered in ice. And
Is that true?
Yeah.
Wow.
You stupid-ass Vikings. What's that big piece of land over there? That's Iceland. Oh, shoot.
Blowing those horns.
Don't go to that one. That's Iceland. We know it's filled with ice.
I actually learned that.
Go to Greenland over there.
Concept from Mighty Ducks 2, because they played Iceland, and Bombay was going out with the Iceland trainer, and his team, a couple of the players saw him going out, and they're like, your kids are like, why is he out with the Iceland lady? And she was like, Iceland is very nice, and Greenland's covered in ice, something like that. And I remember learning
She had the rhyme.
Yep.
I remember that, too.
No, you don't.
I do. I saw that movie.
Who wins?
Goonies, right? What are you talking about?
The Goonies.
Or Goon?
Goon.
Slapshot? Did you see the mic'd up?
Yes.
That was really good.
I loved it.
It made me like Najee Harris more.
I loved it. Loved every bit of it.
Najee Harris, for those of you who don't know, and Pat Frymuth went to the Penguins home opener disaster the other night, and then they were sitting right behind the glass, and they were all mic'd up. I don't know that Najee Harris has ever watched a hockey game in his entire life.
No. No, never. He was inquiring about a lot of things, like, how sharp is the blade? Like, and Frymuth was like, I think pretty sharp.
Pretty sharp.
He's like, oh, that guy got some good aim. Who is that? Malkin?
He's got good aim. He's like, they got offsides too. They got tripping. Their rules are like the same. It was good. People are texting in saying that some folks had to see through the HD lens of their phone camera.
Oh, really?
Said in this area you would unlikely see them with the naked eye. Sounds like your eyes were new.
Yeah.
And you saw it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Texter, LMAO, Doran. That's exactly why I know about Iceland and Greenland. Indeed, too.
Yep. Literally the only reason.
Greenland is covered in ice, and Iceland is very nice.
Uh-huh.
How about that? There any other wonders of the world that you have seen or wish you had seen?
Like,
or you want to see?
Like areas or just
bucket list, yeah.
I've been to Niagara Falls before, if that counts.
Been there.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, it's cool.
What a Stonehenge.
That's one.
I don't care about that. Bunch of rocks laying on each other.
Chichen Itza.
What's that?
Christ the Redeemer, the Great Wall of China, Machu Picchu, Petra, the Taj Mahal, and the Colosseum. I'd like to see the Colosseum.
Yeah, yep. That's one of those. That's probably the only one of those that I would want to see.
I could dig that, but here's the thing about the Colosseum. Like, I've been out to LSU.
Yeah.
I mean, go to Beaver Stadium, Coliseum.
I would like to see it because I believe that's where football originated.
Absolutely.
And it's literally the same. It's just modern. I mean, you go there, you pay money to see people
maim
take
each other.
Yeah, like physically crush each other, and you cheer for one side. And that's basically the concept of what happened in the Coliseum, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, they would just, kill each other.
Yeah, right.
They'd fill it up with water, too. They would fill it up with water, and they'd have boats war with each other.
That's in the new movie, the new Gladiator movie with Denzel.
There's a new Gladiator?
Yeah, Denzel.
Stop it!
You didn't know Gladiator 2. And they have a scene where in the trailer,
let's go.
They fill it up with water, and there's a bunch of sharks, and there's boats. It's pretty sweet.
Stop it!
You didn't know that?
It's a Friday. I'm going to the pumpkin patch. I'm so excited.
Yeah.
This made my day.
Uh-huh.
Callus, Gladiator 2. Did you ever see the first one? No. Even I've seen that. Mel Gibson.
No. Braveheart.
You ever go to the Grand Canyon?
Nope.
My friends peed off it.
Oh, that's great.
I didn't get to go.
Can you go down into the Grand Canyon? Like, can you
sure.
You can get taken down?
Sure.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
And then you can do a tour, like, down in it?
Yeah.
Wow.
The whole way down, yeah. I'm 100% serious, yeah. Why would I lie about that?
I mean,
it's a Grand Canyon. Of course.
Why is it so special? Like, these things. Like,
you're not into the Grand Canyon?
It's a hole.
Yeah, but it was a river, and then it eroded. Bang. Big old canyon. Big old canyon. You don't like nature?
Yeah, I do.
You ever gone to Cooper's Rock in West Virginia?
You know what? I have not.
It's beautiful.
I'm sure.
You should take Rochelle.
Nope.
It's just like the Northern Light. You get your arm around her.
Nope.
Little smoochy smooch.
One time I go
Look
to West
at this
Virginia.
beautiful nature.
No way. No way.
Is to ruin national championship hopes. Do you want me to just finish the sentence for you?
Just watch football. Or, back in the day, do other things.
Yeah. Get to the bottom of some Grand Canyon.
Yeah. The Grande Canyon.
You guys would love it this time of year. We should do a field trip. We're running out of fall because real quick the leaves, they're on the ground. But you go to Cooper's Rock and you look over and all you see are trees and the river, and it's gorgeous.
Then what do we do? Will you hold hands?
And we'll go to like Biscuit World or something.
Can you and I hug?
We could hug. I think you would be moved to want to hug. There's something romantic about
How
nature.
many times have you been to this rock?
A lot.
Just to look at it?
You go and you stand there and you look. And then
Is there an actual rock?
Yeah, you're on a rock.
You're on the rock.
I'm on it.
Or is there like a big rock?
Dwayne Johnson? You're on a big rock.
You're on the rock. Looking at trees.
Yeah. Come here. Look at this.
I've seen it before.
You've never seen it?
Didn't you say if you got a tattoo, that's what you get it of?
Yes.
Right.
If I would get a sleeve of the view of Cooper's Rock.
Right.
But I'm too big of a wuss to sit there for as long as that detail would take. We're going to go. We're going to go as a field trip. All of us.
How far of a drive is it past Morgantown?
Oh, like 20 minutes. Maybe less than that. No, it's not far.
That's not bad at all.
What are some other places we have to go? 412-928-9370. Text us, please. And where have you gone? Where are places you would recommend? People are saying that you could ride donkeys down the Grand Canyon.
I would probably do that.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to ride a horse or a donkey.
I rode a horse before. You ever rode a horse before?
Yeah.
It hurt my testes.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. A lot of bouncing.
It's very...
A lot of woes.
Yeah, it's like nerve-wracking a little bit because I'm like, what if this horse just like flips out and just takes off?
That's my fear. Always my fear.
That they just like go haywire. Like,
and what am I gonna do?
Right, fall off.
I ain't Indiana Jones. I don't know what to do with this thing.
Nope. Yeah, I'm just like, all right. I don't know if I trust that.
I mean, that's what happened to Superman? Didn't he fall off a horse and get paralyzed?
Yeah, he was competing, I think. With the what is it called?
Equestrian?
Yeah.
Doran, you're colorblind. Did the lights come through that good for you?
Well, I just saw brightness. I didn't know what color they were.
Texter, I think Mount Rushmore would be cool, but looking at rocks sounds dumb.
Yeah.
See, man-made stuff doesn't do it for me as much as the nature, and I don't think the rocks grew that way.
No. But, I mean, there was probably a mountain that was carved.
That's what happened, yeah. Texter, the locks of Scotland are incredible. Yeah, but there's a monster in there.
See, I was very fascinated growing up with the Loch Ness Monster. I watched a lot of documentaries. I read some things. I didn't read books, but I read some things like articles back when I was in elementary, middle, and high school. I'm still fascinated by it because I think that thing is in there somewhere.
Oh, I buy it. There's still so much on Mother Earth that has yet to be discovered.
Yeah.
I mean, we know, at least this is like a common trope that you hear, we know more about space than we do about deep sea in the ocean.
Well, I heard that what we think is in space is really actually in the ocean. That's where like aliens and stuff are. It's in the deep part of the ocean, and that's where they get all that's where everything is at. It's not up, it's down.
Like Jar Jar Binks.
Yes.
What a weird turn Star Wars took with that guy.
Mm-hmm. Well, all land creatures started from the sea. So I don't know, maybe that's why
I'm going to need to see your work on that.
Wait, what? Like bears?
Like every creature that is now on land once started as sea creatures.
I'm gonna need you to show your
but
work.
But like, those little specks.
I'm gonna need some attribution. MLA format, please.
I watched you ever seen those History of the World videos on YouTube?
Yes.
Where they're like real quick, it's just like, oh, this happened and that happened, and 20 minutes later we're done. Here we are.
Yep.
That's where I learned that from.
Okay.
You ever been to Gettysburg?
Nope.
Yes.
Eerie. Super cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Super cool.
Waldemere's in Erie. It's like Kennywood.
You said it's eerie, like it's like
oh,
scary.
I thought you meant go to Erie.
Not the city. Erie.
I just went to Gettysburg for my friend's wedding.
Oh yeah?
Yes.
Big Civil War guy, this dude, or just from Gettysburg area?
No, he met his now wife at college.
Okay, it's haunted. You would like that. You got something for everything. You could do the reenactments, which is like wild.
What?
Oh yeah, these Civil War reenactments are wild.
Wait, you like dress up?
Yeah.
Come on.
Seriously. My cousin and uncle used to do it every year, would go. And so you just have a fake battle.
Seriously?
Yeah, dude, but it's sick. Like you're standing there, you're like, oh, this probably sucked.
Oh my goodness.
It's probably a lot of people died. Not cool. But you stay at some of like the hotels, like the old timey hotels, haunted. We have Polaroids for back in the day, back before smartphones and stuff, where there'd be orbs in the corners all the time.
Sure.
Haunted. Texter, you guys believe in aliens? Yes.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yes, of course.
There's no doubt.
Texter, Doran's horse impression, best ever. Yellowstone.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Apparently that's going to explode, though.
What do you
Oh, you never heard about this?
No.
I ain't going to look it up real quick.
It's going to explode?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's not,
Yeah, it could end the world.
What?
Yellowstone is overdue for an eruption that could throw so much ash into the air that we would be plunged into not eternal, but darn near close to eternal darkness.
When is this supposed to happen?
They don't know.
So a place, where's it at? Montana? Wyoming? Wyoming, right? A place in Wyoming is going to maybe end the world?
That's right.
I don't know about that.
What do you mean you don't know about that?
The whole entire world?
Yes.
I mean, what?
It said it will not lead to the end of the human race, but it would have national and global impacts.
Man.
Mm-hmm. Would be bad. Would be bad. George Pickens erupted.
Yeah.
And then he had a little press conference yesterday. And I just want to wrap my arms around George Pickens, give him a hug, and say, buddy, let me help you help you. You got to help yourself. We'll start right there. In 15 seconds. It's a football Friday. Steelers and the Raiders. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
George, Mike said you were okay with the load management, not being out there as much. Is that in fact true?
Oh, yeah, that's what he just asked me. It's just part of the game plan.
How do you manage frustrations just throughout the course of the season? And, maybe if you're not as involved as you want to be, how do you kind of mentally stay in the game?
You just keep working.
Just keep working, Doran. You just got to keep working. He was a little more expansive at the beginning of the 3 minutes and 15 seconds that he spoke yesterday, but was increasingly annoyed with every passing question, and he would not be the first player to be annoyed by the media. In fact, every player who has ever played any sport at the professional level, I'm sure, has been annoyed by the media at one point or another. Fans don't know George Pickens. I don't know George Pickens. Nobody but the people within that locker room really know how this guy ticks. And so my advice to George would be, I know you don't want to be there. I know you're frustrated. Frustrated. Put the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. I know this is tough. You want the ball. You want to win. Offense hasn't been great. That's all real. Go out there for 5-10 minutes, answer questions, put a smiling face on, and these things go away faster. They just do. I'm not saying that media members who are there have axes to grind or anything like that. But the number of Steelers fans that I saw share that video of Pickens speaking yesterday on social media, he did not come off well. That is reality. He did not come off well. And I would just tell George, help you help yourself. Tomlin didn't help himself. Probably didn't help Pickens on Tuesday. This whole situation is not good. It's getting worse by the way they've handled it. IMO, Doran.
The way that you help yourself in having to answer questions and having to answer to things is by doing the right thing. Going out there and playing. Like these questions wouldn't come up if you just gave 100% on every rep.
Yes, that's true.
Even if your rep count was down and there was load management and, you weren't out there on certain plays, like people may question it. Be like, oh, what's going on here? But if your effort was 100% whenever you were in there on tape, the questions wouldn't be like this and you wouldn't have a problem of answering questions.
Yeah.
So the way to control is to control what you can control. The way to not get upset and the way to have to answer things is to control your effort whenever you're out there, which should be an automatic at that level. We talked about it yesterday, and I thought we had a really good discussion to start the show about George Pickens. And I do wonder, in situations like this, like, how much help is he actually getting from the people that can help him, too? Like, he is a young guy. He's immature. He has a lot of growing up to do. And your job as a franchise and as a business and as a coaching staff is to identify that, which you have whenever you drafted him, and you knew that this would be a situation because of that's why he slipped in the draft. But are you helping him help himself? And it seems like yesterday, like he was on an island by himself.
That's how I felt too, man.
And I'm like, maybe he was prepped to give one-word answers, maybe, but they can help him a little bit more of avoiding some of the distractions like yesterday. Like, that'll become a distraction.
Yes.
That's the things he thinks about. That's why he gets upset, is because he has to answer things of his performance and things of that nature. Like, are they giving him the right help to do some of these things to kind of avoid and kind of dance around some of these situations? That's my question right now, because he's not going to figure it out. It's clear. He's just too immature. And if you're willing to invest in him, like, give him as much help as possible. Maybe they are, but it just doesn't seem like it.
Maybe he's on an island because he's rubbed his teammates wrong so much already. What I would say to my own hypothesis there is, last season he had the whole Jaylen Warren not blocking for him thing against Indianapolis. Next week he goes out. I think it was the first play from scrimmage. He catches a touchdown. 4 catches, 195 yards. And it was like, oh, okay. And then he wasn't a problem the rest of the way. So we've seen him go from the lowest of lows to the highest of highs from one week to the next. Heck, he had over 100 yards against Indianapolis this year. And then that was really the high point of the season for him, although he did fumble maybe the game away. And he comes back, it doesn't take much, and then he's moping, and he's upset again. This guy is a roller coaster. And I think Justin Fields is super even. I'm not sure that that's what he needs out of his quarterback. He might need the guy that's going to help prop him up when things aren't going right.
Mm-hmm.
He might need the Russell Wilson. Now, just because Russell Wilson's been in the QB3 doesn't mean that Russ can't take him under his wing. Doesn't mean that Russ can't provide some leadership. But if and when the Steelers do wind up going with Russell Wilson, I wonder if it will help George Pickens.
And Russell Wilson did speak on that yesterday, and what he said is exactly what you would think a veteran quarterback would say.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, the quotes were just, it was pretty good. And you're right in a sense, but he has to want to help himself too. And for me, like, personally, like, I don't know really any real details about the whole situation. Like, for real, like, I don't know anything. But my guess is something happened during last week. And Arthur Smith was like, you're not bigger than the offense. We're going to alter the offense for this week, and we're going to trust the guys that want to be and give full effort. And we're going to, say it's load management, but we're going to take reps away from you. And that just bothered him all week. And he knew that he wasn't going to be a huge part of the game plan, and that's why you saw him mope.
I am coming around on that myself, Doran. Arthur Smith talked about the whole load management thing yesterday, and we've talked about this on the show. Week 1, don't throw it in the middle of the field, avoid the safeties. They've been week-to-week opponent-specific with their game plans. And I am actually starting to come around on, I don't think it was ever actually a quote-unquote load management thing, but they wanted to get big and run it down Dallas's throat, and they feel like the best way to do that is to take George Pickens off the field.
Yes.
I think it's idiotic when you have Van Jefferson and Scotty Miller and Calvin Austin to ever take George Pickens off the field unless he can't breathe, right? I think he always needs to be out there. But I do think they don't view it that way. And the game plan was, we're going to run it. Your snap count is going to decrease because of that. You're not getting benched. And when he found out he wasn't going to be as involved in the game plan, he decided to shut down.
Yep.
Yes, that's what happened, I think, and it sounds like you think.
Yeah.
It didn't go the way that I initially thought, which was he was showing poor effort, and so they benched him. because his snaps waned. He wasn't playing a lot of snaps throughout the game. It wasn't just like he was playing, he's not playing. Okay, now we're losing. Now you got to play. It was he just wasn't out there a ton. I think it was game plan specific, and then he was going at 70% because of it.
Mm-hmm.
And that can't happen. Twofold, it can't happen. I think it's bad idea by them not to just have him out there all the time because they're trying to run the football. Having him as a threat, even as a decoy, I would think is going to help you run the football. You got to put a guy over the top on him. And then it just can't have this response.
Yeah.
They can be wrong, and your response as a professional still needs to be better than it was.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's a big question here. I mean, is this a guy you can win with? Because I didn't think you could win with Deontay Johnson. That's what I said when they traded him. A guy who doesn't put forth the effort, a guy who seems to come up small in big moments. We're seeing a lot of the same things here with George Pickens.
I mean, you got a guy that is not a huge part of the game plan, and then whenever he is in the game and he's asked to block or asked to be on the backside of routes going 50%, I think the answer's right there. No, you can't win with a guy like that. Like, if you know a game plan is specific to winning and you believe in it and you have to believe in it, like, you're going to do whatever it takes. It's like, all right, this is our method to win. Like, so he doesn't care about winning. He cares more about getting his stats and catching the football. No, you can't win with guys like that. No.
I have said I don't think he's going to get traded before the deadline, though I'm starting to think it's more and more possible with each passing day. I don't think he's going to be a Steeler next year, but the reason I think he might be here beyond the deadline is because I don't think he's a bad guy.
No.
I think he is an immature guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they want to see if they can grow him up. And, hey, if you're having those conversations, not a guy growing up, but can we grow him up? That might be your answer already. I think they want to take as long as they can to see if he can work through this stuff. I don't know if it's going to work or not. I don't know how you could pay this kind of guy $25 million, $30 million, but I think they want to at least see if he can grow up.
Mm-hmm.
He is young. People are blowing up the text line. I don't want to hear 24-year-old immature. What were you doing? What were you doing?
No, I agree. I don't want to hear it either. Like, I mean, all of us in the NFL were 22, 23 at one point. And not many of us, really acted this way. And if you did, that you weren't be there. Like, so I agree. Like, I don't want to hear it either. Like, it shouldn't be like it. Like, he shouldn't be immature, but he is.
He's 1 year younger than me, if you think about it, and think about how I act on a daily basis.
Yeah, you're very immature.
You sure are. You got a lot of growing up to do. But you've made strides. I'm not excusing his behavior by way of calling him immature. I also think it's unacceptable, but I think they view him as, if they could view him either one of two ways, immature or bad guy, I think they view him more immature than he's a bad dude and he's irreconcilable. That's not even close to a word. You understand what I'm saying, maybe. Like, I don't think they think he's a lost cause.
No.
Is what I'm trying to say. How big of an issue is George Pickens? 412-928-9370. Do you consider benching him? Do you fine him? Do you force feed him the ball? Do you trade him? Is he just immature? Do you think he's a bad guy? How big of a deal is this? 412-928-9370. We would love to hear from you on this. We'll take your calls all morning long. What did Arthur Smith have to say about all this? We'll let you hear from him when we come back. But first, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins, they beat the Detroit Red Wings yesterday 6-3. They're now 1-1 on the season. They're off today, and now they're going to Canada. They're going to play the Toronto Maple Leafs tomorrow. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. Big football game tomorrow at the AC. Maybe you need some booze. And you're used to going to Hampton Beer Outlet for all your beer needs. You know they've got all your favorite beers at the best prices around, and I mean that, the best prices around. But get this, you can now get all your favorite ready-to-drink cocktails at Hampton Beer Outlet. That's right, you can get High Noons, Stateside Surfsides, Jack Daniels. That's right, your favorite High Noons, now all at Hampton Beer Outlet. So drive a little, save a lot on your favorite cocktails. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face.
The
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
in there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Football season is in full swing, and the deals at Tri-State Office Furniture are just heating up. Whether you're refreshing your workspace before the holidays or preparing for the new year, we've got the inventory and expertise to inspire your best work. Enjoy free design services and up to 45 days of storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Our project management team will handle every detail from delivery to installation for a hassle-free experience. Visit our showroom, check us out online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give us a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Download the Par-Mar Rewards app today for some big gas and grocery savings. Dan Zang really here to tell you that loyalty has its rewards at Par-Mar stores. Remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the election November 5th. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 for the day, plus paid training. For more information and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mostly sunny today, the high 68.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today. At the UPS store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open and happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My check engine light's on?
That could hurt your gas mileage. The AutoZone free Fix Finder service can help find the fix for free.
Get in the zone.
This whole report for free?
That's right. Printed and on your phone for free.
Get in the zone.
But what if the fix is too tough?
We'll recommend a local shop. Fix Finder, only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It was a familiar script that was unsettling to 49er fans. Another double-digit lead about to evaporate, except that it didn't last night. Instead, San Francisco's defense took care of business in Seattle, sealing a 36-24 victory over a division rival on the road. The injury-depleted Niners now have 10 days to prepare for, well, Patrick Mahomes and the unbeaten Chiefs in a rematch of Super Bowl 58. I'm Boomer Esiason.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. You get the idea. And now, get yours with $1 any size soft drink. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Couple of problems early in the morning rush. This report brought to you by Train. Overturned cement truck accident tying up the intersection of Blair Street and 2nd Avenue in the city's Hazelwood section as crews are on the scene. A landslide resulting from a water main break in the city's Polish Hill section has closed the East Busway in that area. They'll be rerouting the buses by way of Liberty Avenue, so expect that heavier traffic. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam looking at the Parkway West a little bit heavy past the Banksville merge point, and the Parkway East is heavy at Edgewood Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by TrainInfo.com. Train heating and cooling systems are tested, retested, engineered, and re-engineered to keep up with you. We run together. Visit TrainInfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. TrainInfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. A lot of people on the phone lines want to talk about George Pickens. We'll do just that in a moment. I want to tell everybody about Pet Fest 24. It's presented by Subaru. It's back October 27th. It's my birthday. Going to be 34.
34.
It's at Rockwell Park in the East End. The event runs from 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. Bring your four-legged friends to meet vendors, participate in costume contests, and get photos with Santa. It's a great family event. Stop by any Subaru dealer for complimentary tickets. For more information, go to 937thefan.com. You know whose birthday it is today, Doran?
Who?
T.J. Watt.
Oh, how old is he?
30.
That's it? Wow.
I don't like it. I don't like that he's 30. You start thinking about the back nine when you get to 30.
Oh, yeah. It's getting dark, and you're probably at, like, hole 14.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, should I finish 18? I don't know if I'm going to have any daylight, so I might as well just call it a night.
You do worry about stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think there's a legitimate conversation when it's all said and done in his career, and we'll see how much longer it goes. You'd hope that he'd play until like 35 or beyond like Cam Hayward, but you just don't know. His brother, I think, retired at 33. I'll have to double check that, but I think so. And they're different guys, but just as a point of reference, I think when it's all said and done, he could wind up being the second best defensive player in Steelers history.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody will ever be allowed to surpass Joe Green. And for those who watched Joe Green, they will say that nobody ever can.
Oh, he is also a champion, too.
4 times.
Yes.
Which will help.
Yes.
And T.J. Watt has yet to win a playoff game. Not all his fault, but I will say it's a little bit his fault. Like when you are the highest paid player on a team and you're not winning playoff games, some of that has to fall on you. Now, he's not the quarterback, but he's the guy that gets to break the other quarterback.
Yeah, but if you assess his worth in year to year, like he's maximized his worth.
Well, and he's
individually
one of, if not the biggest reason why they make the playoffs.
Exactly.
Without him, we've seen the record. They don't win. They don't win. Troy Polamalu was like that. They always used to flash that graphic on like CBS with Troy, without Troy, points allowed, yards allowed, all that fun stuff. Troy probably a top 5 Steelers defensive player too. I know they kind of did that yesterday on the PM team, but I didn't realize it was Watt's birthday until someone texted in and said that. And you can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Arthur Smith, yesterday, of course, was asked about Pickens and the snap count.
Well, you go week to week with game plans, and obviously last week we were limited possession. The way the game flowed, some of it was our own doing, obviously not being as efficient we had been on third down.
That's the thing that always annoys me. It annoys me every time. It annoys me when they talk about running the ball, guys not getting the ball enough. And we talked about this earlier on in the week. That was Tomlin's explanation for why the running game wasn't good. Well, we didn't convert enough third downs. Well, if you run the ball better, you're probably going to convert more third downs or stay out of third downs altogether. Well, we didn't throw it to Pickens enough. Why? We didn't convert enough third downs. Well, you know who didn't convert a third down and 4 with the game really in the balance? Well, that was George Pickens when the ball went through his hands. So that kind of thing always bothers me. Well, we weren't out there enough. Well, if your guys were making plays, then you would have been out there more. So chicken, egg, things of that nature. I do believe now, though, that the game plan was to have Pickens not be out there as much. And not by way of punishment, but just that's how they best felt they could attack the Dallas Cowboys.
Mm-hmm. And then, he took it personal.
And then he took it personal.
Yeah, real personal.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was like, well, if I'm not going to be out here for a majority of the snaps and I'm only out here on the backside of routes, I'm not going to run full speed. I've seen it so many times with players.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know the ball's not coming my way. Yeah. You got to run. You got to help the team.
Right.
You got to sell it. And then you got to block. And then sometimes, guess what? If they're going to, if first read's on the other side of the field, go bust your hump. Especially with a guy like Justin Fields or maybe Russell Wilson. They make a lot of hay outside of structure, which means the play might not be designed to go for you, but you can be running around doing a fire drill. It might find you. Go bust your ass. Drives me nuts.
Then you ask the question, like, can you win with that guy? And then you think about it, like, no. Like, not if one guy is going to be acting like that.
You can't win with the guy he is right now. They're hoping that he grows up. I'm not holding out hope. Bob in North Versailles. Hello, Bob.
Hey, good morning, guys. And I think Doran will agree with me on this. As a longtime high school football coach and college coach, I have to say that the Steelers are getting ready to wash their hands of George Pickens. George Pickens has made this offense predictable. But by me saying that, the NFL is a very smart league. They watch film. They could tell by body language. They could tell whether he's going to be involved in the play or not. And I think the Steelers are getting ready to wash their hands with this. And I think that at this point, the players did not come forward to defend him or anything. And I think they're frustrated, too, in that locker room with him.
Well, I don't know about the last – sorry to hang up on you like that. I don't know about the last part. I mean, Pat Freiermuth defended him. Russell Wilson defended him.
They politically defended him.
They did.
They didn't listen, you guys have got this all wrong about George. Like, the guy works hard every single day. Like, he shows up every single day. No, they're like, oh, well, he blah, 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 blah. Like, it was a political response.
Almost like they were reading from a prompter. Yeah, you're right about that.
Right. Like, not like, there's so many players. I mean, think about if somebody was questioning Cam Hayward's effort, what would players say? They'd be like, it's Cam Hayward.
Don't you ever question Cam Hayward.
They didn't do that.
No, they didn't. Salient point made by you. 412-928-9370.
I think the caller's right, though, too. I think they're going to wash their hands with him. I mean, we talked about this yesterday. It didn't stop them from other guys, from getting rid of other guys. I mean, it didn't stop them from even getting rid of Santonio Holmes. I mean, I know that at the time, was Art running things at the time whenever they traded Santonio?
Yeah.
He was a part of the situation.
Yeah, yes, he had more responsibility.
I mean, he was the start of it, and then obviously you got AB
for pot.
Yeah, you got AB, you got everybody else. I mean, Deontay last year, you got Chase Claypool. Like that, they look at it like this, and I think every team looks at it like this. You aren't good enough for us to ignore your outside problems.
It's a very fine line.
Yes.
You got to be good.
Yeah,
you got to be consistently
and there's only so many guys that are that good.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that they've had situations like this with Antonio Brown for a lot of years. But he was that good that they just were like, we have to live with it. And then it came to a point where it was like, okay, well then, you know what, we really got to cut bait. But I think that this is his last stand.
CeeDee Lamb and Dak get into it all the time. CeeDee Lamb, 2021, 1,100 yards, 6 touchdowns. 2022, 1,400 yards, 9 touchdowns. Last year, 1,800 yards, 12 touchdowns. You can be a jackass, and you cannot see eye to eye with your quarterback, and you can make big scenes on the sideline when you're putting up 1,800 yards and 12 touchdowns.
Yes.
When you go missing for games, weeks, months, as he did last year at a time, you can't act a fool. You can't. And it is October 11th, 2024. I think right now, today, I did the whole date time thing, and then I screwed my top. It's a when, not if thing with him. When they let him go.
Yeah.
When they move on, not if. He can change my mind, but as of October 11th, I think it's a when, not if.
Yeah, but like it's like, okay, like he's changed their mind a little bit last year, and then he was reverted back.
And that's why you get one.
You get one,
and they're giving him a little bit of a 2, maybe, but maybe not. Maybe they're making calls on him.
I mean, if you think that how could you think that he changed his mind or will change his mind, and whenever he does, not revert back to what he's doing right now?
The thing that bothers me the most about it, Doran, and the reason why I'm thinking it's a when, not if, is because he had his most productive game of the season, and then immediately the next week he loses his mind.
Yep.
I think their usage of him, since it was the game plan, and we believe that now, I think that was the wrong thing to do. It doesn't mean you can react that way. Sometimes your boss is going to tell you something, and you don't like it. I can't walk into Craig's office and turn the table over.
Mm-hmm.
Although I think he might be the one guy around here I could beat up.
Maybe.
No, he's from Plum. He would whoop my ass. Not that would ever happen. Love you, Craig. Injury Report is brought to you by Shenderovich and Fishman. They've got your back, not your wallet. We'll give you one on Russell Wilson. What did he have to say about Sunday's game? Sounds to me like he thinks he's going. So we'll let you hear from him. We will react. And we still have some Pickens calls on the line we'll get to as well. 412-928-9370. Right now it's a callous headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
George Pickens said some things in a press conference, so did Arthur Smith yesterday, all coming before their game on Sunday against the Las Vegas Raiders. They're going to play on the road, the Steelers are, and that game's going to be a 4 o'clock game. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese sauce, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese sauce, bacon. You get the idea. And now, get yours with $1 any size soft drink. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both. Their professionalism from beginning to end is unbelievable.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel Hall, was a 10 out of 10. They truly would not give up until they designed their windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. They're amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient windows are built to last a lifetime. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with 0 down and no interest or payments for 24 months. Schedule an estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
You can only help someone who has been injured in an accident if you have a relationship with them. Hi, I'm Joe George.
I'm Larry Kelly. That's what we do at the injury firm of LGKG. Clients quickly become friends and some become family.
It's part of the home team advantage with LGKG.
Visit lgkg.com. LGKG, your home team.
My values have not changed. I will not ban fracking.
Roll the tape.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. Access to health care should be a right.
Roll the tape.
So for people out there who like their insurance, they don't get to keep it.
Let's eliminate all of that.
She was big on defund the police. Roll the tape.
Defund the police. We need to reimagine how we are creating safety.
I would enforce our laws with people who cross our border.
Roll the tape.
An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Aid for America is responsible for the content of this advertising.
The Pittsburgh Gun Show this weekend at the Monroeville Convention Center. Tons of ammo, guns, knives, accessories, and more. Get your guns and supplies while you still can. Saturday 9 to 5, Sunday 9 to 4. Info at showmastersgunshows.com.
You want the best. UPMC Health Plan is ranked #1 in member satisfaction among commercial plans in Pennsylvania by J.D. Power. With UPMC Health Plan, you get access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local community care, and a national network for travel outside the UPMC service area. Plus 24/7 access to virtual urgent care services through UPMC Anywhere Care. When you're given a choice for health insurance, choose the best. Choose UPMC Health Plan. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
There's new Tropic Bowls in paradise at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Enjoy our new Bahama Mama Bowl inspired by our fan fave smoothie flavor, serving pineapple, strawberry, and coconut. Or dig into 32 grams of protein with our new Peanut Butter Protein Crunch Bowl. It's tropic time.
I learned it from my adoptive mom. Hold my hand.
You hold my hand. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. You can't imagine the reward. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
And the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I feel confident that I'll be ready to play and play at a high level. I think that's, I think we're being really smart too and trying to understand exactly how I feel. It's my first week, really back out there with you guys, and playing and all that stuff. So I feel really confident about that. And the ball's spinning, that's a good thing. And so I have no doubt, in my mind, once I step between the white lines, I'll be ready to go.
Russell Wilson, everybody. Bet you he's the backup quarterback this weekend. Yep. Not going out on a limb there. You think it's more likely we see him or don't see him?
I've been wrestling with this all week.
Double leg it, put it in a headlock, tap out.
I think that we won't see him, but I think that we absolutely will see him next week. I think that that's how it's going to go. I don't think it's going to be good enough by Fields. It may be good enough to win, but it won't be good enough for the team. And I think that he'll start next week.
I think if we're going to see Russ in the next 2 weeks, it'll be this game.
Really?
Yeah. Huh. And what I mean by that is if Fields stinks, we're going to see Russ. I don't think Tomlin's going to let him finish the game.
Mm-hmm.
But if Fields doesn't stink early, it's the Raiders. They'll do enough to win. He'll have been good enough, and we might not see Russell Wilson next week. So I think that's how it's going to go.
Mm-hmm.
I can see your way, too. I think Tomlin wants to see Russ.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely does.
But I think he wants to honor and credit Justin Fields for what he has done so far. So I think in order to do that, I don't think that – I mean, it would have to look really, really bad. I'm talking about turnover after turnover. If there's another fumble and then there's a pick early, I think that could do it.
Uh-huh.
But if there's not and it still doesn't look good, I still think that they ride with Fields the whole game.
Yeah, I don't think not scoring points, I don't think that not moving the ball is what would get Fields benched.
Mm-hmm.
They're used to all that.
Mm-hmm.
They liked that out of Kenny. Well, we're not putting up points until we need to put up points, and they'd be fine with it. Just don't turn it over. Don't spot the other team points. I could see Tomlin viewing it that way. Yeah, absolutely. Fields, go out there, caretaker of the ball, blah, blah, blah. Okay, it's 10-7 in the third quarter. We got him right where we want him. He hasn't turned the ball over. He hasn't fumbled. He's run a couple of times. Yeah, Tomlin, the way he evaluates quarterbacks is so old school. It's like every single quarterback now is a rookie, and you're trying to keep them in some tiny little box.
Mm-hmm.
It's not how you play winning football at a high level in 2024. It can get you enough wins to meander your way to a playoff berth or to be in it at the end of the season. It can't get you where you need to go, where you want to go, and where you want to go should be winning playoff games and contending for a championship.
Mm-hmm.
But that's how he views it.
Would you play Russ? I mean, so say you're Mike Tomlin and it's Friday and Russ has been a full participant all week and he's been looking pretty good in practice. What would you do heading into Sunday?
I put the whole damn game on Justin Fields. Throw that sucker around. See if you get Pickens involved. You can kill two birds with one stone. And if Fields, when you open it up, sucks, now even ball knowers and non-ball knowers alike will go, ooh, you got to go with Russ. If he's great, and it's like the definition of pornography from the Supreme Court, you just know it when you see it. Everybody knows it. You let him cut it loose, and he throws for 350 and looks outstanding and doesn't turn it over. Then you got your answer the other way. I think you put it all on Fields, and you let him determine who's going to be the guy.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember, clearly you do, the first game, Jesse, what's the safety that they didn't want to?
Bates.
Jesse Bates. And Arthur Smith was like, I'm not going to let that guy wreck the game. So we're going to go a different direction. And they didn't let Jesse Bates wreck the game because he is a game wrecker, because as the games went on for Atlanta, he's a very good player. The reason why Arthur Smith did that is because why? He knew Jesse Bates. He knew what he did in practice. He knew what he did in games last year because Arthur Smith was the head coach of the Falcons. This is going to be a very interesting and very crucial game for Justin Fields because Luke Getsy is the offensive coordinator of the Raiders. You don't think Luke Getsy knows and is telling Antonio Pierce and telling the defensive coordinator exactly what Justin Fields is going to do, what he can do, what he can't do? This is a very, very crucial game for Fields because they are going to have a beat on every single thing he does. And if he overcomes that, then I think that that's a very significant step in his process of being the starting quarterback for at least another week or holding that position down as the weeks go on and getting more opportunities. But he's going to get every single thing that can counter what he does do well thrown at him this game because they have a coach on their coaching staff that knows him better than anybody.
Well said.
Better than anybody.
And I agree. Let him do it.
Yep.
Put it on his shoulders. See if he can overcome it. And if not, you got your answer. If he does, you got your answer. But if it's one of these, he's going to throw it 18 times and you're going to run it 38 times. What are you really doing? Rich in the car, hello.
Hey, guys. One thing I want to talk about I haven't heard yet is just being a product of his generation, like a microcosm of his generation. Like, these kids are growing up in the participation trophy era where parents are so heavily involved in sports. Like, these kids just aren't coached anymore, like, hard. And, like, as a man, I'm thankful for all the guys I had growing up that coached me hard because it develops you as a man. And I coach for a living, and I see it every single day. Like, these kids, they come from all these other sports where you can't coach these kids hard. And I think that's part of the problem. Like, he's just a microcosm of his generation.
Talking about Pickens, obviously, and thank you for the call, Rich. We kind of touched on that yesterday.
Yep, and it's going to get worse.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to get worse, Rich. I mean, and he's absolutely right. I mean, this is a generational thing. These things like barely happened, like back even like a decade ago. It's the enabling of everybody, and nobody's ever held accountable. And whenever you're held accountable, then it's like, okay, like this is too hard. Let me shut down or let me go into a different direction. And
how's Davon Hayes doing, by the way?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he said he left Pitt because Pitt is in a rebuilding process and he wants to win now. Very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
What's Pitt doing right now?
They're winning.
Uh-huh.
So is Colorado, but he's not playing well.
Right.
And he would be playing, and he'd be getting better coaching at the University of Pittsburgh. But we talked about it yesterday through that lens. In college football these days, you don't like what's going on. You don't fight through it. You don't work to get better. You don't look to overcome. And, look, if it's a money thing, hey, money. Yeah, you might not get a chance to make more money. So I get the money thing, I guess. But I want to play more, or my team's losing. Play harder, work harder, get better, help your team win. You're not seeing it as much anymore. And that only all trickles up to the NFL.
Yeah, it's going to get way worse. Give it 5 years, and you're going to see this every single team, every single Sunday, every single week. There's going to be something.
I love it because now these guys will relate to me. Soft Adam Crowley.
Yep.
Let's go. They're going to be relating more to me than to you, Dickerson.
You would thrive in this.
Oh, man, I'd have transferred 6 times in a year. Fan Morning Show Twitter poll is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. Do you think that we see Russell Wilson this weekend? That'll be the Twitter poll. Coming up next, Penguins win. Ballsy effort, gutsy effort by them. And then we'll get back into the Steelers at 7 with Vibe Check. How are we feeling about Steelers Raiders? 412-928-9370. A callous headline right now.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins won 6-3 over the Detroit Red Wings yesterday and are going to continue a road trip. They're off today. They're going to play the Toronto Maple Leafs tomorrow. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Things starting to build around the area. This report brought to you by Alta Beauty. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam looking at Route 28. It's mainly steady, a little bit heavy at times past the Route 8 at the bypass and toward the north side. Parkway West, you're in line approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East also heavy at Edgewood Swissvale. Crews on the scene of an accident now on the McKeesport Duquesne Bridge at Route 837 Duquesne Boulevard. That's in the city of Duquesne. Also, an earlier accident involving an overturned cement truck still ties up the intersection of Blair Street and 2nd Avenue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Alta Beauty.
We've brought the Emerald City to Ulta Beauty with wicked collaborations from REM Beauty by Ariana Grande. It brushes for Ulta and OPI. Hurry in, these fantabulous products won't last long. See Wicked November 22nd, only in theaters. Ulta Beauty, the possibilities are beautiful.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That's the power of Bowser.
Leaves are starting to fall, and so are the prices at Bowser Hyundai. Fall into savings with the 2024 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive with 1.99% APR for 60 months. It's the perfect ride for all your autumn adventures. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance that are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. With approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends October 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. So visit Bowser Hyundai today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. The air is turning crisp and cool. The smell of pumpkin spice and bonfires fill the air. Fall has officially arrived, and these cooler temps mean now is the time to schedule the annual maintenance on your heating system. Don't let just anyone do this important service. Call the experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh's highly trained certified technicians can clean and check your heating system to be sure it's running smoothly and efficiently before the really cold weather hits. Stay warm and worry-free this season and call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling or visit callmcveigh.com.
We still on for breakfast tomorrow? I've been looking forward to it all week.
Yes, ma'am. Wouldn't miss it.
And then we're gonna go vote together, right?
Yeah, I guess.
This stuff matters, kid. It wasn't that long ago when there were laws that kept us from voting.
I know. I learned all about it in school.
And now it's pretty simple. We can vote by mail, we can vote early in person, or we can vote on Election Day.
Who and what are we voting for?
That's up to you. But it's important to make sure you don't sit on the sidelines. You've got to make your voice heard, and voting is the best way to do it.
All right. I'll go vote with you. But breakfast is on you.
Voting in Pennsylvania has never been easier. You can request a mail-in ballot until October 29th. It must be returned to your election office before 8 p.m. on Tuesday, November 5th for your vote to be counted. And remember, you can always vote in person on Election Day. Go to votehq.org for all the information you need to vote this election. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Texter, AM show, happy Steelers Friday. Well, a happy Friday to you, Texter. I hope you have a wonderful day. I'm pumpkin patching today, Doran.
Are you?
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Get a little cider.
Oh,
apple
yeah.
Cider.
Yep.
Apple butter.
Yes. Oh!
What else? Some pumpkins?
Pumpkins. Probably going to get a caramel apple.
Mm-hmm.
Cut it up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the texture, but I love the taste.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's good.
Mm-hmm. The cider is good. I will eat an entire sleeve of Ritz crackers today with that apple butter.
No doubt.
Just slurp it down.
No
I might
doubt.
drink it straight from the glass jar there.
It's really good.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever have what was it called? Like the fall day at school? Like when in elementary school or anything?
We did not go to the pumpkin patch as a school, I don't think.
They brought it to us.
They brought the patch to you?
I forget what it was called.
The traveling pumpkin patch?
Yeah, maybe autumn day or something. And they would bring apple butter and cider, and we could try everything, and then do all kinds of activities. Fall.
Would they bring hay?
Yep.
That's pretty good.
Well, we basically had hay. I mean, West Allegheny is a bunch of farms. So
they brought the pumpkin patch to you, but you guys supplied the hay.
Yes.
We're doing the hay ride.
Hay ride?
Mm-hmm.
I think we had a hay ride, too.
Damn.
Yeah.
Man, that must have taken forever to get to your school.
Yeah, I never really thought of
that. They don't go very fast. Maybe they do. They just don't go fast with us on them.
I think they just hauled it. But, whenever we got to school, everything was already prepped and ready to go. And, that's at, 8 a.m. So,
yeah.
They had to get there probably really early.
Or very late. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. We got what Arthur Smith had to say about Justin Fields coming up at about 7 o'clock. And we want your vibe checks for Steelers Raiders at 412-928-9370. Best caller will win 2 tickets to see the Black Crows at UPMC Event Center on October 29th. Penguins victorious last night. Malkin set up Drew O'Connor on really a virtuoso Malkin play where he went coast to coast, cuts through the defense, has the patience of Job, and Penguins win the game. They didn't play great. They played okay, but they gave themselves a chance to win because the goalie gave them a chance to win.
Yeah.
Second-round pick from a couple of years ago from Finn when Blomqvist is in, and on a power play with Detroit having a chance to go up 2-0, he makes a 10-bell save.
Mm-hmm.
Jari, you're allowed to make a save, man. It's not always how many you give up. It's when you get the timely save. And I thought the Penguins were okay the first 10 or so minutes against the Rangers. They were okay. And if Jari makes a save or two, you're in the game. You get to the intermission, you regroup, and maybe you've got a puncher's chance in the thing. But in hockey, you're down 3-0 after one. You're going to lose more, way more often than not. So make a play. And Blomqvist was able to do that last night.
Do you go with him the next game?
Yeah, man, I think I would. But I don't think that's what they'll do. Like, they view Jari as the one. They view Ned as the two, but he's hurt, and they want to see how Blomqvist comes along. But I'd let the young guy play.
Right.
If you're worried about the future and the present, which they're kind of trying to do both things at once, I don't know how you can waste the last few years of Crosby's career with Jari playing behind him.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this young kid who had a really good year in Wilkes last season, maybe he's the future and the present. Give him a shot.
No doubt.
Seriously.
No doubt. The way he played last night, I mean, I think they deserve that, and they know they don't want to have to go backwards. And if they put Jari in net, you have a chance to go backwards. And, like, you got out of a rut, and it's not great. I mean, it was a great – whenever you don't score any goals and then you score 6 goals the next game to start the year, that is a good sign.
Yes.
That's a good response. But you don't want to have to go backwards again tomorrow night whenever you play the Maple Leafs by putting Jari in the net.
Ugh.
And then say that you lose that game. It's like, okay, what are we going to do this, this seesaw the whole entire season? Let's get some consistency. And the consistency is us believing in a young goaltender, and riding with him. Like, it is eat the Jari contract at this point, because you don't have time to play those games.
No.
You don't have time to go back and forth.
No, you're not going to win anything of substance with Jari. We know that because you never have.
And then whenever you do get a chance to win, like, he doesn't even show up then.
Correct. End of the season
you know
last year. Yeah.
He's going to
Playoff
get
numbers
hurt.
are bad. Yep.
Like,
usually you get good from him early, and then he gets hurt, then he comes back and sucks.
Yes.
Now, one game in, you got the suck. And I don't want to overreact to one game, but it's just an extension of who he is. Like, if Blomqvist last night played poorly, then you go, okay, it's his first ever NHL game. Couple more notes on the game. That was the anniversary of Marc-Andre Fleury's debut, where he was stellar against the Kings in defeat. So I thought that there was some serendipity there with the young goaltender last night. Also, Anthony Beauvillier came on the Fan Morning Show. He scores 2 goals. I guess we're going to have Ryan Graves and Tristan Jari on, maybe fix their performances. And finally, a power play goal from Erik Karlsson.
Yes.
Yeah!
Yes.
Yeah! Yeah! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Yes! All right, coming up next. Vibe check. How we feeling about Steelers-Raiders? Who wins the game? I don't feel great. I kind of don't have a feel, but I don't feel great. I'll explain. We'll hear from Arthur Smith on Justin Fields as well. But first, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet, 24 Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com.
Morning, there are freeze warnings and frost advisories posted across our area this morning as temperatures have dipped to the mid to low 30s. Highs today will hit the upper 60s with plenty of sunshine. Noon temperatures will be just near 60, though, with winds out of the northwest at about 5 miles an hour. Today's going to be the last sunny day we're going to see for a while. Afternoon temperatures stay mild through Sunday, with rain chances also returning on Sunday. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
BetMGM presents Upping the Action with Jamie Foxx.
Yo, hockey's here, and it's colder than ice, like cold. But with BetMGM, I can heat the game up with overs, unders, parlays, and money lines, all from the comfort of my 102-degree hot tub. Now I'm really putting fire on the ice. This hockey season, download the BetMGM app.
And get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. U.S. promotional offers not available in Nevada, New York, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. for New York. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. Puerto Rico, call 1-800-981-0023. West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. First bet offer Offer for new customers only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. Let's talk fantasy football. You know the drill. Hours spent researching, stats scattered everywhere, and you're thinking, this is it. I've got the perfect lineup. Then Sunday rolls around and boom. You pick the wrong player. The guy's a dud. 3 points. Your season on the ropes. Now imagine your weight loss journey is the same thing. You're reading labels, trying new healthy foods, but that one wrong choice, yeah, it's like benching your star player and losing the week. That's where Awaken 180 steps in. Think of them as your fantasy football guru. No more guessing, no more bad calls. They've got the proven playbook for weight loss. I'm proof, Donnie's proof, half of Pittsburgh is now proof. With Awaken 180, every meal is like starting your top draft pick. The right foods at the right times. No more blown weeks or stalled progress. No guessing games. If you're tired of making the wrong calls with your health, let the pros at Awaken 180 handle the lineup. Call 844-346-1800 or visit awaken180weightloss.com.
Now is the time to save big on the rugged Jeep lineup and powerful Dodge vehicles at South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, in Peters Township. Get a 2025 Dodge Ram 1500 Bighorn. Payment starting as low as $347 a month for 42 months. A 24 Jeep Grand Cherokee and Jeep Grand Cherokee L. Payment starting at $265 a month for 27 months. Hurry in today. These deals are hot and won't last long. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net or see a dealer for details.
Have you received estimates from roofing contractors that are pages and pages of confusing details? Did the salesperson seem pushy, making you feel trapped and stressed in your own home? I'm telling you, let the team at Craig Galker Roofing bid on your next roofing project. You won't have to deal with any of that. Craig Galker Roofing provides an itemized, easy-to-understand estimate to make your roof replacement project a breeze. Plus, ask about their buy now, pay later, easy financing options. Visit CraigGalkerRoofing.com. Craig Galker Roofing, where details make the difference since 1991.
Flat tire, low tread. The best way to save money on tires is with Champ Tires. My tires were bare, and one new Bridgestone cost more than $400. At Champ Tires, a like-new Bridgestone in the exact same model cost only $81, saving me $320 on 4 tires. Champ Tires inventory is huge. They carry all brands and sizes. They have 2 Pittsburgh locations and offer free shipping. Head to champtires.com/thefan for a special coupon to save even more.
Football season is in full swing, and the deals at Tri-State Office Furniture are just heating up. Whether you're refreshing your workspace before the holidays or preparing for the new year, we've got the inventory and expertise to inspire your best work. Enjoy free design services and up to 45 days of storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Our project management team will handle every detail from delivery to installation for a hassle-free experience. Visit our showroom, check us out online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give us a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Want a satisfying meal for just $6? Try the new $6 meal deal from Dunkin'. It's a medium hot or iced coffee and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich and a side of hash browns for $6. America runs on Dunkin'.
I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. As a business owner in these uncertain economic times, you struggle to guard your life's work against unexpected challenges. But can it withstand the sudden disruption of a divorce? In divorce, financials are scrutinized and the company itself could be in jeopardy. When your hard-earned work is at risk, count on our experience and advocacy in handling these matters at Cordell & Cordell.
Offices in downtown Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Schedule an appointment with one of our Pittsburgh or Cranberry area attorneys. Rick Julius, licensed in Pennsylvania only. CordellCordell.com.
Celebrate the spooky season with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of these huge savings. Spell it backwards or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res!
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush turning a bit rough, and this report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Save 50% on installation of Gutter Helmet during their fall sale this month only. 888-5 Helmet. The Cordell & Cordell traffic cam showing heavier traffic on the inbound Parkway West approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East, you're lining up right around Edgewood, Twistvale. Route 28 remains pretty much up to speed. We have a few accidents, one of them in Baldwin Borough on Glass Run Road near Gensler Road. Also a transformer explosion on Green Tree Road at Hamburg, and an earlier overturned cement truck tying up 2nd Avenue at Blair Street in the Hazelwood section. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fall into savings with Gutter Helmets. Save 50% off installation and enjoy 0 down, 0 payments for 1 year. Don't risk costly water damages. Gutter Helmet guarantees clog-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for your no-cost free estimate today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Visit Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington for the most affordable all-wheel drives. Our fall kickoff event has new 24 Outlanders with 0% financing. Choose savings up to $6,500 off or lease for just $279 per month. Plus, our trade-in values are at an all-time high. Get paid to trade. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Stop in today or shop the fall kickoff at JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details.
Taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
As Crowley said earlier, he teased to this segment at the top of the hour. It's 7:05 right now here on the Fan Morning Show. And what did he say, Kels? He said vibe check. Vibe check. And usually vibe check is, what are you feeling for the game? What do you feel like's going to happen? What's Justin Fields going to do? Is he going to have a top-tier performance? Are we going to see Russell Wilson? Is the team, the Vegas Raiders, are they desperate for a win? Which, yes, they are. We'll get into all that. But the vibe check, the real vibe check, the real vibe check right now is that Crowley had an emergency.
Yeah.
He had an emergency, and we are not worried about the emergency.
No.
It's not extremely serious, but it is for him personally.
Mm-hmm.
He potentially dumped himself.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know it was that bad.
I mean, I assume. Like, I've never seen him freak out the way that he did and say,
he said, give me 2 minutes. And
give me 2 minutes, and ran out. He bopped out of the room.
Now, if he were more sensitive to my bathroom schedule, I would have been less inclined to talk about this on the air. But he always mentioned, and I haven't had a case in over a month. So
you were very anxious to get this segment started. You looked at me, you're like, should we talk about him? You had that like evil chemist, the Frankenstein look, like, oh, should we talk about this? Yes, we are. We're coming right back ASAP.
Every time I go to the bathroom, he's like, oh, there's no music because Gallows is gone.
Are you okay?
You good?
I don't feel good. And I'm not done with what I needed to get done, but done enough to get through the segment. It's a bad situation right now.
Yeah, I've never seen you that erratic that you had to run out of the room.
I'm sweating. It is not a good feeling right now. But we battle through.
So we said vibe check. That was what you teased to. And usually vibe check means we talk about the game and how we're feeling about it. But the real vibe check was you almost taking a dump on yourself.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly what happened. And, Callis, that was the fair play by you because I give you stuff for it every time. Well, I'm happy we've been on the air because we didn't want to screw the clock up that bad.
Yeah, vibe check. Vibe check is you're going to have to go back to the restroom after the segment.
Right after the segment, yeah. 412-928-9370 is the phone number. Best caller on Steelers Raiders wins a pair of tickets to the Black Crowes concert at the UPMC Event Center on October 29th. 412-928-9370. Fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Is this going to be the last game Justin Fields plays in for the Steelers this year? Or at the very least starts? Is he going to finish the game? Arthur Smith, Steelers offensive coordinator, talking about Justin Fields.
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of our guys, I mean, there's been some really good football played, and there's things that we got to keep working on. But he is unique in terms of in the modern era of a guy that's kind of old school, just tries to work on things. There's no drama with him. I don't think he has doesn't try to live through his avatar, create a perception. That's probably why he was so endearing to his teammates in Chicago. That's what I really enjoy about working with him. Extremely coachable, extremely bright. And it's the same thing as a play caller. You get in this business and people start making excuses or rationalizing and blaming others or whatever it is, or, put whatever they want on social media or make sure certain narratives get leaked out. And he's old school. Guy just wants to work, and that's what you appreciate about him. So like all of us, there's things you got to work on, and different things pop up week to week. And so that's why we practice. That's why we meet. I'm very pleased with him overall.
Very pleased with him overall, Doran.
Yeah.
I think two things can be true at once within the Steelers' leadership, their brass, their coaching staff. They can be really happy with what Justin Fields has given them through 5 weeks. They could maybe even see that he could have a place here in the future moving forward, but also still want to see Russell Wilson.
You know what I took from that right there? And I kind of had an anticipation that this was the case. I think Arthur Smith feels like Justin Fields is his guy, and Mike Tomlin feels that Russell Wilson's his guy. I feel like that there's a give and take there. I really feel like Arthur Smith really appreciates the old school mentality and not speaking and just going to work. And the modern type of quarterback that he mentioned, like he's a guy that can run. We could do so many things with him, but maybe I'm not allowed to do those things. And Mike Tomlin's like, okay, like Russ is the guy. He's a veteran quarterback. I know he's not going to put the ball in harm's way. You don't think as an offensive coordinator, and especially getting your second chance and knowing what you did before to get yourself to be a head coach, now you get another chance that you just want to just open it up and let everybody see what you can do? It's like playing with toys. Man, like, look at all these toys they got. It's Christmas Day. Whenever you're offensive coordinator and you get another opportunity, you don't think that Arthur Smith wants to just let it loose?
He called him an avatar again.
Of course he does. But I don't think he's allowed to. And I think that he sees that Justin Fields is his type of guy. He loved Marcus Mariota. That's a type of guy that he likes those type of modern-day quarterbacks. He would love to open it up with Justin Fields. I don't think he's allowed because Mike Tomlin feels that the way to play quarterback in his regime, underneath his watch, is what Russell Wilson brings to the table.
Yeah, and I think Tomlin looks at Russell Wilson not fully like he looked at Ben, but this is the closest thing he's had to Ben since Ben, and the last time they ever put the ball in the air a lot was with Roethlisberger. And I think Tomlin is not going to air it out. I mean, it's not going to be an air raid. It's not going to be a Mike Leach-style offense, but I do think he'll feel more comfortable with Russell Wilson throwing the ball down the field than he does with Justin Fields.
Mm-hmm.
I can see what you're saying there.
Mm-hmm.
Arthur Smith probably feels like Fields can do more things, but Tomlin wants the guy who he thinks can do things and not put the ball in harm's way.
Yeah.
412-928-9370. We both agree that we'd like to see Justin Fields get an opportunity to sling the thing around in this game. The whole thing in Denver used to be let Russ cook. Well, let Fields cook in this one. Let him sling it around. Let him pat the ball back there, make some reads, go through progressions, and chuck it downfield. Because if he stinks, you got your answer with Russ. If he's great, well, you could put the Russ thing off for at least another week. This is a massive game, for Justin Fields. Like, a lot of times, we get into the nitty-gritty. We get real granular. Steelers v. whoever. We'll break down the matchups. Big picture here, the rest of the season gets determined today, on Sunday in a way.
Yeah.
Like, who's the quarterback going to be the rest of the way? We're going to get a big data point coming up on Sunday.
The real matchup is Justin Fields versus Justin Fields. That's the real matchup on Sunday, in my opinion. This is not a throwaway game. I don't think that this is a game where you can afford to lose, but you got a team that's very vulnerable right now, and you would love to take advantage, but on the flip side, you have a team that's really desperate too right now. So you're going to get a lot of questions answered by Justin Fields that you need throughout this game. And it's going to be a Justin Fields versus Justin Fields game. If Justin Fields plays well, they clearly win. If Justin Fields plays well, did they move forward with Justin Fields? If Justin Fields plays well, they could look into the future to see if he could possibly really, really be the guy. Like, I feel like they have some answers, but they don't have all the answers that they need, and this could be that game where they can get a lot of them.
What they know that they have with Justin Fields right now is he's a very capable quarterback. Capable. But capable ain't Super Bowl worthy.
No.
And so I want to see the best game of Justin Fields' Steelers' career on Sunday. And they probably want to see that too. And if not, then they're going to hand the ball to the veteran. Like, I have no doubt that it's not going to take much for Tomlin to say we're going with number 3. No doubt. He wants the veteran guy. He wants the vocal leader too.
Right.
Make no mistake about that. And for all of Justin Fields' positives, and for him being on an even keel probably is a positive, being stoic there on the sideline, on the field, that is a positive. But they have no leaders on this offense. None. And maybe Fields can lead through example, but he's not that vocal guy. Russ can do both. And I think Tomlin probably wants that element. How are you feeling about Steelers-Raiders? 412-928-9370. Vibe check. Again, 412-928-9370. Best caller wins a pair of tickets to see the Black Crows at UPMC Event Center on October 29th. I became friends with a celebrity yesterday, Doran. I'll tell you about that next. Oh, yeah. Come on. Oh, yeah. It's a big deal. I'll tell you about that next. We'll take your calls on Vibe Check, 412-928-9370. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a Callus headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt football plays tomorrow against Cal at Acrisure Stadium. Game time tomorrow is at 3:30. Coverage can be heard all throughout the day right here on 93.7 The Fan. You can also listen on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY Odyssey. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through November 12th, get fast, reliable 300 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and unlimited data included. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $90 a month. Actual speeds vary.
What can give you that sensational Pittsburgh skyline with half-off pizza on Monday nights? I told you guys this will be one of my new favorite places. Look no further than the Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington, right across from the Duquesne Incline. I'll see you there.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late night bites.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know, to check you have a full tank of gas first before road tripping through the desert.
Empty? Seriously? Maybe I can walk.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Maybe I can't.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
What if I told you that there was a single management software that could handle your CRM, accounting, manufacturing, marketing, inventory, sales, and everything in between for a fraction of the cost of the dozens of disconnected platforms most companies rely on to manage their business? Sounds pretty good, right? Well, that's Odoo. Odoo is the end-all, be-all for any business of any size. And it's ready to help your company reach the next level and beyond. Learn more at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Paid for by government. Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1932 $10 gold Indian coins have been found. These gorgeous 1932 gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling the secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1932 dated gold coin featuring Lady Liberty with an Indian war headdress and a majestic eagle. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1932 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 92 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-495-6468. Call now and you'll receive a free bonus over a $55 value free with every order. Call 1-800-495-6468 now to secure your 1932 $10 gold Indian coins before they sell out. Don't wait. You must act fast. Call now.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Winning Olympic gold for Team USA is something you dream about as a kid, Alyssa Thomas told me recently. So set your DVRs to catch my full conversation with the Connecticut Suns 5-time All-Star this weekend on Game Time. She was great. I'm Boomer Esiason.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Fog could be a problem for you in some areas. This report brought to you by 2 men and a junk truck. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing some fog on the inbound Parkway East, where traffic is getting heavier around Edgewood Twistvale to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West delays right around Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Route 28 and the Parkway North pretty much up to speed. Meanwhile, crews clearing an accident in Baldwin Borough on Glass Run Road near Gensler Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by 2 Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at 2menandajuncktruck.com.
When 2 Men and a Junk Truck takes your junk, we do our best to avoid the landfill by repurposing, recycling, and donating. And you can book us online. 2menandajuncktruck.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
How are we feeling about Steelers v. Raiders? 412-928-9370. Vibe check. Of course, Angela from Beachview is on hold. We'll get to her coming up in a second. Best caller here wins 2 tickets to the Black Crows at UPMC Event Center October 29th. Getting text from my wife now, who's definitely not listening to the show, saying that our 5-year-old woke up and she's having tummy troubles.
Oh, no.
So to the 2 people, and that's it, the 2 people who said, oh, grow up, be mature. I think I got something going on over here.
Something you ate.
It's something I ate. Oh, be mature. You think I want to run away from the radio show feeling like I just felt the hell out of here? It's life.
In comes Callis.
He has had his issues with this.
Been over a month, though. I've got that under control.
You are.
But your relentless mentions make me just, lavish in all of this.
The Cal Ripken Jr. of not missing a segment to go number 2. Congratulations on all your success.
Thank you.
Angela in Beachview starts us off on Vibe Check. Hi, Angela.
Hi, guys. Well, I'm all about vendetta. I would still, even though I root for my boys, I want to see Robert Spillane get a couple licks in. They never should have got rid of him, and I hope he gets a little bit of revenge.
Angela!
Yes,
Robert Spillane's just a guy.
No, he's not. I like him, and he was good, and they misused him.
Misused him? He can't cover you.
Well, he's not supposed to cover. Inside linebackers can't cover T. Higgins in open space, for Christ's sake.
Well, I mean, if you're a smart offense, then you find matchups. Like, I would have loved to be a tight end and see Robert Spillane out there covering me one-on-one if our offensive coordinator was smart enough.
Would you rather have him over Patrick Queen or Peyton, what's his name, or Wilson?
No, not Peyton Wilson. Peyton Wilson is eye candy. I'm keeping him.
Angela, would you rather have him over Elandon Roberts?
No.
Well, then there's no place for him, Angela.
Well, I like thumpers, and they got to let thumpers thump people. And some of that BS of covering wide receivers in open space, that doesn't work, in my opinion.
Angela, I love you.
Love you guys.
See you, buddy.
She loves thumpers.
She loves thumpers.
I'd love that take from her.
Elandon Roberts is a thumper.
He's a thumper.
Patrick Queen, a way better all-around player. The early returns have not been great, but I'll take him 100 times out of 100 over Robert Spillane.
Yeah, Angela's stuck in 1998.
She is. Oh, 1998. Robert Spillane.
Yeah, he's an all-pro.
He had a neck roll.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm, and she'd have loved it.
Yep, no gloves.
Oh, no. No gloves.
No gloves.
No sleeves. Would never have signed with the Raiders because they play indoors.
Exactly.
Wouldn't have liked it.
Right.
But it's 2024.
He would have signed with Buffalo.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. And then he wouldn't have played when it was early in the season in September. Just save me for the cold.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Tough guy.
Robert Spillane had a bajillion tackles last year for the Raiders and is a better player now than he was with the Steelers. He's still very limited. And you need your linebackers at times to cover.
Right.
That's just a reality.
That's the
he
game.
Can't.
It's
yes.
the game now.
Yes. So I like Robert Spillane, and he's a hell of a special teams player, but if he's not coming off the field for you on defense and he doesn't come off the field for them, you got problems.
Yeah.
You don't have a very good roster.
Yeah. Can you imagine? And I'm expecting this, but Jaylen Warren one-on-one with Spillane. I think I like Jaylen.
Jaylen Warren thinks he's going to play. Yep. And if you watch some of the videos coming out of practice, he looks like he could and probably should play. Your running game's not doing it. You need more explosion. You could use explosion from him in the passing game. So he should play. I mean, what are you waiting for? To be cautious? Enough being cautious. You got to win games. You got to win this game. We're talking about big picture Justin Fields, big picture Russell Wilson. Big picture is you need to be 4-2 after this week.
Yeah.
You can't be 3-3 with your losses coming. A home game where you need one play to win it against Dallas, Indianapolis, and the Raiders. Can't happen. Guess who I'm Facebook friends with now, Doran?
Give me a hint.
Batman.
Not Michael Keaton.
Michael Keaton.
Get the heck out of here.
Michael Keaton.
He's my favorite of all time. You know that, right?
I know. And we're Facebook friends.
Are you sure it's his real? It's his fake Facebook. He doesn't have Facebook.
He has of course he has a Facebook. He's not young. Old people love Facebook.
How many friends does he have on Facebook?
I was trying to find it. Couldn't. I think that's private. But you know who his mutual friends are? Me, Paul Alexander, and Phil Bork.
I call
He
BS.
probably listens to the show. He's a big Steelers, Pirates, Penguins fan.
I call BS.
He was on with Seth Meyers talking about how much he still loves Pittsburgh.
He was on with Pat McAfee as well.
He's probably going to come on with us because I'm going to incessantly message him on Facebook until he does.
If you do that, I will do whatever. I'll do something very, very significant for you if you get him on our show. He's my favorite of all time.
Zins for a month.
All right. Deal.
Send the message right now.
Deal.
My wife said the same thing. It's got to be fake Keaton.
It's not him.
Because she says, Adam, you are like a 70-year-old man when it comes to technology.
Right.
It's got to be Keaton. He's friends with Borky. Ron in Pittsburgh. Vibe check. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. I have a Justin Fields question. Do you think they're sitting him down or threatening to sit him down because of the contract situation? Him, if he gets too many snaps, they got to give up a fourth instead of a sixth?
No. But thank you for the call, Ron. No. If they think he can win them football games, they'd be more than happy for it to be a fourth-round pick instead of a sixth. And I think he has to play 51% of the snaps for that to flip. I don't think that factors in at all.
No, not a mid-round pick.
No. Now, if it was like a seventh to a first, maybe. But even then, I would say probably not. You want to win football games. I feel bad. I don't feel good. I got the hot sweats over here. Daughter's sick. All nervous about DM and Michael Keaton.
It's not Michael Keaton.
It is Michael Keaton.
All right, pull it up in the break. I'll do some research. Investigation.
My wife actually said you should just delete your Facebook because it's only going to bring you trouble because you have no idea what you're doing. Michael Keaton.
Wait, did he friend you? Did you friend him? And he accepted.
It's irrelevant.
Yeah, it is actually relevant. Did he friend you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not him.
It says studied at Kent State from Coriopolis, Pennsylvania. Works at American Movie Star, public figure at Hollywood.
How many followers or friends does he have?
I'm working on that. Click friends. It just says mutual.
Oh, my gosh.
He's also friends with Jimmy Kimmel.
On Facebook. Yeah.
Would a fake Michael Keaton be friends with
a fake Jimmy Kimmel? Yes.
You know they're coming out with another Beetlejuice.
They already did.
Oh,
it's out.
I've clearly seen it.
Do you know
Michael, good job in Beetlejuice.
Do you know Michael Keaton's real name?
Michael.
His last name.
Keaton.
No.
What is it?
Douglas.
Is he related to Kirk Douglas?
No, Michael Douglas, Kirk Douglas' son, was an actor, so that's why he changed his name, because he didn't want anybody to get confused.
Sure sounds like you should be his friend on Facebook and not me.
I wish I was, for real.
Texter, it really is me, the Batman. See? We got confirmation.
Where's the trigger? Where is it?
More Vibe Check, 412-928-9370. Your calls coming up next. Still got to give away these tickets. Also, Tony Dungy weighed in on the whole Russell Wilson situation. We'll let you hear from him. First, though, you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, a Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins won 6-3 yesterday over the Detroit Tigers. They're off today, and they start a game tomorrow with the Toronto Maple Leafs. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Dorn.
If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been a family-owned and operated for over 70 years here in Pittsburgh. Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber, 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. That's 412-431-7455, Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get ready for every pit game with the Panthers Preview Show. 3 hours before kickoff, Bob Papiani and Doran Dickerson give you all the insight on the upcoming game.
It's pulled in! What a catch by Canate Monfield!
Panthers Preview is brought to you by Air Pro Heating and Cooling, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Voss TV and Appliance, Monster Brewing's Beast Unleashed, and Leon's Billiards and more. Let's go! We are the home for your Pit Panthers. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I put on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Look out! Here comes wrong way Rob Matsey. Always flying the wrong way. Matsey sent millions of your tax dollars to Philadelphia. While here in Beaver County, we needed help. In fact, Rob Matsey votes 99% of the time with the woke Philadelphia liberals. And Rob Matsey's not flying straight when it comes to our values. Rob Matsey voted to make it easier to let violent criminals back on the street. Matsey even voted to let biological males on girls' sports teams and in their locker rooms. With wrong way Rob Matsey in the cockpit, it's all left wing. Rob Matsey doesn't share our values anymore. A lifetime on the taxpayer dime made him forget where he's from. To Rob Matsey, Beaver County's just flyover country. But there's hope. Michael Parrish shares our values. He'll fight for jobs, lower taxes, and make life affordable again. Michael Parrish, he shares our values. One of us for a change.
Paid for by HRCC, authorized by Michael Parrish. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
From profit boost to same-game parlays, ESPN Bet is ready to hit the gridiron this season. And as the official sportsbook of ESPN, it's the only place to find exclusive football offers from ESPN personalities like Mike Greenberg and Stephen A. Smith. New players can get their first bet insured up to $1,000 in bonus bets by downloading the ESPN Bet app and signing up for the promo code RADIO. Download today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. And they don't use jingles or mascots either. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Don't miss any of the big college and pro football games, Premier League action, and the return of pro hockey and hoops. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice on game days. It's Pittsburgh's premier destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. So tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Join the Pittsburgh Riverhounds for Night of the Living Dead night at Highmark Stadium. When the Riverhounds host Charleston, they'll have special guest Judith O'Day from the movie signing autographs during the first half. Only 2 regular season home games remain, and they need you to help the Riverhounds with this playoff push. Kickoff is at 7 p.m. Get your tickets now at riverhounds.com/tickets. That's riverhounds.com/tickets.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I also did start a new medication. That could be it, with the stomach.
What's called celibate?
No, that's what we call callus. No, it's Celebrex. Say it's supposed to be easy on the tummy, but I'm not used to it yet. Tony Dungy, he was on a podcast. Football Night in America podcast, I think, talking about Russell Wilson.
I'll tell you what, guys, if you had been with me at the Thursday practice, Russell's trying to work his way back in. He's running the scout team. And if you didn't know it, you would have thought he had the first receivers going against the scout team defense. He threw some balls against the Steelers' first D that just were right on point. And when you saw the guys react to him and just kind of shake their heads in admiration, I'm thinking, yeah, when this guy gets back in there, he's going to give them a lift of confidence.
Man.
Wow.
High praise from Dungy, though we saw Joe Flacco, Anthony Richardson, and Dak Prescott all also carve the Steelers' first-team defense up. Doesn't seem like it's a hard thing to do these days.
Mm-hmm.
Vibe check. How we feeling? 412-928-9370 about Steelers-Raiders. You know what I want to see in this game? Running the ball right up the heart of that Las Vegas defense. Jam it right up their throats.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I've said I want to open it up, but when they run the ball, enough of the toss stuff. You don't need to run the outside zone stretch play over and over again. Christian Wilkins not playing in this game. Even if Jaylen Warren plays, you figure they're going to be careful with him. Najee Harris should probably still, in their opinion, be the primary guy. One cut, straight ahead, where Christian Wilkins is supposed to be, jam it down their domes.
You on fullback too?
No fullback.
No fullback.
No fullback. That's
wait. So you want to see them run the football successfully?
Sorry.
But you also want to see Justin Fields sling it around.
Yeah, I mean you're not going to throw it 60 times and run it 0. When you run it, bang, right up the gut.
Right up the gut.
Right up the gut. Dylan in the South Side, hello.
Hey guys, how's it going?
It's okay.
Can't agree more. So I really think that these guys, the defensive play calling isn't really good. I mean, these guys are basically on the goal line, and you run a zone defense, leave the middle wide open with Patrick Queen covering a wide receiver. I just don't get why these guys are calling this. And when it comes to Justin Fields, I think this guy has more potential than anyone else in the league. I really do. But at this point, I think he needs to sit on that bench, watch a veteran do it, someone who's been there and done that, and just learn. This guy's been in a decent offense under a decent team for, at this point, half a season. And in Chicago, he didn't have that. He didn't have a chance to learn. He was expected to be Superman. This guy just needs more time to learn.
All right, Dylan. Thank you for the call. You're on hold. You can win those tickets. Give him the Black Crows tickets. Give them to him.
Mm-hmm.
He lives in the South Side. Easy trip.
Yep.
UPMC Event Center. Congratulations, October 29th. Look, I'm not going to shout that argument down. Like I said, coming into the year, I thought that they could win football games with Russell Wilson. Now you got Tony Dungy saying he's slinging it all over the place at practice. You've got Russ saying he feels comfortable finally running around. He's ready to go. And I think Mike Tomlin probably views it the same way. If Justin Fields doesn't play well, Russell Wilson's going to play in this football game.
Well, he clearly does. Didn't he coach underneath Tony Dungy? Maybe he wants that out.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, he does with Glazer.
I like that.
So Tony Dungy's just going to be at practice and watch practice, and Mike Tomlin and him are going to sit down and have lunch together.
You know what, man?
About situations.
It's not even just that, because they did have an interview together. Because Dungy, they played it like 16 times during the weather delay. Yeah. So I saw that thing a bunch. So they sat together. I'm sure they talked about that kind of thing. It's really astute by you. And we always say when Dulac reports something, it's coming from the very top. It's coming from the decision makers. When Dulac reported that for 2 weeks, Russell Wilson had been cleared, they might want that out there, because I've been saying, give Justin Fields another chance. Well, if Russ has been cleared for 2 weeks, they could make the argument, well, we've given him 2 weeks of chances.
Yep.
So, really good point by you, and a nice call there. 412-928-9370. Vibe check. Also, Pat Narduzzi joined the PM team yesterday. I don't think he wants to join us, because the last time he joined us, they lost to West Virginia.
Both of us, yeah, because he joined you when I was out sick.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
He didn't want to deal with me.
Yeah. But he would rather be on our show, I've been told. So, I mean, why wouldn't you want to?
All right, coming up next, he had some interesting things to say about Eli Holstein. We'll get back to the Steelers with Chris Carter at 8 o'clock. Right now, it's a Callus headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt football plays Cal tomorrow, and 93.7 The Fan will have coverage all day just for you. You can listen to 93.7 The Fan to listen to the game and all its coverage. You can listen on the Odyssey app, AUDACY, to listen to that coverage. Many ways to do so. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Problems in the Parkway East. This report brought to you by Valvoline. We have an accident now. This is actually on Bate Street at the ramp leading from the inbound Parkway East. Crews have arrived on the scene and traffic is stacking back up the ramp and onto the mainline Parkway East. On the suburban side, though, heavily fogged in with delays at Edgewood Swissvale. Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Route 28 remains pretty much up to speed. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change wants to help ease your oil change anxiety with a few moments of automotive peace.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That's the power of Bowser. Leaves are starting to fall, and so are the prices at Bowser Hyundai. Fall into savings with the 2024 Hyundai Elantra SE. It's the perfect ride for all your autumn adventures. And right now, lease a new 2024 Elantra from Bowser Hyundai for just $199 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance that are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $2,999 due at signing with approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer dock fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends October 31st. Well, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Kevin Moret with Mentality Men's Health. Men, it's time to dominate. Mentality Health's GLP-1 treatments help you shed fat while preserving muscle. We balance your hormones for peak performance. Experience increased vitality and confidence. Your coworkers won't be able to keep up. Get this exclusive offer for men in Pittsburgh, 30 days free for the next 25 signups. Don't miss this life-changing opportunity. Visit lowtusa.com and enter code BURN. Your future self will thank you.
Paid for by government.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 Gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 50 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity.
Call 1-800-935-7267,
and you are guaranteed a $10 Gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These Gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand.
To learn more, call 1-800-935-7267.
Call now, and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order.
Call 1-800-935-7267 now
to secure your $10 Gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out.
That's 1-800-935-7267.
We all want more. More laughs. More hangouts. More, this is the best takeout ever. Excuse me. But if you're 75 or older or 60 or older with certain health conditions, you've also got more risk of getting seriously sick from RSV. But an RSV vaccine lowers your risk, so you can keep doing more of the stuff you love.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov.
Hunt for the golden gift card with BetMGM, and you could win $10,000 in cash. Sign up or log into your BetMGM account and opt into their golden gift card promotion. Then purchase a BetMGM gift card worth $25 or more anywhere they're sold near you. Deposit your gift card into your account, and you'll be entered to win their $10,000 grand prize. It's never been easier easier to fund your BetMGM account. Just buy and redeem your gift card and start betting on your favorite sports. One lucky gift card depositor will take home the grand prize. Will it be you? Sign up today, opt into the promotion, deposit your gift card, and you could win. Visit BetMGM.com/gift card today for additional details and to find a retailer near you. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
My sister Rachel Morin loved to run. She loved to laugh. But most important, loved her 5 children. August 5th, 2023, she met a monster. A criminal, illegal immigrant that raped and murdered her. He was already deported once before. Kamala Harris was supposed to get the border secure. Kamala and the Democrats' policies allowed the killer back in. That was a really tough day on Mother's Day. Going with the 2 youngest to the gravesite so they could visit their mom. Any given day, your family could experience what happened to my sister. There's no reason why these kids should not have a mother. It just breaks my heart. The last thing that we need is more of Kamala Harris.
The Biden-Harris administration's open border policies have led to an influx of crime and chaos, putting every American at risk. We cannot afford to let the dangerous agenda continue. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette going to join us to break down Steelers-Raiders in 10 minutes. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Texter, AC and DD. Steelers have 2 good QBs. Why not have Fields start the first and the third quarters and Wilson start the second and fourth?
Doesn't work that way.
Pet Fest 24, presented by Subaru, is back October 27th at Rockwell Park in the East End. The event runs 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. Bring your 4-legged friends to meet vendors, participate in costume contests, and get photos with Santa, Doran. Stop by any Subaru dealer for complimentary tickets. For more information, go to 937thefan.com. As I mentioned, we'll get to Chris Carter and Steelers-Raiders at 8. Yesterday, though, Pat Narduzzi was on with the PM team. And one of the big questions around Pitt right now, they're 5-0, they're ranked, they have a chance to win the ACC, they got a big matchup this weekend, is this Holstein guy could play himself into Heisman contention. Is he going to stick around? Is he going to be here for years to come? Or is this the final year he'll be here? Because that's the state of college football today. Well, Narduzzi, well, he answered that.
I think Eli and his family are smart enough to know, listen, him and Cade Bell work really good together, okay? He likes how he calls the game. And those are all great things. I mean, he can win a Heisman Trophy from here. He can win a national championship from here. All those things. But you know what? You can think that it's all about you and it's all you, and you can go somewhere else and all of a sudden go from being really good to not being very productive. So I think, when you have a good thing going, I think, people are smart enough to figure that out.
Yeah. Where's the lie?
Well, I mean, I told you about the conversation I had with his mom. Did I tell you about that?
With Holstein's mom?
Yes.
Yes.
About the transferring and their roles. And and how much they like Pittsburgh and, everything. If you're winning and you're on a team and, things are so different than whenever I was playing and, back in the day. Everything is different. There's a lot of money involved. And I know Pitt will do right by Holstein whenever that time does come of what his asking price will be, because it's going to go through the roof and he's going to have people approach him to offer him a lot of money. But I look at it like this. I had a conversation maybe like a year or two ago with Tom Bradley. I saw him at a establishment, and I love Tom Bradley. Was one of the best recruiters. I was at Penn State at the time, and very close with my family. And he was like, Doran, if you would have went to Penn State and came to Penn State and just listened to me, I'd have made you a really good player. And I was like, that's funny that you say that, Tom, because I was the best tight end in the country at Pitt. And we just laughed. And I was like half serious, because whenever you're on a good football team, I don't think it really matters where you play. And is there greener pastures on the other side? Like, it does matter where you play. And if you're in a spot and you already are really good, and you do have opportunities of playing in, the playoffs now. Like, if in a national championship, that's a whole other deal. But if you have an opportunity to play in the playoff every single year, does transferring to Oregon really make a difference in where your career could go whenever your career is already starting off the way it is right now? Or would you rather be comfortable? Would you rather, because you're going to make some money. I mean, you're going to make enough money. You're going to make a lot.
I've been told they're taking care of that already.
They're taking care of that. And would you want to transfer for your third time? And would you want to fracture a relationship with your offensive coordinator who is, alongside of helping you become this player? So, to me, personally, I'm not worried about Holstein at all, his future. He's going to be a Pitt Panther. I definitely believe that. I'm not worried about it at all, because every mean to where you want to get to at the end of the day, you can get that here.
Kenny Pickett was a Heisman Trophy finalist. Kenny Pickett was a first-round draft pick. You can have the best receiver in football at Pitt. They did with Jordan Addison. They did with Larry Fitzgerald. You can contend for a conference championship. They won one a couple of years ago. There's not a team in college football that has a better winning percentage than Pitt right now. So I think a lot of what Pat Narduzzi said was correct. And when he talks about national championship, I think he's talking about the path to the playoff now is easier than it's ever been before. And you just keep taking care of business. You're in the playoff and you're playing with a chance to go to the national championship.
And whether that, however they finish this year, it's going to be a positive year because of last year. And they've given, Pitt fans and, Pitt supporters, hope every single week. Like every single week, even tomorrow, like you have a lot of hope because of how this offense is and how the tables have turned from last year to this year. So whenever Narduzzi says he has an opportunity to win a national championship here, that's not just saying this year.
Correct.
Like Desmond Reed will be back next year. They'll figure out a way to get him some money. If Eli comes back next year, Cade Bell will be back next year. He'll have some receivers back. Kenny Johnson will be back next year. Like, we're building something to get to that point. If it doesn't happen this year, it could happen next year.
It could be the year before the year, and you're 5-0.
Right.
So why wouldn't you right now think the sky's the limit?
Right, and it's anybody's game. Like this whole college playoff thing just throws. It's exciting for us, and it's exciting for teams like Pitt that if they do win their conference, everybody is 0-0. Like, who knows? I mean, any Sunday or any Saturday can be anybody's game. So you have an opportunity. You never know what could happen.
Vanderbilt just beat Alabama.
Exactly. Like college football, and I tweeted this last week, and we talked about it yesterday. It's the best thing going right now because I don't know who is good. I mean, I know who is good, but I don't know who's going to be the champion at the end. I really don't know because everybody, what? 4 or 5 teams that were ranked in the top 15 last week lost?
Yeah, and I think we're going to find out a lot more about Ohio State. It's their first real test this weekend, heading to Autzen Stadium in Oregon. But, okay, Georgia loses to Bama. Bama turns around and loses to Vanderbilt. Georgia, the week before, they got taken down to the wire by Kentucky. Kentucky beats a previously undefeated Ole Miss team. Like, college football is the Wild West right now, not just with NIL and conference realignment. We're talking about on the field. So, yeah, as long as there's enough money and you are in a situation where you're comfortable, there's no reason to go anywhere.
The chances for a team like Pitt and a school like Pitt to win a national championship are better than ever.
Correct.
Right now.
Correct.
Just by the landscape.
Absolutely. There's no doubt about that.
Better than ever. And it's people, Doran, you really think Pitt? Like, no, I'm just saying that if you get an opportunity, I don't know who could.
Maybe in the tournament. If you're in the tournament, you've got a shot. Of course.
Don't know.
October is Fire Prevention Month. Pitt making sure they put out this fire. Well, 93.7 The Fan and the National Fire Sprinkler Association remind you to test your smoke alarms monthly. We talked to Chris Carter about the Steelers and Raiders matchup coming up next. First fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet, 24 Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high of 69.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
This is Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. All right, Sunday is week 6, and we got a lot of games here to pick from in order to hit on this great offer from FanDuel. Sign up on the FanDuel Sportsbook right now, and you'll get started with $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. And so the full slate of games is out. The game we're obviously focused on is the one that is going to take place in Las Vegas Sunday afternoon between the Steelers and Raiders. Pittsburgh actually goes there as a 3-point favorite. And I get it. The Raiders have big injuries, no Devontae Adams, and they're going to make a quarterback change to Aiden O'Connell. But honestly, on the road, I don't think I'd favor the Steelers against anybody right now with this 2-game losing streak. I'm very concerned about them, and that's why I would actually take the points with the Raiders. But it's your call. FanDuel.com/Andrew to start playing today. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Rick Springfield live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Heavy fog causing problems. This report brought to you by the Greater Pittsburgh Fall RV Liquidation Sale. We have an accident reported on the inbound side of Route 28 near RIDC Park. Just took a look with the PennDOT cameras, and it's extremely fogged in, so please be careful there. We also have reports of that accident on Bate Street at the ramps from the Parkway East in the South Oakland area. That's causing delays up the ramp and onto the mainline Parkway East. Suburban side, you're getting in line right around Wilkinsburg, Parkway West, top of Green Tree Hill. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Get your clearance priced RVs before they're gone. The Pittsburgh RV Liquidation Super Sale, October 11th to the 13th. David Lawrence Convention Center. Great deals on clearance priced RVs. Get them before they're gone. Plus accessories and services. Visit pitrvshow.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Visit Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington for the most affordable all-wheel drives. Our fall kickoff has new 24 Outlanders up to $6,500 off, new 24 Eclipse Cross up to $5,250 off, and new 24 Outlander Sports now up to $5,000 off. Plus, financing at 0%. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Stop in today or shop the fall kickoff at JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get him.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Show moving 1,000 miles an hour. It's going to pick up here even more. Chris Carter going to be joining us from the Post-Gazette to talk Steelers Raiders in a moment or two. Lee Sterling, as always, at 9 o'clock. Then Odds and Ends. Then Brian Baldinger for Behind Enemy Lines. Baldy going to jump on with us, and then we'll give you Sunday's game balls on a Friday. So we're flying here. I'm not so much as worried about the Raiders and what they present as a challenge, Doran, as I am with the Steelers and the amount of injuries that they're now dealing with. Like, I think it's a very real concern that you don't have another outside linebacker that you feel good about behind T.J. Watt, and I don't care if you hold the ball, if you're the Steelers offense for 35 minutes, he's not going to play 25 minutes of football. So there will be times in this game where you've got a practice squad player on one side and perhaps Isaiah Loudermilk on the other side. Like, that's not a winning roster. And I don't think the Raiders are very good, but yeah, that gives me concern.
Yeah, for sure. And like you said, those guys are going to get picked on, and they're going to get ran at. But, I mean, what time is the best time for your opportunity is right now. So who knows? Like, I mean, they obviously see something. They felt comfortable enough to not have to sign somebody that was a free agent that was on the street that maybe had, accrued some years that have played the position a bunch of times. And they see something in these guys that they can hold it down for at least another week because Alex Highsmith did practice yesterday, I believe.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to play, though.
He's not going to, but if you can get through this week is what I'm saying. With these guys, then it's like, all right, like we didn't have to sign, then cut somebody and kind of waste that time, and let's get these young guys some reps just in case this does happen again. It's still early in the season. So you get some of these young guys some of these reps. If they can get through it, they can prove that they can, hold it down. Whenever Highsmith does come back or Herbig comes back, you can have a nice rotation and feel comfortable about some young guys. So hopefully that they can just play some 60-minute football and get through it.
Yeah. It makes sense to hear you say it that way. I mean, you kind of felt that way with the offensive line early. Like, do you really want Spencer Anderson starting? No, but he's going to have to help you, so get him game reps. I mean, he's going to play a couple of games. Mason McCormick. Another reason why I said it in the previous segment, I want to see the Steelers run the ball up the middle. I think that's where they have their best, most physical offensive lineman right now.
Yeah.
I don't expect Sayamalu to have a bad week for a second consecutive week. That, to me, felt like a rust deal because he did not play well. He's a really good player.
Yeah.
McCormick, not sure about the pass pro. Pretty sure he can mess some people up. And Zach Frazier's been really good, at least in the run game. So run behind those guys. Now, Dan Moore, I saw one outlet had him as the most improved offensive lineman in the NFL, maybe the most improved offensive player in the NFL. We know you can run behind him. Run the ball up the middle. I feel like that fits Najee's strengths, and I think that's where your strength of your offensive line is. It doesn't always have to be complicated. Like, I think this game, when you run it up the middle. When you throw it, target George Pickens a lot. Try to get him happy and satiated. Like, do what your best players can do. One element of concern, Pat Freiermuth, limited due to a calf injury. He went full on Wednesday. My understanding is this was something that happened in practice. These freaking calves, man.
Yeah.
What's going on with calves?
Baby cows.
You a veal guy?
No.
Really?
No, I'm not. I'm not.
What? Sensitive stomach?
No, I just don't like it.
Oh, I love it.
I don't like it.
I like it pounded flat, fried up, little veal parmesan.
I'm good. I'm good on it. I don't like it for some reason. If there's veal on the menu, I steer clear.
Do you like chicken parm?
Yes.
It's like that, but better.
I know, but I just don't like it.
It has nothing to do with the baby thing, though.
It has, but I think the color of it.
It does. It's got like this gray kind of look.
Yeah, it's like it looks like red meat to me because like I'm colorblind, so it's like like this doesn't make sense how we're preparing this.
That's why you fry that bad boy up. Throw some cheese on there, a little sauce.
I'm good.
My sister's like, you can't eat veal. It's just inhumane. I'm like, it's dead. It's already dead.
Oh, but you can eat a cow?
That's what I say.
Yeah.
But it lived a full life. Did it? Did it? I'm going to eat veal because it's already dead. Just like every day, we print out all these papers.
All right.
All these reads. Show rundown. Whole thing. And my wife's always like, I see you on the camera with all those papers. Don't you know you're killing trees? They're dead. They're already cut up. Still waiting on Chris Carter if it's not obvious. 412-928-9370. Freiermuth, I think, is going to be fine.
He's good.
Yeah. You've been told?
He's good. Yeah.
You've been told he can be okay?
Yeah, he's fine.
They need him. They need him. Michael Pruitt, wouldn't mind getting him back either because they're going to do the 3 tight end thing. I'd like them to do it with their best available options there. Las Vegas doesn't scare me at all. They don't scare me in the slightest. I think Aiden O'Connell is the epitome of just a guy. I don't think Gardner Minshew's a great NFL quarterback, but he threw 3 touchdowns against the Steelers last year. He can beat you with his legs from time to time. Aiden O'Connell doesn't run at all. He's a sitting duck back there. And I just don't worry about him picking you apart. But my biggest concerns about the Steelers are they're not playing great defensively. And now your best attribute defensively, your pass rush, is seriously hampered by injuries.
What gives me pause about this game is the fact that you're dealing with a team that is desperate in ways and also has nothing to lose in ways. So, like, they're just, like, out there to just get a win, and they'll do whatever it takes to get a win. Those are dangerous teams, even though they're not that good. And then on paper, like, it would look bad. You lose to a team like this. So, like,
yes.
I don't have a great feeling about the game because of those situations, the turmoil, everything. Like, you saw what happened, like, right after everything went down with Bryce Young in Carolina. They went out there and they won with Andy Dalton. And they put up a lot of points. Like, teams have a weird way of doing that. Even the Jaguars were desperate, then they win after losing a couple games. Like, this team is desperate. They have nothing to lose. They have a first-year head coach. They're always kind of just spiraling and not knowing who they are as an organization for many years. I don't have a good feeling about this.
Me neither, man. And they won 3 out of their last 4 games last season. The Raiders did when Antonio Pierce took over. And maybe Aiden O'Connell's the spark they need. I don't think that he turns them into a good team. I just think it's a bad roster. But any team in the NFL is dangerous. It's on the road. You've had trouble with teams wearing the silver and black in the past. Terrell Pryor running forever, and the X-ray machine, and Bruce Gradkowski, and the list goes on and on. Yeah, I have a bad feeling. I understand why the Steelers are favored, but I don't feel good about that. It's got one of those feels, and you can't be 3-3 after 6 games, and 2 losses are to Indianapolis and to the Raiders. Right. I think this is the worst team they've played, but the Steelers are banged up. Brock Bowers scares me. I know they're not going to have Devontae Adams, but Brock Bowers has 300 yards already on the season. His production's been similar to that of George Pickens, and he's a tight end.
Yep.
And I watched him in that Ravens game. They had nothing for him.
No answer.
No answers.
Mm-mm.
That dude's a hoss. And you see Georgia this year against Kentucky without him. You see Bama, they put up the points, but it took them a while to get going. When the going got tough for Georgia last year, they just threw it to the giant guy. And I don't know how you take that guy out of this game. I mean, I guess it's why you have Patrick Queen. It's why you have Minkah Fitzpatrick, but he's a matchup nightmare, that guy.
Yeah, I mean, look what Jake Ferguson did last week. Jake Ferguson, the tight end of the Cowboys, I think he had like 70 yards. And, they've always had issues with tight ends. And, this guy's not a tight end. He's just a player.
Yes.
He's a player, and they're going to move him around. They're going to get the best matchups. We talked to Angela earlier about matchups. Like, if Landon Roberts is on the field, they're going to try to get that matchup, and he's just, he wins a lot of his routes, and they're going to have a tough time trying to stop him. But if you do stop him, you're feeling pretty good because they have really nobody else.
That is true. He is their one guy without Devontae Adams. Their running back position doesn't scare you. Amir Abdullah can take it 90 yards anytime he touches the ball, but they haven't really been giving him the ball all that much. So to me, it's more about the Steelers. The Brock Bowers thing does scare you. Defensively, blah. I mean, nothing defensively. Christian Wilkins, he's not going to play in this football game. So it's more about the Steelers, and that in of itself scares you a little bit. 412-928-9370. We'll try to get in touch with Chris Carter on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, trusted Pittsburgh plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. One more guy, Beanie Bishop, horrendous game last week. As bad as it's going to look for him, you would hope this year. At least that's what Terrell Austin, the Steelers DC, says. I don't know if it's a big game for him anyhow. Like, their big slot receiving threat is Brock Bowers. You weren't matching Beanie Bishop on that guy no matter what.
No.
Like, when the Steelers took Gronk away, getting the Wayback Machine, I think it was 2011. Steelers took Gronk out of the football game with Cortez Allen.
Right.
Lined him up against him. So we're going with our big corner who really plays on the outside, and we're going to line him up man-to-man, mano-a-mano with Rob Gronkowski, and they had a lot of success. Beanie Bishop v. Brock Bowers, you're giving up like a foot and a half, it feels like. So I don't necessarily know if that's what they'd be doing anyhow.
Yeah, but I don't know if Terrell Edmonds is the answer either.
No, we saw that for years.
Right.
No.
Like, I don't know what the answer. Maybe it's just a whole different defense.
Yeah. I mean, to me, this would be the game where you slide Minka into the slot where he was so effective in Miami, and you'd have KZ play center field, but it doesn't look like KZ's going to go. Texter, paper doesn't kill trees. There are more trees today than in the 1800s. If I make paper, I better make sure there's always trees. Boom. Sure.
Well, I guess another callous random fact. I don't think that paper actually comes from trees. You used to write on bark in old times, but now they use recycled cloth and some other refined material to make it paper.
Google says the majority of paper is made from pine trees, you Nimrod.
You're looking at the text line.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We'll effort to get Chris Carter, but if we don't have him, we forge on. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins won 6-3 yesterday, so now they're 1-1 on the year. And they're going to play tomorrow after an off day today against the Toronto Maple Leafs. Also, Pitt plays Cal tomorrow. Pitt is 5-0 going into this game. And you can listen to that game and coverage all throughout the day at Pitt right here on 93.7 The Fan or on the free Odyssey app. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Crowley.
Oh, thank you, Nick. You're used to going to Hampton Beer Outlet for all your beer needs, and you still can because you know they have all your favorite beers at the best prices around. I promise you that. But now, get this, you can get all your favorite ready-to-drink cocktails at Hampton Beer Outlet. That's right, you can get High Noons, Stateside Surfsides, Jack Daniels. That's right, High Noons, now all at Hampton Beer Outlet. So drive a little, save a lot on your favorite cocktails. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
93.7 The Fan, Giant Eagle, and Gatorade present top high school gridiron performances of Week 6. Eric Kasparovich Jr. from Mars rushed for 296 and 4 touchdowns, leading the Fighting Planets to victory. Franklin Regional's Kyle Duple ran for 272 on 22 carries, and Forrest Betts from Brentwood caught 9 passes for 178 in a Spartans victory. Keep listening to 93.7 The Fan for more top performances on the high school gridiron, presented by Giant Eagle and Gatorade.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee? Only 25%, not 40% like some other firms. They're smart, they're aggressive, they're experienced. They have a 99.7% success rate. That means they win. Car accidents, motorcycle wrecks, tractor-trailer crashes, dog bites, any accidents, only 25%. Shenderovich, and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They got your back, not your wallet.
Want a satisfying meal for just $6? Try the new $6 meal deal from Dunkin'. It's a medium hot or iced coffee and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich and a side of hash browns for $6. America runs on Dunkin'. Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. With a super low down payment, you can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com. Down payments vary, does not mean savings. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to take your business to the next level? In today's fast-paced marketing world, staying ahead isn't just an option, it's essential. That's where Scale Marketing comes in. We don't just help you compete, we make sure you win. Whether you're looking to grow, expand, or overcome stagnation, Scale Marketing is your performance marketing partner. We specialize in helping mid-sized B2C companies with teams of over 100 thrive. Scale Marketing is a full-service agency offering expertise in performance marketing across traditional and digital platforms, creative production, and data analytics. We treat your money like it's our own, ensuring every dollar is spent with purpose and every decision is driven by data. Our knowledgeable team stays ahead of the trends, crafting strategies that align with your business goals. Partnering with Scale Marketing means gaining a dedicated strategist and a team committed to your success. If you're ready to lead the market, visit scalemarketing.com today. That's scalemarketing.com.
Pizza just goes better with Pepsi Zero Sugar.
Pizza.
Thank you. But don't take our word for it. In fact, don't take any words for it. Crispy and cheesy, paired with delicious and refreshing. My mouth is watering already. Ooh, too high. Yeah, we've all been there. Every bite is better with Pepsi.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust new Febreze car vent clips, now with 3 times greater scent control, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with new Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing, which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich and Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get the zone, AutoZone. Cincinnati head coach Zach Taylor returns to my Sunday pressure cooker. His 1-4 Bengals have their backs against the wall. I also have 5 quarterbacks in the hot spot, starting with New England rookie quarterback Drake May making his starting debut. Good luck with that. Deshaun Watson, Will Levis, Justin Herbert, and Dak Prescott will also feel the heat as they step on the field. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Place a first touchdown scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Halloween sales happening now at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. But don't worry, there's absolutely no tricks. Panda only dishes out treats at Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville, like monster savings on new Toyotas with the Panda price and a sweet lifetime powertrain warranty at no charge. So don't miss the Halloween sale. Hurry in and shop one of the largest new Tacoma and Tundra selections in Western PA. Only at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some problems out there on the roadways. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Make clogged gutters a thing of the past with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET. Accident on Forbes Avenue at the Boulevard of the Allies in the Oakland section. That's near the northern end of the Birmingham Bridge. We now have an accident in Bethel Park on South Park Road at Industrial Boulevard. Also, watch for delays around an earlier accident on the inbound side of Route 28 near RIDC Park. That area very heavily fogged in. And an accident being cleared on Bates Street near the ramp from the inbound Parkway East. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fall into savings with Gutter Helmet. Save 50% off installation and enjoy 0 down, 0 payments for 1 year. Don't risk costly water damages. Gutter Helmet guarantees clog-free gutters for life. Call 888-5-HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for your no-cost free estimate today.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We have finally tracked down Chris Carter. He's on the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Turns out we couldn't reach him. He's out of town. He got honored, Doran, by Cheney University's 40 under 40.
Nice. Don't even do it. Don't do it.
You knew I was going to.
Yep.
Oh, one of the great moments in our show's history. Why wasn't I included? Chris Carter joins us right now, of course, from the Post-Gazette. What's up, buddy? Hey, congratulations, man. Seriously, that's an awesome honor, man.
Thank you. I went to the first HBCU, and to be part of the first ever 40 under 40 that they did, it truly is an honor because there's so many amazing people that I even got to meet rekindle with last night. Met a lot of inspirational leaders who helped form the person I became through college and am today. So, Cheney alma mater. I love my home HBCU.
Now, when you're walking around, you're like ranking yourself, right? You're like, oh, I'm way better than this guy. Like I'm like 12th on the list. That guy's got to be like 38th, right?
Oh, listen. I'm ranking myself, but I gotta rank myself a little below. I met Mia Keys, who's a Rhodes Scholar, out here like talking to presidents every year about how to help the black community. We got Chris Davis, who is an actor. He was in the Atlanta show. He was in the Detroit movie. He's in Hollywood. He was George Foreman in the George Foreman movie that came out.
Oh, that was good. So, yeah, he's good in that.
Yeah, that was it, dude. That guy was also a beast. He pledged Omega Psi Phi. They call him Hercules, was his line name. And if you know how Omega Psi Phi guys pledge, you got to be scared of that man. But for him to be Hercules as a Q and an actor in Hollywood, that guy is a true bad dude. There were plenty of superstars out there last night.
Yeah, so you were 40th. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. All right, Chris, we bring you on to talk Steelers-Raiders as well, and we were going over it in the last segment. Hey, I'm more concerned just about the health of the Steelers and where they are as a football team. But if you had to name a few Raiders to be weary of this week, who are those guys that might scare you?
Well, I mean, you got to look at Max Crosby. If he's going to play, then he's always a threat to be out there right now because he's going to get after the quarterback. And let's face it, the Steelers' offensive line has been extremely shaky to start. And granted, it's not all on the talent level because they've had 5 different offensive lines in 5 games, and that is not easy to. You can't build chemistry when you don't have the same guys out there. But if I'm the Raiders, I'm sending everything I can at that offensive line to disrupt Justin Fields, to disrupt every bit of offensive rhythm the Steelers might try to develop in this game. Let's face it, both the Cowboys and the Colts, their strategy was to run blitz the Steelers, to try to say, hey, we're not going to let you win the line of scrimmage by default in this game. So you're going to have to beat us with the passing game deeper down the field. And they haven't done that consistently in the last 2 games. And as I pointed out in my Post-Gazette film room earlier this week, they tried. They called the deep passing plays. The Steelers just didn't hit it, and it wasn't always on Justin Fields. Sometimes Broderick Jones let up pressure. Sometimes, Connor Hayward dropped the pass. Sometimes Van Jefferson dropped the pass. George Pickens dropped the pass. And then sometimes Justin Fields just didn't see the guy who was wide open in the middle part of the field. And so I think that it's been a mix of things. It's been popcorn, as some coaches would call it, when problems pop up in all these different places. If I'm the Raiders, I'm just sending my run blitz. I'm doing what the last 2 teams did, and I'm saying, hey, you're gonna prove to us that you can do the thing that you haven't been able to do the last 2 games. Keep that offense off schedule, and then hope to protect Aiden O'Connell. As I was talking to Keon Myers of the Locked On Raiders podcast earlier this week, he said, look, O'Connell, he's earned it, but that dude's a statue. He's like, and the Raiders offensive line, they've got injury problems. If the Steelers defensive front can get after him, it could become a big problem for the Raiders.
Chris, how do you think this game looks for George Pickens? Do you think they get him involved early? Do you think they make it a point to get him the football, to keep him happy, to keep him pleased?
Well, that's what I said would happen that's what I said need to happen for my Friday Locked On Steelers episode. I said, look, the main point of George Pickens right now is that, look, he is obviously frustrated. He's a young dude, and whereas you don't want to reward that, and I think that they didn't last week by giving him a lesser snap count, and I think they sent the message like, hey, you have to be better than this. You have to be more mature. What did they do last year when they came out against the Bengals the week after that Colts game, and where they also limited his snaps in that game? They came out against the Bengals. They hit him with some easy passes to try to get him going, and then that led to their first 30-point game in who knows how long. If that's the recipe, then I think that should be the recipe now. Doesn't have to be shot plays. It doesn't have to be the deep ball every time. But give him some slants. Give him some opportunities where he's isolated on one part of the field and there's no safety that's jumping down his underneath route. Let him win against some guys and get him the ball. So that way he can get involved. And if he makes a big play, great, awesome. You have your number one receiver actually making plays in the offense early. I think that could also be the recipe that matches with how to counter this run blitz stuff, because if teams are going to send the heat at you, you've got to find a way to get the ball out to someone who's going to make a play and make them hurt for it. Pat Fryerman's one answer, but if you get the ball to George Pickens, then they have to honor him a lot more because we know that when he has the ball in his hands, he can be extremely dangerous. So I think that it could be a two birds, one stone type of situation where, A, you counter what teams have been doing to you the last 2 weeks that caused you to drop from 3-0 to 3-2, and B, you can get the young guy who's been a hothead involved early to try to neutralize that problem. It just seems like it makes the most sense. But the question is, how are you going to do it if you're Arthur Smith? Because I'm sure the Raiders are like, hey, they're probably wanting to do this week. We got to take that away. So that's where I think the chess match is going to come Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, I would quadruple cover him and then see if he loses his mind on the sideline again. Last thing here for you, Chris, as we're a little bit short on time here. If Jaylen Warren is healthy and able to go, how does that help and change the Steelers' offense?
It would help tremendously because then you have two rushing threats. This whole rush of Steelers offense is supposed to be based off of a strong run game that was able to wear you down. But when it's just Najee Harris and then a bunch of practice squad guys, that's not wearing anybody down. And Jaylen Warren is the thunder and lightning package. Najee Harris is the physical back that always falls forward, wears you down. And then Jaylen Warren's the guy that tests you like, okay, how soft are you up the middle? Because if you are soft, guess what? I'm going to hit this seam and I'm going to turn 8 yards into 20 yards. And then that consistent wearing teams down, that can get at you. And we even saw in games when it was just Cordero Patterson, how that could wear down teams. If you can get them back, you're going to challenge this linebacker group. You're going to challenge Robert Spillane, Tommy Eichenberg, and guys like that, Divine Diablo. These are guys that you can push and say, hey, you know what? You got to be accountable for your gaps all game long. And then after you've hit some of those early passes to George Pickens, then all of a sudden they're like, we got to worry about George Pickens. Oh, we got to worry about Pat Fryerman. Oh, crap. Here's this dual running back attack that's wearing us down. Now we've been on the field for 60, 70 plays towards the end of the game, and they're grinding the clock out on us. That's what you have to be able to do. If Jaylen Warren is available, it just makes it that much easier to execute that play.
Chris, we know how much your university means to you and how much pride you take in your work, so congratulations on that honor again, man. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Congrats. Don't do it.
I was thinking we'd get a little bit more of a thank you. It was a very nice thing I said.
That was very nice.
Very nice. And I mean it.
He should invite you next time if there is a next time.
There'll be a next time. 50 under 50. The older you get, the bigger the pool.
Right.
So if you're successful at 40, they're going to add 10 more spots. You sure as hell better be in the next one.
You should, yeah, you'd fit in.
I mean,
really well.
I've got... Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, trustpj.com. And the question, do you think we'll see Russell Wilson between the white lines on Sunday? Coming up next, Doran, there's reason to believe there might be a new wide receiver available before the trade deadline. But I think there's a big problem with any wide receiver the Steelers might be trying to acquire. We'll get to that coming up next. Then we'll look around the NFL, then Lee Sterling, then odds and ends, then Brian Baldinger, then Sunday game balls on Friday. We're rolling. Moving, shaking, right now, a Callus headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
It's a football Friday. We've got Pitt football playing Cal tomorrow at 3:30. Coverage of the Fan can be heard all throughout the day. You can listen here on the radio, or you can listen on the free Odyssey app. And then Steelers, they play the Las Vegas Raiders on Sunday. It's a 4 o'clock game. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now it is Doran.
The leaves are falling, and it's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by #1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Place a first touchdown scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Loose and cracked mortar, crumbling chimney, the cap was broken, bricks were all messed up. My house had all of those problems, and much like you, I'm a fan listener and picked up the phone and called Precision Pointing after hearing their ads. Glad I did. They came to my house, assessed the problem, clearly communicated a plan of action. Precision Pointing was in control from start to finish, and my 75-year-old home is good for at least another 75 years. The best part, no down payment required. So if you have an older home in need of brick repair or restoration, get it done by Precision Pointing.
Chances are you're not hearing this ad while topping 100 in your Aston Martin or taking a spin around town in your Rolls Royce. But if you are, then Donald Trump's tax plan is for you. Just ask him.
You're rich as hell. We're going to give you a tax cut?
But if you're hearing this on your way to work or school pickup, if you're heading to the grocery store or wondering how long you can stretch that tank of gas, then your plan is Kamala Harris's plan. She'll make the wealthy and big corporations pay their fair share so she can give the middle class a tax cut, as well as $25,000 for first-time home buyers, $6,000 for first-time parents, and a $50,000 tax deduction for starting a new business. Because that guy in the cyber truck that just zoomed by doesn't need another break. But Kamala Harris knows you sure could use one. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Drinks with a view? I have the place for you. The Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington. Delicious premium cocktails and that beautiful Pittsburgh skyline. Meet me there. The Steel Mill Saloon, across from the Duquesne Incline in Mount Washington.
You know what's scary? All the stuff that could be hiding in your carpet, all the dirt everywhere that needs to be taken care of. It's time to get ready for the spooky season. By eliminating all of that, don't ghost your carpet this fall. Halloween brings out the best in people, but it also brings out the scariest dirt from all the foot traffic. That was supposed to be scary. Go with it. Let's get it all zero-resified by calling the cleaning pros at Zero Res. They're going to walk you through the entire process, make sure you're completely satisfied with the cleaning before they leave. It's an amazing experience, and right now you can get your entire home zero-resified. 3 rooms of carpet cleaning starting at just $129. And get the ghosts and goblins out of your ductwork as well. $75 off air duct cleaning this month. The only thing scarier than all the dirt hiding in your carpet? Missing out on this deal. Schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or give them a call, 412-701-1188, and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. It's a great time to beautify the outside of your home. Save 50% off Weather Seal's insulated foam siding and pay no interest for 24 months. Zero, zip, zilch, no interest for 2 years. Not only will you beautify the outside of your home, but the built-in foam insulation will pay for itself with huge energy bill savings. 50% off Weather Seal's insulated foam siding with no interest for 2 years or 24 months. Call Weather Seal now, 877-351-SEAL or WeatherSealHomeservices.com.
Join the Pittsburgh Riverhounds for Night of the Living Dead night at Highmark Stadium. When the Riverhounds host Charleston, they'll have special guest Judith O'Dea from the movie signing autographs during the first half. Only 2 regular season home games remain, and they need you to help the Riverhounds with this playoff push. Kickoff is at 7 p.m. Get your tickets now at riverhounds.com/tickets. That's riverhounds.com/tickets.
When 2 men in a junk truck takes your junk, we do our best to avoid the landfill by repurposing, recycling, and donating. And you can book us online.
2 men and a
thejunktruck.com.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
In the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pet Fest 24, presented by Subaru, is back October 27th at Rockwell Park in the East End. The event runs 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. Bring your four-legged friends to meet vendors, participate in costume contests, get their photos with Santa. Stop by any Subaru dealer for complimentary tickets. For more information, go to 937thefan.com. Doran, I've been watching a police chase on my phone for the duration of the break there.
Why's that?
It just popped up, and then once I looked, I couldn't look away. Some dude in a pickup truck, not OJ, flying. Well, OJ's dead, R.I.P. Kind of R.I.P. I forget I said anything about OJ. Going like 95 miles an hour on the highway into the opposing traffic. I don't know what you're supposed to do. Cop tried to do the thing where you pull up alongside, bump the bumper, but then if he goes, he winds up in the oncoming traffic. Very dangerous situation.
Yeah, I just don't understand like what people think their end game is going to be. I mean, you're trying to just end it all, but like you think you're going to get away? Like this isn't Grand Theft Auto.
No, it doesn't end well. It doesn't end
No.
well. Give yourself up, because if you don't, you're going to wind up flipping your truck, which is, I'm guessing, how this ends. Can't wait until the next break. I'll find all that out. Got a tweet here. Someone tagging Michael Keaton on Twitter saying, hey, Michael, you should call 93.7 The Fan. They are big fans of yours. We are.
Let's tweet him.
We should tweet him.
He definitely has a Twitter. I know that for real.
Well, I don't think the Facebook account is real. The one where we're friends.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's not?
Yeah, I think someone's running that account for him.
Really?
Yeah, I do think it's fake.
Wow.
But at least now people, when they find me on Facebook, they'll be like, oh, Crowley's friends with Michael Keaton? Wow, what a big deal he must be. So I'm okay with being friends with the fake Keaton.
Are we friends on Facebook?
You and me?
I don't think we are.
We're not?
I don't think so.
I didn't know if you had a Facebook.
What do you mean?
I'm friends with Rochelle.
You're not friends with me?
We're friends.
No, we're not.
It says right here, friends. You have 4.9 thousand friends?
I guess.
Good for you. Only 38 mutual. We'll explore this during the break after I find out what happens in that police chase. Yesterday, Arthur Smith spoke, Steelers offensive coordinator, and he likened the George Pickens situation on the sideline to The Truman Show. You ever seen that with Jim Carrey?
Yes.
Good movie. Freaks me the hell out. Only watched it once, but yeah, it was very good. I get what Arthur Smith is saying, and we saw a little bit of that last night. I don't know if you saw this, Doran. DK Metcalf not happy with the situation in Seattle. And so some have speculated, could DK Metcalf try to force his way out of Seattle? And you've got Davante Adams forcing his way out of Las Vegas, and I'm sure the Steelers would be interested in Metcalf. They've been reported to be aggressively interested in Davante Adams. We know what happened with Brandon Ayuk. Here's the problem with all this now. It hit me in the face like a stop sign in a police chase, Doran. George Pickens is acting a fool because he's not getting the ball enough. He's not playing enough. DK Metcalf, they're having a lot of the same issues with him right now that they're having with George Pickens here. Davante Adams clearly doesn't want to be in Las Vegas, so there's some diva-like qualities there. Whomever you trade to bring in, they're not going to be satisfied with the Steelers' offense, right?
I don't know. You're not talking about super young guys. These are guys that have had a lot of success in the league and have had success with multiple quarterbacks. They understand that. I think that it's warranted in that respect for a guy like Davante Adams to be mad because he is literally one of the best receivers in the league, and DK Metcalf is literally one of the most gifted and physically gifted receivers in the league. I don't know if it would be the same. And maybe the quarterback situation would change whenever you have a guy like that. Maybe they are better receivers than George. George is a very talented person, a very talented athlete. I don't know how good of a wide receiver he really is. Those two guys, I know that they're good wide receivers.
Yes, I would agree with that.
He's never proved it.
I don't understand what Metcalf's ticked about. He got 469 receiving yards, 31 catches, averaging 15 a pop, couple
Geno
of touchdowns.
Was off last night.
I
watched that whole entire game.
He was not the same Geno we've seen through 5 games where he'd been really good this year. He was not last night. He threw a couple of costly picks, including one late, and it pains me to say because I love Geno Smith. But his production dwarfs the production that George Pickens has got. So if the Steelers do go out and get another wide receiver, if it's one of these two guys in particular, they're going from what they probably consider to be a not great situation, they'd be landing in one that hasn't been great so far. Now, you're right. It might open everything up.
Mm-hmm.
You get one of these guys, if Pickens is not part of the deal, if he's part of this team, Pickens, Metcalf, Pickens, Adams, it would change everything. It would change everything. It would make it easy on both guys, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But Pickens would have to understand the situation, and I think that would be the hard part. He would have to understand that he is the second option, which would ultimately benefit him better in any other situation of him being the number one option.
Yeah. In the meantime, you might have an option here. Roman Wilson, Arthur Smith talked about him yesterday.
I just think he keeps working. You know, you're talking about a lot of time missed for a young player, and he's working very hard. I'd imagine it would happen sooner or later, but it's not hey, you've got to meet this certain metric. A lot of it's getting back into game shape. You're talking about a young player. We have such a long way to go, too, but he's doing really well, making progress every day. I imagine that probably happens sooner rather than later. It's just, again, you miss all of training camp. It's getting your legs back in. It's not like a guy that had played 4 games and he missed a week or 2. You know, there's a lot of football and conditioning and certainly the young guy mentally, too. Very pleased with the progress he's made, though.
I don't think he's going to change everything they do, but I don't like what they've got, so why not?
Can you run everything you want to run with a guy that hasn't had that many reps and is, a young player and having to learn? It's more mental than physical.
Sure.
It's more mental.
I buy that, yeah.
Well, it's more mental than physical, and they see what they're capable of doing in practice, and if he's up to speed. I mean, there's a lot of things that go into it. It's not just the ankle being healthy. It's like, okay, like you have this one route on this one particular play, but the route could change 2 different ways, and then it could, based off of coverage, is he processing in that fast in practice? If he is processing that in practice, then you have to gauge whether he's going to process that in games fast, because that is a totally different animal you're talking about. Even if he is doing well in practice and processing those things, that doesn't mean it's going to happen in a game, and then costly turnovers happen. So are you comfortable with having no film, not even knowing what he's capable of doing in a live game setting? It's a lot harder, I think, than people think, than just him being healthy.
Right, and I don't think health has anything to do with it now at this point. I mean, he's practiced, I think, 11 of the last 12 practices, something like that. He's healthy. He's good to go. It's absolutely got to be a mental thing. To that, I would say, who the heck is Brandon Johnson?
But he's had reps.
Practice squad.
Yeah. I mean, he's probably worked with the 2s. He probably gets in there and understands, and he knew he was going to be elevated. So, like, they see him do it every single day with the reps within the offense and see that, okay, this guy knows what he's doing. We can put him in there. We trust him. Clearly they did, and clearly he got a pass.
Clearly there's not a trust factor in Roman Wilson right now.
Probably not.
I would love to see him. Maybe this is the week. Maybe it's not. We'll see. Because he's a ball player. A yards after catch guy. He's not afraid to block. He's going to be like the antithesis of George Pickens. I don't think he changes the trajectory of the season, but I'd like to see him in there sooner than later. One more thing on the wide receivers, Devontae Adams, DK Metcalf. You think they'd rather come here with Fields at quarterback or with Wilson at quarterback? I mean, Metcalf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Metcalf would with Wilson, and so would Devontae Adams with Wilson.
Wonder if that might have something to do with all this, too. They want to win a playoff game this year.
Uh-huh.
And I think that might cloud some of their judgment. Like, I want to see Fields keep playing because I want to see if he's the guy. They might play Russell Wilson because they think he gives them the best chance to win right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And the decree from Art II was, we got to win a playoff game this year. Speaking of Art, there was an answer from George Pickens in his brief press conference where he referenced Art, and I heard it as Art Rooney at first, and I went, what the hell is Art Rooney doing talking to George Pickens and telling him how much he's going to play? And then it hit me, Arthur Smith.
Yes.
We've had some Arts around here.
Yes.
A little more important than Arthur Smith, no offense to him. All right, coming up next, around the NFL, more specifically around the division, then Lee Sterling, then Odds and Ends, then Brian Baldinger, then Sunday's Game Balls on Friday. We rolling. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Penguins, they won yesterday 6-3 over the Detroit Red Wings. They're going to be off today, and then tomorrow they're going to play the Toronto Maple Leafs. For more Fed headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now it's Crowley.
Thank you, Nick. BetPark's online casino and sportsbook apps got you covered today for the baseball playoffs. Just one game, a big one. Even if your team doesn't score, there's always another way to win on the BetParks app. Playing all your favorite casino games like blackjack, craps, roulette, and hot online slots. How about football, college ball? Pitt, 3.5-point home favorite hosting Cal. Pro football, 4 p.m. Black and gold, somehow a 3-point road favorite against Las Vegas. The over-under sitting at 36.5. New users, download the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. Get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See BetParks.com for details. Must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, Michigan, Maryland, or Ohio. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
We're still dealing with some accidents around the area, and this report brought to you by Ulta Beauty. One of them at the northern end of the Birmingham Bridge, Forbes Avenue at the Boulevard of the Allies. That's in the final stages of clearing. Crews also clearing an accident in Bethel Park on South Park Road at Industrial Boulevard. Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Ulta Beauty.
We've brought the Emerald City to Ulta Beauty with wicked collaborations from REM Beauty by Ariana Grande. It brushes for Ulta and OPI. Hurry in, these fantabulous products won't last long. See Wicked November 22nd, only in theaters. Ulta Beauty, the possibilities are beautiful.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That's the power of Bowser.
Leaves are starting to fall, and so are the prices at Bowser Hyundai. Fall into savings with the 2024 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive with 1.99% APR for 60 months. It's the perfect ride for all your autumn adventures. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance that are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. With approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends October 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. So visit Bowser Hyundai today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
This is the day of the big sale at your gift shop.
Welcome in.
So this isn't just a big day for your business. It's a big day for the network keeping it all connected. That is, if it can handle the pressure.
Next in line, please.
So is it possible to get business internet you can really count on? It is. With 99.9% network reliability from Comcast Business. It's like this neat little bow.
Do you like that gift wrap?
Really ties it all together. Reliable internet for your business. It's not just possible. It's happening. Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Switch to Comcast Business and get started with fast, reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Or ask about our 5-year price lock guarantee on qualifying internet bundles. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 12/22/24. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and autopay required. New 150 megabits per second internet customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
Look out! Here comes Wrong Way Rob Matsey. Always flying the wrong way. Matsey sent millions of your tax dollars to Philadelphia, while here in Beaver County, we needed help. In fact, Rob Matsey votes 99% of the time with the woke Philadelphia liberals. And Rob Matsey's not flying straight when it comes to our values. Rob Matsey voted to make it easier to let violent criminals back on the street. Matsey even voted to let biological males on girls' sports teams and in their locker rooms. With Wrong Way Rob Matsey in the cockpit, it's all left wing. Rob Matsey doesn't share our values anymore. A lifetime on the taxpayer dime made him forget where he's from. To Rob Matsey, Beaver County's just flyover country. But there's hope. Michael Parrish shares our values. He'll fight for jobs, lower taxes, and make life affordable again. Michael Parrish, he shares our values. One of us for a change.
Paid for by HRCC, authorized by Michael Parrish.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Around the NFL, around the AFC North, brought to us by Champ Tires. All brands in every size. The 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Lee Sterling going to be joining us next. He's going to hit on Pitt, Penn State, and West Virginia, the Ravens in Washington, Steelers in Vegas. So a total local flair coming up with Lee in the next segment. I am watching the Browns every week like they're a wreck on the Parkway, Doran. I'm rubbernecking. I'm slowing down. I'm watching with morbid curiosity. They're taking on the Eagles, a team that's suddenly going to get healthy for this game. I think they're going to get slaughtered. And I just wonder how long it takes before someone gets fired, before they make a quarterback switch. I don't know that they can or will do that because I think it comes from the owner. I'm watching them as close as any team in the NFL right now.
Can you really fire Stefanski, though? Because it's clearly not his fault. I mean, I know somebody has to be a scapegoat, but this has been going on for years that these coaches get fired and are scapegoats for reasons that aren't their fault.
If we gave him truth serum, to your point, were you happy Watson got injured last year? The answer, I think, is unequivocally yes.
Yes.
Unequivocally, yes.
Look what they did.
Yeah, they made the playoffs. Playoffs? Joe Flacco looked good. They were never a fit from a schematic standpoint. They like to run the ball, get it out of the hand quick, things of that nature. Watson's always been a pat the ball back there guy, and he stinks anyhow. It was never his decision. It'd be a shame.
Yeah.
If they fired Stefanski or the general manager. Neither of those guys asked for this, and they built a wonderful roster despite having to pay this guy. I'm not going to feel bad. They'll make their money. They'll be okay. But, yeah, that would be unfair to fire them. Other big-time matchups. You got to wait around for Bengals-Giants. The Giants pesky. I think this is a game the Bengals get right. I think they win the game.
Me too.
And then you've got the Ravens and Commanders.
Ooh. What time is that at?
I think that's Monday Night Football.
Is it?
I don't know. I have to look.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't even know when it is. I just know it's happening.
That's a good one.
Big-time test for the young quarterback, Jaden Daniels. It is not Monday. Monday's Buffalo at the Jets. Oh, inject that into my veins.
Yes.
Cincinnati, New York is the Sunday Night Football game. They'll hope to avoid weather delay. And Washington at Baltimore, 1 p.m. What a day.
Yep.
What a day.
That's nice.
If Jaden Daniels gets it done, first of all, thank you. Signed, all of Pittsburgh. I'm a believer in him now.
Mm-hmm.
He walks up in there. I said, you can't do the Stroud thing. Stroud was, like, historically good. You walk up into Baltimore and win, you're on that track.
Yep.
You're
Legit.
on that track. Yeah.
Legit. I think it's going to happen.
You think they're going to go in there and win?
Yep.
I think Baltimore's found themselves. I'm expecting points. I don't know that Baltimore's defense is good. Cincinnati's defense is bad. I think you're going to have to win that one like 35-32.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever team wins. What's the line set in that game? Baltimore favored by 7. The over-under pretty big, 51.5.
Sounds about right.
What do you think Lee's going to say? You don't have to guess. You don't have to wonder. He joins us next. Live from Florida. Hope he's doing okay with the hurricane. Lee Sterling when we come back. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 24 Silverado 1500. 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high is 69.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
A governor's election in Massachusetts. A race for Congress in New York.
control of the entire Virginia state legislature. All elections that came down to a single vote. One single vote. That's one person who decided to show up, make their voice heard, and ended up swaying history. One person whose decision was the difference between higher and lower taxes, more or less personal freedoms, better jobs in their community, or an industry that packs up and leaves. That's the power you hold this year. That's the potential of your vote. And our elections come down to you more often than you think. In 1 year, in one state, 69 elections came down to just a handful of people. That's the power we hold this year. And we can move mountains when we use it. Go to votehq.org and look up your polling place and make a plan to vote. It can mean all the difference. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
It's football season, and Uber Eats is dropping undefeated deals on all your game day favorites like Little Caesars. This week, buy one Ultimate Supreme and get an extra most bestest pepperoni pizza free from Little Caesars, only on Uber Eats. Craving even more? We've got you covered with game day deals on burgers, tacos, wings, and more all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms, taxes, and fees apply. See app for details.
Not to brag, but Progressive's Name Your Price tool is mankind's greatest tool ever. Even better than the wheel. Sure, without the wheel, we wouldn't have modern transportation or funny videos of dogs riding skateboards. But without the Name Your Price tool, we wouldn't have easy access to auto insurance options based on our budget. And, well, cars do need wheels. They also need insurance, and insurance never goes flat. Learn more about the greatest tool ever, the Name Your Price tool at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law. Not available in all states.
Uline is here for the hard workers, for the ones rolling up their sleeves, working round the clock, and getting the job done. You're dedicated to doing what it takes to keep a business growing. Uline is dedicated to helping you make that happen. Working 7 days a week, staying fully stocked and ready to ship any of our 41,000 items the same day. Uline, your shipping and industrial supply specialists. Visit uline.com.
We all want more laughs, more hangouts, more, this is the best takeout ever. Excuse me. But if you're 75 or older or 60 or older with certain health conditions, you've also got more risk of getting seriously sick from RSV. But an RSV vaccine lowers your risk, so you can keep doing more of the stuff you love.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Risk less, do more. Get started at vaccines.gov.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder and Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder and Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
The Pittsburgh Gun Show this weekend at the Monroeville Convention Center. Tons of ammo, guns, knives, accessories, and more. Get your guns and supplies while you still can. Saturday 9 to 5, Sunday 9 to 4. Info at showmastersgunshows.com.
My values have not changed. I will not ban fracking.
Roll the tape.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. Access to health care should be a right.
Roll the tape.
So for people out there who like their insurance, they don't get to keep it?
Let's eliminate all of that.
She was big on defund the police. Roll the tape.
Defund the police. We need to reimagine how we are creating safety. I would enforce our laws with people who cross our border.
Roll the tape.
An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Fight for America is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Parmar store. See for yourself. Download the Parmar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Things starting to settle down a bit. This report brought to you by the Greater Pittsburgh Fall RV Liquidation Sale. Cruising the final stages of clearing an earlier accident in Bethel Park, intersection of South Park Road and Industrial Boulevard. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 remains mainly steady, and so does the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Get your clearance-priced RVs before they're gone. The Pittsburgh RV Liquidation Super Sale, October 11th to the 13th. David Lawrence Convention Center. Save big on clearance-priced RVs, accessories, and services. Get them before they're gone. Visit pitrvshow.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Odds and ends in the next segment. Brian Baldinger going behind enemy lines. Brought to you by Monster Brewing at 9:35. Then we'll give out some game balls on a Friday for Sunday in the final segment of the show. Right now it's Lee Sterling, Doran. And would I be surprising you if I told you that the last 2 weekends, our guy Lee is 14-4?
Nope. Sounds about right.
The 45-unit plays they handed out, they won them both. They're 68-24 lifetime. So Lee Sterling, I ain't kidding about this. He's about to come on and tell us the future for all the local games this weekend. That's the slate we're talking about. And Lee, you okay with the hurricane, buddy? Everything all right? Your friends okay?
Yeah, I appreciate you asking. Yeah, we only had winds of like 30, 35 miles an hour. The only one that loves it, my dog loves to just sit outside in the grass and just enjoy the wind when that happens. But I feel for a lot of these people. I lost a home in Hurricane Andrew. I mean, all that was left of my upstairs was cinder block and a tub.
Jeez.
So if anyone's ever been through it, it's no joke. And still 2.5 million people without power. So I feel for these people. If you can do something to help out, you know, I'm housing someone from St. Pete that lost power. So taking care of a family, everyone's got to chip in.
No doubt. Everyone's got to do their part. All right, Lee, there's no easy transition there. So we get to the games. We get to the bets here. All 3 local college games we're going to talk about and 2 big-time NFL games, Baltimore's and, of course, the Steelers. Let's start off with Iowa State heading to Morgantown, a 3-point favorite on the road under the lights tomorrow.
You wearing the West Virginia polo this week at all?
I'm wearing a jersey right now, my friend.
Jersey?
Got a jersey going. Number 13.
Okay. No Geno Smith jersey?
Not after last night. No, can't do it.
All right. So, told you, I thought that they were starting to come around. Offensively and defensively. Offense looked pretty darn good. Throwing the football, like the way they're attacking. Defense, allowing only 227 total yards. Just totally shut down Oklahoma State here. So, you know what's been in the past. They did blow that 10-point lead to Pitt, but here's the thing. I think they match up against the Iowa State 3-3-5 defense well, and playing at home here, if they get the lead, I think they're going to be trouble here. Wrong team favored. West Virginia outright 30-26.
Let's go.
Lee, I feel really, really bad right now, and I know Crowley's really happy, but I feel terrible, guys. I feel... Well, you know, a couple days ago, I found out that Penn State has to drive an hour and a half to Harrisburg to catch a flight to California to play USC. Like, I just feel so bad for them up there. Like, James Franklin.
Did you lay down some strips, some of those spike strips?
Yeah.
That maybe they had to fix a flat tire to along the way?
Yeah, you know, it's a tough going for them up there. They really have it rough. Penn State is giving 5 points to USC. How you feeling, Lee? I know they're feeling pretty bad that they have to catch that flight.
Yeah, I feel bad for them, too, real bad. Here's an interesting stat. Now, Big Ten, we're seeing teams have to travel 2 or more time zones to play games and even drive to the airport, a major airport, which is an inconvenience. Teams traveling across 2 time zones so far this year, 1-7 straight up, 3-5 against the spread. The only outright winner, Indiana, over lowly UCLA. So pay attention to that. You know, I think this could be a season-long trend here. I think Penn State's the better team on paper, better rushing attack, better defense, but they have not faced a quarterback along the lines of Miller Moss, who's completing almost 65% of his passes here. They have a quarterback I still don't believe in, Drew Lar. He's great against the mid-level and the lower teams, but against Ohio State, Michigan, and Ole Miss last year, didn't get the job done. If you want to lay more than a field goal, you want to go with a team that plays slow. Penn State, number 87 in terms of tempo on offense. And how about this? Lincoln Riley. Teams you may have coaches move on, but they practice a certain way in certain conditions. He's 7-1. Lincoln Riley is a head coach as a dog of 3 or more points. He's got to be more intense, got to be a little bit more finer detail as far as preparation here. Wrong team favored. USC outright over Penn State.
Oh, I'm feeling very good about this. And you got Cal. They're doing the 2-time zone thing coming to the act. Yep. Doran will be on the call on Saturday right here on The Family. Who you like in this one?
Doran, did you almost have a coronary watching the play calling late in that game? Pitt throwing the football instead of running it?
You know what? I had all the faith. I had all the faith they were going to win. I did.
Okay. No, I thought they would win, but I thought some of the play calling was questionable. So, I'm an outside observer. Didn't think even the pass plays that they called were probably the right calls, but they're aggressive and they're probably going to keep doing it. And I think that might pay some dividends against the Cal team here. Defense just not very good. Miami, when they were motivated in the second half, they moved right down the field. You do any crossing route on this defense, it's usually going to be successful. Pitt, number 6 in the country in offense, 45.6 points per game here. And Cal coaching staff, how are they going to get this team up off the deck going cross-country after that loss last week? And I think it's going to be a tough job here. And Cal, you can use this stat also 0-10 straight up versus top 25 opponents. And we know Pitt is now 22 here. The right team is favored. Pitt, 36-30.
All right, Lee, let's head to the NFL. Yep. The Ravens are giving 6 points to the Commanders. Jayden Daniels has been fantastic this year.
Yeah, he has. And, when was the last time we were excited about a Baltimore-Washington game? Been a long time.
I think RG3 was the quarterback.
Yeah.
For about a year, we were excited. That's about it. Riverboat Ron, he's out, and they moved in a coach who's competent finally, Dan Quinn, replaced just different schemes here, and they finally, as we know, have found a quarterback, and he's spreading the ball around to everyone, getting everyone involved, and that's just led to an infectious attitude in the locker room. And then on top of that, Baltimore up against it. They had a tough game against a division opponent, which they probably shouldn't have won in overtime. Now they got to face Tampa Bay next week on Monday night and the Browns after that here. Another big upset. Wrong team favored. The Commanders, 31-28.
Guys, all over it here. And now the Steelers, the banged-up Steelers on the road, taking on banged-up Las Vegas team, Lee.
Yeah, and then there's a lot going on in that this Las Vegas team. Not only are they banged up, guys not showing up. Diva, Devontae Adams. I don't know what his beef is. For that kind of money, just play and do your job here. I know the Steelers were in a bad spot. Here's why. A lot of people loved the Steelers Sunday night, laying 2.5 points at home, facing a Dallas team without their top 2 pass rushers. That's when teams come together. I think Pitt's going to come together. I think they need to run the football here, get it going early here, maybe a trick play. That might get them spurred. And I think the defense here, which gave up a couple big drives, will also come together and face a Las Vegas team. Switching quarterbacks here, no running game, no number 1 receiver here, and like I said, an offensive line just not very good here. This is the week you go on the Steelers here, 23-17.
All right, Lee, love it. And your free play.
Free play is going to be the Bengals, who are in desperation mode, laying 3.5, taking on the G-Men. First 5 callers, call 800-400-9741. They'll get Cincinnati and the New York Giants on me, 800-400-9741. And We've never done this before. Normally, you've got to be a monthly or season subscriber to get our 40 to 50 unit max wager plays, where we hit both of them the last 2 weeks. We're now 68 and 24 lifetime on these 40 to 50 unit plays. I know there's a lot of people love to join me, but maybe they're trying it on their own. Maybe they're with another service. How about this? 5 plays on Saturday, and it will include a 40 to 50 unit max wager for $55, and also on Sunday, we have another max wager play, 5 for $55, just one place, ParamountSports.com.
Locktober, all the best to you, Lee. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you on Friday next week.
Thanks. See you guys. Take care. Be safe.
You too, Lee. Penn State losing.
Yep.
West Virginia winning.
Yep.
Pitt winning.
Yep.
Steelers winning.
Yep.
Baltimore losing.
Yep.
Couldn't ask for a better set of picks from the future seer himself, Lee Sterling.
That's pretty good.
All right, let's get into the Steelers-Raiders coming up next, and our favorite way to do it, odds and ends. Let's go. Give us a ring. Fan hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Football games this weekend. Pitt plays Cal at 3:30 tomorrow. That's a game you can listen to and all coverage before and after right here on 93.7 The Fan, on the radio, on the free Odyssey app. And then on Sunday, it's the Steelers and the Raiders. They're playing at 4 o'clock in Las Vegas. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here is Dorn.
Want a satisfying meal for only $6? Try the new $6 meal from Dunkin'. It's a medium hot or iced coffee and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich and a side of hash browns for only $6. You know Dunkin' coffee. It's always made just how you like it.
And the bacon, egg, and cheese is toasty and delicious. And how about some crispy golden hash browns? They're in the new $6 meal deal. Take advantage of this offer while it lasts. Price participation may vary. America runs on Dunkin'.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get ready for the most tail-wagging event of the year. Pet Fest 24, presented by Subaru. Sunday, October 27th at Rockwell Park in the East End. Bring your four-legged leashed friend to check out an array of pet-centric vendors inside and food trucks outside. Show off your pet in the costume contest and get your dog or cat a photo with Santa. Event details at 937thefan.com. Pet Fest 24, brought to you by Shenderovich and Fishman and Point Breeze Veterinary Clinic.
The Pilgrim is back at Getco Cafe and Market. Getco's famous Thanksgiving-themed sub is a feast of turkey, tangy cranberry sauce, and savory gravy, stacked on a secret recipe stuffing bread. It's the stuffing of legends and only available for a limited time. Plus, it's pumpkin season. Indulge in $1 off a made-to-order pumpkin spice latte, cold brew, or milkshake. Sip fall's sweetest flavor and save on pumpkin spice today. Order it in the Getco app. Getco Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Rick Springfield, live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
Join the Pittsburgh Riverhounds for Night of the Living Dead night at Highmark Stadium. When the Riverhounds host Charleston, they'll have special guest Judith O'Day from the movie signing autographs during the first half. Only 2 regular season home games remain, and they need you to help the Riverhounds with this playoff push. Kickoff is at 7 p.m. Get your tickets now at riverhounds.com/tickets. That's riverhounds.com/tickets.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellmann's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes, from buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store, and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
Let's face it, nowadays most companies have to rely on dozens of expensive, disconnected platforms to run their business. And even then, things can get a little, well, stressful. But with Odoo's all-in-one management software, packed with a suite of fully integrated business applications, every process is streamlined. Tasks are automated, and success is just a few clicks away. See how Odoo can take your business to the next level at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. As the season sails past the quarter pole, one might ask, who's the worst NFL owner? Is it Carolina's impatient and domineering David Tepper, Indy's unpredictable and meddling Jim Irsay? How about the Jets' Woody Johnson, who can't hire the right coach? Or the Giants' John Mara, who's had a coaching carousel of his own? Hey, you make the call. I'm Boomer Esiason.
The holidays are coming, and Lowe's is here to help you get ready. Right now, get up to 40% off select home decor to put the finishing touches on every room. The savings don't stop there. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $75 on select cooking appliances, $899 or more. Because Lowe's knows holiday hosting. Valid through 10/16 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for details.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards RealFit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Friday morning rush, not quite out of the woods yet. This report brought to you by Train. Accident on the westbound Pennsylvania Turnpike. Watch for lane closures and expect delays at mile marker 53.4. That's between the Pittsburgh and Allegheny Valley interchanges. Also watch for delays as crews are on the scene of an accident in Jefferson Hillsborough on Route 51 at the ramp to Ridge Road. Parkway West, you are jammed right around Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East is heavy at Edgewood Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by TrainInfo.com. Train heating and cooling systems are tested, retested, engineered, and re-engineered to keep up with you. We run together. Visit TrainInfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. TrainInfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Oh, that music means it's odds and ends time. Coming up in about 15 minutes, Brian Baldinger going to join us for Behind Enemy Lines, brought to you by Monster Brewing. So we'll get his thoughts on how to slow down Max Crosby and Brock Bowers. Also interested in his thoughts on the Steelers' quarterback situation and running game. Doran.
Mm-hmm.
Baldy going to join us.
Yes.
But that's later. Now, it's your show, buddy. Let's go.
Let's do this.
Oh, yeah.
Steelers, Raiders, another historical matchup. Back-to-back weeks. Wow. Steelers, Cowboys, now Steelers, Raiders. Well, Vegas Raiders, so it's different.
Yeah, a little different.
Right. Justin Fields, Crowley. Since Callis doesn't like to participate, so Crowley, it's you and I.
What? Whoa.
Justin Fields, over under 174.5 passing yards.
For his sake, it better be over. It better be over. I don't think it's going to be, though. I want to see them sling it all over the place. I want this to be the sink or swim game for Justin Fields. Either throw it all over the place and look real good doing it, or fall on your face. But I think they're going to do the whole, he'll throw it 20 times for like 150 yards, run the ball for like 30, 1 rushing touchdown, 1 passing touchdown. I'm going to go begrudgingly under on that.
You're going to go under 174.5?
I am.
Really?
Yeah.
So his number's been around like 186, and he's hit that. I don't know. He didn't hit that last game, but the 2 games before that, he did hit that. I think he has to hit over 174.5.
You know, the other thing that gives me pause? Like, if he's slowly approaching that number and it's not looking good, he might only play half the game.
Oh, that's a good point. I'm going to go over. I think he hits that. Jeez, man, that's low. This is also low, but higher than Fields. Aiden O'Connell, 181.5 passing yards.
I'd be more scared if it were Gardner Minshew, though neither guy should strike fear into your heart. But that's what I said about Anthony Richardson. Bang, bang, 2 touchdowns. That's what I thought about Joe Flacco. He carved him up. Dak Prescott, they go for over 450. He's throwing it all over the yard. I'm going over on young Aiden O'Connell. I don't think they can run the ball on the Steelers' defense, so they're going to have to throw it. He'll go over that number.
I'm going to go slightly under. I think the defense figures it out on the back end. There's no communication issues this time around. I think they get that fixed. So under 181.5 for Aiden O'Connell. Najee Harris over under 54.5 rushing yards.
Jaylen Warren could be healthy. I'd like to see him play. I think he will play. So I think there's a timeshare. I still think Najee gets the lion's share of the work. I'm going to go under, though, with more of a 50-50 split. I bet you the Steelers rush for about 110, and I think Jaylen Warren accounts for a lot of that. I'll go slightly under.
I totally agree with you. I don't think Najee gets the over of 54.5 rushing yards. He goes under. Justin Fields over under 38.5 rushing yards.
Oh, man.
I know.
If they were going to open it up on the ground for him, they would have done it last week. And they tried to. They started too early. It would make sense they do it this week because they believe in Russ. And so if he'd get hurt, you'd hand it over to the Super Bowl winner. I just don't think they're going to do it. And he'll have some scrambles in there. We see him run around more when they're trailing. I don't think they should be trailing by a lot in this game. I'm going to go about 30. Going to go about 30, so under.
Yep, with
slightly.
You. I was around like 31, 32 yards rushing. He hits the under. Doesn't hit the over, but he does get some decent yards rushing. Okay, we both think that Jaylen Warren is going to play in this game. Over under for Jaylen Warren, 21.5 rushing yards.
Yep. Over. Do you see the way he looks in practice?
Yeah, he looks like he's in regular form.
He looks great. He looks a lot fresher than Najee does.
Yep.
A lot quicker than Najee does. Yeah, he's going over. I think he's going to have more rushing yards than Najee does in this game.
Yep, I agree. George Pickens over under 49.5 receiving yards.
Buddy. I said Fields is going under the 174. I think a lot of that's Pickens. They'd be dumb not to try to get him the football, to try to satiate him, to try to get him on his best behavior. I think they target him early. I think they target him often. I think he goes over that mark, and he might soar past it.
We're on the same page today. He does go over 49.5 receiving yards. Patty Fry, over under 31.5 receiving yards.
He got a calf.
He's got 2.
One of them's dinged up, apparently. He going to be fine. He going to play. God, the number's so low, but so is the output. Toughest one you've asked so far. Going under.
Going over. He's fine. He's feeling good.
Been a good teammate this week, too.
Yes, he has. He's always been really a pretty good teammate. Brock Bowers over under 50.5 receiving yards.
Going over. Don't know what their plan's going to be.
Yep.
Do you love watching him?
Oh, my God. I love watching
He's a moose.
I love watching him. He's so athletic. He's just really good. Just a really good football player. He's going to crush that over. He's going to absolutely crush it. They're going to have no answers for him.
His last game, his second best of his career. 9 catches, 98 yards against the Ravens, the Baltimoreans, and then 8 for 97 last week against the Broncos and a tutty. He's warming up to it.
Jaylen Warren over under 12.5 receiving yards.
Yes. Over.
I agree. He goes over. Van Jefferson. Over under. 1.5 receptions.
I'm going under on the guy. I think Pickens is going to play like 99% of the snaps and get a vast majority of the targets. I don't know what irritates Pickens more, not getting the ball thrown in his direction or Van Jefferson doing anything of significance. So I'm going under.
I'm going over. I think he had, 3 catches against the Cowboys?
And a drop.
Yes, I think he has 2 catches in this game. Calvin Austin, the third. Over under 1.5 receptions.
His biggest moment of his NFL career until this season happened with Kenny last year in Las Vegas. What was the number?
1.5.
I'll go over. He'll get 3.
Yeah. I think Fields will share the ball, but George will get the bulk of it and get it early. So I'm going to go over as well with Calvin Austin the third of 1.5 receptions. TJ Watt over under 1.5 sacks.
They got issues on their line, but here's my concern. You just shift everything you do to take him away. And I know most teams do that anyhow, but there's no Highsmith, there's no Herbig. It's Isaiah Loudermilk. It's some guy named Ade, who I call Ade, which probably isn't nice because his name is Ade. He'll get home once. I don't think he's going to wreck the game, though.
I totally agree. 1 sack for TJ Watt. Max Crosby over under 1.5 sacks.
Against Broderick Jones?
Oh.
Against a quarterback that's taken 13 sacks? Over.
Yes. Wow, we're really in line. I think there's like one that we're off on.
Spider-Man meme.
Who will score a touchdown for the Steelers?
George Pickens. He gets off the schneid.
Who else? Outside of George, who scores a touchdown?
Najee gets off.
Okay. I'm going to go with Jaylen Warren. Jaylen Warren scores a touchdown on Sunday.
Welcome back.
Last one for you. Will we see Russ at all?
No. Because they're gonna control the game enough that it won't make sense to upset the apple cart there.
And I agree with you there. I think Justin Fields plays just well enough to keep Russ off his back, but not well enough to keep Russ off his back for next week.
I'm with you.
And we see Russell Wilson next week. There you go. Odds and ends. I was smiling at Melanie, sorry.
I figured. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider, joins us next for Behind Enemy Lines, which is brought to you by Monster Brewing. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins, they played yesterday, and they won 6-3 over the Detroit Red Wings. They're now 1-1 on the season. They're off today. Now they're traveling again. They're going to play the Toronto Maple Leafs tomorrow. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it is Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. Are you in a pickle, not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle, 724-515-5551, with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. I check every morning. They are a platinum-certified contractor with Atlas Shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas Shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. We got a barn burner in Carolina. Atlanta's coming off a big offensive performance, and they look to do it again in Carolina. The Panthers this year have been an over machine. They're 4-1 to the over in 2024. Atlanta, Carolina, over 47 is a BetQL 5-star best bet. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
Leaves are starting to fall, and so are the prices at Bowser Hyundai. Fall into savings with the 2024 Hyundai Elantra SE. It's the perfect ride for all your autumn adventures. And right now, lease a new 2024 Elantra from Bowser Hyundai for just $199 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance that are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $2,999 due at signing with approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer dock fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends October 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest and affordable public facility. Conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Rostraver, this season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or call 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf.
The NFL is flying, but you still have time to start the season with a big return on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook. You'll get started with $300 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. So you can build an SGP for any one of these matchups, anytime touchdown, over rushing yards, over passing yards. We can talk about the local club and the local quarterback. How about going over rushing yards in this game? I think that's a great place to start your SGP. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. FanDuel.com/Starkey to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GAME to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GAME for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GAME for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, Behind Enemy Lines brought to you by Monster Brewing. We're going to look in on the Las Vegas Raiders. Also got some Steelers questions for our next guest, whom we love. Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider, host of the Best Football Show podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise, Mayo Game Day, be delicious. Good morning to you, Baldy. How are you this morning?
I'm doing fantastic, guys. Good to be with you, man.
Oh, we really appreciate you coming on. All right, let's start with the Raiders before we go to the Steelers. We are going behind enemy lines, after all, Doran. And this Max Crosby cat, how do you block him? What do you do to slow him down, Baldy?
Well, he got 2 sacks last week. He's about 85%. He's got a high ankle sprain, but he still was able to get to Denver last week. They chipped him with the tight end. They slid to him. They hit him with as many different bodies as possible, and that's the best way to slow him down, is to basically create a game plan where, because he moves all over the place, he'll play left side, he'll play right side, he'll even go inside at times. But I mean, he's an all-effort guy. He likes to play every snap. He says, at least he's told me, that he's feeling a lot better than he did last week or the week when he missed his first game in the NFL. So he's an all-effort guy. I mean, he's their T.J. Watt. He doesn't drop into coverage or do anything like that, but he's in constant pursuit of greatness every day.
Boy, from what you've seen of Justin Fields thus far, have you seen any characteristics of him potentially being the franchise quarterback for the Steelers, or do you think he's still the same guy that he was in Chicago?
Well, he's taking care of the football pretty well. I mean, that's always a good start for any quarterback in 5 games. I don't think he's as aggressive with the ball and getting the ball down the field to receivers as he can be, and as I've seen him at times in the past. But maybe, he's playing on a team that's led by their defense, and the offensive line has been shuffled nonstop since the beginning of the season. So that never feels good about trusting the protection sometimes. But I think he can get better at getting the ball down the field to his receivers right now. I mean, Pickens is not having a bad season, but he hadn't found the end zone yet. And you would think that your number one receiver would find the end zone at some point. And so I would say that he's done enough from the standpoint of taking care of the football. I think he's a better runner, a much better runner than what he has shown. And so I don't know if what that is all about. I've seen him escape, design runs, scrambles where nobody could touch him. And so I just haven't seen those kind of runs yet. In fact, he doesn't have an explosive run in first 5 games. And you could almost count in Chicago on seeing one of those every single week.
Brock Bowers, tell us about this guy. He seems to be a handful, Baldy.
Well, he is. I mean, he's their best player right now in offense by far. And so when you watch him, he's extremely smooth. He runs like a really good wide receiver. He's excellent after the catch, and they find a lot of ways to get the ball to him. Now, I think they're making a change at quarterback. I think Aiden O'Connell's going to be the starter. But, he leads them in catches. He leads them in yards. He has the ability to break long runs or long throws or long catches and runs. I mean, he is what they thought he was coming out of Georgia. He is a playmaking tight end, and they put him. They literally line him up all over the place.
Baldy, as you said before, the Steelers have shuffled their offensive line a few times at the start of this season. From your experience, what are some of the big challenges for rookie offensive linemen? I mean, the Steelers are starting 2, McCormick at guard, as you know, and Zach Frazier at center. What are some of those early challenges that you have to face and get through as a young offensive lineman?
I haven't seen Frazier struggle. He doesn't look like a rookie. The guy's been fantastic. He's been the best lineman all year, not even close. McCormick he's from South Dakota State. It's a big jump. But, he's a tough kid that can move. He hasn't been bad. But, you lose 2 starters, that you're counting on, Fatano and Daniels, and Salmalo was out for 3 straight games. It's just a big shuffling. Spencer Anderson's in there. It's not the line that they wanted, but it's the line that they've got to go with. And so, look, everything that Zach Frazier's done has been encouraging. Maybe a couple snaps you like to have back, but otherwise, I mean, there's nobody that he can't block and finish and just get underneath their skin. He's just a pebble in your shoe every play. I love the kid. McCormick, look, it's a big jump, but I don't know. He's not the reason why this offense isn't putting up big points right now. It's just the constant shuffle that they've had. If they can get, Broderick, playing good, consistent football right now and just lock in for a couple games with the guys, I think that will help them for sure.
What would it mean for the Steelers if they got Jaylen Warren back this week?
Oh, man, that's big. I don't know, this calf thing. First of all, his calves look like our thighs. All right, so he does anything to a calf muscle, it's pretty severe. But he's an explosive player. He's an excellent, maybe as good a pass protector as there is in the entire NFL at the running back position. So you get that. The explosive plays, whether it's in the running game or whether it's screens or checkdowns, he gives them a totally different element from that position. It's a big deal. He obviously has been banged up since training camp. He has not had the season that he wants to have to this point. But if he's healthy, he makes a big difference in that offense.
Baldy, who's the best team in the NFL right now, in your opinion?
Well, you got to say Kansas City, just because they can defend anybody. Nobody can block Chris Jones. Nobody really has an answer for Steve Spagnuolo's pressures. I don't know how Kareem Hunt could, leave and go to other places around the league and come back and get 100 yards in his first start. I mean, you saw Juju in Pittsburgh. I mean, he was that's the best game he's had since he left Pittsburgh. And he comes back. Mahomes, Andy Reid, the interior of their offensive line, they're as good as anybody in this business. But defensively, I think, Minnesota's undefeated. I don't want to take anything away from them. And they're number one defense in football right now. Kansas City is probably number two. So I'd say Kansas City is, because no matter what challenges you give, Baltimore week 1, whatever it is, Cincinnati week 2 with Joe Burrow, they find a way to win those games.
Does it matter if it's Aiden O'Connell or Gardner Minshew? It's going to be O'Connell. I mean, is it immaterial? I mean, does one guy give them a better chance to win than the other, the Raiders?
They both look like backup quarterbacks to me. I mean, you probably want them on your roster. They're smart kids. They find the open receiver, but do they make special plays that quarterbacks have to make against, great defenses or great individual? I don't think they make the great individual play, but they look like, I don't think to answer your question, no, I don't think it makes a big difference.
What about Steelers, Russ Wilson v. Justin Fields?
Well, we haven't seen Russ play.
Right.
So I don't know. I don't know what he's going to be like. I don't count the preseason. We haven't seen him. In 15 starts last year in Denver, he threw 26 touchdown passes. All right, in 15 starts. I mean, Pittsburgh would love to have a quarterback throw 26 touchdown passes. They went to the playoffs with quarterbacks that threw 13 last year. So I got to see. I got to see what he looks like and see how he plays in his offense. And can he get the ball to Pickens? Can he get the ball down the field to wide receivers? Kyle Allen comes in one play last week and throws a 19-yard dart to Paul Freiermuth. And just get the ball out of your hands, see the defense, make the throw that's there. So I got to see Russell if he's better right now. But because none of us have seen him, we don't know what he's going to look like in this offense.
Brian, always love talking to you. Appreciate your time as always. Thank you so much.
Yep, my pleasure, guys. You bet. Enjoy the weekend.
Take care. You too. Brian Baldinger. Baldy, as he's affectionately known.
Mm-hmm.
He loves ball.
Do you know where he went to school?
No.
Duke.
Did you know that he thinks Pat Freiermuth's name is Paul?
Paul Freiermuth.
Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger hosted the Best Football Show podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo Game Day Be Delicious. And Behind Enemy Lines, always brought to you by Monster Brewing. They got great stuff there. Monster Brewing. Yeah, Aiden O'Connell, Gardner Minshew, it don't matter. The stat he brings up, 26 touchdown passes for Russ. Last 2 years, prior to this one, Steelers threw 25 combined touchdown passes. We'll give you Sunday's game balls on a Friday coming up next. Social media's Biggest Loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Right now, it's a callous headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Big football games coming up this weekend for Pittsburgh-related teams. Pitt football plays Cal tomorrow at 3:30, a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan or on the free Odyssey app. And the Steelers play the Las Vegas Raiders on Sunday at 4 o'clock. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, it's Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. You're used to going to Hampton Beer Outlet for all your big-time beer needs. You know they got all your favorite beers. You know they got the best prices around. But now, get this, you can get all your favorite ready-to-drink cocktails at Hampton Beer Outlet. That's right, you can get High Noons, Stateside Surfsides, Jack Daniels. That's right, even High Noons, now all at Hampton Beer Outlet. So drive a little, save a lot on all your favorite cocktails. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still a trouble spot or two out there. This report brought to you by Ulta Beauty. Crew still on the scene of an earlier accident on the westbound Pennsylvania Turnpike. Mile marker 53.4, placing it between the Pittsburgh and Allegheny Valley interchanges. Expect lane closures and delays. Things have cleared out on the parkways east and west, just a little heavy approaching their respective tunnels. And Route 28 is steady from Harmar to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Ulta Beauty.
We've brought the Emerald City to Ulta Beauty with wicked collaborations from REM Beauty by Ariana Grande. It brushes for Ulta and OPI. Hurry in, these fantabulous products won't last long. See Wicked November 22nd, only in theaters. Ulta Beauty, the possibilities are beautiful.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend. The PM Team Tailgate Party is presented by Mike's Beer Bar and Saloni's Italian Bakery. The PM Team Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The holidays are coming, and Lowe's is here to help you get ready. Right now, get up to 40% off select home decor to put the finishing touches on every room. The savings don't stop there. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $75 on select cooking appliances, $899 or more. Because Lowe's knows holiday hosting. Valid through 10/16. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for details.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
BetMGM presents Upping the Action with Jamie Foxx.
Yo, hockey's here, and it's colder than ice, like cold. But with BetMGM, I can heat the game up with overs, unders, parlays, and money lines, all from the comfort of my 102-degree hot tub. Now I'm really putting fire on the ice. This hockey season, download the BetMGM app.
And get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. U.S. promotional offers not available in Nevada, New York, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. for New York. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. Puerto Rico, call 1-800-981-0023. West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. First bet offer for new customers only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Shop the fall kickoff at ShorkeyChevy.com. Your Chevy truck headquarters has new 24 Silverado crew cabs up to $11,000 off. New 24 Colorado pickups up to $4,000 off. And you can finance Silverado EVs at 2.9% for 84 months. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Murraysville and the North Hills, ShorkeyChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for complete details.
Now that Baird and Heffron-Tillotson are one, we're proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 8 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build secure financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized master plan we'll create based on your unique goals and dreams, your financial security is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit rwbaird.com/Pittsburgh. Robert W. Baird & Company, Incorporated, member SIPC.
Look out, here comes Wrong Way Rob Matsey. Always flying the wrong way. Matsey sent millions of your tax dollars to Philadelphia, while here in Beaver County, we needed help. In fact, Rob Matsey votes 99% of the time with the woke Philadelphia liberals. And Rob Matsey's not flying straight when it comes to our values. Rob Matsey voted to make it easier to let violent criminals back on the street. Matsey even voted to let biological males on girls' sports teams and in their locker rooms. With Wrong Way Rob Matsey in the cockpit, it's all left wing. Rob Matsey doesn't share our values anymore. A lifetime on the taxpayer dime made him forget where he's from. To Rob Matsey, Beaver County's just flyover country. But there's hope. Michael Parrish shares our values. He'll fight for jobs, lower taxes, and make life affordable again. Michael Parrish, he shares our values. One of us for a change.
Paid for by HRCC, authorized by Michael Parrish.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show.
Listen, please.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Crowley Guarantee of the Week. The Bills, losers of 2 straight, playing the Jets. Monday Night Football. Bills are going to slaughter them. Slaughter them, Doran.
You think?
Slaughter them.
By how many?
35-14 final.
Okay.
And if this happens, you owe me a can of Zin. Exact score.
Exact score.
35-14.
And if it's not the exact score,
premonition.
If it's not the exact score, you owe me a can of Zin.
No. It's too precise.
I bet you the Jets cover.
All right, let's do it that way.
Okay.
Can is in on the line.
All right.
I like it. Pitt or Cal? Pitt.
Yes.
Time zone thing, better football team thing,
So
all the above.
I heard that they're here now, or they're coming in today.
I heard the same thing.
So that's smart on their part, but from hearing Lee Sterling talk, and they're 0, and I guess West Coast teams are 0 and whatever, of coming to the East Coast, this might be a trend. Yeah, the whole time zone thing is going to get to them. And I don't think they could keep up with the offense. They like to do different things on defense and sub in and out, and they're going to be able to do that.
Yeah, if you're a multiple kind of D, you can't. You're going to have to be vanilla every 8 seconds.
Yep.
You got to line up on time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, can't do it. I think Pitt handles them. I think Pitt wins probably by 10.
Yep.
Something like that.
Yep.
All right, now for Sunday game balls on a Friday. A, do you think the Steelers win?
I do, but it's not convincing.
No, it's going to be messy.
Yep.
It's going to be ugly. Like, if you don't have to watch this game, I don't know that around the country people want to watch this game. I think the Steelers win. I think they eke one out. And I think the game ball goes to George Pickens.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know that it means anything. Like, the next week, they could dial his snaps back, or the next week, the ball just might not find his way. The other team has coaches, too, and he might go right back to being in the tank. But I think they need to get him involved early to make sure he's fully invested in the game. We saw it last year from Indy to Cincinnati. Cincinnati game, 4 catches, $195. I don't think he's going off like that, but I do think he'll be the most productive offensive player.
I'm going to go with Isaiah Loudermilk. Big opportunity for him. And the more you can do, the better, the longer you'll stay in the league. And, he's playing, a different position, but he's obviously capable. I think that he'll show that he can handle it. And I think he gets a sack.
He's healthy, so he's full milk. If he was banged up, 2% milk.
Whole milk.
Mm-hmm.
He's whole.
You don't like milk.
I hate milk. I've never had a glass of milk in my life.
Why?
Because it's so gross.
Because it's from a cow's udder?
No, it just tastes gross.
Chocolate milk?
Yeah, I'll drink that.
Strawberry?
Sure.
Just not the regular vintage.
It makes me sick.
Turner's?
Whatever. It makes me sick.
I have a glass of milk every morning.
And they say milk makes your... No, you don't.
No.
They say milk makes your bones stronger. That's a myth.
That's not a myth.
I've never had a glass of milk in my life and never broke a bone.
Yeah, you ever heard exception v. rule? If you were an old lady, they'd be like, listen, Miss Osteoporosis, get yourself a glass of whole milk.
Just take a vitamin.
That, too.
Or you could be like me and drink too much of it and then just, have a disorder for the rest of your life.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, is that what happened?
You caused your own lactose intolerance?
Yeah, if you intake too much dairy, it causes. That's what it is.
So you're telling me our guy over here overdosed on dairy. You OD'd on milk. Didn't know that was a thing. But you learn something new every day on the Fan Morning Show. Starkey up next. That was fun today, guys. We'll talk the ins on Monday. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 24 Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com today. High of 69.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
There are so many things I love about fall weather. The crisp air, the changing leaves. It's all so magical. Until my kids catch a chill outside. That's where Kohl's comes in. With cozy layers, warm jeans, and more. I found all the styles my kids need when the seasons change. Plus, I got 20% off with a coupon and earned Kohl's Cash. So here's my style forecast. Prep better for fall weather at Kohl's. Select styles. Offers end October 20th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Hey, Colin Dunlap with you. Listen here. We're getting into those cold months. You better get into that four-wheel drive. You want an F-150, you want a Bronco, you want to explore anything where you can get around town because it's going to get cold and it's going to get, well, the roads are going to get messy. Schultz Ford. Bunch of locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. Always online, 24/7, 365, schultzford.com. You could check it out. Heck, you could shop in the middle of the night at schultzford.com. Gigantic selection of inventory, every single thing that you need, all those locations. And let me tell you about the customer service. Richard Bazzi and his staff, no one will treat you better. So the leaves are falling right now, right? It's autumn. It's going to be snow falling sometime soon. Make sure you get into a four-wheel drive right now. All those great locations and always online at schultzford.com.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with the sound of freshness. With new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items, so you save on all the crunch, all the flavor, all the just-picked goodness you love. Surround yourself with savings every time you shop with new low prices on apples, carrots, lettuce, celery, and more. Enjoy fresh savings on fresh produce at your neighborhood Giant Eagle.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks she knows all about you.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Kamala thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for overspending and record inflation.
They are stupid.
She thinks you're too stupid to realize groceries now cost 26% more.
They are stupid.
Too stupid to see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to notice home costs have skyrocketed, now 46% higher. Electricity is costing you 25% more. Healthcare has risen 18%. And cars are up a jaw-dropping 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
With all due respect, Madam VP, we're not that stupid. Young America, we can't afford 4 more years of Kamala Harris. To learn more, go to learnaboutkamala.com. Right for America, paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title, place, and dealer doc fee. Not all buyers will qualify. Bonus cash available on select trims. In stock units only. Offers end 10/31/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge end-of-year savings. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SC or Tucson SC all-wheel drive with financing as low as 1.99% for up to 60 months, plus $500 bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both. Their professionalism from beginning to end is unbelievable.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel Hall, was a 10 out of 10. They truly would not give up until they designed their windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. They're amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient windows are built to last a lifetime. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with 0 down and no interest or payments for 24 months. Schedule an estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Chances are you're not hearing this ad while topping 100 in your Aston Martin or taking a spin around town in your Rolls Royce. But if you are, then Donald Trump's tax plan is for you. Just ask him.
You're rich as hell. We're going to give you a tax cut?
But if you're hearing this on your way to work or school pickup, if you're heading to the grocery store or wondering how long you can stretch that tank of gas, then your plan is Kamala Harris's plan. She'll make the wealthy and big corporations pay their fair share so she can give the middle class a tax cut, as well as $25,000 for first-time home buyers, $6,000 for first-time parents, and a $50,000 tax deduction for starting a new business. Because that guy in the cyber truck that just zoomed by doesn't need another break. But Kamala Harris knows you sure could use one. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More problems on the roadways for you. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread Pittsburgh. Accident off to the side on the inbound Parkway West at the Carnegie off-ramp. Traffic getting by, but slow back before Roslyn Farms and past the scene. A second delay right around the Banksville merge point. Crews checking reports of an accident now in Forward Township. This is on Route 51, Hayden Boulevard, near the intersection with Weigels Hill Road. Parkway East, you're just a little heavy now at Edgewood Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want a game changer for any tailgate party? Saloni's Italian Bread. The key to any great sandwich, burger, or dog is the bread, and Saloni's is the bread to use. Family owned in Pittsburgh for over 100 years, Saloni's Bread is the game changer for any Pittsburgh tailgate party.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Visit Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington for the most affordable all-wheel drives. Our fall kickoff event has new 24 Outlanders with 0% financing. Choose savings up to $6,500 off or lease for just $279 per month. Plus, our trade-in values are at an all-time high. Get paid to trade. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Stop in today or shop the fall kickoff at JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, bounce back game for the Penguins, putting up a 6-spot after having a 6-spot put up on them the day before against the Rangers. Penguins in the first road game of the year were victorious against Detroit 6-3. As Yoel Blomqvist had a good night, and it was his first ever game. Got his first ever win, made 29 saves on 32 shots, a .906 save percentage. Anthony Beauvillier scored 2 goals for the Penguins. Drew O'Connor scored his first of the year, as well as Marcus Pettersson. Erik Karlsson also scored on the power play, and Kevin Hayes scored the final Penguins goal in the third period. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Time for the Joe Show with Donnie Football.
We got more Joe. Come on, Joe! It's the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Another historical matchup looming this weekend for your Pittsburgh Steelers. We will get hot and heavy into that. I want to touch on Pitt football later on as well. The Pitt Panthers trying to start 6-0. They are 5-0 for the first time in over 30 years, almost 35 years at this point. The Penguins bounce back. A nice win last night after getting shellacked on opening night by the New York Rangers. We will make predictions. We will make picks, all of that as well. It's Donnie Football with you here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, coming to you live from the beautiful Studio B at Bowser Chevy in Monroeville. Our buddy Joe Starkey, he's going to be a little bit late this morning. Had a doctor's appointment to attend to. Not sure where this doctor is located, but your pal Joe Starkey not here right now. Hopefully
before the show comes to an end around 2 p.m. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. As mentioned, we're going to get into a couple of different topics today. We'll have Ray Fittipaldo join at 11. Nick Costos will join us at noon as we'll get into some wagering chatter this weekend around the National Football League, and certainly as the game in Vegas gets closer and closer, really the betting capital of the world. A game that I'm certainly looking forward to a little bit more because I will be in attendance going out to Las Vegas for the first time in my life with some of my pals, and we are heading out there tomorrow morning. We will be at the game Sunday afternoon. So if you have any recommendations, please let me know and give us a call at 412-928-9370. When it comes down to the nitty-gritty stuff, the news and notes, sort of the headlines of this game, Steelers and Raiders, you think back, and we brought up the historical context around Steelers and Cowboys last Friday, and Joe compared it to the Celtics and Lakers and how important it was that these two brands were facing off. Not quite the same cachet here, but make no mistake about it, you may have to open up an NFL history book, but the Steelers and Raiders, from a historical viewpoint, one of the best rivalries in the sport when it was in its heyday. I mean, you talk to somebody who was around in the 70s, and they will tell you firsthand what this series was like back then. I mean, the Ravens were not around then, and the rivalries within division were certainly not viewed with the same intensity as what we have today. But our guy, Austin Bechtold, back behind the glass in Greentree, running the 1s and 2s for us. Austin, I don't know how old your parents are. I don't know how old your father is. My father, he grew up, his real, years of becoming a fan of football were right in this heyday. The Steelers steel curtain in the 70s, and he got to see firsthand basically all of these matchups, these huge, meaningful playoff matchups, whether it was a divisional round like the Immaculate Reception game in December of 1972, a couple of AFC Championship matchups, 3 of them to be exact. He got to form his football fandom around this rivalry, the Raiders and the Steelers. It has a lot of meaning, my friend, for the generation or two ahead of us. Oh, yeah, my dad's the same way. The Immaculate Reception is probably his favorite game ever. He loves watching and listening to all the America's Game documentaries, all the big highlight scene setters, the Oakland Raiders against the Steelers. And you think of the stick-em. You think of all the games against the Raiders where Tatum is going at it with whoever it would have been on the Steelers offense. Historical, it still lives on in the memory of so many fans. It's sad to see the Raiders just continue to go. They go to L.A., and then they go back to Oakland, and then they go to Vegas, and it seems like that happens with everybody in Oakland now. But, yeah, it's still a great rivalry, but it doesn't have the same flair that it used to, and I wish it would. In the span of 4 calendar years, these teams met 5 times in the playoffs. They met twice, the first 2 matchups in the divisional round, the Steelers winning in 1972, that being the Immaculate Reception game. So they won 13-7. The Raiders got the last laugh in 1973, about a year later. It was 364 days later, in fact. They beat the Steelers 33-14. And then they met 3 times in the next couple of years in the AFC Championship game. The Steelers winning in Oakland 24-13 in December 1974. And then twice in the same calendar year limits, they met in the AFC Championship game. January of 1976, the Steelers won that game at home 16-10. And then December of 1976, the Raiders getting the last laugh, a 24-7 win against the Steelers. These teams dominated the AFC.
They were also teams that collected Super Bowl championships several times in the 70s. We don't quite have that today, but just to give a reference that, hey, there is a whole lot of history here between the Steelers and the Raiders. What does that mean for this game on Sunday? Not a whole lot in the grand scheme, because certainly nobody is still around from any of those teams in any sort of player or management standpoint. Now, the families that own the teams are still the same. It is the Rooney family. It is the Davis family that owns the Raiders, but it is not the same man at the top on both of those sides. Now, when it comes down to some of the key headlines here for Sunday, some of the things to look for between the Steelers and the Raiders, the big question remains for Pittsburgh now, yet again, who will start at quarterback? Russell Wilson looks to be back to full health. He has practiced in full in the last 2 days, and we assume that he will practice yet again in full today as the Steelers have their final tune-up before they send it out to Las Vegas. Now, Justin Fields, 3-2 so far in his 5 starts with the Steelers, 5 touchdown passes. He has 3 touchdowns on the ground. He does have an interception. He has a fumble lost. He has 5 total fumbles, but he has not lost too many, fortunately. Fields is in a position here where he probably has some more pressure on him going into this game, assuming he does get the start. And the local reporters on that, Mark Cabali, Ray Fittipaldo, one of them, and Ray will join us in the 11 o'clock hour. They seem to believe that it is all looking like Justin Fields will be the guy starting for the Steelers on Sunday. Now, the national voices, we had Mike Florio on these airwaves a couple of days ago, and really anybody that was involved with the NBC Sunday Night Football crew, they seem to feel as if Russell Wilson is going to get the ball in this game. So that begs the question, what is the leash like for Justin Fields? Does he even get the start at all? Does Justin Fields get pulled at halftime after a slow start? Or is this really the final tryout, per se, for Justin Fields in this game Sunday in Vegas? My take on it, I would give Justin Fields this game. I would give him the opportunity to start in this game and bounce back from last week. It was not a good game last week for Justin Fields. It wasn't a good first half in that game in Indianapolis. I thought a great second half. I thought a near perfect game for Justin Fields after he lost that fumble against the Colts. So he has been a reason why the team has gotten off to slow starts, but he is not the sole reason for issues. I don't even think it's really close. I think there are several other issues as to why these Steelers are starting off slow. I mean, the defense was sleepwalking in Indianapolis. They were down 2 touchdowns really before they could even blink. And then the offense tried to bring them back in the second half, 3 consecutive touchdown scoring drives in that second half at Lucas Oil Stadium. And then last week, it was slow all around in the defense, even though they got turnovers against the Dallas offense and Dak Prescott, even though that happened, they weren't really forced. Besides the fumble that was caused by Nick Herbig and TJ Watt, that was the end of the first quarter. Dak made some really, really bad decisions when he threw a couple of interceptions in that game. So the defense has not been on point either. This defense that through the first 3 weeks was putting up some historic numbers, and the comparisons were out there to what we saw about 15 years ago with that 2008 defense that won a lot of games and eventually won a Super Bowl. Those have been pulled back in a little bit. But the highest paid defense in the league is certainly also a unit to blame here. So I'd give Justin Fields one more go. If we see another slow start in Vegas, if the teams go into the locker room and it is 10-3 Raiders or 10-0 Raiders or even 6-0, 7-0. The offense really is not doing anything. They're not moving the football well. They are wasting opportunities. Maybe a turnover or two gets thrown in there. I could very well see Mike Tomlin pulling the plug on Justin Fields for now and going to Russell Wilson at halftime, who will be set to make his Steelers debut. And then Russell Wilson has the opportunity to step in and be the hero if he does come into that game and maybe a comeback takes place. Now, that's a scenario of Russell Wilson entering. The other one, if Justin Fields plays about an average game and the Steelers lose. I think if they drop 3 consecutive games, then the door is more than just ajar. I think that door is kicked wide open on Russell Wilson being the man to start the game against the Jets in prime time the following Sunday. Now, here's where you run into something that could get a little bit muddy. What if Justin Fields puts together an average, maybe a bit above average performance, and the Steelers win the game? Let's say that Fields doesn't light things up per se. Let's say he throws for, I don't know, around 180 yards. Let's say he has a passing touchdown. Maybe he adds a rushing touchdown, but doesn't run for a whole lot himself, but he does score in the red zone with his legs. And let's say he doesn't turn the football over, but he does make a couple of shaky throws. He maybe fumbles the football via a bad snap or a bad exchange, and he doesn't lose it. So 2 total touchdowns, under 200 total yards, and close to, but not actually turning the football over, and the Steelers win the game. That's where you run into Mike Tomlin having the hardest decision of these 3 to make, because I think it is very well the most possible outcome from this game on Sunday. The offense looks fine. It looks okay. It's not lighting up the scoreboard at Allegiant Stadium, but they win the game. And they win the way that Mike Tomlin likes the team to win games. Put it this way. This would not even be a conversation if that 4th down stop is made by the Steelers defense on Sunday night. Not even a conversation. The Steelers would have been 4-1, and Justin Fields would have been viewed as, hey, this guy drove us down the field, and, whether it was a shovel pass or whatever, it's still a passing touchdown. He led the offense down the field, and the Steelers scored to take the lead. Pat Freiermuth got into the end zone. The Steelers had the lead in the final moments. They had the lead in the final seconds. If Dallas doesn't score there, I don't even think this is a conversation. I don't even know what Russell Wilson's practice status is, but I think the Steelers are, without question, going into Las Vegas with Justin Fields as the starter, and I think he has a lot more leeway, a lot more leash to play with if that game simply goes a different direction on that final play for Dallas's offense. The other quarterback in this game will be Aiden O'Connell. He'll be making his first start of the season, the 26-year-old mid-round pick from Purdue. This guy not going to set the world on fire either. But why does this guy worry me? Because he's like so many other really half-ass quarterbacks that the Steelers have played in the past that they have somehow not been able to beat. Why am I worried about Aiden O'Connell? I shouldn't be. Not a single Steeler fan out there should be worried about Aiden O'Connell. But what do we know about the Steelers' defense going into Sunday? They are licking their wounds a little bit, and they are dinged up at a very important position. Now, they still have T.J. Watt. They still have Cam Hayward. They still have, all the guys in the defensive backfield as well. The inside linebackers are healthy. That other edge rusher is a major area of concern. Alex Highsmith has practiced limited this week, but I don't think he will play. He's already been ruled out by Mike Tomlin. Nick Herbig is out. DeMarvin Leal is out. The Steelers are playing guys that none of us have ever heard of on Sunday opposite of T.J. Watt. And we may even see big Isaiah Loudermilk get out on the edge for the Steelers in that game. That's what they could be working with at edge rusher opposite T.J. Watt. Why is that an issue? Well, now they can even more so pay attention to Watt and make sure he is taken care of with multiple bodies on Sunday, because the other guy, unless we get a breakout type player, unless there's another James Harrison waiting in the wings, which would be a great story, that other guy ain't too much of a threat and can probably be handled with one body on every single rep. So here's why that's concerning to me. O'Connell is pretty immobile. He is not a dude that is going to run around and make plays with his legs. So you have to be able to get to the guy, get home, and put this guy on his back. I have a fear that that won't happen. I have a true fear that they will not be able to get a sack in this game. And I have a fear it will look like a younger version of Joe Flacco a couple of weeks ago. I had that fear going into the Colts game that Joe Flacco, if he entered, I didn't like the Steelers' chances. Not at all. And that's what happened. Richardson got hurt, on the third drive of the game. Now, he had looked very good too, but I thought Richardson a lot more prone to turning the football over. I don't know. We really don't have the book on Aiden O'Connell at this point in his career. He is a young quarterback. Well, young by NFL standards. He is already 26 years old. But that's also because some of these kids play in college for like 9 years now. But O'Connell, the numbers are really nothing to be afraid of. There's nothing about this guy to be afraid of. But if he's allowed to stand back there and guys get open and guys make plays, you have Brock Bowers, who's already off to a hot start, the rookie tight end from Georgia. He has 313 yards receiving this year and a touchdown. Jacoby Myers seems to still be an option. O'Connell, why do I just have this fear that Aiden O'Connell can actually make plays against these guys? But I will say thank you to Antonio Pierce for not playing Gardner Minshew, because I have a pretty good certainty that that guy would make plays on the Steelers' defense. Minshew, I saw him do it firsthand last season. The game in Indianapolis, and shredded the highest paid defense in football. He threw for 215, 3 touchdowns. They did not turn him over once. I don't even think he got sacked. He was able to make plays left and right. He picked them apart bit by bit. So I feel better that Minshew is not playing, but I still don't feel great about this game. And maybe you share that same viewpoint, and you can hit us up to tell us at 412-928-9370 if you have concerns about Aiden O'Connell starting this game for the Raiders, and why in the back of your mind you're thinking they're going to let some guy who's really a nobody by league standards take them to the edge. I have that fear that will happen on Sunday in Las Vegas. The other big story with the Steelers is their wide receiver, George Pickens. What do we expect from that guy on Sunday? And what do we make of the antics and some of the ways that he answered questions earlier this week with Steelers media? I've said earlier this week, I said last night, George Pickens certainly deserves blame because he is the player involved here. I don't throw all of it on him. The blame is there to go around. I think the coach, I think the organization absolutely takes blame for this as well, because this is a Mike Tomlin issue. He is letting George Pickens dictate terms here, and it goes back to the issue that the Steelers already knew they had coming into the season. This is something that is not new in the world of football. This is something that can actually be seen at pretty much every level of football. I know that I never played in the NFL. Maybe I could ask Doran about this at some point. But you'll see it at the high school level. You'll see it at the college level, whether it's D1 or D3. Things like this happen when that player, in this case George Pickens, when they know there ain't nobody behind them that can carry their load. There's nobody behind them that can step in and be as good of a player as them. There's no threat of a player behind them. We hear from some in the Steelers media, George Pickens a lot smarter than he lets on. So he knows this. Mike Tomlin knows this. And Mike Tomlin knows that George Pickens knows this. He knows that because the Steelers neglected to get a true second wide receiver threat on this team, that Pickens can basically push the Steelers and push Mike Tomlin and beg him to say, do something about it. You don't like how I'm going about things? You don't like the eye black I wear? Do something about it. Now, it's going to take more than a half benching, because here's the issue here. And I don't know if anybody out there is a fan of the show Breaking Bad, but one of the messages in that show from what I think is the favorite character, Mike Ehrmantraut, he always said, don't take half measures. You got to go all in on something. Another example of that here. Because you can't just half bench someone like George Pickens. You either go all the way in on it and you sit him down for a full game, and maybe you hope that changes his mind, changes his viewpoint on things. I'm not saying it will. I don't think it will. I don't think that's the right way to do it. Or you have this dude out there for a normal snap count, none of this load management nonsense, and that's what it is, nonsense. That was one of the most farcical things that Mike Tomlin ever said the other day. You get this guy out here for his regular allotted snap count, get him involved in the offense. You have to get this dude engaged early. And I know you're thinking, well, you can't force things. You're going to cause turnovers that way. You can design things that can make it so he gets his hands on the football early and easily. I think that's how they have to go about this. Because you can't afford to lose this guy, and George Pickens knows that. That's the thing here. George Pickens knows that Van Jefferson ain't taking his job. Calvin Austin ain't taking his job. Roman Wilson can't even get a helmet. Brandon Johnson, he ain't taking his job. None of those receivers they have. Scotty Miller, he ain't taking his job. He knows that he has leverage here. He has power here. Their best chance to solve this is to kind of do what happened last season. We had the episodes with Pickens late last year, and we had the same discussion. How are they going to solve this? They got to try to corral this in. You have to get the dude involved early, get him involved often, but specifically early, get his engagement from the jump, and maybe he will have a big game. Remember Christmas Eve last year? The guy went off, and that came on the heels of a George Pickens outburst. How about that next game against Seattle? Another big George Pickens game. And then even in that finale against the Ravens in a monsoon, they couldn't really get him the ball just due to weather conditions, but he seemed to be into it. That's what they have to do. You have to get this dude involved. Normally, I wouldn't say give in this case, but I think they have to because they don't have another option behind him. 412-928-9370 if you want to join the conversation. Would love to get your thoughts on the headlines going into this game, Steelers and Raiders. Maybe you have memories from Steelers and Raiders from the 70s, games that I wish I was around for, some of the historic battles in the playoffs. 412-928-9370. Who should start at quarterback? Should Russell Wilson make his Steelers debut? Or should Justin Fields get one more start? 412-928-9370. What would your plan of attack be with George Pickens? And who do you think deserves blame for the George Pickens problems that are going on in Steelers world? 412-928-9370. Also, if you have been out to Las Vegas before or you're going out there this weekend, I would love some recommendations from you. I'm going out with the boys tomorrow morning. We fly out. We will get in tomorrow afternoon. I would love any and all recommendations you may have for what to do in Las Vegas. I hear they have a casino or two out there. 412-928-9370. You can hop on the hotline that's presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Give us a ring. Our guy, City Limits, will get you into the hopper. You can also shoot us a text at 412-928-9370. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Your calls coming up next. It's Donnie Football on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thrilling game in Seattle last night on Thursday Night Football as San Francisco defeated the Seahawks 36-24. Brock Purdy was solid, 18-28, threw for 255 yards as well as 3 touchdowns. Geno Smith with over 300 yards passing, but 2 interceptions, including a costly one in the fourth quarter that helped put San Francisco up by 2 scores. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder and Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder and Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
This fall, escape to the mountains for the ultimate gaming getaway and the perfect chance to win big at the casino at Nemacolin. This season, experience explosive jackpot prizes like black and gold football tickets, free play, and a brand new Ford F-350 Tremor. Featuring the newest slots, thrilling table games, and a stunning high roller lounge, your next big jackpot is waiting for you at the casino at Nemacolin. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Must be 21 and over with ID to enter the casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Sounds like you heard about our Mobile One giveaway. Right now, you can get a free Red Bull racing sign when you buy 5 quarts of Mobile One motor oil. And you can enter to win a signed undershirt from F1 champion Max Verstappen. Find Mobile One at any one of our 6,300 stores or on AutoZone.com. Ends November 18th. No purchase necessary for giveaway.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See AutoZone.com for details.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese sauce, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese sauce, bacon. You get the idea. And now, get yours with $1 any size soft drink. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. On Sunday, I'm excited about what I call the DMV Bowl, the Washington at Baltimore clash featuring 2 first-place teams and 2 of the league's most dynamic quarterbacks, precocious rookie Jaden Daniels and 2-time MVP Lamar Jackson. Arizona at Green Bay and Detroit at Dallas are also marquee matchups, and Denver is my upset special over the Chargers. I'm Boomer Esiason.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. You get the idea. And now, get yours with $1 any size soft drink. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
Hunt for the golden gift card with BetMGM, and you could win $10,000 in cash. Sign up or log into your BetMGM account and opt into their golden gift card promotion. Then purchase a BetMGM gift card worth $25 or more anywhere they're sold near you. Deposit your gift card into your account, and you'll be entered to win their $10,000 grand prize. It's never been easier to fund your BetMGM account. Just buy and redeem your gift card and start betting on your favorite sports. One lucky gift card depositor will take home the grand prize. Will it be you? Sign up today, opt into the promotion, deposit your gift card, and you could win. Visit BetMGM.com/gift card today for additional details and to find a retailer near you. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
My values have not changed. I will not ban fracking.
Roll the tape.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. Access to health care should be a right.
Roll the tape.
So for people out there who like their insurance, they don't get to keep it?
Let's eliminate all of that.
She was big on defund the police.
Roll the tape.
Defund the police. We need to reimagine how we are creating safety. I would enforce our laws with people who cross our border.
Roll the tape.
An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
For America is responsible for the content of this advertising.
For quality, affordable, all-wheel drive, Mitsu by the Mall delivers. The fall kickoff at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills has new 24 Outlanders up to $6,500 off. New 24 Eclipse Cross up to $5,250 off. And new 24 Outlander Sports now up to $5,000 off. Plus interest rates at a low 0%. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Come find the Mitsu that fits you in-store or online at JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details.
Join the Pittsburgh Riverhounds for Night of the Living Dead night at Highmark Stadium. When the Riverhounds host Charleston, they'll have special guest Judith O'Dea from the movie signing autographs during the first half. Only 2 regular season home games remain, and they need you to help the Riverhounds with this playoff push. Kickoff is at 7 p.m. Get your tickets now at riverhounds.com/tickets. That's riverhounds.com/tickets.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Listen to the Joe Starkey Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run Wednesday through Friday at 12 noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Donnie Football in for Joe for now. Hopefully our pal Joe Starkey able to join us for the second half of the show. He had a doctor's appointment this morning. No idea where said doctor is located. Could be Cleveland, it could be Canada, for all we know. I am coming to you live from the beautiful Studio B at Bowser Chevy in Monroeville. Our guy Austin Bechtold on the board back in Green Tree, and he has us loaded up. I know you guys like to do a 6-pack on this show, Austin. I may have a few of those this weekend. We have a 6-pack and then some of callers, and that is brought to you by Bet365. And let's start it off. Oh, there we go. Let's start it off with a legendary 93.7 The Fan caller, the one and only Anthony in Oakland. What's up, Anthony?
Thank you, Darty. I'm going to allow me to vent on the Pittsburgh Steelers and their philosophy. Ahead. And I am a coach. I was a supporter of Mike Tomlin, but it's fading each day. And here's why. When we saw the Dallas Cowboys last week, their defense was hurting big time. Lawrence out, Parsons out, Bland out. So this plodding way, that philosophy that Tomlin wants to win by should have went out the window. You get on top of this window on this team, you spread them out, and you attack them, and you get points. Because the way he wants to play can't be played that way when your defense of the Pittsburgh Steelers is injured. Plus, you're playing veteran quarterbacks back-to-back. Well, you knew once the Steelers, once they were up by 4, that wasn't going to be enough with a veteran quarterback like Prescott.
Mm-hmm.
So your philosophy has to change. That's where the frustration is coming from Pickens. He's saying, wait a minute. I'm a star. I see Chase. I see Jefferson, and you guys are utilizing me like it's the 1980s. So, that's the frustrating part. So we were hoping something was going to be interjected in his team with Arthur Smith, but you look at points and you look at the same thing, it looks like Groundhog Day. What's the difference?
Yeah, Anthony, I appreciate the call as always. It is very frustrating to watch unless it's almost like unless the players themselves buck the trend, that they are kind of stuck in that spot. Now, we got to see them open it up a little bit against the Chargers. We got to see them open it up in the second half against the Colts, and you wonder, what type of defense were the Colts playing? Was it really pressing against another quarterback? And the Steelers knew at that point they had to get back in the football game. What is worrisome about the philosophy and just the overall game plan that Mike Tomlin puts out there from an offensive perspective? And I understand that it's the NFL. It's not college or high school football where you see blowouts happen far more often. In the NFL, if you lose really by like 14 plus, that kind of constitutes as a blowout because we just don't get those games a ton. But the Steelers never do it. The Steelers never just do that and win a game big. It felt so bizarre last season, that first game that Mason Rudolph started against the Bengals. The Steelers won the game by 24 points, 23 points. It was 34-11. We never get those games. Never. We've seen them on the receiving end, a couple of blowout losses as of late. We never get to see those games, and that is so frustrating to me. The other thing is that you will play an inferior team, and even if the Steelers feel like they are in control of the game, one play is all it takes for that team to get back into it. One play, one missed assignment, whatever it takes, one play could get that other team back into it. And that could be the case on Sunday. The Steelers could be leading in the game by, 8 points. It could feel like they're in total control. Takes one play, one mistake for the Raiders to be in the end zone. And now all of a sudden we're a 2-point conversion away or something from a tied game. Like they never just step on the throat of the opponent. They never just choke out their opponent and put them away when they have the opportunity. They love these style of games, which, it works when you're playing somebody equal to or better than you. And we see the Steelers win some of those games, but it is extra annoying when it is a game against a team like the Raiders, who are kind of, in no man's land right now. Their star receiver doesn't want to be there. They're on their backup quarterback. They just kind of have two mediocre guys at quarterback. They have a rookie head coach. One of their key defensive players is out, Christian Wilkins. They still do have Max Crosby, who is a beast, one of the best defensive players in all of football. This is a situation where the Steelers should go up by multiple touchdowns and not look back. But I just don't see them doing it. They play the style of game that always keeps the other team in it. And you know what you hear sometimes? It's a little bit cliche, but when a team is trying to pull an upset, you will often hear, well, you keep that other team around. Eventually, they're going to get confidence that they can actually win this thing. And that's the style of play they open themselves up for. 412-928-9370. Mark is on the road. What's up, Mark?
Good morning, Donnie. Thanks for taking my call.
Absolutely.
Just a side note, appreciate the Mike Ehrmantraut reference earlier. That was pretty solid on your part.
Yes, sir.
A thing that Joe and a couple of the guys talked about earlier this week, just something that you harped upon a little bit ago, is the Steelers never have an easy game. And I don't think they ever will, especially this year, just based on what their game plan is going into each game and how they're just trying to get through and squeak out with a W, which is a pretty, outdated philosophy if you ask me, but that's how Tomlin's been over these past few years. And it's frustrating to watch whenever you know that they are capable of beating teams that are, not playing to a level that they should be, especially due to injury and other things like that. But the main reason I wanted to call was, don't you think that, especially after last week, we only saw like a jumbo set, like double tight end, like maybe a handful of times. Don't you think that's something that they should make an emphasis of, just because Max Crosby is so dominant on the edge, to try to get as many, blockers and tight ends on him as much as possible so they can actually execute a decent game plan?
Yeah, that's a pretty good point, and I appreciate the call. By the way, the 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Chrysler Jeep Dodge on Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. I do think there's a shot that Michael Pruitt plays in this game. At least I think there is. I know he has, gotten back to practice a little bit this week, so there's an opportunity that happens. But, I mean, the utilization of Darnell Washington will be key if you want to neutralize a player like Crosby. If he gives fits, maybe he'll switch sides every now and then. If he gives fits to whichever tackle he is taking on, I mean, double him up, chip him, do something to set him off his route. We see teams do that to TJ Watt. And teams have unfortunately had ways of neutralizing Watt, and he's been able to get home and get to the quarterback and make a huge, impactful play. Now, it doesn't happen often because Watt is one of the most impressive edge rushers I've ever seen. I actually think the dude is already one of the best defensive players in team history. But we see how teams can neutralize him sometimes and silence him. The Steelers, they got to do that to a player like Max Crosby. Unfortunately, we know that blocking, not the strength of Pat Freiermuth's game, but the two other tight ends they like to utilize. Now, Pruitt's been out for a few games, but the two other guys they like to utilize there, Pruitt and Darnell Washington, they specialize in it. They can complement in the pass game, but, man, those dudes are road graders as blocking tight ends. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Let's go to Jay in the north side. What's up, Jay?
Morning, Donnie. Enjoying the show.
Thank you.
My biggest frustration has been the defensive backfield. This zone defense of theirs is just not working. They need to go more man-to-man, or at least put a hat on these receivers and make this young quarterback beat them, not the zone coverage that just leaves holes all over that backfield. It's getting very frustrating to watch every week. Any quarterback thrown wherever they want to on this defense.
Yeah, Jay, I appreciate the call. I mean, that's kind of my concern on Sunday. Aiden O'Connell, maybe not to the skill level that a Joe Flacco is, but that same type of style. He's not a dude that will beat you on the ground. He is a guy that if he stands back there and has time, his only shot is to beat you with his arm down the field. Now, when it comes to the defensive backfield, I actually like the two new additions there. I was skeptical about Dante Jackson. I was a bit worried of, hey, did they really just force a Deontay Johnson trade and not get back a very good player? And Jackson has impressed me. So I've had to eat my word a little bit on him so far through the quarter mark of the season, but I'll happily do that because I have been happy with the returns for the most part on Jackson. And I know Deshaun Elliott, last week he got beat on a couple of touchdowns, including the game winner from Prescott to Tolbert. However, for the majority of what he's done through 5 games, I think Deshaun Elliott has been a great addition. Now, I think where the concerns lie, it's been a little bit of inconsistent play from the incumbent players that we thought would be very good, Joey Porter Jr. and Minkah Fitzpatrick. Minkah has not caused a turnover for quite some time. Porter was rough against the Colts, but I think he's mostly played a pretty good first 5 games. 412-928-9370 to join the conversation. Seth out in Long Island. What's up, Seth?
Hey, thanks for taking the call, Donnie and City Limits. Hey, man, I've been a Steelers fan since longer than both you guys have been alive. And I got to be honest with you, man. I agree with all your callers, all your points. It is boring as hell to watch a Steelers game when they're scoring 10 points, 12 points. This offense is controlled, unfortunately, by Tomlin. He hired a guy that's basically a yes man. It's an antiquated style of football in 2024. And, you got to light it up, because if you light it up, your defense is going to look even better, right? You're going to be playing from strength, not from, we got to make this play, we've got to do this. So, I hope Justin Fields gets a start. I hope that he acquits himself very well. And I agree with you, Donnie. Aiden O'Donnell or O'Connell, whatever the heck his name is. I mean, the reality is he's nobody. but people don't remember, or maybe they don't want to remember, Tom Brady, it's like death by 1,000 cuts, underneath routes the whole time, and you're just going down the field 10 yards, 15, 20 yards, and you're not going to stop that, right? So they've got to do something about that. They've got to get to the quarterback, and, it's frustrating to watch because you always believe that they're going to have those blowout games, and they don't have them. They just don't have it where you're not on the edge of your seat till the very final play. So, and I just hope they play really well and come out and get Pickens involved early, and that's it, man. I'm just so frustrated watching these games. It's like watching paint dry.
Yeah, Seth, I appreciate the call from Long Island. It is kind of funny because the Steelers style, it's certainly a very boring one to watch, but then they always just have you on the edge of your seat in the final moments. So kind of funny how that works out. 412-928-9370. We will keep taking your calls as the show goes on. Today we are with you until 2 o'clock. I am live from the beautiful Studio B at Bowser Chevy in Monroeville. Joe Starkey will join us eventually here, coming back from a doctor's appointment. Our guy, Austin Bechtold, back behind the glass in Green Tree. He will get you in queue at 412-928-9370. Our good friend, Ray Fittipaldo, he is on the other side. He will join us to break down more of this Steelers and Raiders matchup on Sunday. Fan weather. That is brought to you by Sun Chevy. Visit Sun Chevy on Washington Road in McMurray or sunchevy.com. A nice fall day, sunny skies, high of 69. It's Donnie Football with you on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, the long list of injuries for the Steelers started to get a little bit better in Thursday's injury report. Russell Wilson remains a full participant in practice. A lot of guys who were non-injury related just resting practice in full on Thursday, including Najee Harris and Isaac Seumalo. The same can be said for T.J. Watt. Pat Freiermuth, though, popped up on the injury report yesterday. He was a limited participant with a calf injury. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Direct auto insurance is for uncompromisers. Like Matt. When his old car insurance got so expensive, do you think he walked until his sneakers wore out? No, because he found savings with Direct Auto so he could drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25% on state minimum coverage, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com or a store near you. Savings vary, terms apply. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. It's a great time to beautify the outside of your home. Save 50% off Weather Seal's insulated foam siding and pay no interest for 24 months. Zero, zip, zilch, no interest for 2 years. Not only will you beautify the outside of your home, but the built-in foam insulation will pay for itself with huge energy bill savings. 50% off Weather Seal's insulated foam siding with no interest for 2 years or 24 months. Call Weather Seal now, 877-351-SEAL or WeatherSealHomeservices.com.
Leaves are starting to fall, and so are the prices at Bowser Hyundai. Fall into savings with the 2024 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive with 1.99% APR for 60 months. It's the perfect ride for all your autumn adventures. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance that are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. With approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends October 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. So visit Bowser Hyundai today.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Looking for the perfect weekend? Join us at Shooters Golf for brunch every Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Enjoy delicious bites alongside mimosas and Bloody Marys while catching your favorite football team on 30-plus HD TVs featuring the NFL ticket. Remember, golf isn't over. Our heated bays are open year-round, so you can swing your clubs no matter the weather, whether you're here for brunch, games, golf. Shooters Golf, located in Wexford, PA, your ultimate destination. Visit us today and make every weekend unforgettable.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by calling 844-300-LEAF to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Call Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate and to save up to 30%. Dial 844-300-LEAF. That's 844-300-LEAF.
This is Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. PGT, Pittsburgh's leader in the flatbed industry, is known for their focus on safety. Established in 1981, PGT Trucking offers innovative and quality transportation service driven by the proud professionals. Ask about their dedicated fleet solutions to handle all of your cargo needs. Visit pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $199 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $219 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires October 31st, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Chances are you're not hearing this ad while topping 100 in your Aston Martin or taking a spin around town in your Rolls Royce. But if you are, then Donald Trump's tax plan is for you. Just ask him.
You're rich as hell. We're going to give you a tax cut?
But if you're hearing this on your way to work or school pickup, if you're heading to the grocery store or wondering how long you can stretch that tank of gas, then your plan is Kamala Harris's plan. She'll make the wealthy and big corporations pay their fair share so she can give the middle class a tax cut, as well as $25,000 for first-time home buyers, $6,000 for first-time parents, and a $50,000 tax deduction for starting a new business. Because that guy in the cyber truck that just zoomed by doesn't need another break. But Kamala Harris knows you sure could use one. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I'm a Western PA guy born and raised, much like my friends Joe George and Larry Kelly. They're the highly respected AV-rated injury attorneys at LGKG, Luxembourg, Garba, Kelly, and George. And as Larry explains, integrity is everything that Western PA is all about and part of the LGKG business model.
Personal integrity, my father, Fred Kelly, gave me the definition of that when I was a young man. And it's really simple. Do what you say you're going to do. Sounds simple, but it's not always done. You know, at LGKG, we've been keeping promises for over 90 years. When we make a promise to our client, we do it. And you know what? If we hadn't done it, the word would be around. The people would know. We live in this community. We work in this community. We coach in this community. People know us and we know them. And I think that's why. Because in communities like Western PA, if you don't have that integrity, everybody knows it. And when you do, Everybody knows it.
LGKG Injury Lawyers, 7 locations, Western Pennsylvania, lgkg.com. LGKG, your home team.
We still on for breakfast tomorrow? I've been looking forward to it all week.
Yes, ma'am. Wouldn't miss it.
And then we're gonna go vote together, right?
Yeah, I guess.
This stuff matters, kid. It wasn't that long ago when there were laws that kept us from voting.
I know. I learned all about it in school.
And now it's pretty simple. We can vote by mail, we can vote early in person, or we can vote on Election Day.
Who and what are we voting for?
That's up to you. But it's important to make sure you don't sit on the sidelines. You've got to make your voice heard, and voting is the best way to do it.
All right. I'll go vote with you. But breakfast is on you.
Voting in Pennsylvania has never been easier. You can request a mail-in ballot until October 29th. It must be returned to your election office before 8 p.m. on Tuesday, November 5th for your vote to be counted. And remember, you can always vote in person on Election Day. Go to votehq.org for all the information you need to vote this election. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers, Raiders, 4 o'clock on Sunday. Jeff Hathorn has Fan Game Day, as well as Mark Cabali. That will begin at 1 o'clock on Sunday. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Ray Fittipaldo joins us next.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to more Joe. It's the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Donnie Football in for Joe Starkey. However, Joe reportedly is on his way to the beautiful Studio B at Bowser Chevy in Monroeville. Austin Bechtold back behind the glass. And that music means one thing. It is time to chat with our good friend, Steelers reporter from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, Ray Fittipaldo. He is brought to you by LGKG Injury Lawyers. 7 locations in the Pittsburgh region. They'll take your personal injury case personally at lgkg.com. Ray, the Steelers set to take the practice field for their Friday practice, getting set for the Raiders on Sunday. Where do you come down, Ray? I know that you talked to Pony and Chris yesterday. Who are we going to see at quarterback? It seems like the national heads think Russell Wilson will get the start, but from a more local scope, guys like you, people who see the team every day, it looks like Justin Fields for the 6th consecutive game. So is Fields the man in line to get the job on Sunday?
Yeah, Donnie, all indications are that Justin will get the start again. I do think it's a different situation with Russ being number 2 this week. That does mean if, Justin Fields struggles early in this football game, I think you could see Mike Tomlin go to Russell Wilson, at some point in that game, maybe halftime, maybe second half if things are not going well. So, this is a big game for Justin. I thought he played really well the first 3 weeks. These first halves and these starts have really been an issue. And, they were an issue in Indianapolis and they were an issue again in Dallas. So if he doesn't figure it out this week, I think we could see Russell Wilson in fairly short order.
What do you think the first half has to look like for Fields and I guess the Steelers side of the scoreboard in Vegas for him to, I guess, kind of earn that trust a little bit back and to finish the game?
Yeah, would it be too much to have 10 points at halftime? You go back and look at all these games and, they get no points in the first quarter, maybe 3 points, maybe 7 points by halftime. This is a team, the Raiders, that the Steelers should handle. And, I don't want to say easily, but, they got injuries they're dealing with. They got a new quarterback, and they're just not very good. So, I think if Fields can get them to, 10 or 13 points by halftime, it doesn't matter what the score is. If the defense is playing well, that'll be good. If not, that means Justin's going to have half. But they cannot continue just to get 0 points or 3 points or 6 points at the intermission. That's just not good enough, and that's just putting too much pressure on the offense and the defense in the second halves of these games.
When it comes to running the football, the guys, Najee Harris still dinged up. How close are they, Cordero Patterson and Jalen Warren, from being ready to go? Or is it another week of Aaron Champlin and Jonathan Ward being the spellbacks?
Yeah, Patterson's not going to play. Warren is the one to watch later on today. Mike Tomlin said he was doubtful to begin the week, but he's practicing. He doesn't really look doubtful to me. I mean, they might just be cautious and give it another week. If they do that's fine. But I would really expect him, based off Wednesday and Thursday, I would expect him to be questionable, and then maybe a game time decision on Sunday afternoon. So, Warren, when he is healthy, he's so important to this offense. I think that's probably not been talked about enough. And when you couple that with Patterson being out, last week, that was really an issue for that offense. So I don't have to tell you, Donnie, but his ability to hit the home run in the running game, he's their most explosive runner in terms of big plays. He's their best pass protector, and he's their best receiver out of the backfield. So if you get him back, that's probably going to be a big boost for that offense.
Where are things at right now with George Pickens, Ray? Are they getting close to a boiling point between the player and the organization?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say a boiling point, because I do think that at least, publicly this stuff hasn't really come out for the last week or so, and I think maybe you just, like his teammates were trying to do this week, they're trying to, have his back, and they're trying to believe in him that maybe what happened last week was, just a bad week for George, and, he acted out, everyone saw it, but maybe this is maybe that was a crossroads for him, and he realizes that he's got to turn his behavior around. So, this game for Arthur Smith, George's dad complained on Twitter this week. He wants George involved earlier in games. Obviously, that means George wants the ball earlier in games. But when you run a run-first offense and you're really a guy who thinks the game like Arthur Smith, you're constantly trying to set things up. And, I don't know if that's going to get Justin off of his game or get Arthur off of his game. But to me, it's almost like they have to do that this week if they want to avoid another blow-up or another, temper tantrum by George Pickens.
Yeah, the way I see it, Ray, I think the best way to solve this is that you do, I know the fear is there that, you're going to force things and that could create, dangerous throws or turnovers even. But I feel like you have to try and set up some easy pitch and catch plays to George Pickens, even if it's like of the screen or slant variety. It doesn't have to be anything major down the field. Just something that gets the football in his hands to let him try and do something with it, because I don't think the way that they went about it last week with the half benching will solve anything. My view is that you either go all in or all out. You either bench the guy for a full game, which I don't think is the best plan of attack, just for the record, or you try to get the guy involved early because he is your best offensive weapon and your best playmaker.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You don't have to throw the ball into double coverage and take shots when they're not there. But, to your point, there are ways to maybe get him involved in the screen game or, short little routes where maybe he can run, after the catch. I think Arthur Smith could certainly draw that up for him. It's interesting about how last week unfolded. Teams know the Steelers want to run the football. So Arthur Smith came out, and he tried to take advantage of that. They were or 8 and 9 men in the box. There were run blitzes, and he took some deep shots, and they just didn't connect. But I think, Donnie, if Connor Hayward catches that ball, or if Darnell Washington catches that ball, that opens up the running game. That opens up George Pickens. Those are dominoes that would have started falling, and they just couldn't catch a break early in those games. Whether it was Justin being a little bit off, or you could certainly argue that Hayward at least should have had that ball for a nice 30, 35-yard gain. The bottom line is those plays did not happen. So, I'll be interested to see what happens this week. The Raiders would be stupid if they don't do the same thing. Justin Fields has not proven over the long haul that he could beat you deep down the field. So I would expect something similar this week, and it's going to be up to Justin and to his receivers to loosen that defense up a little bit, I think.
Speaking of the tight ends, you mentioned a couple of them there, Ray, Washington, Hayward. Is Michael Pruitt looking at a chance to play this week?
Yeah, he's another guy who was doubtful to begin the week. He has been out there. I'll be honest, I haven't watched him as closely as Warren. I mean, when I watch Warren this week, he seems like maybe he's a little bit further along. But tight ends are important. I think Rodney Williams has done just fine when they've asked him to go in there. I think he's a really solid reserve if Pruitt cannot play. But I think we all know Pruitt's important to that running game. He's not really going to help you in the passing game. So if they do get him back, that would be a nice little lift for that running game.
Had a caller bring up a good point last hour that, hey, we have to throw a tight end on either end to help out whichever tackle is dealing with Max Crosby every single time. I mean, the Steelers have the personnel to do so, so I think you do have to attack the other team's best player.
Yeah, and Arthur Smith is really good at that. He stayed away from Jesse Bates in that first game. He stayed away from Denver's playmakers in the secondary in the second game. And you could sit back and say, well, it's conservative. Well, it is, but they won those football games. So, Crosby's a different animal. He's really their first dominant pass rusher that they faced this season. They kind of got lucky last week. They missed Parsons. But they're going to have to handle Crosby. So the Raiders move him around. It's not just going to be up to Broderick Jones. I would expect Crosby to move around that line a little bit. And whichever side he ends up on, whether it's a tight end like Darnell Washington or a big back like Najee Harris-Chipping, they're going to have to give him double and triple teams to give Justin Fields enough time to make some plays down the football field.
When it comes to the Steelers edge rushers, Ray, it'll be TJ Watt and a hodgepodge of different characters on the other side.
Yeah.
Highsmith still out, Herbig out, Leal out. I mean, it's going to be big Isaiah Loudermilk on some reps on the outside, and then legitimately two guys I've never heard of before earlier this week, Ray.
Yeah, dare I say a hodgepodge of nothingness. Yeah, I mean, they're probably going to bring up that Ade Ogundeji. Seems like he's probably going to be, involved in teams and maybe get a few snaps. But, when it comes down to it, it's going to be Jeremiah Moon and T.J. Watt, and I think they'll ask Isaiah Loudermilk to play a lot in the base defense and to help out in the running game. You're not going to want him out there, when it's 3rd and 10. You're going to want one of your better pass rushers in there in those situations. So they're really up against it. I think there's a chance that Highsmith could be back, if not next week, the week after. Herbig has a hamstring now too, so another soft tissue injury. So it's been a rough go, for that position group. But I guess the good news, if you want to look at it this way, is they still have the best player, and that's T.J. Watt. And T.J. Watt has a tendency to step up in these types of situations.
Ray, I know that they had a change in strength and conditioning coming into the season, and obviously the big story at camp was the sled pushing by Russell Wilson that got the calf injury to happen in the first place. But man, I mean, we have seen a whole lot of injuries through these first 5 games, and I feel like that's kind of the person and that group of people, the strength and conditioning crew, that falls back on. I mean, we've seen more injuries here, not necessarily just long-term football injuries per se. We've seen a lot more of the like short-term random injuries than I feel like we've seen in years.
And it does seem that way, like it's league-wide too, so I don't want to put it all on this new strength and conditioning staff, but I heard that when that change was made, they went away from, Marcel, who was here for, I want to say, more than 2 decades. They went away from him because they kind of felt like they had too many of those types of injuries. And now here we are again. I know they're inevitable, but, these guys are still coming up with the groins and the hamstrings and the core muscle injuries that, can sideline your best players for 4 or 6 weeks at a time. So it's unfortunate. I'm gonna stop short of blaming this new staff for all of them. But like I said, it's a league-wide issue right now, and it just seems like every team in the NFL is dealing with injuries on some level. And you can see that this week with the Steelers and the Raiders as well.
Verizon, the official 5G network of the Pittsburgh Steelers, is treating deserving veterans to a lunch with Cam Hayward. Head to a Verizon store by October 20 to nominate a vet. No purchase necessary. 18 plus to enter. Visit Lunch with Cam Hayward from Verizon.com for details. Speaking of that player, Ray, Cam Hayward, I am very happy to see the start that he has had. A lot of people had some initial pushback to his contract, even though they didn't even really dig into the details, because as fans are prone to do, they just get mad when players sign deals as if it's their money being spent. But Hayward is back to a real badass level of football being played.
Yeah, he's that bully in the middle of the line again, and they so sorely missed that last season when he was out. And then when he came back, he was obviously trying to fight through it, and he was just a shell of his former self. So, that's been really a positive for the Steelers. Donnie, I don't know about you. I think the defensive line overall has been a positive. I know the Cowboys kind of came out in that 4-minute offense and ran on them. I think that was more of a situation where the Steelers got caught off guard. And I know the Colts ran a little bit on them too, but when you take everything into consideration, with who's available, Ogunjobi, Hayward, Leal's been dinged up. He's been on the outside. They've really made it work with, kind of a thin depth chart there. So in my mind, as long as Hayward is healthy, that's going to be a strong group for the Steelers. And, if you're a Cam Hayward fan, keep your fingers crossed because he's having a really, really good year.
Ray, on the other side, the Raiders will start Aiden O'Connell at quarterback this season. He has played in 2 games. He has not started any yet, so this will be his first start of 2024 on Sunday. He's got 176 through the air, 59% completion percentage, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. This guy not really a good player, just to put it lightly, Ray. But why, oh why, am I worried about Aiden O'Connell against the Steelers on Sunday?
Yeah, I don't know about you, Donnie, but, I know Antonio Pierce wasn't thinking about the opponent when you make a quarterback change. Obviously, he was unhappy with Gardner Minshew, but Minshew tore the Steelers apart, less than a year ago when he was the quarterback of the Colts. So I kind of feel better that O'Connell is playing this game. I know what you mean. The Steelers are kind of prone to losing to these types of quarterbacks over the years, but I'd much rather see him than Gardner Minshew. I just have too many bad memories of Minshew carving them up last year. And I know the Steelers were injured. I know Minka was out that game. KZ got kicked out. I get it, but he's got a good history against the Steelers. I think that's a positive that he's not playing.
Oh, I completely agree. If Minshew was playing, Ray, I would actually be going into this thinking the Steelers will lose the game.
Yeah.
I mean, go ahead.
It's funny how some quarterbacks just have a number. You get a feel for how to attack a defense, on a different level. I mean, Tom Brady had that feel, but there have been other quarterbacks over the years who have had a good feel for the Steelers' defense, and I thought Minshew was one of those guys. So, I think the Steelers are catching a break here. There's a reason O'Connell wasn't playing to begin with, and now you throw him back in there. I know they're rebuilding, and they're probably going in a different direction. Maybe they're even playing for a high draft pick. But this is a game with the Steelers defense that, like I said at the top, they should win this handily.
Joe is not here yet to ask Ray. He is on his way back from a doctor's appointment, but I know that Minkah Fitzpatrick is probably on his mind. Do you think that Minkah finally makes a big impactful play in this one?
I guess we're not going to get free association either. Man.
Actually, I see him walking in right now.
Oh, okay. Well, he might have to do it on the fly. I mean, I know I said this last week when Joe was in studio. I don't have any issues with Minkah. I think he's playing well. The plays just aren't coming to him at this point. I know people get bent out of shape because he's getting paid a lot of money, but believe me when I tell you, there are not a lot of people in that Steelers building who are overly concerned with his turnover drought at this point.
Ray, bigger impact on the game, Ade or Eco?
I'll say Ade because I think Ade is going to get the helmet.
Man, it's a big day, maybe for some edge rushers like Ade and Eco, man, who just got here.
Donnie, you have a thought on that?
That sounds like a band from the 80s.
It's like a cartoon. I think that Eco may have the bigger impact. Is that what Ray said?
I think Ray's on the side of Ade.
Yeah, I think
Ade.
Eco comes out of nowhere and wins the day. Anyway, it's nice to talk to you. Limits, Donnie, thank you for waiting for me today. Everybody.
How about this, Ray? I was worried about this guy.
I know. He always comes through. He always manages to get it done, doesn't he?
Thank you, Ray.
Do you have free association ready?
Of course I do. Are you kidding me?
Go ahead.
You don't mind if I engage in a game of free association? Clearly you don't. Ray, you ready?
I am ready, Joe.
Jaylen Warren plays.
Gut feeling, yes.
Jaylen Warren gets more touches than Najee.
No.
Russell Wilson starts the game.
No.
Percent chance Russell Wilson starts the game.
5.
Ooh. Justin Fields has a bad first half and Russell Wilson goes in. Percent chance of that?
40.
Oh, 40. Over under 0.5 times that George Pickens chucks his helmet on the ground in anger.
I'll go over.
Over under 1.5 number of teammates that have to babysit George on the sidelines because he's pouting.
I'll go over again.
Over under 5.5 Pickens catches.
Over.
0.5 touchdowns.
Over.
99.5 yards.
Over.
Ooh, so a big game for George coming. Pickens is ahead.
Yeah.
How about, is Freiermuth going to play?
Yeah, I think they were just resting him yesterday. Yes.
All right, Ray, did you get a prediction out of him, Donnie?
I did not.
I'm going to finish with that. A prediction, final score, and who's going to get the game ball, Ray?
I will go 27-13 in favor of the Steelers, and it's been a heck of a week, Joe. So let's give it to George.
Ooh. That sounds wonderful.
Ray, should I hit you up out in Vegas when I get out there with my buddies?
Yeah, but I'm not landing until like 6 though, Donnie. So I might. You guys might be 3 sheets to the wind before I get there.
Might be. I think it's a little bit higher chance than that, Ray.
I could imagine.
Ray, I thought of 2 more. I apologize. Over under 0.5 timeouts Tomlin leaves in his hip pocket.
Let's go under. He'll get it right this week.
Over under 1.5 timeouts that Tomlin completely wastes for reasons like 12 men on the field in the second half.
Or a challenge.
Yeah,
let's go,
right.
Let's go over.
Thank you, Ray. I have no further questions.
All right, guys. Have a good weekend. I'll see you.
Thank you, Ray.
See you, buddy. Donnie, I'll let you take us to break. I'm extremely discombobulated. Do we have a Bechtold breakdown coming up?
We do in an hour. We have Nick Costos.
At
noon.
Let's talk quarterbacks next, can we? Or did you have something planned? I just walked in here. I've had a very harrowing day.
I kind of had the 11:30-ish segment laid out as Ray reaction, just to some things he would say.
Well, 40% chance that he said 5% chance Russell will start, 40% he'll be in at halftime. That's pretty significant. Shall we talk about that?
Yes, absolutely. We can get limits involved as well. Fan text line 412-928-9370. That's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. It's Donnie Football. Joe Starkey now in the building as well on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Back-to-back days, Russell Wilson, a full participant in practice with his calf injury. It's the first time that the Steelers can say that this regular season. Najee Harris rested and was a full participant on Thursday. The same applied to T.J. Watt. Cam Hayward was just limited as well. He did not practice yesterday just due to rest. Larry Ogunjobi was limited due to the same thing, but the main concern is being Pat Freiermuth, a limited participant in practice on Thursday. Ray Fittipaldo thinks he's going to play, though. Alex Highsmith, still working his way back from a groin injury, was limited Thursday after not practicing on Wednesday. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football and Mark Cabali host the enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you our exclusive coverage before every black and gold game. Brought to you by Monsters Brewing, The Beast Unleashed, and Weather Seal. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fall into big savings at Sun Chevrolet in McMurray. 2024 Chevy Equinox up to $1,750 in rebates. 2024 Chevy Silverado $1,500. Get 1.9% financing for up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. The Chevy Blazer EV and Equinox EV offering special leasing programs. Must take delivery by October 31st. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more on the lot right now, especially a great selection of 2024 Chevy Trax as well. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com to find the truck or car of your dreams. Sun Chevrolet, find new roads.
What's up, sandwich heads? Today on Steve-O's Sandwich Reviews, we've got the tips and tricks to the best sandwich order. And it all starts with this little guy right here. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Partial to pastrami, craving a Cubano. Yeah, sounds delicious, but boom! Add the crisp, refreshing taste of Pepsi Zero Sugar and cue the fireworks. Lunch, dinner, or late night, it'll be a sandwich worth celebrating. Trust me, your boy's eaten a lot of sandwiches in his day, and the one thing I can say with absolute fact... every bite is better with Pepsi.
What if I told you that there was a single management software that could handle your CRM, accounting, manufacturing, marketing, inventory, sales, and everything in between for a fraction of the cost of the dozens of disconnected platforms most companies rely on to manage their business? Sounds pretty good, right? Well, that's Odoo. Odoo is the end-all, be-all for any business of any size, and it's ready to help your company reach the next level and beyond. Learn more at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Mostly sunny this afternoon, the high 68.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
At the UPS store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. and still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open and happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My check engine light's on?
That could hurt your gas mileage. The AutoZone free Fix Finder service can help find the fix for free.
Get in the zone. This whole report for free?
That's right. Printed and on your phone for free.
Get in the zone. But what if the fix is too tough?
We'll recommend a local shop. Fix Finder, only at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. One of college football's greatest rivalry games is this weekend, the Red River rivalry between Oklahoma and Texas. Longhorns quarterback Quinn Ewers gets the start after missing the last two games with an injury. But if he looks rusty, does Steve Sarkisian turn to super backup Arch Manning? And if Arch plays well, does he have the job permanently? A lot on the line at the Cotton Bowl. I'm Maggie Gray.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there, providing hot meals, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
This is the day of the big sale at your gift shop.
Welcome in.
So this isn't just a big day for your business. It's a big day for the network keeping it all connected. That is, if it can handle the pressure.
Next in line, please.
So is it possible to get business internet you can really count on? It is. With 99.9% network reliability from Comcast Business. It's like this neat little bow.
Do you like that gift wrap?
Really ties it all together. Reliable internet for your business. It's not just possible. It's happening. Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Switch to Comcast Business and get started with fast, reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Or ask about our 5-year price lock guarantee on qualifying internet bundles. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 12/22/24. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and autopay required. New 150 megabits per second internet customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
Football is back, and ESPN Bet is bringing fans exciting new features and promotions to elevate your game day. Get in on trending parlays in the all-new Parlay Lounge experience. Check out one-of-a-kind offers from ESPN personalities and boost your winnings with Profit Boosts all season long. The official sportsbook of ESPN has football fans covered. Download the ESPN Bet app today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. For over 3 decades, Cordell & Cordell has been on the front lines of family law. Divorce is more than just a legal process. It's a life-changing event that can impact your future, finances, and your relationship with your children. You've worked hard to build a life that you're proud of, and you deserve a legal partner who will work just as hard to protect it.
Offices in downtown Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Schedule an appointment with one of our Pittsburgh or Cranberry area attorneys. Rick Julius, licensed in Pennsylvania only. Cordell.com.
Don't miss the Pittsburgh Gun Show this weekend at the Monroeville Convention Center. Get your guns, ammo, and supplies while you still can. Huge selection, great prices, free parking, tons of ammo, guns, knives, accessories, and more. Shop, compare, and get your best deals at the Pittsburgh Gun Show. Monroeville Convention Center this weekend. Saturday 9 to 5, Sunday 9 to 4. More info and coupons at showmastersgunshows.com. That's showmastersgunshows.com.
I'm with Rocco Florio from Air Pro Heating and Cooling with great news.
Air Pro and Bryant are now offering the $1,000 rebate program. Buy a furnace, take $1,000 off. Add a central air conditioning system, take another $1,000 off. That's $2,000 savings.
Plus up to 60 months interest-free financing or low 3.9% interest subject to credit approval. So call someone you know. Call Air Pro Heating and Cooling at 800-749-0642. Bryant, whatever it takes.
1 in 4 car batteries is weak and needs to be replaced. Let our professional parts people test your battery for free at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
There's new Tropic Bowls in paradise at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Enjoy our new Bahama Mama Bowl inspired by our fan fave smoothie flavor, serving pineapple, strawberry, and coconut. Or dig into 32 grams of protein with our new Peanut Butter Protein Crunch Bowl. It's Tropic time.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Welcome back to the show, Donnie Football. It's a Donnie Football Friday with me out at Studio B in Monroeville.
What are you looking around for?
What is going on here, Donnie? What have you done with the place? There's no TV on. The TV it's a big TV, so we can watch it.
I tried to turn it on earlier. It says there's like no source. It's one of those deals.
All right. Well, we're going to persevere. This is an awesome studio, though. Even if you don't have the TV on, great people, wonderful facility. The sound is good. I can hear my own voice. Sounds very clear and deep, melodic almost. Would you agree?
Your voice sounds wonderful, Joe.
Thank you. So does yours. The Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And the 50-minute mark on the Fan coming up here, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. All right, Donnie, I've got some Steeler questions for you as we head into this game. And as you head to Vegas in the morning?
Yes, 6:30 flight.
6:30 flight. What time do you get to the airport? 3?
Probably.
So you don't sleep tonight at all?
It's going to be a couple of hours of sleep because I'm doing the high school game tonight, Franklin Regional and Penn Trafford on KDKA AM.
Yeah.
Then I'm heading out to a friend's house, a former student of yours,
Joe Smeltzer,
the Penn State scribe.
Wonderful man. Knows World Series facts off the top of his head.
Yes, he does.
From like 1947.
Very convenient, though. His parents live about 10 minutes from the airport, so that's very nice.
That's fantastic. Now, Pony said he'll move tonight. He's flying tonight, correct?
He flew last night. He's already there.
To go to bed when he got there. He was getting there at 10 a.m. Vegas time and said he was going to go to bed to stay on the Eastern time zone club. Screw that. You go out there, you go straight out to party, right? Is that what you're doing?
We're getting in. I think we're probably going to go to a little watering hole and watch some football. It's a huge college football day.
What else would you do? What time you arrive Vegas time?
11, like just after 11 a.m. Vegas time, so like a little bit after 2 p.m. here.
And that's why I'm so proud of you. You're going to go to Vegas and do it right. Here's my first question. This Fields-Wilson thing, as I'm sure you discover, you see the headlines. It's national analyst says Wilson starting. Another national analyst says Wilson great for the Steelers. Tony Dungy says the first-team defense just awed by Russell Wilson. Then you read 16 other people, Dan Orlovsky, Why would you go back to Russell Wilson? Justin Fields is playing well. The next national headline, Justin Fields will be the guy. Why wouldn't he? That type of stuff. Here's my question for you in Limits. What do you think Mike Tomlin is thinking? If you could inject Tomlin with truth serum, does he think that man, I want Russell in a game. I brought him in here for a reason. Or is he thinking, I like what Justin Fields has done. He's my future quarterback. I would prefer just to stick with him.
I hope that he is on the side of Justin Fields for the reason being that, listen, we're looking to the future here. We think this guy can maybe get us into the playoffs and perhaps, pull an upset once we get there. We're not really a Super Bowl contender right now, but there is a lot more of a future with a player like Justin Fields than there is with Russell Wilson. It's just facts. It's just based on the age and the ability of each guy right now. Russell Wilson into his mid-30s. Justin Fields is only 25 years old. He's barely older than Limits right now. I mean, there's an opportunity if Justin Fields works out, you don't have to worry about the quarterback position for another 5 to 10 years, and maybe even longer than that, depending on how things go. Now, his play style, he probably is not going to be someone that plays for 20 years, since he is a guy that does like to run it and use his legs. But I don't see how you can look at the two side by side and not be hoping that the young dude works out, because then you have a major issue solved, or at least partially solved, for the foreseeable future.
I think, first of all, I agree with a lot of what you said, but I think that Tomlin wants Russell Wilson to play at some point with this team this year. I think if Fields had taken off, like if he was the star of the game the other night and they bounced back and he was great, I think Tomlin would have no questions in his mind. But I think that Tomlin really likes Russell Wilson and wants just to see one time out there. It's not like Fields has been tearing it up. The snap issues, the fumbles, even though the Steelers have recovered some of them, drive Tomlin crazy. I think he wants to see Russell Wilson for a game. And I think he's been very careful about how he's phrased things all along. Very careful to keep Russell Wilson atop the depth chart so that this doesn't look like a benching. He's not benching really. Correct. Justin Fields, technically. He's given Russell Wilson the job that he kind of has said Russell Wilson had all along. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, and we knew, and he always is very careful about how he words things and about what he says. Something else I wondered, and I brought up earlier in the show, was if the Steelers' defense had made that fourth down stop last week and they win that game, is this really even a conversation? Because then the Steelers are 4-1. Sure, Russell Wilson is getting back to where he's going to be healthy, but you got a quarterback that has your team at 4-1, and think about how different that game looks. Bad first half from Justin Fields, but if the Steelers defense makes that stop one more play on fourth down against the Cowboys, Justin Fields is the guy who led the offense down the field and scored with about 5 minutes to go.
He was on the Kenny Pickett plan.
Yep.
There. Win it at the end. That's a good point. But hanging over all of this is the fact that Russell Wilson has been cleared for 2 weeks and hasn't played. So maybe I'm arguing against myself here. He's been ready to – Ben played on one leg. You remember the game in San Francisco that one year?
Mm-hmm.
I get it. He was Ben. But the point is, if Russell Wilson were somebody's bona fide starter and still playing really well, I think he's playing the whole year, honestly, but definitely the last 2 weeks. How has it not been a bigger story that the Steelers' starting quarterback on their depth chart has been cleared to play for 2 weeks? This will be a third week in a row and isn't playing. So maybe Tomlin doesn't want to play, or maybe he was waiting to see, because Fields was good against the Chargers. I thought he was great, like spectacular in the second half against Indy. So maybe Tomlin's just waiting to see, wait, where is this going? And then even with that last drive, I think Fields took a definitive step back. So it's kind of hard to get into Tomlin's head right now. Where are you at with this limits?
I'm starting to feel that just based off some of the turnovers that Fields has had, and I would personally stick with him. I think Tomlin is kind of looking at it like they're not scoring any points. There's a lot of the same problems that were had with the Matt Canada offense last year. Maybe Russell Wilson, as a veteran quarterback who has been there, done that, had the success, and has won a Super Bowl, can change things for me. And at the beginning of the offseason, that's the guy that TJ Watt, Cam Hayward, Minkah Fitzpatrick, and many others rally behind. And they need a leader on offense. Maybe George Pickens will listen to Russell Wilson, and Wilson can get him the ball.
I wonder that too, Donnie. Like, these guys lobbied for Wilson. I wonder if Tomlin, in the end, like, again, if Justin Fields had torn it up here and built off that second half in Indy and lit up the Cowboys, I don't think anybody would have any question, not in the locker room or outside the locker room. Now there's questions, and I feel like Tomlin, I don't want to say owes it to those guys, but I think he believes and they believe, hey, let's see what Russell has. At some point, we brought this guy in for a reason. Let's see what we have here. And I think that may happen, and I think that's probably going to happen unless Fields gets this start and goes out and lights it up.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, you're kind of playing with that risk of, well, it seems like we're giving Justin Fields another game here. Could very well have a slow start. We could see Russell Wilson at halftime. You heard what Ray said. He gives Russell Wilson a 5% chance to start the game, but a 40% chance to come in after halftime. And that would be, a Russell Wilson story tale ending, perhaps. He could come in and save the day for the Steelers and get everybody back on his side. But what happens if we get a decent game out of Justin Fields? Not like a decent game and the Steelers win. I think that makes the decision that much more difficult again.
Isn't it also interesting how Wilson is carrying himself still as if he's the number one guy? He's put in front of the media again like he's the number one guy. It's a wild sort of dynamic over there with the quarterbacks. Like yesterday, it felt like, they spoke yesterday, right? Mm-hmm. Both of them. It felt like they were almost, maybe they weren't thinking it, but it felt like competing quarterback media sessions. What's one guy going to say about Pickens compared to the next guy? That type of thing. How many teams in the league have two quarterbacks talking in the media every week? If a guy was a definitive backup, you don't have a news conference basically with him every week. Like, Russell is still being treated as if he's the starter who's hurt, who will be back. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's where I think it is wise that Mike Tomlin never really played around with that depth chart because, like you said, and Mike Florio joined Pony and Chris earlier this week, he said they could go back to Russell Wilson and it doesn't have to be viewed as a benching. It just, QB1 is now healthy and Fields can take a seat on the bench. Now, I fortunately, I don't think that Justin Fields will, have his head down or anything if that happens, because I think, maybe he has in his mind, I still have a future here. I have a future with somebody.
I agree with that, Donnie.
That could be made. I'm only in my mid-20s.
But he knows the opportunity that was at hand.
It's massive.
And I can't believe that wouldn't be a blow to him and wouldn't affect him, maybe deeply. He had the reins of this team, and he had a huge opportunity on a national stage the other night and a chance to leave no doubt, and he left out. I give him credit for bouncing back with that final drive, but he left out. And now, if you were to have the job snatched away from him, I think that would be a big blow to him because he had it. It was in his hands.
Yeah, and it seems like he'll get one more shot here. So you wonder, even though it's not in a national, it's not a nationally televised game. In fact, I think most people outside of Pittsburgh and Vegas won't be able to even see it.
In a weird way, you just sort of described what might be the best case scenario. At least I think you did. What if Justin Fields goes out, plays pretty well, they win the game, and then he goes to Wilson, then everybody feels good. Hey, Justin, you went out on a good note there, right? We're going back to Russell, but it's all good. You played well. You went, what would it be, 4-2?
Mm-hmm.
Everything's good, man. This was a step in the right direction. Behind closed doors, they're probably saying then, we like you in the future. You know, you really staked the claim here. But we brought Russell in for a reason. He's the starter. That might be the best case scenario rather than him falling flat on his face, obviously, right? And then going to Russell. And then if he plays great, I don't think you can go to Russell. But if he plays a decent game and they win, I think everybody's happy. It's participation trophy time, Donnie.
And then what if they go to Russell Wilson that next game? Because after this one, the next one is also a Sunday night football game. They're playing the Jets, who are in total disarray.
Right.
And what if Wilson looks terrible?
Right. Are you saying that's good for Justin Fields then, or what are you saying?
I mean, yeah, it would be good for Justin Fields, but I don't think it's good for the team overall, because now you're in a point.
But at least you can say we gave Russell his shot.
You can.
You know what I mean? I think if you had a little truth serum, you don't have to inject it either, Donnie. You could put it in pill form or even in a gummy form and give it to the defensive guys. I think a lot of people want to see Russell Wilson play. They lobbied for him.
The curiosity factor is definitely there.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the end of last season. We waited, like, oh, okay, well, we'll see what Rudolph can do here since he's just going to let it fly, and that paid off.
Somebody's clarifying that the edge rusher is Eco. I didn't know what the hell they were talking about, but there is a person named Eco. Yes, Echo?
Ecosystem.
He's in the ecosystem now. I just had a very salient point, Donnie, that I've forgotten as you were talking about Fields and Wilson. Those guys want to see him play. I believe that. Oh, and Charlie Batch, I don't know if you buy this, came out this week somewhere and said that the offense still lacks a leader. You could read kind of as a criticism of Fields, maybe not even kind of. Maybe Charlie just thinks Justin's young, whatever. Although he's not that young. He's been leading the team for 2 or 3 years before this. And that Russell could be that guy. And I would bet that the veterans on defense feel that way too. It almost felt like that was the thrust of the pitch they made for Russell Wilson was, we need somebody that we can depend on that offense, a proven winner, a veteran, somebody who's not Kenny Pickett. And that's why, hey, Russell Wilson, bring this dude in. Do you know what I mean? And maybe they still feel that way. Like the offense needs that guy, that kind of veteran presence. I think they want to see Russell Wilson eventually, if not very soon.
Do you think, going back to what Ray said, he gave the 40% chance that Russell Wilson enters the game after halftime? What percentage chance do you give him?
Man, that's a tough spot. When's the last time Russ played?
Would have been like week 16 of last season. He sat out the last 2 games.
Plus, after he got attacked by the tackling sled, the blocking sled, which turned into a tackling sled, sprung to life and became Lawrence Taylor and sacked him. He got 2 series in the preseason? 3, something like that? That's a tough spot, man, to throw him in at halftime of a game. Especially if reports are true today that he hasn't even gotten reps with the first team yet, or very little. So I don't know. If Fields goes out and throws 3 first-half picks, then you almost have no choice. If it devolves to that point. But I don't think it will. He's really not playing that style of ball. He's really not putting himself at risk almost at all. I know he almost had a pick, 1, early in last week's game. So what if the Steelers have 3 points at halftime and the offense is sputtering? I still think Fields will get the second half. If he implodes, then you have no choice.
See, I actually think they'll make the switch if they only have 3 points or something.
How about you, Limits?
I think that they're going to give Fields the entirety of the game. I also don't see them against the Raiders struggling that poorly, but if they do, I still think they'll ride it out with Fields and then make the move to Wilson.
Nick Costos next on the games of the week, including and prominently Steelers-Raiders. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. High of 70 today with sunny skies. Pet Fest 24 presented by Subaru is back. October 27th at Rockwell Park in the East End. The event runs from 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. Bring your four-legged friends to meet vendors, participate in costume contests, and get photos with Santa. Stop by any Subaru dealer for complimentary tickets. For more information, 937thefan.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers Raiders Sunday at 4 o'clock. Jeff Hathorn has Fan Game Day along with Mark Cabali, and that begins at 1 o'clock this Sunday. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hello, this morning's low in Pittsburgh dipped to 36 degrees. That was notable since it was the first time since April 26, with temperatures dipping below 40 degrees. That's a span of 168 days. Mild weather has now returned, though, and this afternoon we'll see highs near 70 degrees. Looking ahead, morning lows will be near 50 on both Saturday and Sunday, with highs near 70. There's rain and even a storm chance on Sunday. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or diabetes, you're at higher risk of being hospitalized from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
That's the power of Bowser.
Leaves are starting to fall, and so are the prices at Bowser Hyundai. Fall into savings with the 2024 Hyundai Elantra SE. It's the perfect ride for all your autumn adventures. And right now, lease a new 2024 Elantra from Bowser Hyundai for just $199 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance that are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $2,999 due at signing with approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends October 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the man.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Look out! Here comes Wrong Way Rob Matzy. Always flying the wrong way. Matzy sent millions of your tax dollars to Philadelphia. While here in Beaver County, we needed help. In fact, Rob Matzy votes 99% of the time with the woke Philadelphia liberals. And Rob Matzy's not lying straight when it comes to our values. Rob Matzy voted to make it easier to let violent criminals back on the street. Matzy even voted to let biological males on girls' sports teams and in their locker rooms. With Wrong Way Rob Matzy in the cockpit, it's all left wing. Rob Matzy doesn't share our values anymore. A lifetime on the taxpayer dime made him forget where he's from. To Rob Matzy, Beaver County's just flyover country. But there's hope. Michael Parrish shares our values. He'll fight for jobs, lower taxes, and make life affordable again. Michael Parrish, he shares our values. One of us for a change.
Paid for by HRCC, authorized by Michael Parrish.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Some think that you have to be part of a club or know someone to get in. Not the case. At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply need to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Butler, or Beaver counties, and you're eligible to join for just $5. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Have you received estimates from roofing contractors that are pages and pages of confusing details? Or did the salesperson seem pushy, making you feel trapped and stressed in your own home? I'm telling you, let the team at Craig Galker Roofing bid on your next roofing project. They won't have to deal with any of that. Craig Galker Roofing provides an itemized, easy-to-understand estimate to make your roof replacement project a breeze. Plus, ask about their buy now, pay later, easy financing options. Visit CraigGalkerRoofing.com. Craig Galker Roofing, where details make the difference since 1991.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Tune in this week to Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL. Presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
5-0 Pitt football plays at Acrisure Stadium on Saturday. It is a 3:30 kickoff with the pregame coverage right here on 93.7 The Fan beginning at 12:30. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Nick Costos joins us next.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. It's Joe. And this is the Joe Starkey Show. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Welcome back. It's Donnie Football. Myself on a Donnie Football Friday. Our friend Nick Costos on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Nick is the host of You Better You Bet. He's the Odyssey sports betting insider for us. Insider Call presented by BetMGM. Go check out all the latest lines today on the BetMGM app. Also, be sure to listen to the You Better You Bet podcast for more analysis. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. Nick, all hell is broken loose here. We're arranging bets on whether George Pickens' dad is going to weigh in on social media again, like he did last week. Whether this Michael Brewerly is actually a burner account of George Pickens, and will he go on during the game? Will he be throwing his helmet? Aside from that, it's a pretty big football game. What do you have on Steelers Raiders for a best bet?
Well, Joe, first off, great to be on with you guys. If you guys find out, or if George Pickens' dad is listening right now, hit me up on Twitter and let me know what's going on with your son, because I bet his over receiving yards last week, and then he barely played in the game. I'd like to know if he's going to play. Really important player, obviously, for the Steelers. The situation feels like a mess, obviously, with George Pickens. I think the good news, though, guys, for the game this week against the Raiders, this is a Raiders team that's completely rudderless right now, right? Antonio Pierce keeps yo-yoing the quarterbacks in and out. Everyone's favorite squad member, AOC, will be starting for the Raiders on Sunday. I do not think this is going to go well. Raiders' offensive line is all sorts of banged up against the Steelers' pass rush. Now, like, we think Justin Fields is going to start. I wouldn't be shocked. I'm not, like, reporting anything. I wouldn't be shocked if Russell Wilson ended up starting the game. I think if Fields has a bad game, I think it's definitely Russ moving forward for the Steelers. If you made me bet the game, I would lay the Pittsburgh Steelers here. I can never get to betting the Raiders. I don't know how they're scoring points in this game, guys, against the Pittsburgh defense.
Nick, how do you like the total in the game between Steelers-Raiders?
Well, it's 36.5, and I feel like it's probably 10 points too high. I would only ever bet the under in the game. Again, just like how are the Raiders scoring in the game? Like, Zamir White, their top running back, is out. Like, Brock Bowers is awesome. He's really might be the best tight end in the league already. I don't think that's hyperbole. But the Steelers know that. Like, you take Brock Bowers out of the game, you put Joey Porter on Jacoby Myers. How are they scoring? Like, how are they moving the ball?
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Nick. We thought, how are the Cowboys going to run the ball? They don't run on anybody. Suddenly they're running on the Steelers. Joe Flacco came in like Joe Namath in 1969 and carved them up. This defense stinks right now.
Okay, so so you're right with what you said about Flacco. Flacco's been doing this his whole career. Like, bit of a different story. Great offensive head coach in Shane Steichen. Like, I understand the Cowboys' run game was pretty set. Also, like, Rico Dowdle averaged just like 4 yards per carry. It wasn't like it was like Emmitt Smith in his heyday. But look, like, Dallas has talented players on offense. Like, Dak Prescott is a good quarterback. Like, say what you want about Mike McCarthy, obviously a Pittsburgh guy, right? He was won a Super Bowl. Like, he's not some, like, curtain jerking jabroni. Like, the Raiders are curtain jerking jabronis. It's Luke Getsy, the former Bears offensive coordinator. How's that going? Like, how'd that go with him? And Antonio Pierce, and I'm a Giants fan. I love Antonio Pierce. But, I mean, like, making comments about business decisions for the players. He'll make some. Devontae Adams demanding a trade. Like, yo-yoing the two quarterbacks. Just doesn't seem like a very professional operation. I can always be wrong. I know I sound very confident here. Like, I just don't know how the Raiders are scoring a lot of points in this game. So, again, I'd only bet the Steelers, and I would bet the under if I had to. I feel like it's going to be, let's call it, 17-10 Steelers final score.
Nick, I'm actually going to be out in Las Vegas for this game this weekend, going with some buddies. We're leaving tomorrow morning. This is my first venture out there, and it just seems like a playground for somebody like you. I was about to just ask if I wanted to place an exact score, what would you go with? You just said it there. So a 17-10, something around there is what I should go with?
17-10, 20-10, 20-13, 17-13. Yeah, something lower scoring where the Steelers win and cover. 17-6, 17-9, something like that. Yeah.
What else should Donnie do? You strike me as a guy who knows your way in and around Vegas. What?
How big of a degenerate is he?
Scale of 1 to 10, maybe a 7.
Okay, so Donnie, like, you like to get after it a little bit? Like, I'm 41 at this point now, and I have a young child. Like, those days are behind me. I feel like Donnie, you like to go out and get after it, though, buddy?
He's got a lot of football left in him.
I mean, we're all guys that are in like our mid to late 20s, so we still have some time left in us.
Oh yeah, dude, you know, like this pin the drunken tail on the donkey, man. Just go wherever, man. Go to any of the clubs, any of the casino bars. Like, you are going to have the absolute time of time that exists in Las Vegas. It doesn't exist. There's no clocks anywhere. They're pumping oxygen. 4 a.m. feels like 4 p.m. You're going to have an amazing time.
Should I rally the boys at 6:30 a.m. Vegas time on Sunday to get in on that London
Is that even
game?
a question, Nick? Of course he should.
I would say, Donnie, if you have to rally your friends on Sunday morning, I would say those are friends that you should not want to have in your life. They should be up and ready to go.
All right, Nick, we have a couple more here. This game right here. I'm from Buffalo and a close Bills follower. Some dysfunction has set in with that offense, but it ain't nothing compared to the Jets. How do you feel about that game on Monday night?
Great. So a couple things going on here on both sides. We'll start with Buffalo. So people will look at Josh Allen's stat line from last week against the Texans, right? 9 of 30 for 131 yards. And you'll think, wow, like Josh Allen played poorly in the game. And it's like, okay, like you could have that opinion. Or like you could watch the game and you could see that none of his receivers get open. None of them. When Khalil Shakir, who's a good player, when Khalil Shakir is the Jenga piece, when you take him out of the tower and the whole thing comes crumbling down, your offense has got a big problem. Shakir's the only guy that can get open consistently. Keon Coleman can't get open. Dalton Kincaid gets doubled. Mac Hollins is just a guy. MVS is just a guy. They've got nothing in this passing game right now, and Shakir did not practice yesterday. I think the Bills' offense is in a spot of trouble and maybe has been solved now without a true number one, at least until the rookie Coleman emerges into that. That's what they hope. And as far as the Jets go, we don't know if Jeff Ulbrich, the interim head coach, we don't know if he's good, right? We have no idea. I'm willing to bet there's no way he's worse than Robert Saleh. I would say that, probability-wise, he's better. Since Robert Saleh was a 0 out of 10, it's probable that Jeff Ulbrich is at least a 1 or a 2. And maybe he's better than that. And Todd Downing will be calling the plays for the Jets, and not like Todd Downing's Bill Walsh calling plays, but he's definitely better than Nathaniel Hackett. So I think these are upgrades for the Jets. Bill's offense is in big trouble. Give me the Jets on Monday night to win the game, guys, against Buffalo.
Nick, how about the other games with the AFC North teams involved? The Ravens, a 6.5-point favorite against the Commanders. The Browns are huge road dogs against the Eagles, 9.5 points. And then the Bengals on Sunday Night Football, 3.5-point favorite against your Giants.
We'll start with the Giants game. I was excited to bet the Giants in this game until we found out that Kayvon Thibodeau, one of their young stud pass rushers, has a broken bone in his wrist, had surgery a couple days ago. He's week to week. He's out for this game. And then the Giants announced about a half an hour ago, they made it official. And if you play fantasy football and you've got him, get him out of your lineups. Malik Neighbors is not going to play on Sunday. Kind of a scary thing. He got concussed. This was 15 days now since he got concussed, that Thursday night game against Dallas. So Neighbors is out. So no Neighbors, no Thibodeau. I kind of think the Bengals are going to wreck the Giants on Sunday. I would only bet Cincinnati in the game. Commanders and Ravens, I think Washington has enough offense to keep this game close. Baltimore's definitely better, but I don't know if Baltimore should be this big of a favorite against an offense that good on the other side. So, Donnie, for people that agree with me, if you think Washington, and I'm not saying Washington's going to win, but if you think the Commanders can keep the game close, I think we can wait, and you can bet +7 as opposed to +6.5, which is what the line is right now. So wait if you like the Commanders, and I think you'll get a 7. And then I have a contrarian opinion on the Browns-Eagles game, which I actually think is so contrarian that I think I might be the idiot. I think I might be way wrong here. I think the Browns are going to keep this game closer than the betting market expects. Now, the current point spread, guys, is 9.5. Philly's 9.5-point favorite over the Browns. Once it's officially announced that A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, their top 2 receivers, and Lane Johnson, their future first-ballot Hall of Fame right tackle, once it's announced that they're all playing, the point spread's probably going to go up to 10, in which case I will bet the Cleveland Browns +10. To use a stock market analogy, this is the ultimate buy low, to buy low on the Cleveland Browns here. I don't think that they will ever be lower in the betting market than they are now, unless they lose 47-0, which is possible. Maybe they're Enron. I don't know. It's possible. But I'll take a shot on the Browns, guys, getting 10 when it gets there against the Eagles.
Nick, we appreciate the time, man. Great stuff, as always.
Also, give me the Pitt Panthers, guys, laying 3 tomorrow against Cal.
Hey! I like that.
6-0 start.
Ask you, do people really think that Cal blew a 25-point lead last week against Miami? Do people really think Cal's getting up for this game here? Nah, deflated, kick in the junk. Give me Pitt laying the points tomorrow against Cal. Appreciate it, guys. Wishing you and all your listeners minimal. Yeah.
One more question. It's a trivia question. Do you know who the famous Cal announcer is? He's now retired. Who announced the band on the field play?
I believe is it your dad?
No.
I mean, it's a good guess because you knew the name.
Yeah, you know the name. It's a man of the same name.
His last name is Starkey, right?
Yeah, Joe Starkey, same name.
Oh, so, I mean, I feel like I should get a ton of credit for answering that question the way I did.
That's unbelievable. You do. That is legendary. Thank you.
There you go. You got it. Wishing everyone minimal sweats, winning best, the absolute very best of luck. Also, great game by the Penguins a couple nights ago against my Rangers. I'll talk to you guys later.
How did we get him, Limits, as a free agent? How was he on the market? We signed him for this show.
He's the best, man. He just brings it.
Wow. Is he great? Yeah, Joe Starkey. That's the guy's name.
I did know that.
I used to be in press boxes when I covered the Penguins, and people would walk up to me and say, You can't be him. He's like 75 years. Of course, now they would say, oh, you are him. But you can't be him. He's like 70 years old. Joe Starkey, the band on the field. Play.
How about the guess from Nick? Is that your dad?
That's almost reasonable, right?
It is.
I'm in broadcasting, so is my dad, but he's not my dad. I met him once, Donnie.
And you said, hi, I'm Joe Starkey?
It was in San Francisco a long time ago, circa 2005, 4.
So about
Kevin
20.
Harlow had a big game for the Niners. I think the lights might have gone out. You remember that game? It was a night game in San Francisco. And I went down, knocked on his little press box thing, and he opened it. I said, Joe Starkey, pleased to meet you. It was unbelievable. And he had a great story. He claims he was the only man to broadcast radio live from the Miracle on Ice game in Lake Placid. And he was also the guy who preceded Mike Lang as the Penguins play-by-play guy. City Limits didn't know that, did you?
I did not know that.
Did you know that?
That's a hell of a career.
It's a hell of a career.
I don't think I did.
He has a lot of trouble admitting when he was wrong. Have you noticed that about Limits?
I don't think I did.
I don't think I did. Instead of why not just I didn't know
I didn't know
it.
that.
You've known
entirely
him for a long time. Does he have trouble? He also has trouble taking compliments, Limits. Have you noticed that, Donnie? Yes. I could say something like, Limits, you're a very insightful man.
Joe, thank you very much. Yes, I am.
How about that, Donnie? And that even underscores it. He can't just say thank you. He has to double down.
Yes,
double down?
Yes, I am a very smart man.
Oh, that's the first time I've doubled down on a compliment you've given me. Thank you very kindly, I might add.
All right.
How about Nick, though, liking Pitt tomorrow?
I love that. And Pitt is becoming a huge. Why don't we spend 2 minutes on that?
I do want to talk.
What do we have? Bechtold's breakdown
yes,
next?
Pitt was
Limits?
a part of the breakdown. If you want to save it for then or do it now.
Why don't we just hit on this really quickly? And that is, I wrote about this week, that it's a great time to dream if you're a Pitt fan. And you can legitimately do that. When you haven't lost a game yet, when your team hasn't lost a game yet, and I'm not talking like 2-0, 3-0. In fact, I think 5-0 is about the time that it gets realistic. Then you have license to talk and dream about anything you want when you're 5-0. And you're not crazy. You want to start talking about could they play Penn State in a playoff? Talk about it. You want to talk about will they be in the playoff? Pat Forty of Sports Illustrated, I respect him as much as any college football writer in the country. He has them as an at-large right now playing Indiana, Donnie, and it's not unrealistic. Would I bet on them getting there? Probably not. But they have a star quarterback, a pretty favorable schedule, although some tough games coming up. It's okay to dream right now.
And I give Pat Narduzzi a ton of credit because last season, a disaster. They were 3-9, and he had to kind of look himself in the mirror. And, he's a head football coach at a Division I school. And, I mean, you can think, he's stubborn, hard-headed, whatever. I mean, a lot of those guys are. It just kind of comes with the territory. He had to look himself in the mirror and think, I have to change something here. I have to change my philosophy because he was getting comps at the college level to kind of what Mike Tomlin would do. He wanted to be the hard-nosed, we'll play good defense, we'll run the football, we'll beat you in a rock fight.
Yeah.
He said none of that anymore. He goes out, he hires a very young, savvy, exciting offensive coordinator who brings in one of his best players, Desmond Reed, who I have no idea how he wasn't playing somewhere else already because that kid is a ball player. He makes that change, changes up his entire philosophy, and now he looks like a genius. He looks like one of the smartest coaches in the country. So he was able to look at himself and say, I got to change the way I do things here, and it's going to take a risk, absolutely. What if Cade Bell flames out? What if, the decision I make at quarterback, Eli Holstein doesn't work?
Yeah.
But the fact is that it hasn't. And they look like a team that could legitimately go from 3-9 to the college football playoff.
So far, so great, man. And they got Cal. And Cal last week should have beaten Miami. Of course they should have. They were up 25 points. But they lose in crushing fashion. Now they got to fly across the country. I think it's a great time to get them. And then I think SMU after that. Am I right about that? They're good. A lot of people talking about SMU right now as a good team, and then bigger games ahead like Clemson and things like that. Why not Pitt? When you have a quarterback who's as good as Eli Holstein appears to be, and again, we have a 5-game sample, but man, I love what I see so far from his demeanor to his skills to everything else. I love this guy. You?
Oh, I mean, he is much better than I think any of us could have imagined.
Man, he makes every throw you want to make on the run. He's got his head downfield looking to make plays. He'll run it himself, and usually wisely. There's nothing not to like right now.
Yeah, and no disrespect at all to Nate Yarnell, because I do give someone like him credit for staying loyal, which we know that college football loyalty is the last thing most of the people are thinking about at this point. They would not have been off to this start with him. He's done some nice things in his Pitt career, but Eli Holstein actually has the chance to take this team somewhere they didn't expect to be.
I'll tell you this much, Donnie. These iced coffees that you can get in vending machines nowadays are an absolute miracle. Do you indulge in these?
Not those kind. Like, I'll get the actual ones. Like, I will drive to Dunkin' and or like tomorrow morning, I'm already looking forward to the iced coffee at the airport.
You've already thought about it, right?
Oh, I've been thinking about it for a few days.
Yeah, I think about these when I'm not drinking them. I thought about this, and then when I got here, first thing I did, Limits, was an iced coffee out of this little plastic bottle, and it's rejuvenated me. It's miraculous.
Is it pumpkin spice, Joe?
No, it's French vanilla, but thank you for asking. What's next? Bechtold's Breakdown?
That's right.
Would you like to tease to that after I tell people that fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township? Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And I want to tell you about Verizon, the official 5G network of the Pittsburgh Steelers, is treating deserving veterans to lunch with Cam Hayward. Head to a Verizon store by October 20th to nominate a vet. No purchase necessary. 18 plus to enter. Visit lunch with Cam Hayward from Verizon.com for details. We got all kinds of treats ahead, Limitless Wonder. So why don't you tell us about the Bechtold Breakdown and then throw it back to me for JP Roofing and Siding. We're having a great time out here at Studio B in Monroeville. Bowser Chevy.
Joe, we have a lot of good things coming up, including a fascinating Pat Narduzzi nugget currently when he is favored by a certain amount of points. A big win for the Penguins and maybe a big push by one player for more playing time. And what did Pat Narduzzi say about Eli Holstein on the Fan yesterday? That and some NFL news. Joe, to you after this.
Fan headlines powered by
I thought he was throwing it to me to sing. He was supposed to throw it right back to me, Donnie. What has happened? That was as clear a play call.
He done nothing for me.
Well, Joe, I wanted to tell you that the Pitt football game is at 3:30, and you can hear it right here on the Fan beginning at 12:30 with the pregame coverage, partly hosted by that man, Bob Pompiani. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. The floor is yours.
Donnie, was the play call not clear there? That was like Cade Bell going into Holstein's helmet with the microphone and saying, hand off on this play.
Probably should have taken a timeout on 4th and goal.
Yeah, exactly. And then Holstein dropping back and throwing a bomb. I mean, unbelievable. All right, where are we? JP Roofing and Siding. I'm going to see JP on Sunday for a round of golf, which means it's tea time for 3. Me, JP, and his mustache. And his mustache is a hell of a golfer, I might add. 43 years ago, JP and his mustache went into business together. Look at him now. Back-to-back Northeast trifecta MVP. They give those awards. The criterion is such things as marketing, community outreach, of course, what you're doing with roofing and siding with people's houses. Good things always. They've been out to my house a couple different times, identified the problem, fixed it, and I haven't thought about it one time since. That's what you want. Certainly what I want. It's JP Roofing and Siding, 500. $711. That's 829-7711.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. PetFest 24, presented by Subaru, is back. October 27th at Rockwell Park in the East End. Bring your four-legged leashed friend for an array of pet-centric vendors, costume contests, and photos with Santa. Complimentary tickets are available at any local Subaru dealer while supplies last. Don't miss this pod-tastic extravaganza. Brought to you by Bullymax and the Salvation Army. PetFest 24, presented by Subaru, October 27th. Details at 937thefan.com.
Visit Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington for the most affordable all-wheel drives. Our fall kickoff event has new 24 Outlanders with 0% financing. Choose savings up to $6,500 off or lease for just $279 per month. Plus, our trade-in values are at an all-time high. Get paid to trade. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Stop in today or shop the fall kickoff at JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Are you ready to launch your career with one of the region's top builders? At PJ Dick, Trumbull, the Lindy Group, you can build something meaningful, your future. Our dynamic internship and co-op program will immerse you in the industry from day one. Join a complete team of companies that has become a recognized leader in innovation, safety, and quality. Keep up with us on social media and check us out at www.pjdick.com. See you soon, future builders.
My sister Rachel Morin loved to run. She loved to laugh, but most important, loved her 5 children. August 5th, 2023, she met a monster, a criminal, illegal immigrant that raped and murdered her. He was already deported once before. Kamala Harris was supposed to get the border secure. Kamala and the Democrats' policies allowed the killer back in. That was a really tough day on Mother's Day, going with the 2 youngest to the gravesite so they could visit their mom. Any given day, your family could experience what happened to my sister. There's no reason why these kids should not have a mother. It just breaks my heart.
The last thing that we need is more of Kamala Harris.
The Biden-Harris administration's open border policies have led to an influx of crime and chaos, putting every American at risk. We cannot afford to let the dangerous agenda continue. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
That's the power of Bowser.
Leaves are starting to fall, and so are the prices at Bowser Hyundai. Fall into savings with the 2024 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive with 1.99% APR for 60 months. It's the perfect ride for all your autumn adventures. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance that are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. With approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends October 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. So visit Bowser Hyundai today.
Well, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
It's better over here.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
From profit boost to same-game parlays, ESPN Bet is ready to hit the gridiron this season. And as the official sportsbook of ESPN, it's the only place to find exclusive football offers from ESPN personalities like Mike Greenberg and Stephen A. Smith. New players can get their first bet insured up to $1,000 in bonus bets by downloading the ESPN Bet app and signing up for the promo code RADIO. Download today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
This Fire Prevention Month, the National Fire Sprinkler Association wants to remind you, fire is fast, but fire sprinklers are faster. Fire sprinklers activate quickly, controlling fires before they can spread, keeping your family and property safe. Whether you're building a new property or updating an existing one, installing fire sprinklers is the smartest choice you can make. Don't wait until it's too late. For more information on how fire sprinklers can protect you, visit nfsa.org today. Fire sprinklers buy time. Time buys life.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. Anyone who's worried that conference realignment would water down college football, I present Ohio State, Oregon. The number 2 and number 3 teams in the nation should provide an instant classic. Oregon in the Big Ten might feel weird, but if it provides these kind of games, then I'll take it. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Fall into big savings at Sun Chevrolet in McMurray. 2024 Chevy Equinox up to $1,750 in rebates. 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 get 1.9% financing for up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. The Chevy Blazer EV and Equinox EV offering special leasing programs. Must take delivery by October 31st. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more on the lot right now, especially a great selection of 2024 Chevy Trax as well. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com to find the truck or car of your dreams. Sun Chevrolet, find new roads.
The Pittsburgh Gun Show this weekend at the Monroeville Convention Center. Tons of ammo, guns, knives, accessories, and more. Get your guns and supplies while you still can. Saturday 9 to 5, Sunday 9 to 4. Info at showmastersgunshows.com.
Want more? Sure you do. More friends, a little more time, a few more laughs. More is a good thing, unless you're talking about risk of serious illness from a respiratory virus. But as we get older, we're more at risk for severe flu, COVID-19, and RSV. Worst birthday presents ever, right? But vaccines lower your risk, so you can keep doing more of all life's good stuff. Get started at vaccines.gov. Risk less, do more. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Fall into savings with Gutter helmets. Save 50% off installation and enjoy 0 down, 0 payments for 1 year. Don't risk costly water damages. Gutter helmet guarantees clog-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for your no-cost free estimate today.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder & Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder & Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Get the good guys, ballsy and guys. I love that song, don't you?
That's going to be a new one, a new remix.
I also love how City Limits, who can't seem to find any music for rejoins at the beginning of the show when it comes to his segment, Beckfield's Breakdown, we get an actual real live song playing in the background.
Oh, we're on this again.
Blanking, believable.
Joe, what songs do you want to play?
You know what? Next week I'm going to come back with Eye Black. That has a message for you, buddy, with some expletives in it. Okay.
Yeah.
We're ready.
New
We're excited.
Epic music.
No, exactly. We're ready.
All right, the breakdown for the 11th of October. Let's do it. Last night, Thursday Night Football, San Francisco beat Seattle 36-24. And to me, more than anything, San Francisco ran their third back, their fourth back, seemingly their fifth running back. No Christian McCaffrey, no problem. And Geno Smith, which could put, a little bit of a complicated issue into the Steelers quarterback situation. They got Geno Smith. He won, comeback player of the year, a really good player. And now we're really starting to see Geno Smith fall off. And it's kind of that venture with journeyman quarterbacks. What did you guys think of last night's game? And is Brock Purdy finally back to being the Brock Purdy of what we saw late down the stretch last year that could have been an MVP candidate?
I mean, he was good. But as you were talking, my take came together, and perhaps I should feel ashamed. I still don't believe in Brock Purdy. Is there something wrong with me? It's the eye test. It's just the sort of that little gut feel. And I know he just went to a Super Bowl. He didn't play horribly in the Super Bowl. I can't explain it. I watch him play, and it's just something about it, Donnie. And I'm ashamed of it. In fact, I'm now in a shame spiral, if you'd care to rescue me. I don't think there's something about him that bothers me still. I'm probably wrong about that.
You know what I had my takeaway from last night's game? Now, Purdy was awesome. I mean, he clearly played the best game of his season, and Geno Smith was not great. Geno had a couple of key mistakes. He threw 2 big picks, one early, one late. My takeaway with that run game, and I know that's what Austin said there a moment ago, no Christian McCaffrey, no problem. And that they throw in there is going to be good. And it made me think about the guy that we have here and what Najee Harris would look like in the 49ers offense. Because
might be the only guy that wouldn't look good in their offense.
So that's the thing. All of these guys, they look so explosive. Every time they touch the football, they don't second guess. It's not even a split second of hesitation. They know exactly where they want to go. I mean, who the hell had ever heard of Isaac Guerendo last night? And the guy ran for almost 10 yards carry. He had 10 for 99. He had a 76-yard run. That certainly helped fuel that. Jordan Mason, though, he was as of last night, since they have now played an extra game, he is the NFL's leading rusher this season. And the guy was just a dude that they, picked up in the draft. He's a rookie, and he had 9 for 73. He had almost a 40-yard run last night. Even Patrick Taylor they throw in here for a few runs. Like, you see these guys, and they all look like they were built in a factory. They don't all look exactly the same. It's not quite like every Orioles prospect that gets called up. But the way they run the football, it's like they're all perfect. They're all perfect. It's just so smooth. Such a smooth transition. They don't have one of the best players in the league, and they can still run so effectively.
It's beginning to look a lot like Mosey. Is it too early, Donnie, for Christmas carols?
I actually love Christmas music, Joe. I'm not kidding. Like, Sarah actually thinks it's hilarious how much I like Christmas songs. I normally wait until we get to, November 1, and we start.
Mosey roasting on an open fire. It's never too early for me either. I sense Donnie and I are kindred spirits there. Limits.
It's too early. You have to wait until the day after Thanksgiving. Give Thanksgiving the respect that it deserves.
Put the thanks back in Thanksgiving.
That's right.
Is what I say.
Put the scare back in Halloween.
Yeah, okay. I will. I'll put that on the shelf. The elf on the shelf, you might say. The Mulsey on the shelf. Go ahead, Limits.
On the shelf. Well, Pat Narduzzi yesterday, Donnie, you heard this on the PM team with Pony and Muller, was asked about Eli Holstein and concerns that he'll leave Pitt for greener pastures. How about Narduzzi said that he can win a Heisman Trophy here as well as a national championship here. Our buddy Nick Costos has Pitt going to 6-0 and beating Cal this week. And there's a realistic possibility if Pitt beats Clemson, which I believe is at home, Pitt can go to the playoff, at least at the ACC championship game.
I mean, it's certainly possible. I mean, I don't think Narduzzi saying that is ridiculous. I mean, a couple of years ago, Kenny Pickett was a finalist for the Heisman Trophy. So Holstein, it is actually there. The recent precedent is there that a Pitt quarterback, a big season leading you to maybe perhaps a college football playoff, that could get you the invite to New York City and maybe even have you lifting up that trophy. Now, the concerns with him going elsewhere, I do think that Pat kind of poo-pooed it a little bit, and maybe he didn't want to think about that right now because they're in season. I do think the Panthers need to have a budget set aside, a nice little bag for Eli Holstein, because you'd be kidding yourself to not think that there are some schools out there thinking, okay, this dude can play.
Who said that?
I want him to play for us.
It was just a question at a news conference, or somebody said that?
No, Pony and Chris had Pat on yesterday.
Oh, okay, and asked him about it.
Yes.
Yeah, well, obviously it's a legitimate concern. There's no doubt about that. But the part about winning a Heisman and going to the playoff, as we said, or as I said in the last segment, when you haven't lost a game, until you lose a game, you're licensed, I think, as a Pitt fan or anybody in that program to say whatever the hell you want. You know what? You might be right. I wouldn't jump ahead to Clemson, however, my limitless wonder. They got some tough games beforehand. I mean, I think they're catching Cal at the right time, but Cal was pounding Miami last week, and SMU is a very good team. SMU is really good. So they got some work to do, but are those conceivable scenarios that they could be in the – once you're in the playoff, of course you could get to the national championship game. It's not totally inconceivable. And when you're undefeated, you can dream. And I like that.
And how about Narduzzi as a home favorite, 4 points or less in his career at Pitt? He's 9-0, and he's 7-0-2 against the spread. It includes wins against Penn State, or that push against Penn State, where it was a 3-point spread, 42-39 in 2016, a win over ranked Louisville, and a win over ranked Syracuse a couple of years ago as well.
Wait a second. In his whole career, read me that stat again.
Narduzzi, in games that he is a home favorite by 4 points or less, which Pitt is this week against Cal, 3.5-point favorites. Narduzzi is 9-0 straight up. And
in his whole career, he's only been favored by
Pitt.
Okay, in his whole career at Pitt, He's only been favored by 4 points or less at home 9 times?
That's correct. He's 7-0-2 against the spread in those games.
Does that strike you as odd, Donnie? Seems a little, I guess. I feel like there should be more games like that.
Well, I also feel like in college football you see much more, sizable spreads.
Yeah, okay. Well, anyway, what do we make of that? Limits is what you're asking?
It was just another note I wanted to add on. We can move on.
No, okay. You just wanted to throw in a note. Move on.
I'm picking them tomorrow. That's for sure.
So am I.
It further goes to our point that we think they're going to win and they're going to cover once again, being 3.5-point favorites. How about the Penguins in a bounce back last night, guys? Joel Blomqvist. I still can't figure out how to correctly pronounce his name. Joel Blomqvist. I kept listening.
Joel Blomqvist.
I kept listening to Getzoff on the broadcast, try to properly say it, and I still don't know if I say it right, regardless.
Well, that wasn't the biggest mispronunciation during that broadcast.
No.
It was when Getzoff was talking to Tom Werner, who's only running Fenway Sports Group, and he didn't know the name of the Penguins arena. He called it PPG Paint Arena. That was a hell of an interview, was it not, Donnie? I don't know, man. Something just feels not family-like. Like you have outsiders running the Penguins. I know that wasn't your question. And it was Josh Getzoff does a great job, and the questions from him were fine. I'm talking about observing Werner. It just doesn't have that old Penguin family feel anymore. But a very nice ball game last night. I thought they looked pretty good. And Blomqvist saved them in the first period, Donnie. Did you see the Werner interview?
I did not see it.
Dean Werner from Animals?
I have a husband named Dean Werner at Faber.
I don't know. It was something. There's something there that bothers me. I'll just say that. And he seems like a wonderful man.
When it comes to the goaltenders, I think we're going to see Tristan Jarry get benched for the second year in a row. The second year on this 5-year deal, I think he's going to get benched.
If Limits was on top of things, he would have asked, would you start Blomqvist Saturday?
I never got a chance to ask the question. That's what the question was. Would you start riding Blomqvist?
Can you believe this, Donnie? Can you believe this?
You know how much I like Blomqvist compared to Tristan Jarry, who I think should have been sent out of here years ago.
So what's your question? Would you play him against the Leafs on Saturday?
Would you play him against tougher competition? I know the Red Wings are, fringe playoff team. Would you try to put Blomqvist out there, especially before Nedeljkovic gets back, to get an extended look at him against really good teams?
Absolutely.
Is that a long way of asking, would you start him Saturday against the Leafs? Okay. Yeah, I would.
And I think either Nedeljkovic or Blomqvist will take the job from Jarry at some point this season.
I mean, It is imperative that the Penguins get off to a good start. They started 3-6 last year. It was just never really right. And this season, you have to get off to a better start. You do. And set a tone for the season and make sure that Dubas doesn't start thinking about, start moving people out here. I actually think they have something with their bottom six. And you know what? If Tristan Jarry, after all this offseason, and all the money he's making, turns in that effort in the first game, and the other guy plays great, then the other guy gets the next start. That's how I feel.
Also, 800 career assists for Evgeny Malkin in the game. Happy birthday today to T.J. Watt, everyone. The question is T.J. Watt, that's another year older, the greatest player to never win a playoff game?
You would have to present Donnie and I a list of candidates like that and not expect us to think of it off the top of our heads.
Mike Trout is one example that comes to mind.
We're going all
sports.
He never won a playoff game?
He's never won a playoff game.
Yeah, I think they've only made the playoffs once in his career, and they got swept.
Well, I guess I would put Trout slightly ahead of TJ.
I would put Trout ahead of him.
But he's up there as far as NFL players who have never won a playoff game.
Yeah, how about when it comes down to NFL guys?
Yeah, NFL guys just in general. Trout was just another name that immediately popped out. Did Dick Butkus ever win one? Did Gale? I don't think Gale Sayers and Butkus ever won a playoff game. Their careers, Donnie. We want to go Super Bowl era?
Yes.
Okay, give us some sort of working list, Wonder Twin.
Well, you could go based off of Butkus. You could go...
That's before... This is unbelievable, Donnie. Is it not? I don't know who else to pick from limits.
Let's
Who
get a
else
list.
is on the list?
Well, it was just a list that I came up with off the top of my head, to be honest. Don't hate the question, hate the game, apparently.
I don't know what the question is.
No, he asked, is TJ Watt the best player to never win a playoff game?
I guess. But I have to know others. Do you want O.J. Simpson? No, O.J. Simpson was.
He won
Thank you, Limits.
Didn't he win one playoff game?
No, we never won a playoff game.
All right, there's your answer. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Anything else?
That would be all, Joe. Unless you want me to get the one more note.
Yes, I love the notes section. Give us a little stat
Thank you.
to leave us with.
Thank you very much. Cincinnati and the Giants is Sunday Night Football this week. Could the Giants pull off an upset? The Bengals are 4-17 all time on Sunday Night Football.
Listen, man, I was primed to pick the Giants till we heard from Nick Costos, who told us that Thibodeau and Neighbors are not playing. I still think it might be tough because Daniel Jones actually appears to be having a little bit of a renaissance here, and they've been competitive in every game but the first one and are 2-2 since then. So the way the Bengals are right now, I don't think this is going to be comfortable. But the fact that the Giants are without, I don't know, those are two best players, maybe, is more than problematic. So I think Cincy will win.
The Bengals offense has been really, really good the last few weeks. Joe Burrow is still a damn good quarterback. Chase and Higgins are still two very good wide receivers that he has to utilize. And I think they will simply just be able to outscore what the Giants can do. I mean, the Giants can put up points because that Bengals defense stinks. That's their total Achilles heel. But the way Cincy's offense has played the last few weeks, I mean, you see last week what ended up being a loss. You see that happen. I think Cincy's just going to be able to keep them at arm's length.
Network Limits, thank you for that.
You're quite welcome.
Pet Fest 24, presented by Subaru's, back October 27th at Rockwell Park in the East End. Event runs from 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. Bring your four-legged friends. Donnie, you bringing one? You got a dog at home?
We do not, but probably sometime in the future.
Yeah, I'm bringing Bailey. That's the plan anyway. Muffin, who is Limit's dog, apparently isn't very social. Did you know that about Muffin?
Well, no, Muffin is very social. Muffin just likes people. She's not very social with other dogs.
Oh, well, that's what I meant. That's what you told me. Is there problems? Does he, bark at them? Or
Muffin will bark at dogs, yeah. No,
Yeah.
she does not try to bite them. She's a very small dog. She's very lovable and very precious, but she does not like other dogs.
Is there a reason? Have you sensed a reason? Is she, I don't know, jealous? Is she fearful? Why not? Did you not ingratiate her to other dogs when she was little? What's the problem?
No, we did. She'll tolerate the other dogs, but other dogs seem to be a lot more interested in her than she is in other dogs. Like they'll come up and try to play, and Muffin will just kind of walk away and just lay down somewhere and be not too interested.
I love that. I almost want you to bring her so we can observe that thing. Let's do that. Why don't you? Bring Muffin. Maybe her and Bailey will hit it off. Bailey is very sensitive to others' needs, and maybe she'll like Bailey. Maybe they'll get married.
Yeah, maybe.
That could happen. How old is she?
Muffin is 13.
Bailey's 7. He's been looking for an older woman.
Yeah.
Bring your four-legged friends to vendors, participate in costume contests, and get photos with Santa. Stop by any Subaru dealer for complimentary tickets. For more information, go to 937thefan.com. Coming up, let's dive into Steelers Raiders. If you're a person anywhere near my age, for my money, it might be the greatest rivalry ever. Steelers Raiders of the 70s. It might be. You had immaculate reception. You had the Raiders coming back to win 33-14. You had the Steelers, and how's this for a hot take, Donnie? Scoring what I think was the greatest victory in franchise history. Not the immaculate reception game. That's the greatest play. And it's sort of announced that the Steelers had arrived, but they got crushed by the Raiders the next year in the playoffs and hadn't even had the 74 draft class, without which they never win one Super Bowl. They needed to come back in 74, go out to the Oakland Coliseum and hammer a great Raiders team. I think they held them to 21 yards rushing, something like that. They hammered a great Raiders team, and those teams would have other great games in the 70s, and there was all kinds of ugliness and nastiness and clotheslining and lawsuits and everything else. So let's dive into this, shall we, Don? The little quiz show where limits might have a little history for us. 50-minute mark on the Fan. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. And then our predictions. I believe I had a very nice week last week, although I'm not sure about that. I have a very clear vision of how this game's going to go, and I'm picking the exact final score. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. High 70 today with sunny skies. Our thanks to the wonderful people out here at Studio B in Monroeville. Bowser Chevy, we're having the time of our lives, Donnie and I. And before I throw it to the Limitless Wonder, in fact, I will throw it and then throw it back to me. Will you please?
Will do, Joe.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pitt and Cal on Saturday. It's a 3:30 kickoff from Acrisure Stadium. Pitt football preview show. It begins at 12:30 right here on the Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Steelers and Raiders on Sunday, 4 o'clock from Vegas. Jeff Hathorn and Mark Cabali will have Fan Game Day on the Fan beginning at 1 o'clock. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Joe?
Yes, and the other thing we're going to have in the 1 o'clock hour is updates, hopefully from practice. Participation, no participation. What about the quarterbacks? All of that. We'll get as much as we can and deliver it to you as we set up the PM guys for 2 o'clock. NFL Week 6, chance to win on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook. New customers can bet $5, get $300 in bonus bets if you bet on, how about the Monday night game? Build a same-game parlay for the Monday night game. You got two teams who are reeling a little bit right now. Josh Allen getting smashed in the head every week, and then the Jets firing their coach. The Bills' secondary stinks. Garrett Wilson over receiving yards. That's where I would start with anything. And then I say James Cook for the Bills over rushing yards. Jets' defense is pretty good. I'm not expecting a shootout. Maybe the third thing, how about Dalton Kincaid an anytime touchdown for the Bills? Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to make every moment more this season. 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
I saw a couple of y'all blinking though, for real. No, I'll talk to you about it.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Twin Peaks, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Verizon, the official 5G network of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and LGKG Injury Attorneys. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
My 75-year-old Cape Cod-style all-brick home was in a serious need of a facelift. Loose and worn mortar joints. Old brick, cracked and worn and crooked. It wasn't good. After hearing ads right here on The Fan, I gave Precision Pointing a call. Completely blown away by their professionalism, communication, plan, and action, I could not be more satisfied with the expert craftsmanship I watched unfold as my home was transformed. Plus, no down payment was required. So thanks to Precision Pointing. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com. SportsAmerica.com.
A governor's election in Massachusetts. A race for Congress in New York. Control of the entire Virginia state legislature. All elections that came down to a single vote. One single vote. That's one person who decided to show up, make their voice heard, and ended up swaying history. One person whose decision was the difference between higher and lower taxes, more or less personal freedoms, better jobs in their community, or an industry that packs up and leaves. That's the power you hold this year. That's the potential of your vote. And our elections come down to you more often than you think. In 1 year, in one state, 69 elections came down to just a handful of people. That's the power we hold this year. And we can move mountains when we use it. Go to votehq.org and look up your polling place and make a plan to vote. It could mean all the difference. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
You don't marry someone you can live with. You marry the person you can't live without. This famous quote speaks wonders. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz of Urbanowitz Jewelers. For over 40 years, the Urbanowitz family has been helping couples get engaged. We have a huge inventory of designer lines and all the classics. Buying an engagement ring online, sight unseen, can be risky. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, you can see it, touch it, and trust who you're buying it from. Let us help you find the perfect engagement ring for the one you can't live without. Urbanowitz Jewelers in Castee Village and Peters Township.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Rick Springfield, live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
The Halloween sale's happening now at Spitzer Acura. But don't worry, there's absolutely no tricks. Panda only dishes out treats at Spitzer Acura, like monster savings on new Acuras with the Panda price and a sweet lifetime powertrain warranty at no charge. Plus, anytime you come in for service, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle. So don't miss the Halloween sale. Stop in and let our friendly consultants help you find your perfect new Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks she knows all about you.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Kamala thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for overspending and record inflation.
They are stupid.
She thinks you're too stupid to realize groceries now cost 26% more.
They are stupid.
Too stupid to see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to notice home costs have skyrocketed, now 46% higher. Electricity is costing you 25% more. Healthcare has risen 18%. And cars are up a jaw-dropping 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
With all due respect, Madam VP, we're not that stupid. Young America, we can't afford 4 more years of Kamala Harris. To learn more, go to learnaboutkamala.com. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jason Williams. It was a rainy day, and I'd gotten hit from behind by a lady that was doing somewhere over 100 miles an hour is what they were saying. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Everybody that I talked to kept saying the same name, which was Morgan & Morgan. I was on hold for maybe 15 seconds when they come back and said, Jason, we will absolutely take your case. As a non-tech savvy guy, any question that I had, if I called, text, or email, they got right back to me. They made it as easy for me as it could have been.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official personal injury lawyers of the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Get more of the get-go food you love for less with $5 value meals. Pair a chicken wrap or classic burger with fries or tots and cleanse your palate with an ice-cold drink, all for just $5 and only at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Summer heat will soon be turning into cold winter weather, and now is the time to make sure your roof will be prepared for the snow, sleet, and freezing temperatures. You know what to do. Call the Pickle, 724-515-5551. Gherkin Roofing is taking appointments right now for their fall roof replacements. Gherkin also does small roof repairs. Protect your biggest investment by calling the Pickle today at 724-515-5551 or visit them at callthepickle.com. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha!
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide cleans better than the leading competitive free detergent, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues.
Plus, Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on her skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
You want the best. UPMC Health Plan is ranked #1 in member satisfaction among commercial plans in Pennsylvania by J.D. Power. With UPMC Health Plan, you get access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local community care, and a national network for travel outside the UPMC service area. Plus 24/7 access to virtual urgent care services through UPMC Anywhere Care. When you're given a choice for health insurance, choose the best. Choose UPMC Health Plan. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti to hear the Sims Spotlight featuring Super Bowl winning quarterback Phil Sims. Brought to you by Balance of Nature. Balance of Nature supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, big news from Brian Batko. He reports that Mike Tomlin said Russell Wilson had a good week in practice and will likely be active as the second quarterback this week in Vegas. Tomlin is also very optimistic about Jaylen Warren's availability. And Warren said that he pretty much had a full workload today. He's trying to make it tough on the coaching staff to keep him out this week and wants to play. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Here we go. The Joe Starkey Show.
The biggest in the game.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It's a Donnie Football Friday on the show, and it's the biggest hour of the Donnie Football Friday, the 1 p.m. hour, where we dive into the game itself, our scenarios, our predictions, and the news. Plus, we're going to have a little quiz show. History of the rivalry, history of this game every week, no matter what the matchup is, and it doesn't get better than Steelers-Raiders. We're at Studio B in Monroeville. How about that news with Russell Wilson being the backup? I think this is the way most of us, that's the way it was looking, that Fields would still play, but that Russ is now the backup. And the upshot of this very quickly, Donnie, this is the biggest game of Justin Fields' life. And I wonder how this plays in to how this game comes off here. I hope that Justin isn't thinking, I've got to be spectacular to keep my job. And I hope this isn't the week that he tries to do way too much. You know what I mean?
Well, so I think that is what hampered him last week, Joe. I felt like at least in that first half, or especially in that first half, I would say, he felt like he was pressing. I don't know if it came across that way to you guys. It felt like he was trying to play hero ball, which is what kind of caught up with him in Chicago when he had his struggles there. He has to take a different mindset to it this week of, hey, I just got to pretty much, I know it's cliche, I got to take what the defense gives me here. Don't turn the football over because I know that my coach in this case holds that in a very high regard if I protect the football. He would rather me have no touchdowns and no picks than 5 touchdowns and 5 picks.
But they gave him that latitude in that game. So is he trying to play hero ball, Donnie, or is he just not that good on the intermediate to deep throws? I'm just saying that's a fair question.
Right. I mean, and that very well could be true. But I think he has to lighten the load on his shoulders this week, because if he thought the pressure was on last week, it's definitely on now. He just can't play that way if he's not going to do well under that pressure.
Yeah, I mean, it was he's driving down the highway this season, and the little Russell Wilson car was, 8 trucks back on the right, couldn't even see it, and now it's right in his rearview mirror. The little Russell Wilson buggy is right in his rearview mirror, and in all likelihood, I'm going to say almost no matter what happens this week, I expect to see Russell Wilson the following game. The one thing that could stop that is if Fields is spectacular, they put up a bunch of points and win. I honestly think that Wilson will be the guy the next week, almost no matter what.
If we get a game that's like a 35-3 Steelers win out of nowhere and Fields has 3 or some combination of like all 5 touchdowns, then it's going to be hard to bench the guy. But it will reach a really interesting point in all of this, because rubber has now met the road when it comes to Russell Wilson's health. He has practiced in full all week. He's going to be active as the second quarterback. If we get a solid game out of Justin Fields, Steelers win the game, then you're left with, this guy got us to 4-2, and he's looked mostly how we've wanted him to look, because that's the other issue. The Steelers' style is not made for a quarterback to have numbers that are eye-popping.
Right. Although against Indy, and I know they fell behind in that game, but he wound up with about 370 total yards and 3 touchdowns. He was pretty spectacular, but I understand what you're saying. I really do, and maybe the scenario you just painted, they win, he plays a nice game, so he's not benched. They've never dropped Russell on the depth chart. Everybody's feeling good. Justin, you've done your job. You have a future here, and we're going to go back to Russell for the time being. Good job, buddy. Good job. You know what I mean? Everyone will feel okay.
And I do think that that's a conversation, especially if he does look good and they win, but they ultimately decide, hey, it's time to go back to Russell Wilson. They do have to have that conversation with Fields behind the scenes of like, hey, we do really like what we saw from you. Certainly things to work on. There always are. But when it comes to the future of this organization, you're only 25 years old, kid. Like Russell Wilson, he's only got a couple of years left, maybe just this year. You are someone we are pinpointing as the future of this team.
Keep your head up. You did a great job, and you're still one play away here. Now, if he has a horrible game, then
the decision's easy.
No, but he's not feeling great about it. Then it looks like more of a, does it look like more of a blatant benching? We can try and couch this any way we want. The bottom line is, if he had an opportunity to seize this job and leave them with no decision, and unfortunately he didn't do that in Dallas. He's got another maybe shot at it here if he plays really great. We got to move, Donnie. Jaylen Warren looks like he's going to play. Is that what it sounded like to you?
He seems optimistic.
I think that's huge for them. I agree with Hokie and a lot of other people that he fits this scheme more. Forget about the scheme, too. He hits the hole better. He does. I think he's better than Najee. I just do.
I mean, I thought that going into last season. It had me thinking that going into 2023, hey, the best running back on this roster is the guy that's backing up Najee Harris. It's the undrafted guy that, he's going to have an uphill battle to climb because it's up against a former first-round running back, but he showed pretty quickly that he could hang. Now, you kind of hope that he is closer to 100% than he was even at the beginning of the season, because you could kind of tell he wasn't the same guy at the beginning here, but you hope that now he's kind of back to that point, because he can certainly add an element to the offense that's been missing.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line you can weigh in on brought to you by Ed Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. It's time for our weekly themed football quiz show. Donnie against me, man, head to head. Let's go, Limits. I love that music, Donnie.
Ah, yes. You gotta love the quiz show. Let's begin with the first question being
Isn't he a lovable guy? Isn't he, Limits?
Oh, he is.
Right? Just the sound of his voice makes you feel better about the world.
So who goes first this week? You, because you won?
Of course.
Okay.
I'm ready, Donnie. Limits.
Joe, who is the Raiders' all-time leading rusher in franchise history, no matter if they're in Oakland, they're in L.A., they're in Vegas? Who is the all-time leading rusher?
I'm panicking. Their all-time leading, Marcus Allen.
Ooh, Marcus Allen is incorrect.
That hurts. Donnie?
Bo Jackson?
No. Enough.
No. Joe, I actually might have stated the question wrong. And I apologize.
It seems like a fairly straightforward question.
Start.
Joe, we'll start again because I wrote rushing and I meant a different word.
Okay, passing?
Who is their all-time leading receiver, I should say?
Cliff Branch.
Cliff Branch is incorrect.
I hate you, and I'm sorry I said that.
Tim Brown?
Tim Brown is correct.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, baby! We needed that one. That was a big game one winner on the road.
On the road.
Wow,
That's
on
a
the
game
road.
one win on the road. That is gigantic. All right, Limits. Question number 2. We have to move along quickly.
We started off on a blaze of fire, so why don't we...
So this is me.
Why don't we begin with a stat about fumbles, Donnie? Marcus Allen is second in Raiders history with 50 career fumbles. Which player has fumbled 30 more times as a Raider to lead the franchise in career fumbles?
I didn't have this question on my bingo card, Donnie. Their leader in fumbles?
Their leader in fumbles. It is not Jim Plunkett.
Oh, my God. Who's been the Raiders quarterback the longest? That would be probably the guy who leads in fumbles. Was it Ken Stabler?
It is not Ken Stabler.
Rich Gannon?
It is not Rich Gannon. I could not believe this number when I saw it.
All these fumbles, huh? Mark Van Egan?
Not Mark Van Egan.
Give us a clue. Got to move quickly.
He is a recent player.
Derek Carr.
Derek Carr.
You son
baby!
Fumbles.
You son of a Boris Yeltsin. All right. Donnie's up 2. I didn't expect this is an upset.
2-0 lead on the road.
Wow, Donnie.
This is an upset in the making here. All right, I need to win game 3. What do we got?
Joe, the last time that the Steelers and Raiders met in the playoffs was the 1983 AFC divisional round at the LA Memorial Coliseum.
Yeah.
The Raiders crushed the Steelers 38-10.
Yes.
Who led the Steelers in rushing yards that game?
What year?
1983.
Walter Abercrombie.
Walter Abercrombie did not lead the team in rushing that game. That was definitely the easy choice, but it's not the correct answer.
I don't even know if I have a guess of who the heck was on the team.
You pass?
I'll back to Joe.
Sidney Thornton.
Sidney Thornton is incorrect.
Do you have a clue for me and Donnie?
Very irrelevant player who wasn't around very long.
No, that helps.
Yeah, I know.
I don't even know if the guy was here at that point, like Mark Malone.
Delaplane?
Not Mark Malone.
I give up.
You're in the right ballpark.
Oh, hold on a second here. We're in the right ballpark?
You're in the right ballpark. I can't tell you.
That means it's a quarterback, Donnie, who's not Bradshaw. Cliff Stout.
Stout. 9 carries for 50 yards.
Yeah,
Cliff
baby!
Stout led the team in rushing.
And then they threw him snowballs at him, even though it was in Oakland. Thank you. It's 2-1. Donnie's turn.
Well, I don't feel very good about Donnie's chances on this question now. Donnie, in that same game, John Stallworth was the Steelers' leading wide receiver during the game with 1 catch for 58 yards. who was the second leading receiver with 2 catches for 54 yards?
He's asking about your 83 playoff game?
It was the last time
they
they
have the
played
richest
in the
history of
playoffs.
any 2 franchises in the league, and you're going to an 83 blowout for the Raiders?
Yes, that's what makes the quiz show fun.
Walter Abercrombie.
No, it was not Walter Abercrombie.
Who was their second leading receiver?
Yes.
I don't know. Randy Grossman?
It was not Randy Grossman.
Oh, I know who it was. Go ahead, Donnie.
Mark Malone?
Not Mark Malone.
John Stallworth.
It was not. I said he was the leading receiver.
For God's sake. So give us a clue.
He is related, at least I believe, to a famous coach in the NFL.
What? This is...
What?
This might be the worst quiz show ever. You're going to get the quiz show canceled.
This is such a good question.
This sucks. I have no idea. Give us another. What position was he?
He was a wide receiver.
Was he white or black?
I don't know.
He doesn't know. Forget it. I quit this question.
The answer is Wayne Capers.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Right, that game's canceled. Donnie's up 2-1. It's now game 5. My turn.
All right, Joe.
Anything else about the 83 game limits?
That's all.
Who was third on the Steelers in tackles in the 83 game? Donnie.
Yeah. It was actually Jack Lambert.
Oh, wow. Okay, I'm ready.
One of his final ones.
I took a guess.
Might have been his last playoff
Joe,
game.
sacks weren't an official stat until 1982. But who led the Steelers in sacks, because you can go back and contabulate it, during the Immaculate Reception game?
What?
Who led the Steelers in sacks? Who had the most sacks on the team during the Immaculate Reception game?
Dwight White.
Yes, Dwight White. Great job.
Yeah, baby!
Oh, my gosh, Joe.
What a great quiz show. All right,
How
let's
dare
make
you
this...
embarrass the quiz show as much as you are right now?
Let's make this the championship. It's tied 2-2. This is the final question. Make it your final question.
Final question. I worked very hard on this question. 13 players from the 1972 Raiders and Steelers were inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. These are players, not counting coaches and owners.
Mm-hmm.
How many of the 13 can you name?
I can name 8.
Donnie?
So it goes to you, Donnie. You either say I can name 9 or you make me name 8.
I'll make you name 8. I think you can do it, but I'll make you name 8.
All right. Players in the Hall of Fame from that game. I'm ready.
All right,
shoot.
Joe. From
oh,
70,
no.
72.
That was before the 74 draft?
That's correct.
Holy horse
That's
milk.
what makes it a great question, Joe, that you were knocking the quiz show questions. You were making fun of the questions and the questioner.
So now, if Joe doesn't get 8, I win?
You win.
That's correct. All right, which I hope happens, Donnie.
It's a little... Now, see, he's rigging it against me.
It's a rivalry now. No, I asked the question. I didn't change the answers.
I got you. I'm ready.
All right, go.
Also, Terry Bradshaw.
1.
Franco Harris.
2.
Joe Green.
3.
Oh, my God. I can't remember if this guy was drafted in 74 or not. And this other guy, too. I'm afraid now. Ken Stabler.
4.
Ken Stabler. Cliff Branch.
5.
Mel Blunt.
6.
Jack Ham.
7.
Oh, my God, Donnie. Donnie.
Here we are.
I know the other linebacker wasn't. Oh, my God. No. I know the other linebacker wasn't taken yet, the famous linebacker. I know the center was the center was not there yet because the center was Ray Mansfield. I don't think either of the receivers was there yet. So it has to go Raiders. I said, oh, my God, I know who it is and I'm going to win. It's one of 2 guys. If this guy retired, I'm going to have a fit and start breaking things. But I know it's the guard. Jim Otto.
What a pull by Joe on the final question.
What a pull!
One of the greatest offensive linemen of all time.
Wasn't Jim Otto a center?
He was a center.
Gene Upshaw would be another.
That's
Art
right.
Shell would be
Yep,
another.
Yep.
That gets us to
That's
what,
all
10
correct.
or
That
11?
gets you to 10. Can you
Yeah.
name the others?
Who are? No, I can't. Who are they?
Fred Biletnikoff, George
George
Blanda, and Bob Brown.
Do you know where Limits? Do you know where George Blanda is from?
Oh, I know he's from around the area.
Right? Youngwood?
Youngwood.
Where is Youngwood?
Just a little area around Greensburg, like on the way to the.
So we're near Youngwood. Let's go there after this and celebrate my quiz show victory.
Driven through there several times.
They must have a nice little watering hole in Youngwood. We'll celebrate, Donnie. That was a great quiz show, Limits. The questions were incredible.
Oh, thank you so much. It must have gotten better and better.
Thank you. That was actually a great final question. Pet Fest 24, presented by Subaru, is back October 27th at Rockwell Park in the East End. The event runs from 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. Bring your four-legged friends to meet vendors, participate in costume contests, and get photos with Santa. Stop by any Subaru dealer for complimentary tickets. For more information, go to 937thefan.com. We have our predictions, couple over-unders, but our college and pro predictions and how we think this Steeler game will go. Now that we know Justin Fields is starting, Russell Wilson will be the backup, Mike Tomlin optimistic about Jaylen Warren, all the pieces coming together to give us a chance at an educated prediction. Let's do it. Next, JP Roofing and Siding. Joe Potocznik's been doing this for 50 years, ever since that 72 game, practically, almost, right? Just about then. And look at him now, the back-to-back trifecta Northeast MVP. And they measure that on customer satisfaction, customer outreach, marketing, and yeah, the work you do on houses, roofing, and siding. There's nobody better. Nobody's ever been better than this guy. $500 off right now, any roofing or siding installation. Give them a call at JP Roofing and Siding. They've been out to my house a couple times, did exactly what they said they would do. I didn't worry about the problem anymore. I like to keep it simple. Could you fix that? Thank you. And I'll never worry about it again. 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, Mike Tomlin just said at Steelers practice that Russell Wilson is probably going to be active on Sunday against the Raiders. It'll be the first time that Wilson is active all season and is expected to be in the capacity of the backup quarterback to Justin Fields. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, swords on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Leaves are starting to fall, and so are the prices at Bowser Hyundai. Fall into savings with the 2024 Hyundai Elantra SE. It's the perfect ride for all your autumn adventures. And right now, lease a new 2024 Elantra from Bowser Hyundai for just $199 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance that are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $2,999 due at signing with approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends October 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
It's time to review the top 3 highlights of the day. I'm joined as always by my co-anchor Snoop.
Hey, what up, though?
Snoop, number 1 has to be getting the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence at T-Mobile.
Yeah, you should hustle down to T-Mobile like a dog chasing a squirrel chasing a nut.
Nice analogy, Snoop. Dogs do love to chase squirrels.
And squirrels love to chase those nuts.
On to highlight number 2. At T-Mobile, families can save 20% every month versus the other big guys.
That is very impressive. You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
That's exactly what I'm planning on doing with my savings, Snoop. Now, take it away, Snoop.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on them. Now drop that jingle.
24 monthly bill credits. Eligible trade-in on Go 5G Next. Well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits and credits. Stop and balance on required finance agreement too. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence coming fall 2024.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Febreze.
So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Sounds like you heard about our Mobile One giveaway. Right now, you can get a free Red Bull racing sign when you buy 5 quarts of Mobile One motor oil. And you can enter to win a signed undershirt from F1 champion Max Verstappen. Find Mobile One at any one of our 6,300 stores or on AutoZone.com. Ends November 18th. No purchase necessary for giveaway.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See AutoZone.com for details.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The WNBA made 2 smart decisions yesterday. Its finals will grow from 5 to 7 games next year. More games equals more drama, which equals more attention. And in the first round, each team will get at least a home game instead of the higher seed hosting all games. This postseason, Fever fans didn't get a chance to see Caitlin Clark. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. The InventHelp data bank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380. Again, 1-800-217-4380.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Visit Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington for the most affordable all-wheel drives. Our fall kickoff has new 24 Outlanders up to $6,500 off, new 24 Eclipse Cross up to $5,250 off, and new 24 Outlander Sports now up to $5,000 off. Plus, financing at 0%. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Stop in today or shop the fall kickoff at JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details.
Hey everyone, it's Doran Dickerson. Do you want to feel more confident when you smile? People give me compliments all the time about my smile. It's been 2 years since my smile makeover, and my only regret is that I didn't do it sooner. For my veneer treatment, I only trusted the best cosmetic dentist in Pittsburgh. Doctors Brian and Rob Claich of Cranberry Dental Studio, and my experience was incredible. Request a free virtual consultation by visiting cranberrydentalstudio.com or check out their award-winning smile makeovers on their Instagram at Cranberry Dental Studio. Hey, it's Dor Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the election November 5th. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 for the day, plus paid training. For more information and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
BetMGM presents Upping the Action with Jamie Foxx.
Yo, hockey's here, and it's colder than ice, like cold, cold. But with BetMGM, I can heat the game up with overs, unders, parlays, and money lines, all from the comfort of my 102-degree hot tub. Now I'm really putting fire on the ice. This hockey season, download the BetMGM app.
And get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. U.S. promotional offers not available in Nevada, New York, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. for New York. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. Puerto Rico, call 1-800-981-0023. West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. First bet offer for new customers only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
15 packs of Pepsi products, 2 for $14. Save $1 on 2 gallons of milk, just for Par Mar Rewards card holders. Dan's angrily inviting you to download the Par Mar Rewards app today. And remember, if there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
This season, get premium tech that inspires joy from Dell Technologies. Bring projects to life with the XPS 16. It delivers supercharged processing for enhanced productivity and freedom to express yourself. Performance-class Dell PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors deliver a dedicated engine to help accelerate AI. Enjoy free shipping, Dell rewards, and expert support. When you get a Dell PC with AI, it gives back. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
Look out! Here comes Wrong Way Rob Matze. Always flying the wrong way. Matze sent millions of your tax dollars to Philadelphia, while here in Beaver County, we needed help. In fact, Rob Matze votes 99% of the time with the woke Philadelphia liberals. And Rob Matze's not lying straight when it comes to our values. Rob Matze voted to make it easier to let violent criminals back on the street. Matze even voted to let biological males on girls' sports teams and in their locker rooms. With Wrong Way Rob Matze in the cockpit, it's all left wing. Rob Matze doesn't share our values anymore. A lifetime on the taxpayer dime made him forget where he's from. To Rob Matze, Beaver County's just flyover country. But there's hope. Michael Parrish shares our values. He'll fight for jobs, lower taxes, and make life affordable again. Michael Parrish, he shares our values. One of us for a change.
Paid for by HRCC, authorized by Michael Parrish.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Welcome back to Studio B in Monroeville. Let's get our crystal balls out here and hope they're not sprained like the guy who had the sprained testicles from the other day. Donnie, who was that?
Jalen Tolbert, who caught the game winner the next play.
Right. I never knew they could be sprained. Did you know that Chris, who was the catcher for the Chris Snyder?
I remember him.
Was once listed on the injury report with a broken testicle. What do you do for that? Did you know they could break? What are they, marbles? I didn't know they could break.
A little bit scary.
Yeah, was he in a cast limits? How did that work?
Just put a little wrapping down there and hope it heals.
Let's go, buddy. What's the first game?
Well, wait, I thought he had to go with the standings.
Donnie, you have the games, right? I have the standings
you have to go
for you.
The standings first.
I have the games, but Limits has the standings.
Joe, you thought you did well last week.
Yeah.
You're mistaken. You went 2-5 on picks. And Donnie went 6-1.
Wow.
Both of you guys got the Steelers wrong. I also got the Steelers wrong. Joe, I joined you at 2-5 in the record department. Joe, on the season, you're 11-10-1. I'm a horrendous 8-13-1, and Donnie starts 6-1.
Well, why don't we just start it from last week so we all have the same amount of games? But congrats to Donnie. They don't call him Donnie Football for nothing. He's 6-1. Why don't we start in the college ranks, big boy, and let's you have the in front of you. Give me Penn State.
A 3:30 kick, Penn State at USC. The Trojans at home, a 3.5-point dog.
This one is tricky for Penn State, but I'm going to believe that Drew Aller is going to have a good game and that they go out there and continue their winning ways. I'm taking Penn State to cover. You?
I'm going to go with USC. I think Penn State suffers its first loss on Saturday. I think USC wins the game outright. I also like the hook a lot at 3.5.
Wonder Twin?
Well, as much as James Franklin in big games concerns me, and this is one even though USC is not ranked, I think Penn State will prevail, and it's the Ohio State game we're all looking at that I will be at where I will be upset that Penn State loses.
West Virginia?
West Virginia with an 8 p.m. start tomorrow night. They host the 5-0 Iowa State Cyclones. The Cyclones -3 in Morgantown.
Neil Brown, man. I mean, Crowley goes back and forth on this guy, and so do I with Neil Brown. I'm going to take Iowa State's the better team here. They're going to go in there and cover.
I'm gonna follow you with that. I think Iowa State goes in and wins this game. Maybe not easily, but it's only 3 points. I think they get it done.
I've been higher on West Virginia than a lot of people have, and you guys are going against them. I will pick the Mountaineers, wrong team favorite in this one.
Thank you, Twin Peaks. Any other college games? Are we going pro?
The Pitt Panthers.
Well, other than that, yeah.
3-point home favorites against the Cal Golden Bears.
I'm going to stick with what I said when I joined you today, Donnie, albeit about an hour and 15 minutes late, which I profoundly apologize for. Cal suffered a crushing defeat last week. They were 25 points up against the number 8 ranked team in the country. They had a call go against them late, but that's no excuse. Then they have to fly across the country. I think Pitt's going to hammer them in this game. That's a demoralized group of former Aaron Rodgerses. I think Pitt wins by 10.
I like Pitt by maybe 2 touchdowns. I will go with the Panthers. They're 6-0.
I like Pitt too, and Eli Holstein, the Heisman train's going to start rolling.
How about this one? NFL, we come to, Joe. Ravens, 6.5-point favorites against the Commanders.
No, I believe in the Commanders. I've seen the Commanders. Jaden Daniels is already a great quarterback. He's this year's C.J. Stroud. They may not win the game, but they're going to cover. I'm a big Commanders fan all of a sudden.
I agree. The offense is way too good. They're going to stick with the Ravens, maybe lose, but it'll be close.
Yeah, I think the same thing. Ravens will cover, or Ravens will – actually, yeah, I'll go with Washington. I'll go with Washington as the Ravens do not cover. It'll be a field goal game.
What an abrupt reversal by Twin Peaks.
Browns, a massive road dog at the Eagles, 9.5 points.
Yeah, I saw where Jack Conklin is coming back, but I don't think that gets it done. They are a demoralized football team, mostly because every one of them is thinking, are we ever going to win with this guy at quarterback? No, this is just, it's like a franchise illness, like a poison that has made its way through the locker room. They're done, man. They're going to crumble, and the Eagles are going to kill them.
I hope so. I think the Browns will keep it surprisingly close. I'll take them with the big spread.
Yeah, me too. I think the Browns will cover, but they're not going to win.
Bengals.
Wait, did you take the Eagles or the Browns?
I took the Browns.
Okay, so
yeah.
All right, next.
Bengals at Giants. Sunday Night Football. The G-men at home getting 3.5 points.
Getting 3.5.
Getting 3.5.
I'm going to surprise you here, Donnie. There's big injuries with Thibodeau and Neighbors. But I think the Giants fight. I think they do. I think Daniel Jones has a good game. I think the Bengals win the game, but the Giants cover.
I will take the Bengals to win the game and cover the 3.5 points. The hook kind of scares me, but I think the offense is playing too well.
I will as well. Give me Cincinnati.
Here we go. Steelers, Raiders, +3 are Raiders in Las Vegas.
I'm glad you asked, Donnie. This is going to be a strange game. Something weird is going to happen. It always does out in Vegas. We saw the X-ray machine problems. We've seen all kinds of crap happen out there. Wouldn't be surprised if Russell Wilson came into this game and won it at the last minute. I think Minka's going to have a big game. He's actually going to make a turnover play for the first time since Malsey had hair. Some weird's going to happen, and the Steelers are going to pull out a 24-23 win.
I think a close game as well. I like the Raiders to cover, but I like the Steelers to win the game. I think Vegas will get a touchdown and then 4 field goals from Dan Carlson. The Steelers will put up 21 points in this game, Joe, and I think Justin Fields will have at least 2 of those 3 touchdowns. Steelers 21, Raiders 19.
I'm going to be the most boring man in radio and say there'll be a push at the 3-point spread. I think the Steelers are actually going to win by just a field goal. It's going to be a 20-17 ugly-looking football game, but the Steelers improved to 4-2.
Thank you, Chris. Going with Chris Peaks for him. We've gone from Wonder Twin to Twin Peaks to Chris Peak. You know him from Panther?
I do.
Wonderful man. Thank you, Donnie. This was great. Another Donnie Football Friday. Limits, you did a hell of a job. There were a lot of moving pieces today. You're very good at what you do. Have a good weekend, gentlemen.
You too, Joe.
Thank you, Joe.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. What's cooking? Brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. What's cooking also is a Penguins game on Saturday night, and I think that Blomqvist should play in that game, and I'm going to pick a Penguin win. I picked the Penguins in second place this year, Donnie, and I'm quite proud of that. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. High of 70 today with sunny skies, thanks to the great folks out here at Studio B in Monroeville. Bowser Chevy, another great show from Studio B.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers, Raiders, 4 o'clock on Sunday. 1 o'clock is Fan Game Day, hosted by Jeff Hathorn as well as Mark Cabali right here on The Fan. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. PM team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
And Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township.
Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. It's a cross-country ACC matchup as Cal visits Pitt in college football this weekend. The Bears will make their way across the country, having dropped 2 straight, while the Panthers are a perfect 5-0 on the season. More importantly, Pitt is a perfect 5-0 against the spread as well. The BetQL model thinks it will be 6-0 for the Panthers after Saturday. Their 5-star best bet is grabbing Pitt and laying the points against Cal. I'm Michael Jenkins. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is the day of the big sale at your gift shop.
Welcome in.
So this isn't just a big day for your business. It's a big day for the network keeping it all connected. That is, if it can handle the pressure.
Next in line, please.
So is it possible to get business internet you can really count on? It is. With 99.9% network reliability from Comcast Business. It's like this neat little bow.
Do you like that gift wrap?
Really ties it all together. Reliable internet for your business. It's not just possible. It's happening. Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Switch to Comcast Business and get started with fast, reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Or ask about our 5-year price lock guarantee on qualifying internet bundles. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 12/22/24. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and autopay required. New 150 megabits per second internet customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
Fall into savings with Gutter Helmets. Save 50% off installation and enjoy 0 down, 0 payments for 1 year. Don't risk costly water damages. Gutter Helmet guarantees clog-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for your no-cost free estimate today.
At Two Men in a Junk Truck, we know cleaning out an entire house is a daunting task. Psst, but that's our sweet spot. Book us online. 2 Men and a Junk Truck.com.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellmann's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes, from buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store, and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. No time to stop by the grocery store? Not a problem when you shop at Salem's Market on Center. They now have Instacart to help with your essential needs. Find more online at salemsmarketgrill.com. Book your stay at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Enjoy free valet parking and breakfast while being right in the heart of all the action. Whether it's a weekend getaway or a staycation, they have you covered. Book today at thelandinghotelpgh.com. Get your home winter ready with Window Nation. Save up to 40% on your energy bills. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down and no interest or payments for 2 years. Schedule an in-home estimate now at 866-90Nation or windownation.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
We still on for breakfast tomorrow? I've been looking forward to it all week.
Yes, ma'am. Wouldn't miss it.
And then we're gonna go vote together, right?
Yeah, I guess.
This stuff matters, kid. It wasn't that long ago when there were laws that kept us from voting.
I know. I learned all about it in school.
And now it's pretty simple. We can vote by mail, we can vote early in person, or we can vote on Election Day.
Who and what are we voting for?
That's up to you. But it's important to make sure you don't sit on the sidelines. You've got to make your voice heard, and voting is the best way to do it.
All right. I'll go vote with you. But breakfast is on you.
Voting in Pennsylvania has never been easier. You can request a mail-in ballot until October 29th. It must be returned to your election office before 8 p.m. on Tuesday, November 5th for your vote to be counted. And remember, you can always vote in person on Election Day. Go to votehq.org for all the information you need to vote this election. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
There are so many things I love about fall weather. The crisp air, the changing leaves. It's all so magical. Until my kids catch a chill outside. That's where Kohl's comes in, with cozy layers, warm jeans, and more. I found all the styles my kids need when the seasons change. Plus, I got 20% off with a coupon and earned Kohl's cash. So here's my style forecast. Prep better for fall weather at Kohl's. Select styles. Offers end October 20th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through November 12th,
Get fast, reliable 300 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and unlimited data included. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $90 a month. Actual speeds vary.
My values have not changed. I will not ban fracking.
Roll the tape.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. Access to health care should be a right.
Roll the tape.
So for people out there who like their insurance, they don't get to keep it?
Let's eliminate all of that.
She was big on defund the police. Roll the tape.
Defund the police. We need to reimagine how we are creating safety. I would enforce our laws with people who cross our border.
Roll the tape.
An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Aid for America is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Football season is in full swing, and the deals at Tri-State Office Furniture are just heating up. Whether you're refreshing your workspace before the holidays or preparing for the new year, we've got the inventory and expertise to inspire your best work. Enjoy free design services and up to 45 days of storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Our project management team will handle every detail from delivery to installation for a hassle-free experience. Visit our showroom, check us out online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give us a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Hey, Mike Valenti here, host of Cash the Ticket alongside my partner Jim Costa. It's really simple. Are you tired of podcasts claiming they're a bunch of pro bettors when they live in their mommy's basement? Are you tired of podcasts that claim they hit 80% of the games when really they just lose like most of us? Then Cash the Ticket's the spot for you. We're real, we're transparent, we're having a hell of a good time with it, and we sit there and we're there for the sweat with you guys. We're just trying to figure it out just like you. Follow and listen to Cash the Ticket on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, The Fan.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Just dial pound law. That's all. Morgan & Morgan, America, and now the universe's largest injury law firm.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin has made it official. Justin Fields will make his 5th straight start Sunday in Las Vegas. It looks like Russell Wilson is healthy enough to be the backup quarterback. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Live from the Circa Resort and Casino, it's the PM team on the Fan.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
To the ball.
He was a full participant today. Good trajectory on the upswing. Feeling optimistic about his inclusion. He's listed as questionable.
All right, that's a little bit of Mike Tomlin. I have no idea what he said because I am at the Stadium Swim here in Las Vegas at the beautiful Circa Resort and Casino, and they are pumping in techno music. So, Chris, is that a matter of me not being able to hear things?
I couldn't hear it either. I'm going to play something else for you, Pony, that I think will clarify matters a little bit here. Seth, we ready to go? Here we go.
I thought he had a good week. He's proven his health. Now it's just a matter of knocking the rust off.
All right, so that is Mike Tomlin on Russell Wilson. He's healthy.
The number 2 quarterback. Like what I've seen out here. But again, health and rust are 2 different things. I thought he had a good week displaying his health, his ability to protect himself. Now it's just the process of getting reacclimated to the ball.
Getting reacclimated to the ball, Pony.
Okay, so I heard a little bit of that last part. They're now playing Funky Town here at a volume level that would cause anybody's head
Russ
to explode.
is QB2. That's the story. Russ is QB2.
Yeah, that is the story. Let me tell you how I feel about this. I'll get your thoughts here, Chris. We'll get the thoughts of Steelers fans at 412-928-9370. I will concede that it is hard not to be in a good mood when you're sitting outside in 85-degree weather, the sun is shining, and they're blasting.
Is it a cold 85?
Right now. It's the dry heat is amazing.
But it doesn't. 85 is like not really warm enough in Vegas, in my opinion. I mean, it is pool weather, but like it can be 105 there, and that's where I feel it's more pool centric.
It's not oppressive right now. It's beautiful. I'm not trying to rub it in because I have no clue what the temperature is.
It's
back home.
About 66 with not a cloud in the sky here in Pittsburgh.
That's not bad. So I am saying that usually the mood and the vibe here in this setting can bring out positive thoughts even when my if I'm in a neutral environment, I would say what I'm hearing gives me a bad feeling. I think they are making the right call. I would start Justin Fields as well. I don't think that Justin Fields deserves to lose his job. I think that Fields' overall body of work has been good this year, better than I thought. I think he's probably, all told, played like an average to slightly above average quarterback through the first 5 games, even though the scoring output is not great, 18 points per game. I mean, those are still kind of Matt Canada-esque numbers. That being said, I have a very bad feeling about this working out, and I'll tell you why, and then I'm curious to hear what you say, Chris. I've seen this before with Tomlin, where he creates a situation in which the starting quarterback feels like a mistake or two is going to lead to his benching, and we saw Trubisky get benched against the Jets at halftime because of a disagreement with a wide receiver, and Tomlin was just looking for an excuse or reason to pull the plug. And we saw, I think, Justin Fields play his worst game in part because he probably had on the back of his mind that Russell Wilson's return was almost imminent. So I think we're going to see Justin Fields pulled in 2 directions, an offense that is naturally conservative, but at the same time, he feels like he probably has to make plays to keep his job. And I just think that tug of war is going to be an issue in this game. So I'm going to say right now that Justin Fields will make it through the game, but I think this is the last time we see him as the Steelers' starting quarterback for a while, because Tomlin is now, it feels like he's looking for a reason to play Wilson. And I think Justin Fields is going to feel that pressure in this game on Sunday.
Well, if Justin Fields doesn't get the job next week, but he makes it through this week and the Steelers win, unless it's one of those all-time games where the quarterback stat line, you gasp at the fact that the team managed to win the game in spite of that quarterback, I would feel like they were making a huge mistake next week. I think it would be tough for Tomlin to look guys in the eye in that locker room, not that he cares about that necessarily, and say I'm making the switch to Russell Wilson, because I think Fields has largely rallied that team behind him. That was the Dan Graziano report on ESPN when he did the back and forth with Fowler, was that Fields had won over a lot of people, which anybody that followed his tenure in Chicago knows is not really a surprise. Like, personality-wise, the guy has always been able to get teammates very much on his side, like backing him. Russ has always been the one where, especially the defenses he played with in Seattle, always kind of turned a side eye to him. You know, the Cam Chancellor, Richard Sherman defense, Earl Thomas, those guys they weren't in love with Russ, the player. I think they still feel that he cost them a Super Bowl with ego, he and Pete Carroll, by throwing it and not running it from the 1-yard line. I think you bring up a lot of points that always stick in the back of my mind. One is that, and people treat this like it's a massive negative, it's just a point in fact, Mike Tomlin has not shown an ability to develop a quarterback of his own volition. He got handed Ben Roethlisberger when he took over. That is a catbirds. That's like a position A to be a head coach. You already have the ready-made NFL star-level quarterback who's only going to get better because he's in his, at that point, like mid-20s. He's already won a Super Bowl. He hasn't had to do anything with that position until the last couple of years. And because the team never wants to be up near the top of the draft, he has not drafted a blue-chip player at that position. Fields is the best pure talent, just raw ability player at that position that he's ever had. I think that his inability to sort of take a stand in his desire to keep this murky because of maybe the fact that he made Russell Wilson certain promises before he thought he would ever have a chance at Justin Fields being the quarterback is making this more difficult. Like, Mike Tomlin doesn't want to be seen in the eyes of a veteran that he really respects, I'm sure, in Russell Wilson as a liar. So I do think you're right that there's some sort of, competing interests in Mike Tomlin's brain here. I think this is the much bigger thing, though, and you did allude to this, so this is where I come down on it. You say you have a bad feeling about how this is all going to go. The reason that I'm frustrated is I think everything you described about Fields and how he would probably be feeling going into this game and how it might affect his play is accurate. It's human nature. You have to be a very special kind of quarterback or special kind of personality to just go in there and still throw caution to the wind. I think, in fact, it's easier if you know you're the backup and you are ensconced in that role, Pony, to go in there like a Mike White with the Jets several years back. You remember that? He goes in and throws for 400 yards completely randomly. Mason Rudolph going in last year after Tomlin kind of buried him. Right, to use a local example. You just go in and you say caution to the wind here. What's the worst that's going to happen? He's going to put one of these crappy guys back in for me again? Like, who cares? I think it's very tough when you have played 5 games like Fields has and when really none of the losses have been, I think, attributable directly to you, even though you've lost 2 in a row. To go in there and play the kind of game stylistically that would make Mike think twice about going to Russ. And here's the other thing. I don't think their game plan is going to allow him to do that. I think they're going to go out there. They're going to see no Christian Wilkins. They're going to see the middle of that Vegas line looking weaker than it otherwise would. And they're going to say, let's pound these guys into submission again. Let's play the same style we always do. And that style is not conducive to a guy like Justin Fields making some wow plays that change everyone's mind or change Mike Tomlin's mind.
I think that's what we saw in the Dallas game. I think I put 2 and 2 together there. I think that Justin Fields was well aware of the fact that Russell Wilson was going to practice in full and was on the comeback trail and was on the verge of being cleared to play and was going to be knocking on the door, and that bled into and affected the way that he played the game. And I think it's more analogous to Trubisky trying to hold off Pickett than it is Mason Rudolph coming in off the bench and saying, what the hell, I'm just going to play loose. I'm going to play my game.
Nothing to lose. I'm probably playing for a contract with another team next year. I might as well try to put it all on display.
I think Tomlin set up the situation by not showing any public support of Fields, and I think that matches the internal behind closed doors approach. I mean, there have been moments where Tomlin has said complimentary things after games or in the build-up to games, but he never wanted to put a ring on it with Fields. He never acted like, no, this is my quarterback now. Sorry, Russell Wilson. He pushed it down the road, and now it's come to the boiling point, and I would do the same thing. I would play Fields, but I don't trust the Steelers to put him in a position to succeed, to win this game on Sunday and keep his job. That's my issue with it. I'll be interested to hear what our listeners have to say at 412-928-9370. Mike Tomlin has made his decision for this Sunday. It'll be Fields, but Russell Wilson is looming and lurking as the backup. Do you think this was the right decision? 412-928-9370. How do you think it will go for Fields against the Raiders? It sounds like you agree with me, Chris, just to make sure I
agree. I agree with you that
he is not going to play well and lose his job.
Here's the problem. I think he could play a solid game and lose his job, Pony. Like, is that where you differ? So it sounds like you're saying that they are. I'm not going to ask you for your game prediction. We do that later. But I'm already thinking your game prediction is looming as a potential Steelers loss and a 3-3 record. So to be very clear here, if he plays well, if he does actually go out and within the confines of their game plan, he executes it like flawlessly, let's say, you still think he would get sent to the bench. They're 4-2. Say they win like one of those ho-hum Tomlin games, like 23-10, 23-13. The defense kind of roars back to life again, and they just kind of handle their business. You think he would go away from him?
So you're saying that
I'm asking you if you think that is possible.
But I just want to make sure I hear this hypothetical right. So the defense does the lion's share of the work.
The defense just like shuts down a team led by Aiden O'Connell, for crying out loud. Like the offense, I'll give you a Fields line because I know it's always easier to visualize. Fields completes like 65% of his passes, throws for like $175, runs for 40 more, accounts for a touchdown, no turnovers. They run for a couple. Like with, Jalen Warren, Najee, Naj.
Yes, I think Fields in that situation would start the next game.
Okay, so so we're a little bit differentiated in that you've made me very pessimistic. You just think he's going to play a game that gives Tomlin an out to go and put Russell Wilson in.
Yeah, because I think he's going to be looking over his shoulder the entire time. I don't think he's going to be comfortable with the situation. I don't think he's going to play confident. I've heard things that the Steelers still have some concerns about his confidence level. But again, I think that that's unfair of them to feel that way about him, because I don't think that they are empowering him enough in allowing for him to feel confident. If he doesn't feel confident, it's probably in part because of some of the restrictions and limitations they're putting on him as a quarterback, which is deja vu, because that's the same exact complaint that Trubisky had. And I think that Fields, from a talent perspective, is better than Trubisky, but it's the same situation where it's like, you brought me here to do a job. Why don't you then trust me to do the job?
Okay, but couldn't they say to him, and I hate to kind of put this out there, something that is like a devil's advocate position I kind of agree with, and I know it's been 5 games where he's been mostly good on this front. They could say, you turn the ball over a ton in Chicago. There's a reason we're putting training wheels back on you right now. We're a better run franchise, etc. Like, we need to fix some things before we cut you loose.
Fair enough, but training wheels on a guy when there's a Super Bowl winning quarterback who you promised the starting job to behind him does not help him in his pursuit of being your starting quarterback for the rest of the year. That, to me, hearing you say that, I'm not saying you're wrong about this. If that's because ultimately I think I agree with you. And I think what that means is they're treating him still like a backup quarterback.
Which is going to make it a lot tougher, in my opinion, to, let's say you get 6 games out of him, and it's 3-3. His stats bear out that he's like a slightly better than average quarterback right now. What's going to make him, if that's the last we see of him this year and Russ takes over for 11 games, Fields is the guy with a future. Unless Russ looks like the best one of the 10 best quarterbacks in the league the rest of the year, you might need to go back and reevaluate the position again. And why would Fields then want to be in a place?
Well,
he gets a guarantee from Mike and says, hey, there's no Russell Wilson anymore. You're the man.
Chris, not just that. Why, after benching him for Russ, would they feel like what he did in the first 5 games was good enough to be their starting quarterback next year?
Well, they would have been tacitly saying it wasn't. They would have just been telling you, like, hey, you played 5 or 6 games, and we went to the other guy. So, yeah, I don't know. It's them putting themselves in a weird position, partly because I don't think they anticipated Pickett being as unhappy as he was back this spring, and now it's coming to a head, I think, this week and next.
Is the music distracting for you guys?
No,
here?
I feel like I'm doing a no.
Able to concentrate?
No, I feel like I'm doing a show at night at the Roxbury in that skit. Like, I expect Farrell and Catan to come in and have their heads bobbing right now in the studio.
A lot of pasty white dudes with some big-ass man boobs here at this stadium swim right now. They are out. They are frolicking. They are jiggling. They are loving the fact that it's an October morning and they're able to get in the pool. But my God,
sounds like they need some. Sounds like they need some Regenesis out there, Pona. You might have to spread the gospel.
Jeez. Dolly Parton would say, "Man, that's a nice pair."
Those are the Great Smoky Mountains out there.
Some of these guys. All right, 412-928-9370. Mike Tomlin goes with Justin Fields. Do you think it will work on Sunday? 412-928-9370. Seth will screen your calls, and we'll be right back. I'm live in Vegas. Mulsey's in Pittsburgh right now, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins get a win in Detroit last night. They win 6-3. Anthony Beauvillier, 2 goals for the Penguins in the win. They'll take on the Toronto Maple Leafs in Toronto Saturday night. That would be tomorrow, 7 o'clock puck drop. Penn State and Pitt both going to battle at 3:30 tomorrow. Penn State on the road taking on USC. Pitt will host Cal in that classic ACC matchup we all know and love. More fan headlines, which are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville, can be found at 937thefan.com. Here's Donnie with a special message.
The Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington, my new favorite spot in the city. Hey, guys, it's Donnie Football. Happy hour. 3 hours long. It runs from 3:30 until 6:30, and that kitchen runs until almost midnight. An awesome menu for everyone, including several vegan options. Get some buddies, head up to the Steel Mill Saloon. They have the space for any party or an event. And the view tops it off, located right across from the Duquesne Incline, giving you the best view of that Pittsburgh city skyline. The Steel Mill Saloon. Meet me there in Mount Washington.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. In honor of Fire Prevention Month, 93.7 The Fan and the National Fire Sprinkler Association are offering safety tips. Keep at least one working fire extinguisher in your home and know how to use it. We recommend the acronym PASS. Pull the pin, aim, squeeze the handle, and sweep the nozzle side to side. This safety message is presented by the National Fire Sprinkler Association and brought to you by North Country Brewing Company, Firehouse Red Ale, and Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Football is back, and ESPN Bet is bringing fans exciting new features and promotions to elevate your game day. Get in on trending parlays in the all-new Parlay Lounge experience. Check out one-of-a-kind offers from ESPN personalities and boost your winnings with profit boosts all season long. The official sportsbook of ESPN has football fans covered. Download the ESPN Bet app today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
The Pittsburgh Gun Show this weekend at the Monroeville Convention Center. Tons of ammo, guns, knives, accessories, and more. Get your guns and supplies while you still can. Saturday 9 to 5, Sunday 9 to 4. Info at showmastersgunshows.com.
You want the best. UPMC Health Plan is ranked #1 in member satisfaction among commercial plans in Pennsylvania by J.D. Power. With UPMC Health Plan, you get access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local community care, and a national network for travel outside the UPMC service area. Plus 24/7 access to virtual urgent care services through UPMC Anywhere Care. When you're given a choice for health insurance, choose the best. Choose UPMC Health Plan. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Pierce Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $314 for 24 months with $399 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $195 a month for 24 months with $399 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires October 31st, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick. Soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors.
Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan. And preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellmann's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes. From buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store, and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first, before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets.
Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for more than a half century in Pittsburgh. Okay, Mike Tomlin has made the decision to go with Justin Fields. We talked to Steelers fans earlier in the week who said that now was the time for Russ Tomlin should be starting Russ. He should be the guy under center against the Raiders. Instead, it'll be Fields for another game for number 6. How do you feel about that? 412-928-9370. Let's start with Chuck and Apollo. Hello, Chuck.
Today. Hey, how you doing today?
I'm pretty good, Chuck. I'm watching blubbery white men dance around here in Vegas.
My big thing is earlier this year, one of your guys' shows said that they signed Wilson to start for 1 year, teach Fields, teach him the way, and then more than likely Wilson will be gone at the end of the year. So to me, there's no reason why Fields should be starting right now. He should be learning from, he has a Super Bowl winning MVP quarterback that he could be learning from, where he didn't have that in Chicago. He had a garbage team in Chicago. He's 10-28 there, 3-2 here. Really, he should be learning everything he can from Russell, and then next year take the reins and move the Steelers forward.
Chuck, why would he want to stay here if he played 5 games, won 3 out of the 5, and then wasn't really the driving cause of either of the 2 losses and then lost his job? What would be the guarantee that Justin Fields would even want to be here next year?
Well, that's something, maturity, that's something that, Tomlin and the coaches would have to talk to him about. There's no guarantee he's going to be there. He may be upset and say, I'm gone, but he was thrust upon the starting position in Chicago where he had no supporting staff, no quarterback to guide him. But, Wilson is the leader. He should guide him and say, hey, look, this is going to be your team. Here's what I can do for you for the next, 11, 12 games for the rest of the season. And
so wait, just to make sure I hear you right, Chuck, you want Russell Wilson to mentor Justin Fields this year?
Chuck's gone, but yes, he thought that the best scenario now is Russ takes over and then Fields learns from Russ mainly by watching is what it sounds like, because how much mentorship are you going to do when you're prepping as the starter?
I heard that part. I mean, what I didn't hear at all in any of those answers or comments from him was, does he feel like Russell Wilson flat out gives this team
It seems self-evident to me that he does feel that way, yeah. He's talking about one guy as a Super Bowl winning quarterback and the other guy as a guy who went 10-28 in his first port of call.
Tom is next. He's in Moon. Hello, Tom.
Hi guys. My concern with Fields is who's going to develop him. I want to introduce the Steelers' Andy Haynes. I looked up the QB coach, Tom Arth, I think. Yeah, and, so we got Pickett and we got now Justin, and Arth's claim to fame was coaching at Memphis.
Well, Arth wasn't here last year, unless I'm completely imaking things.
No, he wasn't.
He was not part of this.
Chargers.
Yeah, he was somebody who had a little bit better of a rep, Tom.
Okay, well, but is he going to develop him?
Well, I mean, they haven't. That's kind of a problem. They have not shown an ability to take a younger quarterback, and Fields is younger than Pickett, I'll remind you and everybody else, and bring him along in the NFL.
But, Tom, I would say back to you, Fields has played better here than he did in Chicago at the end of the year.
Well, I think he's got a better coaching, a better support system.
The coaching staff is part of a support system.
How come we can't have the Russ Wilson and use Justin as the Cordell / offense?
At wide receiver?
Or to put him in, have Justin in the backfield when Russell's quarterbacking.
A 2 quarterbacks on the field at the same time situation.
Yeah.
What would you use Justin Fields for? Is he getting handoffs from Russell Wilson here?
He's replacing Najee Harris in the offense for that snap?
He could take the handoff and then throw. I mean, don't you think Kubiak or Kingsbury would be having a field day with those 2 guys?
No, I think Kubiak or Kingsbury would have picked their guy, probably Fields because he's younger and has better physical tools, and then would be designing a pass-happy offense or something like that brought the most out of the player. That's what I actually think, Tom.
So the bottom line for you, Tom, is that you want Russell Wilson to start because they should develop or create an offense where both quarterbacks should play.
That's actually been happening in the college ranks, Pony. I don't know if you've seen it. There are a couple teams that have gone 2 quarterback sets at once.
412-928-9370, a guy that watched Justin Fields play at Ohio State because he lives in Columbus. Vincent is back with us. Hello, Vincent.
Hey guys, I'm fine with the decision to start Fields. I feel like he's in kind of an unfair situation, just in the sense that he has to watch over his head with Russell, and I feel like Tomlin too. He just over relies on the defense to a point like last week, the clock management, where if he trusted Justin in the offense, he wouldn't have taken that time out, and he would have let them score for them to score again. But
I think he's in an unfair situation mainly because I just do not think that the head coach is comfortable playing the kind of offense that allows a player to potentially shine, even if it courts some risk in the process.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying too.
Vin, do you think he's going to? Do you think Fields will play well on Sunday and keep the job?
I feel like he's just going to get handicapped again with the offense. Like, the slow starts have been a common theme, and I feel like that's going to happen again. And if they do have a slow start, are they just going to yank him or give him a chance to actually come back? I would keep him, but I feel like Tomlin's going to put Russ in. That's my opinion, though.
Thanks, Vince. I think a lot of people feel that way, that we've got Justin Fields being set up to fail here, and I don't disagree with it. Russell Wilson does not have a lot of experience going into games because he started so much, Chris, and he's been so healthy that, like, coming in relief is something that's completely foreign to him.
Mm-hmm.
But the Steelers got to win this game to stop the bleeding, and if they're down, say, like 13-3 at halftime.
What was it in the Jets game? 10-0 when Trubisky got yanked?
Yeah, I do think Russell Wilson would play. I think he'd come in and play the second half.
I'd like to be nuanced and say that if they were down 13-3, but maybe it's a bad fumble inside the red zone again or something like Pickens against the Colts, but that they had moved the ball well and Fields had moved them up and down the field and they had shot themselves in the foot through no fault of his own, that Tomlin would continue to ride with him because he hadn't, proven he deserved to be benched. But I do think Mike would be the type of coach that would say, I need a vibe shift here and go with the Russell Wilson angle.
412-928-9370. Are you pissed that Justin Fields is starting over Russell Wilson on Sunday? Not hearing a lot of people argue passionately for Fields here. Where do you come down on this situation? Is Tomlin making a mistake not going with Russell Wilson against the Raiders now that he's healthy? 412-928-9370, plus maybe a breakthrough moment for the hockey team last night. We'll take a spin around that in hockey talk coming up, in addition to your calls on the Steelers quarterback situation going into Vegas, where I am Sunday night. 412-928-9370. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Here's a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
After they get 6 put on them in their home opener and season opener, Penguins spoil the party in Hockeytown last night. They win 6-3 over the Red Wings. Stop the presses. Erik Karlsson, a power play tally as well as an assist to help along this 6-3 win for the Penguins. They take on Toronto in Toronto, 7 o'clock puck drop tomorrow night. More fan headlines, which are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville, can be found at 937thefan.com.
I'm Amy Lawrence with the Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. The Niners finally have a victory inside their division. They beat the Seahawks on Thursday Night Football and take a huge step toward getting back on track, if for no other reason than they protect a second-half lead against an NFC West opponent. Brock Purdy with 3 touchdowns, no sacks, no turnovers. This looks a lot more like the Niners we expected. I'm Amy Lawrence.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Flat tire, low tread. The best way to save money on tires is with Champ Tires. My tires were bare, and one new Bridgestone cost more than $400. At Champ Tires, a like-new Bridgestone in the exact same model cost only $81, saving me $320 on 4 tires. Champ Tires inventory is huge. They carry all brands and sizes. They have 2 Pittsburgh locations and offer free shipping. Head to champtires.com/thefan for a special coupon to save even more.
Crowley here for Guardian Protection. Why is a Guardian Protection floodlight security camera so great at protecting your property? Well, you get crystal clear recorded video and two-way audio so you can identify and speak to trespassers. And guess what? You can set this camera for full floodlight, strobe light, or a combination of flood and red and blue warning lights. And right now, with a Guardian Smart Home Security System installation, you can get 50% off a Guardian floodlight security camera. Visit GuardianProtection.com/fan. Limited time offer, new customers only, terms apply.
Leaves are starting to fall, and so are the prices at Bowser Hyundai. Fall into savings with the 2024 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive with 1.99% APR for 60 months. It's the perfect ride for all your autumn adventures. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance that are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. With approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends October 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. So visit Bowser Hyundai today.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Hey, this is Chris Shumlin, play-by-play voice of the Robert Morris Colonials with the Bobby Moe Report on 93.7 The Fan. It's homecoming week at RMU, so come to Moon Township to catch all of the festivities. Set, go! RMU football takes on Delaware State Saturday at beautiful Joe Walton Stadium. Kickoff is at 3 p.m. and tickets start at just $15. Get yours now through Ticketmaster or visit rmucolonials.com. From the hardwood at the UPMC Event Center to the turf at Joe Walton Stadium and the ice at Clearview Arena, the RMU Colonials have your ticket to fun and excitement all season long. Single game, group, flex plans, and season tickets, we have the perfect package for you. Call the RMU ticket hotline at 412-397-4949 or check out rmucolonials.com for all the details. I'm Chris Shumlin. That's the Bobby Moe Report on 93.7 The Fan. Let's go, Bobby Moe!
BetMGM presents Upping the Action with Jamie Foxx.
Yo, hockey's here, and it's colder than ice, like cold. But with BetMGM, I can heat the game up with overs, unders, parlays, and money lines, all from the comfort of my 102-degree hot tub. Now I'm really putting fire on the ice. This hockey season, download the BetMGM app.
And get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. U.S. promotional offers not available in Nevada, New York, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. for New York. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. Puerto Rico, call 1-800-981-0023. West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. First bet offer for new customers only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. Let's talk fantasy football. You know the drill. Hours spent researching, stats scattered everywhere, and you're thinking, this is it. I've got the perfect lineup. Then Sunday rolls around and boom. You pick the wrong player. The guy's a dud. 3 points. Your season on the ropes. Now imagine your weight loss journey is the same thing. You're reading labels, trying new healthy foods, but that one wrong choice, yeah, it's like benching your star player and losing the week. That's where Awaken 180 steps in. Think of them as your fantasy football guru. No more guessing, no more bad calls. They've got the proven playbook for weight loss. I'm proof, Donnie's proof, half of Pittsburgh is now proof. With Awaken 180, every meal is like starting your top draft pick. The right foods at the right times. No more blown weeks or stalled progress. No guessing games. If you're tired of making the wrong calls with your health, let the pros at Awaken 180 handle the lineup. Call 844-346-1800 or visit awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Raquel had a pinball back to Letang. Penguins looking for their first power play goal this year. Carlson shooting, scores! Eric Carlson goes upstairs. The Penguins strike on the man advantage. It's 5-2.
2 games into the Penguins season, this is Hockey Talk, and we're going to get back to your calls and your thoughts on what's happening with the Steelers. I'm in Vegas for the game Sunday. That was the argument for the Penguins making the playoffs last night. I know this because on my Southwest flight out to Vegas, the man in front of me, what a setup he had, Chris. He had a gigantic iPad. It was bigger than your normal size iPad. But it was still an iPad. I don't know. I didn't know they came in like large, extra large, extra large sizes. And so he had this massive tablet out, and he paid for the. He must have paid for the wireless, and so he toggled. He went and watched the hockey game. Then when that was done, he flipped over and watched Seahawks 49ers. So all I had was my phone. So I was looking between the crack in his seat and the seat in front of me, and peeking in on the game the entire time while I was stuck in a middle seat between our big boss and Gary Bowser from the Bowser family of dealerships to my right. And by the way, I got to give Gary a shout-out. He is an assistant engineer on this broadcast today because he carried all my equipment around and got it on the plane yesterday. But anyways.
Wait, the big boss made you sit middle?
Yeah, I was middle.
You're a bigger guy than the big. You're like a significantly bigger person.
Spot. Yep.
Wow, that's a tough move.
Power play clicked, but more than anything else for me off that game, Blomqvist spark. I hate Jari, not personally, but as a hockey player and as a guy with a horrible contract, I want Blomqvist on the team. I want to see more Blomqvist. I don't even know if I'm saying his name right because I get thrown off with
okay, so
is it Bloom or Blom? What are we doing here?
I was looking it up.
There was no volume on the broadcast for me.
I was looking it up, and I actually had the radio on briefly, listening to it in the car. I was driving around doing stuff.
Oh, you were listening to a competing station? Thanks a lot, Mulsey.
Pony, what are you doing here to me right now? But I was partly curious as to
hear that, Craig?
Oh, does he hear that? He's in his car going somewhere else right now. Craig is not listening to this right now.
Oh, he's listening to a competing station.
No, he's probably just got like a podcast on. I don't know. Anyway, maybe he's listening. He's going to text me in a second. I wanted to know how they were saying Blomqvist's name because I figure to some degree, all right, they probably have the official pronunciation. I heard Yoel Blomqvist, but I'm looking on Hockey Reference, and it just looks like Joel Blomqvist.
It's not Joel. I know that.
So, okay, they were saying, what is J, all caps in the pronunciation guide, Johl in all caps look like to you? They were saying Yoel Blomqvist.
I just know that it's wrong to Americanize the pronunciation.
Okay. Well, then it's Yoel Blomqvist, I believe.
Either way.
You know how I pronounce his name? Better than Jari. That's how I pronounce his name.
I'm going to give you one more bold take on it. I think he honestly might be the guy who will have the most impact on whether or not the Penguins can make the playoffs and have a good season. Because I know what Jari is. He's overrated and overpaid and oft injured. And if he has a great first half and makes the All-Star game, that means he's going to collapse in the second half. And Ned is a backup that can get hot. And that's it. I mean, he's nothing more, nothing less than that. He took the money to come back here, didn't go to free agency because he thought he could beat out Jari. That was smart. But Blomqvist is the guy that has the high upside. And so if he does good with this audition here while Ned is out, I think you got to keep him. I think you got to let him play because that's where the potential comes in. If he's all of a sudden, I don't know, a top 15 goaltender, then I have to take the Penguins more seriously.
I thought he did something. I thought he did something just very simple last night. He showed. I didn't even think he was great. Like I still thought. Obviously, you give up 3 goals. That's not a terrific outing unless you're facing 50 shots or something like that, or even 40 shots, right? But it just shows, I think, how deflating it can be. On one hand, when a goalie just does nothing to help the team in front of him, and how inflating it can be when a guy stands tall, holds the fort, and allows you to get your legs under you. I mean, there were stretches of time there where I thought they were getting outplayed early in that game, and he held the fort, and then they responded in the second period with 3 goals, Like, that game could have been much uglier than it was. Instead, it's a 1-1 game after 1. They give up the first goal. You go, oh, here we go again. He makes some good saves, and then they outscore him 5-2 the rest of the way. Like, that was my takeaway. Yeah, the player himself is interesting because he's young and he's got potential, and we already know we all feel like we're drawing dead with Jari, but it's the fact that the team clearly responded to him that I hope gets through to Mike Sullivan.
Can I just say, I think Starkey would be incapable of doing a broadcast.
Oh, he would be. I'm actually impressed that you are, because he would be going, Malsey, you wouldn't believe this. Malsey, one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen walked by, Malsey. She makes Brooklyn Decker look like a piker.
I don't even mean that. I just think the music and the upbeat nature of it, I think he'd look like a woman who was at one of these, like, religious revivals who had, like, a priest or somebody
like lay hands and she falls over.
And she starts, like
a faith healer, yeah.
And, like, something is taken over her body.
Like she's got the vapors, except it's for, yeah, exactly.
I think he would just be, like, shaking around here, singing at the top of his lungs.
Here's what would happen.
songs.
He'd be coming down the line going, Malsey, here's the three-step process. You know, Malsey, I'm back on caffeine. Somebody brought me an espresso. 10 minutes.
I tried this new thing. It's called cocaine.
Yeah, right.
It's unbelievable,
Malsey. I feel I'm high. I'm on the top of the world, Malsey. 10 minutes later, Malsey, my stomach hurts. I don't think I can finish. And then you'd get the last part, which people don't know about as much, the random outburst at me. What are you talking about, Malsey? Yeah, he would be struggling. So you are doing a good job. I mean, is Gary Bowser your unofficial engineer for this broadcast hanging out with you?
No, I don't have anybody. No, I'm in, like, I'll send you a picture of where I am. I'm in this outdoor cabana by myself right now.
Has anyone come up to you and just sort of, like, quizzically wondered what you're doing?
No, because I'm roped off in a VIP area.
Oh, wow.
Everybody else. Yeah.
Very nice. Very nice indeed.
Here is Bo on the Steelers quarterback situation. Hello, Bo.
Bo is gone, Pony.
We have Hunter in Bell Vernon. Hello,
Hunter has also gone. Would you like a rundown?
Paul in Greensburg.
No.
Hello, Paul.
You are 0 for 3, Pony.
We have Chris in Collier Township.
Yes.
Hello, Chris.
Okay. Hey, Chris. What's up?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're good.
Hey, I would go with Justin Fields, but I will also say that I don't really think it matters which one they put in, because the Steelers are going to run the same game plan. And
so wait a minute. You don't think that hold on, because you are going against, Chris, some of the conventionally held wisdom here, which is that there seems to be this school of thought from people that Mike Tomlin would allow Russell Wilson, because he's a veteran and because Mike trusts him more, to run a more aggressive version of the offense.
I don't believe that at all. I believe he likes to play the way he plays.
Pony?
And the way he plays is what, Chris?
Is play defense and keep the game close and try to win it. Don't make any mistakes. I mean, the only time Justin Fields really played well is when we were behind and we decided to open the offense up. You know,
I thought he played well against the Chargers.
I mean, exceptionally
well.
well
Against Atlanta too. Thanks. I mean, he got screwed over by the penalties in the Denver game.
But I think that's a Fields fan there just saying we're not seeing the full Justin Fields experience until, like Rudolph last year. You didn't see
I didn't
what
hear a Fields fan. I heard someone that hates Mike Tomlin so much that he said the quarterbacks are irrelevant.
I know, but I heard a guy that actually backs Fields in that situation, and I just think that that's the same thing as Tomlin last year. My back's against the wall. I'm 7-7. My other two quarterbacks suck. I guess I've got to put in the third string guy and see if he can go steaming Willie Beeman.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Where I am, it is 89 degrees. Where you are, it's in the 60s, Chris. We come back. More of your thoughts on this. Russell Wilson still on the bench. He will not start. Is Mike Tomlin making a mistake? 412-928-9370. Do you agree with the last caller that it's irrelevant who starts? It doesn't matter who the Steelers' quarterback is. They're going to be the same old offensively inept team with or without Fields or Wilson in the lineup. 412-928-9370. We heard from so many people earlier in the week who said Russell Wilson has to play. Well, now that he's not, how do you feel? 412-928-9370. Back with more of your calls. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment on The Fan.
There's new Tropic Bowls in paradise at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Enjoy our new Bahama Mama Bowl, inspired by our fan fave smoothie flavors, serving pineapple, strawberry, and coconut. Or dig into 32 grams of protein with our new Peanut Butter Protein Crunch Bowl. It's tropic time.
Smokey the Bear.
After 80 years of learning his wildfire prevention tips, Smokey Bear lives within us all. Learn more at SmokeyBear.com. And remember,
only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Monroeville. But don't worry, there's absolutely no tricks. Panda only dishes out treats at Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville, like monster savings on new Toyotas with the Panda price and a sweet lifetime powertrain warranty at no charge. So don't miss the Halloween sale. Hurry in and shop one of the largest new Tacoma and Tundra selections in Western PA. Only at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
See dealer for details.
Now that Baird and Heffron Tillotson are one, we're proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 8 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build secure financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized master plan we'll create based on your unique goals and dreams, your financial security is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit rwbaird.com/Pittsburgh. Robert W. Baird & Company, Incorporated, member SIPC.
We all want more. More laughs. More hangouts. More, this is the best takeout ever. Excuse me. But if you're 75 or older or 60 or older with certain health conditions, you've also got more risk of getting seriously sick from RSV. But an RSV vaccine lowers your risk, so you can keep doing more of the stuff you love.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Risk less, do more. Get started at vaccines.gov.
At Columbia Gas, safety is their #1 priority. Remember, if you smell the rotten egg or sulfur-like odor of natural gas, or see or hear any sign of a natural gas problem, leave the area immediately and call 911 from a safe location. Never try to find the leak yourself. Light a match or candle or operate anything that could cause a spark, including cell phones, light switches, or garage door openers. Learn more at ColumbiaGasPA.com.
Now is the time to get into your brand new Jeep at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. For a limited time, get unbeatable deals on the entire lineup of rugged, adventure-ready Jeeps. Choose from a versatile 2024 Grand Cherokee 4xe, payment starting at $399 a month for 42 months, or the 2024 Jeep Wrangler Sports S 4xe, starting at $347 a month for 36 months. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net or see a dealer for details.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards RealFit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Martha was ready to switch to a career in IT.
There's always a need for IT specialists, especially with AI coming out and cybersecurity. It's practically recession-proof.
My Computer Career even provides job placement help.
The career specialists, they're very helpful. They care about you as a person. You're not just a number to them. I would recommend My Computer Career wholeheartedly to anyone.
Take the free career evaluation today. Become an IT pro in just months with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Schneider & Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That's what power about it. Leaves are starting to fall, and so are the prices at Bowser Hyundai. Fall into savings with the 2024 Hyundai Elantra SE. It's the perfect ride for all your autumn adventures. And right now, lease a new 2024 Elantra from Bowser Hyundai for just $199 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance that are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $2,999 due at signing with approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends October 31st.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down, get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Rick Springfield, live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin made the decision to go with Justin Fields for another week, although he says Russell Wilson is healthy. He just needs to, quote, shake the rust off. Jalen Warren, positive sign, a full participant in Steelers practice today. He's officially listed as questionable for Sunday's game in Vegas. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now, live from the Circa Resort and Casino. It's a football Friday on Pony and Muller.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We see Russ. I'll make a bold prediction. We see Russ. I know Mike Tomlin is eager to make it happen. It seems like he's been in Russ's corner the whole way. When he made the decision for him to be the starter, it wasn't a consensus, I would say that, within the Steelers building. So I'll say at some point, for some reason, one reason or another, we will see Russell Wilson in this game.
That is one of the big storylines to this game Sunday between the Steelers and Raiders. 50-minute mark on the fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram and Peters. That is Mike Garafolo, NFL Network. He's done a lot of news breaking on the Steelers, was all over the Ayuk stuff for a long time on that beat, and now he's saying we see Russell Wilson on Sunday. We know Russ won't start. Justin Fields is in, but it sounds like the insiders believe that Justin Fields will have a very short leash and quick hook in this game if he struggles. Bryant McFadden next hour, the voice of the Raiders next hour, also Kabali, not in studio, but over Zoom, and I know he's had a lot of technical difficulties on Pittsburgh game day, so we hope we can sort that out with him when he joins us for a full hour coming up. Question becomes, what does Justin Fields have to do to keep his job? What does he need to do? I don't see any scenario, Chris, in which he would keep his job beyond this week if the Steelers lose. And I mean that. Even the Colts game, if he had a facsimile of that, where he was the catalyst for a near comeback and played great in the second half of the game, I still think Tomlin would say, we've lost 3 in a row with you. It's time to see what Russ can do for us. So I think he has to win. I think there are scenarios in which he could win and still lose the job. Not a lot, but a couple. But I don't see any way in which he would get the L here. Steelers 500 football team, Russell Wilson healthy, and Mike says, I still saw enough in Justin Fields where I want to see where this goes against the Jets the following Sunday night.
It is interesting to me where you look at Justin Fields' career, and just by passer rating, Pony, because it's a convenient method to sort these games, the single best game of his career by passer rating was a loss. They lost 31-28 to...
Russ's Broncos.
That's correct. He threw 4 touchdowns, 28 of 35, 335, 4 touchdowns, 1 pick. He ran for 25 yards on top of that, and he did lose a fumble, so 2 turnovers. But objectively, the way they measure passers, he was terrific, but they lost. As a matter of fact, most of his best games have been in losses. If you go by passer rating, he has had a 100 or better passer rating 8 times in his career. He is 1-7 in those games, which is nuts, in my opinion.
Well, it's probably because he gets behind in those games. They pass in the second half, and his numbers.
There's some of that. There's some of that to be sure, but like these games aren't all. There's some of them are played in the 30s. Most of them are played like in the 20s. But yes, there's some of that where he's just playing against prevent defenses. If they lose, I am with you. He could throw for 500 yards in a loss, and I think that Mike Tomlin would still, as old school ball coach, he'd be like, we need a shot in the arm. We need something and somebody different, and that's Russell Wilson. If he wins unimpressively or he looks shaky, I'm just trying to, gives you honestly, Pony, I hate to do this to you. Not really. I think it's actually fun to do this. If he gives you some of the performances Kenny Pickett gave in winning efforts where it was just underwhelming, I think Mike Tomlin will have a much quicker hook than he ever did with Kenny, and I think he would go to Russ.
I think if he has the game Pickett had here in Vegas last year, he'd start next week.
That was Kenny's best.
That
was the best game of Pickett's career in overall numbers to that point, I would say, in a win. Yes, I think if he had that, but I'd have to go back and look at like a Kenny. Honestly, here, let me ask you this one. If they win the exact way that they beat the Browns in Week 2 last year, 2 defensive touchdowns, Kenny makes 1 play. Start. Yeah, I think that's a game that would get Justin Fields sent to the bench.
I think if it looks like it did against Denver, where they were good in the second half, they didn't move the ball in the second half at all.
You good in the first half, yeah.
Yeah, good in the first half, bad in the second half. Knew that they didn't have to do much offensively because of how bad the Broncos were on offense with Bo Nix and only a second start. I still think in a situation like that, Tomlin would be tempted to go to Russell Wilson.
So you think Tomlin still feels like there's a lot that he wants to see with Russell Wilson? You think there's a real curiosity factor there? It sounds like.
Yeah. I just think Russ, too, has a very big personality, and we heard the way Arthur Smith and Mike Tomlin talked about Justin Fields. It just makes me feel like right now they think they can switch it and go to Wilson and bench Fields, and they don't lose Fields. Fields doesn't check out, doesn't say the hell with this. I'm sick of this team. They're screwing me over. But the longer they make Russ wait, the more impatient he's going to get. And the more peeved off he's going to feel like they're jacking with his career and his ability to prolong his career beyond this year. And I do think Tomlin sees things in Russell Wilson's game that makes him think he can win with him. That's why they brought him in here. I mean,
you say all this
turnovers, the great red zone play.
Yeah, the fact that he throws a better deep ball probably than Fields. Fields throws a good one. Russ throws that nice high arcing Mason Rudolph style of ball. What you said there about like Russ's big personality dictates how some of this goes. Potentially, you think It just makes me wonder, what if Tomlin's defense doesn't get worked over for a game-winning drive last week? If they're 4-1 and Fields has led them to 2 touchdown drives, including one late in the fourth quarter to win that game, it feels like this can't possibly be the narrative that's going out there, that he might be playing for his job this week.
I agree with you on that. I think that's right. And the way the defense plays, Fields has some control over that, because if the offense is on the field more, time of possession, more rested defense, I think better defense. But the Steelers' defense couldn't really get off the field much against Dallas at the beginning of that game. So I'm not going to say fatigue was the reason why they sucked in the fourth quarter. But, yeah, if they're 4-1 right now, then I think Tomlin would have had to come out after this game and probably endorse Justin Fields as his starter right now.
So the other thing, the reason I brought up like the record is, I'm not saying it's fortuitous. Tomlin would never want that to be the case, but I do think that the unintended consequence of your 3-2 right now and you're not 4-1 is it cracked open the door to do this somewhat organically. Here is what I want to know. And we'll never know this. You know, even the people who cover the team don't know this stuff, because this is the kind of thing you have to hear sort of on background or off the record from people who are actually involved or like within earshot of these conversations. Wouldn't you love to know, despite whatever was happening on the field and what he was saying publicly, wouldn't you love to know what Tomlin specifically was saying to Justin Fields, like whatever conversations head coach and at that point starting quarterback might have during the week? I would love to know if Tomlin was like gently priming the pump for him with this. Like, hey man, you know, I'm very impressed or whatever. You've done everything we've asked you to do, but I want you to know, you know what I mean? Like, I would just want to know if because you said they think they might be able to go back to Russ, right? And not lose Fields in the process here. I would love to know if they have been laying the groundwork gently for that behind the scenes.
412-928-9370. Let's get to Vic on the Steelers quarterback situation. Hello, Vic.
Hi, how you doing, guys?
Hey, man.
Great show. Hey, listen, I want to get back to the beginning of the show when Filippone said, paraphrasing, it was a while back, he said Fields should keep his job because he's been pretty good, if not good. But isn't that really a ceiling for a influenced team offense by Tomlin?
So you're saying, yes, yeah, that is the ceiling for a team right now, given their philosophical leanings. Yeah, it is.
Not only that, Vic, but they didn't build the team this offseason to score a lot of points.
Right.
They didn't get the second wide receiver. They've got a young offensive line that's had injuries. The running back, Najee Harris, stinks. So, yeah, like you could put a much better quarterback in here, and I still don't think they would be a top 5 or even top 10 offense.
Here, quick point. Allen came in, threw the ball over the middle, got a first down, I think. Then Fields came back. He did put 3 passes out there over the middle, and it was looking real good. Got us down there and scored a touchdown. Then what do? Did they get in a huddle on the sideline and say, what, you know, this is too successful. Let's get back to getting some 2nd and 8s.
I'm amused by that comment,
Yes.
but Vic, so are you saying you think this is the right call to stick with Fields or no?
I think it's the right call to stick with Fields. My point was when they were going over the middle with such success.
Yes, and then it worked. Yes,
Well,
Vic, it worked one drive and then they stopped doing
Vic,
it.
I will say when I'm tempted. Okay, you say why, and thanks for the call. I always I tend to fall into that trap, Pony, like one of those deals where, hey, they kept doing this. Why didn't they? Or this was working. Why didn't they keep doing it? This is one where I hate to fall into a Tomlin trap, but the other team is allowed to make adjustments. Like, the other team is allowed to take certain things away from you or show you looks that don't give you the opportunity to do that, by the way. And here's a thought I just had. Just want to bounce this off you quickly. We've had a lot of
people are bouncing here. There's some bouncing going on.
It sounds like you're saying, though, the bouncing and the jiggling is from the fellas.
The bouncing I just saw was not bad bouncing.
Okay. So you better bouncing here. Okay, good.
Seth would be very intrigued by this bouncing.
Oh, the nature of the bouncing that would be going on. We've had a ton of people today who are talking about how they almost like screw who's the quarterback because Mike Tomlin's just system and his philosophical approach to offense is limiting.
And I don't disagree with it.
I don't really disagree with it either. this is more of a message to everybody out there, because I think then you and I are going to be in lockstep here. If you believe that the head coach artificially is limiting the offense because he just does not want to take the reins off, every single person should want Justin Fields then to be the starting quarterback, because inherently his legs and his ability to make something out of nothing if no play is there makes him more dangerous in an offense that isn't going to scheme up big yardage and big plays.
Texas on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Coming up next, we have the voice of the Raiders, a man that took Brent Musburger's job, a legend who I met out here in Vegas last year. Is Devontae Adams getting traded to the Steelers after the game? There is a conspiracy theory out there that the Steelers and Raiders already have a handshake deal and that they're waiting until this game is over for a trade to happen. We will ask the voice of the Raiders about that coming up next. Bryant McFadden at 3:30, Mark Cabali for a full hour. Hang out with us on this Friday tailgate show all afternoon long. First, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt back in the top 25. The 22nd ranked Panthers play host to traditional, emphasis mine, sarcasm mine, traditional ACC foe, California. The Bears come here to Pittsburgh at Acrisure Stadium tomorrow. 3:30 kick. You'll hear it right here on your flagship home for Panthers football, 93.7 The Fan. Pitt looking to go to 6-0 on the season. More fan headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis in Monroeville at 937thefan.com. Pony, you have a message for the people.
Yeah, Mike's Beer Bar. I'll be in Vegas, but tomorrow's a great day to get over to Mike's. We know that there's going to be a big college football game involving a ranked team taking place down there. And so instead of unpacking and then having to pack up a gigantic tailgate and everything that comes with that and trying to find the space and the parking and everything else to do that, just head over to Mike's. Make it easy on yourself. They'll have all the noon college football games on as you get ready for the Pitt game. They'll make sure they have the right games on for you. That's a pet peeve of mine as a sports fan. 80 rotating taps of the best local craft beer in Pittsburgh, all there, including the Fan Beer of the Month, which is a delicious pumpkin shandy that I had the last time I was there. Meet me at Mike's today, Mike's Beer Bar, right next to PNC Park.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Foss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
There are so many things I love about fall weather. The crisp air, the changing leaves. It's all so magical until my kids catch a chill outside. That's where Kohl's comes in, with cozy layers, warm jeans, and more. I found all the styles my kids need when the seasons change. Plus, I got 20% off with a coupon and earn Kohl's cash. So here's my style forecast. Prep better for fall weather at Kohl's. Select styles. Offers end October 20th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or diabetes, you're at higher risk of being hospitalized from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Sounds like you heard about our Mobile One giveaway. Right now, you can get a free Red Bull racing sign when you buy 5 quarts of Mobile One motor oil. And you can enter to win a signed undershirt from F1 champion Max Verstappen. Find Mobile One at any one of our 6,300 stores or on AutoZone.com. Ends November 18th. No purchase necessary for giveaway.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
See AutoZone.com for details.
Chances are you're not hearing this ad while topping 100 in your Aston Martin or taking a spin around town in your Rolls Royce. But if you are, then Donald Trump's tax plan is for you. Just ask him.
You're rich as hell. We're going to give you a tax cut?
But if you're hearing this on your way to work or school pickup, If you're heading to the grocery store or wondering how long you can stretch that tank of gas, then your plan is Kamala Harris's plan. She'll make the wealthy and big corporations pay their fair share so she can give the middle class a tax cut, as well as $25,000 for first-time home buyers, $6,000 for first-time parents, and a $50,000 tax deduction for starting a new business. Because that guy in the cyber truck that just zoomed by doesn't need another break. But Kamala Harris knows you sure could use one. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
That's the power of Bowser.
Leaves are starting to fall, and so are the prices at Bowser Hyundai. Fall into savings with the 2024 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive with 1.99% APR for 60 months. It's the perfect ride for all your autumn adventures. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance that are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. With approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends October 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. So visit Bowser Hyundai today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Let's face it. Nowadays, most companies have to rely on dozens of expensive, disconnected platforms to run their business. And even then, things can get a little, well, stressful. But with Odoo's all-in-one management software, packed with a suite of fully integrated business applications, every process is streamlined. Tasks are automated, and success is just a few clicks away. See how Odoo can take your business to the next level at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Pizza just goes better with Pepsi Zero Sugar.
Pizza. Thank you.
But don't take our word for it. In fact, don't take any words for it. Crispy and cheesy, paired with delicious and refreshing. My mouth is watering already. Ooh, too high. Yeah, we've all been there. Every bite is better with Pepsi.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My check engine light's on?
That could hurt your gas mileage. The AutoZone free Fix Finder service can help find the fix for free.
Get in the zone.
This whole report for free?
That's right, printed and on your phone for free.
Get in the zone.
But what if the fix is too tough?
We'll recommend a local shop. Fix Finder, only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, Steelers and Raiders is going to be Justin Fields. Jalen Warren questionable. Aiden O'Connell will make his first start of the year for the Raiders. And Devontae Adams nursing a hamstring in air quotes as he waits for a trade. Adam Schefter saying this week that teams like the Jets and Saints, his preferred destination, slowing down because of all the upheaval with both of those teams. Derek Carr hurt in New Orleans. Spencer Rattler going to start. I am here at the Stadium Swim at the Circa Las Vegas. Malsey's back in Pittsburgh. Chris, I can report to you that even though I am just sitting on a couch in the shade, it's so hot now. I said dry heat, better. But now I've got back sweat going on. I've already reached that point now in the day.
Now, see,
it's a back sweat.
I'm a little surprised to hear that.
Shirt now sticking to my back.
When I was in Vegas, I was heavier than I am now, I think, or definitely heavier.
On all your
and
success.
the dry heat didn't bother me at all. Maybe you gotta. I know you've been with the personal trainer for a while. Maybe lose a few more lbs.
I was at the gym this morning.
Oh, how did that little?
The iron here
and you had like a pre-programmed workout sent to you by your trainers, right?
I did. I almost got into a fight with somebody down there too.
How? Why?
Because I was using a bench and he just moved my stuff. I said, "What are we doing here, buddy?"
Did he look like a person who, if it had actually escalated?
Oh no.
You were going to get an ass
I picked
kicking.
My battles. No, it was the opposite. It was a much smaller person. If it was a bigger guy, I would have said, "Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. Let me move my stuff."
Oh, I absolutely think a small person at the gym might be even more dangerous. The big guy knows he can beat you up. The small person might have something to prove.
Yeah, but he meekly said, "Oh, I'm so sorry," and I think he was intimidated by me.
He didn't know any better.
Anyways, Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service. Our next guest, I go way back with this guy. When I first got to Syracuse, Mulsey, they had a program at the radio station, the student station there, WAER, and he listened to my first sportscast, which were probably awful, and I'm sure he gave me constructive criticism or at least let me down easy. He has gone on to do great things. You hear him on Westwood One doing NCAA tournament games and part of all the pregame coverage with that here on the Fan. And he replaced the great Brent Musburger as the voice of the Las Vegas Raiders, and he joins us right now. Jason Horwitz is here with us on 93.7 The Fan. Jason, Andrew Filipponi, and Chris Muller, how are you today?
Can we talk about your back sweat? Clearly, I think that's what all of Pittsburgh wants to talk about, right? I mean, that seems like it would be a solid conversation starter for 105
Well, Jason, you moved out here, right? I mean, does
No,
this happen
I
a
didn't.
lot? Are you No.
So I actually don't live in Vegas. I still live back east, and I appreciate the fact that that you are getting an extra couple of days out there to get ready for the Steelers and the Raiders. Pretty awesome.
Yeah. Maybe that's what's keeping you away.
What?
Back sweat
Dude,
potential.
Let me tell you something. So I lived in New York City for 14 years, and you walk everywhere in New York City, and like where we live in New Jersey, like you a town feel and walk and all that stuff. So like when I first got the job in Las Vegas, someone was doing an article about the guy taking over for Brent Musburger, and I was leaving the Raiders practice facility to go meet him at a restaurant, and I looked, I'm like, it's 1.2 miles. 116 degrees. What a terrible decision.
See, Jason, I used to walk around New York City, though, like once upon a time when I was a much younger man and dating a woman who lived out there. And I always thought it was a tougher walk there. It's too humid. You got steam and smells coming out everywhere, at least in the middle of the desert. I just throw on a hat.
You're galore now.
Well, yeah. Hey, Jason, I have a question before we get to the nitty-gritty here. Taking over for Brent Musburger, did you feel, now as a Syracuse man, you would not feel pressure in many situations, but did you feel pressure to incorporate shameless but sly gambling references into your calls at all?
No, mostly because we're not allowed to gamble.
No, I'm talking about and you know what? That is a very interesting touchdown here in a 42-7 game.
The reference, but I also didn't feel the need to slyly put in comments about college ladies in the audience either.
Yes, good point. A.J. McCarron's girlfriend. Yeah, we all remember that.
He is,
Jason.
But he is legendary, and just like you guys who had the great Bill Hillgrove just retire. The Raiders.
Yep.
They haven't had a lot of play-by-play guys in their history. Bill King, and then Greg Papa, and then Brunt for a few years. So it's not a very long list. It's a very distinguished list. I certainly felt pretty honored to be part of it.
Jason Horwitz with us here, the voice of the Raiders. Jason, Devontae Adams, are you 100% sure he's going to get traded soon?
No, and I'm cautious about everyone speculating on his relationship with Antonio Pierce for a couple of different reasons. Number one, just from personal viewings of the two of them together over the last few weeks, that it doesn't look like it's something that is contentious on the surface. So that's A. B, you've got to have a market. And I am of the belief that, if you don't think he will be here next year, you're better off trading him than having nothing to show for it. But that being said, if the Raiders win this weekend, they're 2-1 without him, 3-3 in an AFC where so many teams have fallen flat. That were in the playoffs last year, whether it's Miami or Cleveland. People thought Jacksonville would be good. Take your pick. And so, if you're 3-3, you're not out of it. And what you said earlier about what Schefter reported, the Saints aren't going to have Derek Carr. He doesn't want to go play with Spencer Rattler. The Jets are a mess, and it's not just Robert Saleh. Aaron Rodgers is a big reason why they're a mess. And so, people have rumored the Steelers. People have rumored the Bills. We'll see if that picks up again. But the market has to be there, and I don't think the Raiders would trade him for just a fourth or a fifth-round pick if that's all they can get.
How good is he still when he's healthy?
Good. I mean, he led the league in touchdowns 2 years ago and 14 grabs, and last year was another year over 100 catches. And just go back to week 2 of this year. The Raiders are down by 10 points in the fourth quarter at Baltimore. And the Raiders win the football game because of Davante Adams. He had 86 yards in the fourth quarter alone. And 2 incredible catches down the sideline, including one which, somehow miraculously his toes stayed in bounds. So he is still very good. He's not the highest of he has ever been. He's had a couple of uncharacteristic drops when he's played. But he's still very good and still a top in this league.
Is he really injured, Jason? Is it a hamstring because he wants traded, or does he legitimately have an injury?
I mean, I can't answer that. I mean, by all reports, he's rehabbing and he's in the facility. And
okay.
It was reported that the injury happened during the Thursday practice leading up to the Cleveland Browns game in Week 4. I'll take that at the surface. And he's got a hamstring injury and he's working his way back.
Jason,
do you think Mark Davis, Jason, would say, we are not trading Davante Adams to our ancient rival Pittsburgh Steelers over my dead body?
I don't know about that. I think it depends what happens here in the next 2 to 3 weeks. And I also think it depends what happens in 2 days. If the Steelers win and, the Raiders lose next week at L.A. against the Rams, and you're staring at 2-5 with Kansas City coming to town, and he's not playing. I think there's more to say about that. But I think a lot depends on Sunday. I really do. If the Raiders win on Sunday and Aiden O'Connell looks better than Gardner Minshew, and somehow the defense comes up to form, look, the other part of this too. There's a lot for Luke Getsy in this game, right? The Luke Getsy, Justin Fields aspect of this is probably quieted because of the Davante Adams trade rumors. But, those two guys, all of last year, Justin Fields was like, oh, it's Luke Getsy's fault. And people like Luke Getsy, who like Luke Getsy, like, well, it's Justin Fields' fault. And I guess someday we might find out.
Jason, throughout Steelers-Raiders recent history, names like Bruce Gradkowski, Terrell Pryor, a couple of Pittsburgh guys have suited up at quarterback for the Raiders and then ripped the Steelers' guts out in games that I think most of Pittsburgh expected the Steelers to win. Weird stuff has happened when the Steelers play the Raiders, especially on the road. Is Aiden O'Connell, is he a guy that Steelers fans should be respecting heading into this thing, that he could pull off something wild and actually put up numbers and realistically get the Raiders a win here?
So, preseason, I do the TV broadcast on preseason with Rich Gannon and Pennsylvania native Matt Millen. And they both thought Aiden O'Connell was the better player. They both thought he should be the starter. They thought he makes more plays. He's quicker with his decisions. He's not afraid to let it rip, and the plays that are there to be made, he made. Now, he's also more the knock on him was that he's more turnover prone and not as mobile. But the reason that they're making the change is that Gardner Minshew has turned it over at very inopportune times in every game but one. And so that's the reason they're making the change. The offense has become stagnant. And Aiden O'Connell's been in this position before. When Antonio Pierce took over last year for Josh McDaniels, their first order of business after firing the offensive coordinator was to make Aiden O'Connell the starter. And there were games last year where he was really bad, but there were games last year where he was dynamic. And so the answer is yes. He is a guy that he's not a guy that's going to be out of the league in a couple of years. I think Aiden O'Connell is going to be around for a long time, most of the way probably as a backup or a guy that can come in and play. But he's absolutely a guy that can win football games. You know, the last 4 games last year, Aiden O'Connell, 8 touchdown passes, 0 turnovers. And the Raiders went 3-1 in those games. So the hope is that he doesn't turn the ball over, he makes some plays, and we move from there. The difference is he had Devontae Adams in all of the games. They do not have Devontae Adams, and Jacoby Myers today is returning to practice for the first time all week.
Jason, before we let you run, we paid Patrick Queen $40 million and $13 million a year to plug our hole at inside linebacker, and through 5 games, the experiment has gone terribly wrong. We let Robert Spillane walk in free agency because Robert Spillane was try-hard, first guy in, last guy out, constant motor, all of those things people say about the slower white linebacker. And now his numbers from here look amazing in Vegas. What the hell has gotten into Bob Spillane with the Raiders?
Well, he had a kid. Bob Spillane had a kid. That helps, right? That gets you moving. He's just his attitude. He and Max Crosby, their attitudes, their leadership, they feed off each other. He had a game last year where he had 2 interceptions, and remember, last year the Raiders' offense, the first, 10, 11 games couldn't score, and so the defense had to win a bunch, and he was a big reason why. And now he's tied for the NFL lead in tackles, and he's just in the right spot, right time, all the time. He's a great run stopper. But honestly, though, Phil Tony, we saw that 2 years ago. Remember, it was Christmas Eve. It was the 50-year anniversary of the Immaculate Reception, and Robert Spillane was starting for you guys at that point. He had a massive game against the Raiders. I actually think that's the reason he's a Raider. And he's carried that on. He's a really good football player who's always around the football, and he talked about it this week. Like, playing this game on Sunday means a lot to him because the Steelers didn't re-sign him. And, from my vantage point, hopefully that means he's going to force 2 fumbles.
Jason, great to catch up with you, man. Keep killing it in Vegas with the Raiders. We hope you lose by 30 on Sunday, but I'm proud of the work you're doing, man. Keep it up, and we'll stay in touch, okay?
Enjoy your trip out there.
Thank you. I do need to get, a fan or something in here. How about that, Malsey? Interesting stuff from Jason. We'll catch up with Bryant McFadden next. He'll preview this matchup and more and tell us what he thinks of the quarterback decision by Mike Tomlin. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia. Right now, a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Big day of local college football tomorrow. First, you're going to hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan, your flagship home for Pitt Panthers football. They take on the 22nd-ranked Panthers, take on Cal at 3:30 at Acrisure Stadium. Penn State at USC, 3:30 for that kick as well. West Virginia playing host to an undefeated Iowa State team at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Get more of them at 937thefan.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's.
Already seeing some hefty delays on the outbound side of the Parkway East. You're backed up from the Birmingham Bridge into the tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report is brought to you by Allstate. Direct auto insurance is for uncompromisers. With a super low down payment, you can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com. Down payments vary, does not mean savings. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. One of college football's greatest rivalry games is this weekend, the Red River rivalry between Oklahoma and Texas. Longhorns quarterback Quinn Ewers gets the start after missing the last 2 games with an injury. But if he looks rusty, does Steve Sarkisian turn to super backup Arch Manning? And if Arch plays well, does he have the job permanently? A lot on the line at the Cotton Bowl. I'm Maggie Gray.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind. Ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind. Ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates, all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I am in Las Vegas, and we are joined right now by a Steelers Super Bowl champion, CBS Sports, our guy, Bryant McFadden. So, Brian, that is the bad news. I am in Vegas, where the Steelers play the Raiders on Sunday. But before you freak out and panic and say I'm going to mush the team, I will not be staying for the game. So maybe they win by 30.
Good. As long as you know we're in the building. That's what we need.
Now, wait, hold on, Bryant, though. Like, here's my worry. He's going to be there Saturday. So what, they fly out, today or tomorrow, Pony?
Yeah, I'm going to see him at the airport.
Okay. I'm worried that, it wouldn't be something obviously bad or major, but somebody's going to, sprain their ankle coming down the jetway or something like that, or getting onto the tarmac, and somebody's going to roll an ankle for the Steelers because Pony is in the same area as them. That is my worry.
Not out of the question.
Say that. Please don't say that. We don't need any.
The Steelers do not need any help going into to play the Raiders on the road, is what you're saying, Brian. They don't need any help when the Raiders are their opponent and they're traveling to play the game to have weird stuff happen. They got X-ray machines not working. They can't find them. They got all sorts of weird stuff that happens when the Raiders are their opponent.
I mean, no question. And I'll tell you this much. Before last season, remember, we were in a losing streak, in the midst of a losing streak, playing the Raiders back then in Oakland. I think we lost the last 4 games.
We hadn't beaten them since 95. 95 was the last time we'd beaten them on the road. What do you make of this quarterback decision, B-Mac? It's going to be Justin Fields, but with the caveat, Russell Wilson available as the backup Sunday.
I think that's the right decision, man. Justin Fields should be the starting quarterback. I know Russell is cleared for field activities, but it wasn't like Russell was getting the reps with the ones. It wasn't like Russell's prep was intensified compared to what he was doing in weeks past. Justin should be the starting quarterback. I think Justin, he's earned that right, even though Russell has been cleared. Now it's all about knowing that Russell will be active if need be. I don't think that should bother Justin Fields mentally. He should be ready to go.
Don't you think it's tough, though, human nature-wise? You know what the other guys, the back of the baseball card for Russell Wilson says if you're Justin Fields. You know that he initially was supposed to be the starter before he got hurt in camp. I just think, Bryant, from a personal standpoint, no matter how confident you are, that it would be tough not to be looking over your shoulder there.
Yeah, yes and no, right? Everything that you stated, I agree with. But the no, from what I'm saying, is that, remember, you came into this situation as the backup quarterback, right? Russell was the starting quarterback, barring a great slate of health. And because of the injuries, it paid the opportunity for you to be promoted to the starting quarterback role. So for Justin, I don't think he should be looking over his shoulder. I think he understands, man, listen, as long as I play well, we're going to keep this train rolling. We're going to keep this thing rolling the same way. So I think he should just understand that and not put too much pressure on themselves to be like, yo, if I don't do this, if I throw an interception in the first half, they might yank me. That's not the ideal mindset to have starting quarterback for us this week.
B-Mac, do you think the Steelers need to win, though, for Fields to start the next game?
No question. Yes, I think so. And I'm saying that, guys, not saying that Justin Fields has been playing bad since he's been the starting quarterback for us. Heck, we were 3-0 at one point in time, and he has progressed rather nicely in the offense, even though it's been a bit generic. But the reason why I think we need to win for him to continue being the starting quarterback, knowing that Russell is healthy, we cannot be in the midst of a 3-game losing streak and have playoff aspirations. And think about this, guys. If we lose Sunday, our 3 losses would have came from the hands of the Colts, right, with Joe Flacco,
Yep.
An undermanned Dallas Cowboys team and an Aiden O'Connell-led Raider team. All three of those teams are not good right now as we see it in 5 weeks of play. All three of them are not good. That wouldn't be ideal.
No, it would not, and I would be foaming at the mouth and very upset with the head ball coach for losing those 3 games. I'm already pretty ticked off that that they lost the last 2. Let me switch gears here, B-Mac, on this one. Hypothetically, you're a teammate of George Pickens right now. You see some of the film go up, and you maybe can't avoid it. Your guys are watching it. He's jogging on some of these plays against the Cowboys. What's your reaction? What's kind of your thought about all of that? And how do you think this is going to go for the Steelers with Pickens this week?
Number one, I think as a team, when you're teammates of a guy like George Pickens, there's ways to get your point across without coming off as being offensive, right? And I would say, GP, we know you're a very, very emotional guy. That's why you're good at what you do. But sometimes you got to try to keep your emotions internal and not allow them to become a bigger story. Now, we also got to look at it from 2 sides, right? If you're GP, you're our best playmaker offensively. You're not getting targets. You're not getting involved in any manner in our offense. And we're losing. That doesn't make any sense. There lies the opportunity for him to kind of lose it, and we all see it. And that's the mindset for most high-level wide receivers. They want the football, especially if we're trying to find ways to make plays. So those are 2 things that need to be improved. Number one, he needs to find a way to control his emotions where they're not a discussion point outside of the in-game action. Number 2, we got to find a way to get him the football.
Brian, some people have stated this week that the way he's acting would not have been tolerated on the teams you played on, and they wouldn't have happened at all. Do you agree with that?
It's kind of hard to say what would have happened with the guys that I played with, right? It's kind of hard. It's almost like comparing 2 different eras. But I would say this. The guys that I played with, the teams that I played with, when it came to leadership, we had more vocal leaders, right? We had more leaders that were highly, highly respected. You know what I mean? And one of the best leaders I can think of early in my career was Joey Porter. He was a guy who didn't take any foolishness or any nonsense. And he was a guy that didn't mind calling whoever it is out in the midst of all of us as peers, as teammates, in a respectful way. And those are the things that were needed for all of us to stay on one accord to try to achieve the ultimate goal, which is hoist that sticky Lombardi.
Is there anything to be gained by a head coach? We know that Mike just does not call players out in public forums, but is there ever anything to be gained by that, do you think? If a coach is fed up enough or frustrated enough, or if he senses that guys in the locker room are frustrated with a teammate to a certain degree, is there anything you can gain or that you can get your message through by actually saying it publicly?
You know what? Potentially, I think so. You know, let's look at it like this. Let me give you an example. When I was a kid and when I was, younger, anytime I was disciplined, I wanted my discipline to be known privately. Like, I didn't want my mom to tell my entire class what I did and why I was disciplined for what I did, because that made me feel ashamed. But if I was disciplined in my class or my teammates didn't know, I felt bad, but I didn't feel that bad knowing that everyone was not aware of why I couldn't participate in this game, or why I couldn't do this as after school activity. So I think sometimes when you look at handling issues in this matter, sometimes you might need to put it out there. You know what I mean? And not in a disrespectful way, and you're trying to demise the individual. But no, this is what's going on, and we can't tolerate it. And moving forward, these are the ramifications of X, Y, and Z. And see if they can kind of change the course of behavior moving forward.
BMAC, give me the Steelers' offensive player to watch in this game against the Raiders, and your side of the ball, the defensive player to watch.
This is a guy we really missed last week, Jaylen Warren.
Yep.
We really missed Jaylen Warren and Cordell Patterson, honestly, last week against the Cowboys. Like, they were missed a lot. So Jaylen Warren would be my offensive guy, knowing that he's back in the lineup, the way how he gets things going with the running game, the burst, the physical nature. We need that. Defensively, I go Benton, Keanu Benton. I think this is a great game for him. I'm loving what I'm seeing from all the young guys. And one thing that really, I know I'm kind of getting off track real quick. When we lost Nick Herbig last week in the second half, that really hurt. That really hurt us, especially in that last play that Dak completed that touchdown that won the game. He had too much time, and all the attention was going to 90. But I'll go Keanu Benton defensively to have a big game.
And the guy from the Cowboys sprained his testicle the play before and then came back and caught a touchdown.
That's
I've
what
never
his
seen
teammates
that
said.
before, B-Mac. Ball went off testicle and then caught a touchdown pass.
Yeah, Jalen Tolbert, correct.
Yeah.
I mean, that's got to be one of the great injured performances of all time right there.
Agreed.
He had like 45 seconds to recover.
I know, right? And I guess he didn't get hit hard enough because he was still good enough to catch the dang pass.
B-Mac, we'll talk again next week. I'll stay as far away from the Raider Stadium as I possibly can while I'm out here.
Please do.
There you go, Brian McFadden.
You know what's the
he
best
believes
part
in the
of
curse opponent.
I was
really
just going to say that I'm glad you said that. My favorite part of our interviews with BMAC is he's joking and he can have fun with it a little bit on the air.
No, he really thinks I'll cost
But when
him the
he
game.
says, like, good, stay the hell away from that stadium, he means it.
He means it, 100%. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. We'll let our friends at Channel 2 take care of that. Mark Cavalli is sitting by on a Zoom call somewhere. We'll get him in on the quarterback decision. We know he's Russell Wilson's number one fan. Does he believe the Steelers made a mistake here going back to Fields? And what Jerry Dulac just reported about George Pickens. We'll touch on that too. Live from the Circa Resort and Casino in Vegas, Malsey back in Pittsburgh. It's the PM team, and I'm here right now for McVay. McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. I don't think I said the words in the right order, but they do all three. Sorry, McVay. I love you guys. It's just I'm distracted by everything that's going on here in Las Vegas. Life is full of distractions. Plumbing can be one of them. I'm not equipped to handle a plumbing problem on my own. I trust the experts at McVay. They don't charge you after the fact. They tell you up front what things are going to cost. And then also with McVay, second opinions are free. So why wouldn't you want to go with a wholesome, respectful, reliable company? Call McVay.com today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get ready for the most tail-wagging event of the year. Pet Fest 24, presented by Subaru. Sunday, October 27th at Rockwell Park in the East End. Bring your four-legged leashed friend to check out an array of pet-centric vendors inside and food trucks outside. Show off your pet in the costume contest and get your dog or cat a photo with Santa. Event details at 937thefan.com. Pet Fest 24, brought to you by Shenderovich and Fishman and Point Breeze Veterinary Clinic.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Week 6 Pro Football Sunday starts early in the morning. From London, Chicago, a 1.5-point favorite against Jacksonville. Total in the game, 44.5. And Chicago's rookie quarterback starting to play a lot better, while Jacksonville got its first win of the season last week against Indianapolis. And I think Jacksonville keeps it going here. I like Jacksonville to win the game outright at plus money. Jacksonville's quarterback turned a corner last week, and Chicago's rookie quarterback is going to struggle against Jacksonville's defensive front. So coming up on Sunday morning in London, give me Jacksonville to beat Chicago. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. It's been an eventful season, to say the least, for UNLV. Playoff hopes, QB changes, and now a bounce-back spot after their first loss of the season. The BetQL model is backing the Runnin' Rebels as big favorites versus Utah State tonight. BetQL has UNLV minus 19.5 as a 4-star best bet. I'm Joe Ostrowski. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Look
out. Here comes wrong way Rob Matsey. Always flying the wrong way. Matsey sent millions of your tax dollars to Philadelphia. While here in Beaver County, we needed help. In fact, Rob Matsey votes 99% of the time with the woke Philadelphia liberals. And Rob Matsey's not lying straight when it comes to our values. Rob Matsey voted to make it easier to let violent criminals back on the street. Matsey even voted to let biological males on girls' sports teams and in their locker rooms. With wrong way Rob Matsey in the cockpit, it's all left wing. Rob Matsey doesn't share our values anymore. A lifetime on the taxpayer dime made him forget where he's from. To Rob Matsey, Beaver County's just flyover country. But there's hope. Michael Parrish shares our values. He'll fight for jobs, lower taxes, and make life affordable again. Michael Parrish, he shares our values. One of us for a change.
Paid for by HRCC, authorized by Michael Parrish.
At twomeninadjunktruck.com, you can even book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men in a junk truck.
Visit Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington for the most affordable all-wheel drives. Our fall kickoff event has new 24 Outlanders with 0% financing, choose savings up to $6,500 off, or lease for just $279 per month. Plus, our trade-in values are at an all-time high. Get paid to trade. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Stop in today or shop the fall kickoff at JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details.
You can only help someone who has been injured in an accident if you have a relationship with them. Hi, I'm Joe George.
I'm Larry Kelly. That's what we do at the injury firm of LGKG. Clients quickly become friends and some become family.
It's part of the home team advantage with LGKG.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
In business, success is never by chance. You know that better than anyone. So why settle for a marketing agency that gambles with your money? At Scale Marketing, we've been in your shoes. Our founders successfully owned and operated businesses long before becoming marketers. They understand the business of, well, business. We specialize in performance marketing for mid-sized B2C companies with teams of over 100 people, from traditional and digital marketing to media buying, data science, and creative production. Scale Marketing manages it all. Our tailored strategies drive measurable growth, turning your challenges into opportunities. Imagine your company leading the market, not just participating in it. That's what we do at Scale Marketing. Don't let your business growth plateau or underperform. Scale Marketing will pinpoint exactly what you need to focus on, ensuring your success isn't left to chance. Take your business to the next level with Scale Marketing. Visit scalemarketing.com today. That's scalemarketing.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder and Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right. They're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder and Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
A governor's election in Massachusetts. A race for Congress in New York. Control of the entire Virginia state legislature. All elections that came down to a single vote. One single vote. That's one person who decided to show up, make their voice heard, and ended up swaying history. One person whose decision was the difference between higher and lower taxes, more or less personal freedoms, better jobs in their community, or an industry that packs up and leaves. That's the power you hold this year. That's the potential of your vote. And our elections come down to you more often than you think. In 1 year, in one state, 69 elections came down to just a handful of people. That's the power we hold this year. And we can move mountains when we use it. Go to votehq.org and look up your polling place and make a plan to vote. It could mean all the difference. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title place, and dealer dock fee. Not all buyers will qualify. Bonus cash available on select trims. In stock units only. Offers end 10/31/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge end-of-year savings. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SC or Tucson SC all-wheel drive with financing as low as 1.99% for up to 60 months, plus $500 bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $199 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $219 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires October 31st, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations who wish to receive our job vacancy information should contact Amy Mock at 93.7 The Fan at 412-920-9400 or by sending an email to amy.mock@odyssey.com. Listeners are encouraged to visit odyssey.com for a listing of job opportunities at all Odyssey radio stations.
I've just had a ton of work done on my home. I use precision pointing, loving the results, and would do it all over again. A 100% satisfied customer right here. However, they go far beyond residential work. If you're a property investor, have a multi-family home, duplex, fourplex, or a commercial office building, you know, one of those 120-year-old Pittsburgh structures, restore it, preserve it. Precision Pointing is the largest scaled masonry restoration company in the Burgh. They get it done and get it done right. PrecisionBrickPointing.net.
My sister Rachel Morin loved to run. She loved to laugh. But most important, loved her 5 children. August 5th, 2023, she met a monster. A criminal, illegal immigrant that raped and murdered her. He was already deported once before. Kamala Harris was supposed to get the border secure. Kamala and the Democrats' policies allowed the killer back in. That was a really tough day on Mother's Day. Going with the 2 youngest to the gravesite so they could visit their mom. Any given day, your family could experience what happened to my sister. There's no reason why these kids should not have a mother. It just breaks my heart.
The last thing that we need is more of Kamala Harris.
The Biden-Harris administration's open border policies have led to an influx of crime and chaos, putting every American at risk. We cannot afford to let the dangerous agenda continue. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
This evening, mostly clear with overnight lows into the upper 40s. Mostly cloudy Saturday with highs right around 70 degrees. The chance for showers returns Saturday night with lows in the mid-50s. And a few thunderstorms possible Sunday with high temperatures in the mid-70s and afternoon and evening rain showers. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
The Halloween sale's happening now at Spitzer Acura. But don't worry, there's absolutely no tricks. Panda only dishes out treats at Spitzer Acura, like monster savings on new Acuras with the Panda price and a sweet lifetime powertrain warranty at no charge. Plus, anytime you come in for service, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle. So don't miss the Halloween sale. Stop in and let our friendly consultants help you find your perfect new Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
There are jewelry stores, and then there are jewelers. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. If you've been looking for a trusted full-service jeweler who can repair, refurbish, design, create, and appraise, give us a try. Or if you just need some advice or a second opinion on a family heirloom, we are here to help. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, our professional staff of trained experts have been helping Pittsburghers with their jewelry needs for over 40 years. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Castee Village or Peters Township. We're like having a jeweler in the family.
Things are stacking up pretty good on the outbound side of the Parkway East. You'll see delays from the Birmingham Bridge through the tunnels to Edgewood, Swissvale. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET.
Fall into savings with Gutter Helmet. Save 50% off installation and enjoy 0 down, 0 payments for 1 year. Don't risk costly water damages. Gutter Helmet guarantees clog-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for your no-cost free estimate today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Justin Fields set to start Sunday against the Raiders. Russell Wilson healthy, will likely be the backup, no longer the emergency guy. Mike Tomlin said not ready to start because he has rust he needs to shake off. Jaylen Warren questionable, but he was a full participant in practice today. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's a Football Friday live from the Circa Resort and Casino.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
The 50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by our friends. And we have several of them. But these ones are over at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. I am in Vegas. Mulsey is back in Pittsburgh. As predicted, Caballi cannot figure out technology. It's amazing. The technology seems to always go amazingly well when he's on McAfee, Chris.
Yep.
Never has an issue there.
No.
But with us, there's all kinds of problems, including Donnie being, like, exasperated and at wit's end when it comes to Mark, when he has to do these road shows for Pittsburgh game day on Sundays.
Apparently, Caballi, like when he's on McAfee, the newest, latest, and greatest, and then whatever's powering his phone or his Zoom connection, it's like a hamster on a wheel when he's trying to come on with us. So
he's going to, I think, just call in a few minutes. Obviously, the quarterback thing is the biggest storyline to Sunday's game. But the Pickens thing and the latest development on that front is Dulac, who we know is closer to Art Rooney than anybody in Steelers media, writing a few minutes ago that just went out on the Post-Gazette's website, a very inflammatory column just crushing George Pickens for the eye black situation from the Cowboys game. And I'm just going to read to everybody a paragraph from the story. At its core, Pickens' public use of derogatory and offensive words is needlessly unprofessional at best and embarrassing to the franchise at worst. But it is particularly demeaning to a franchise owned by the Rooney family, a lineage of Irish Catholic followers who value dignity, faith, community above all else. I had the same exact thought of Art Rooney in his box Sunday with the NBC broadcast on one of the monitors in there, and looking up and seeing something written on George Pickens' face, only to find out either then or shortly thereafter that he wrote "open effing always" on there, and him being completely incensed by it. Now, Tomlin did not paint that picture. He tried to pretend on Tuesday like he had no idea what happened. But of all the things, Chris, I could actually see the owner being most pissed off about that. I'm gonna say even more than the lollygagging that happened in the game because of what Jerry wrote, because of just their background and what they stand for.
I think that I read this story by Jerry, and I actually might need to go to my eye doctor, my ophthalmologist, because my eyes rolled out of my head so hard. Given some of the things, I'm aware that he writes it with Art's blessing. I am rolling my eyes at Art himself here because I know Jerry is writing this. Basically, Art through Jerry is getting this message out. I understand how it works. Okay, yep. I'm not shooting the messenger here in the form of Jerry. I'm thinking of some of the things the Rooneys have tolerated in the past from players, dating way back to when the Chief owned the team, up through when Dan Rooney was the principal, now through Art too, and I just find it absurd. As much as people might think it's uncouth and unbecoming and ridiculous to have an F word on your eye black, even though admittedly I thought it was pretty hard to see people figured out what it said, but it wasn't like it was extremely visible. Given some of the things that they have decided that they have tacitly said we're okay with keeping such and such player on our roster after they have been connected to this, that, or the other, including a cornerback, by the way, who's going to be making his return in Week 9 or whatever.
Good point.
This is some pearl-clutching garbage from the Rooney family about the F word, okay? Like, let's talk about, like, felony accusations or something like that if we want to talk F words. I know that you probably might have had an inkling I'd go this route, but maybe not this way. I'd throw this out with the trash, this opinion from Art Rooney. If you believe it to be Jerry just basically expressing how Art feels about it, I'd tell Art to start thinking about some of the other things that he's been okay with tolerating from players for this franchise before he's worried about something written on eye black.
Pickens' failure to be aware of the Rooney legacy, not to mention the lack of respect shown for the family that signs his paycheck, should not be dismissed merely as youthful ignorance, is what he writes.
Hold on. I have to do one more thing here, okay?
Go ahead.
In the next paragraph down, Jerry writes, if you're headed to Las Vegas for the game, feel safe laying a wager that Marquise Pouncey or Ramon Foster or Brett Kiesel would never let that happen. Now, Kiesel, we've had him on, great. We love Ramon. Pouncey was on with us. We had a great conversation. But I'm supposed to have Marquise Pouncey, the guy who was wearing a Free Hernandez hat with his brother held up as a paragon of virtue?
I agree with that.
I just think I hate this because I think it's pearl-clutching nonsense from people who want us to believe that the Rooneys care deeply about this and are always moral, and what my actual eyes and brain have processed in the past that they have been happy to deal with, or if not happy about, tolerant enough of to keep a player on the roster. I think this is ridiculous, to be honest with you.
Well, I know, but it goes back to when something happens behind closed doors or when cameras aren't around, just getting a secondhand account of it is different from just seeing it yourself, or
I understand that
under your watch,
like the usefulness of
at
this,
your place of employment.
Sure, the usefulness of this for me is it is making it very clear that the owner's pissed. Whether I think he should be or not, I'm sorry, ticked off. If Art's listening, I wouldn't want him to be offended by me saying that.
Catholics don't say pissed.
I could just be, again, uncouth. Does it really
Was your
need to be
mom
said?
one of those Catholic moms that didn't want you to say hell or damn? Did those even get into the swear word category?
I was not supposed to be swearing, but hell, whatever. It was when you'd go into S, F word, things like that. I remember the first time I didn't even know the S word was a bad word, and I said it in front of my dad. That was not good.
How about ass? Where did Mrs. Muller come down?
I think that was there was a cheeky laugh, oh, Mom, I'm just referring to a donkey. Something like that. What about your mom?
Oh, she didn't care.
Anyway, but the news.
I think at one point she said the F word was her favorite word in the entire English language. That's a quote from my mom.
I would have thought the M word as in marijuana.
Because of its versatility.
True.
All those things.
It's a very versatile word. I do think the newsworthiness of this is that it's very clear that this was very much on the owner's radar and made the owner pretty unhappy. And that's why Jerry's writing this. And so I think in that sense it's newsworthy. Whether I find it silly or not that this is what they've decided to be mad about is irrelevant.
I am surprised we haven't found out if he's been fined by the NFL for it. Usually we get some tweet from NFL Insider or a local guy sees an envelope at a locker and they report it. The team might even leak that. I don't know if the team even has grounds to suspend somebody for this. I think that's an NFL matter. I think this used to be Edmund Nelson's job.
The uniform checker.
The uniform police, and this is part of the uniform policy.
Yep.
So he would be the guy that would have to report back to the NFL. At least it used to be that way.
Scales of money are so funny that you could get fined $5,000 or whatever it is for having your socks put on improperly. John Wooden would have been impressed.
Yeah. The other thing here is, no one has said this to me. Maybe Kabali will shed light on it when he joins us in 10 minutes. I'm not entirely ruling out some form of discipline in this game on Sunday. We saw benching happen in the second half. We saw the snaps get scaled way back. If this article is a way of getting the owner's message out that he is livid with the immaturity of the player. Mm-hmm. On top of it, you have some football offenses that were committed in this game.
Yep.
I know what the Steelers did this week in terms of the messaging that came from the coach, the offensive coordinator, and his teammates, but this makes me think that it's not entirely out of the question. Now, I know a lot of fans do want to see that, that think that that's the best way to, like, get George Pickens, his head screwed on straight, is to take away playing time to do that, and, like, maybe that is the way that he understands or fully gets that, like, this kind of stuff is not to be tolerated and accepted. But I would not do that. I would not, like, sit him for a series or a quarter or anything like that. But this article makes me think that it's at least now on the table for this game.
I mean, that would be
Sunday.
cutting off your nose to spite your face, and it would be doing so if it were, like, according to the – and I know you're not saying you've heard this or anything. You're just hypothesizing. If it were done to him, he was punished, and it was because of, like, the things mentioned in this article and not the actual on-field stuff, again, I'd be rolling my eyes out of my head.
412-928-9370. Here's Ben on the Fan. Hello, Ben.
Oh, hold on. Let me get old Benny boy. There we go.
Hi, Ben.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hi, Ben. We're good. I'm in Vegas right now, sweating my ass off and watching the overweight men.
You're not saying that, though, to say I'm sweating and I'm watching all these guys with man boobs. You're leading with the important part for all of our listeners, which is you're in Vegas, which inherently it's sunny out because it's never cloudy there, and it's about 95 degrees.
Hold on, Chris. This job's real hard. Can you hear that? That was me opening a can. Anyways, go ahead, Ben.
I'm just absolutely blown away, like I'm sure a lot of others are, with this whole situation. And I don't even know, as an organization and as a head coach and as a teammate, where you even begin to deal with this BS from Pickens. And it's not just this year; it's been multiple years now. And I think
the one inviolable thing that he did, the one thing that really irks teammates, coaches won't say it publicly, or Tomlin won't, but irks his coaches, irks his teammates, irks the fans, irks the owner. The one common thing there that I don't think you could ever forgive is just the complete lack of effort that was obvious on certain plays. Like, I think that is the cardinal sin in football, or really in any sport, when a guy is just dogging it at this level.
Ben, do you want to see him benched on Sunday?
No, I don't. I want to win the game, and I think that's kind of part of his mentality is, like, I think it's different if we've got another receiver that's his caliber or better, and he can get away with this stuff and not get benched or not miss a whole game or whatever. He's the guy, even though he can't score.
Ben, I have a question for you. Hypothetically, this is kind of a weird hypothetical, but roll with it for a second. Let's just say George Pickens was the clear wide receiver 2 on this team. All the talent that he has, though, he's exactly the same person. But the reason he's wide receiver 2 is because across from him is actually still an in his prime Antonio Brown. Do you think we get any kind of outbursts like this from Pickens?
No, I don't. And I think it doesn't even have to be Antonio Brown. I think it's anybody. Say Ayuk signed with us this year. I think he's no longer the face of the receiving corps. Ayuk would be, and why would he need the attention that he brings to himself? In my opinion, negative.
All right, well, thanks for the call. I can't say that with any amount of confidence or certainty, because Deontay Johnson's not Antonio Brown, Chris, but he's a good wide receiver, even though it pains me to say that. And this stuff still happened last year.
Well,
so there was somebody who was a legitimate wide receiver on the other side of him, and he still acted like this.
So then, okay, that's a very fair point. Then I would wonder if the real problem is more that the offense just isn't good. It's not that creative, and they just struggle more than most teams, it seems, to find opportunities down the field.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Kabali joins us next. We'll get his take on this situation and the Steelers' quarterback decision for Sunday against the Raiders. We're live in Vegas, at least I am. Chris back in Pittsburgh. A headline, and we're right back on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Yes, we do have a little fan headline for you right now, and it's that there's a big, busy day in college football tomorrow. Pitt and Cal at Acrisure Stadium, 3:30 kick. You'll hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan. Penn State taking on USC in SoCal at 3:30. West Virginia playing host to an undefeated Iowa State team. That game in Morgantown at 8 o'clock. More fan headlines, which are powered by Bowser and Bowser Genesis in Monroeville at 93.7thefan.com. Here's Pony with a special message all the way from Vegas.
Weather Seal Home Services. They have been around for more than a decade in Pittsburgh. I am proud to be in business with them. Excuse me. Don't worry, I'm not hiccuping.
What did you crack open there, my friend? Huh?
No, that was just
little
something
hiccup there. Oh yeah, sure.
Anyways, Weather Seal Home Services. Their siding sale going on right now. Foam insulated siding. They'll do it 50% off. That's a real sale. You know, other people talk maybe 10, 15%. Come on, we're cutting the price in half here. That way you know you're getting a real bargain. You're not getting some kind of a foo-foo deal here. Also, no interest for 2 years with Weather Seal. You pay it off on your schedule. Never feel overwhelmed by it, and you're going to save money on your energy bills too. So sign up today, get a free estimate, go to weathersealhomeservices.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, these players ain't gonna make themselves. Let's go get it.
The Fan presents The Morning After. Following each and every black and gold game, the guys break down the entire game and talk about what worked. Today you did big. And what didn't. The bad call. Brought to you by Twin Peaks and Robinson Township, Galise Services, Salone's Italian Bakery, Smale Kia, and Tri-State Office Furniture. The Morning After. Following each and every black and gold game on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you handy with tools? You might make a good maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. That's where I work, and I love it. Our residents so appreciate the work that I do. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson. Making them smile makes it all worthwhile.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Learn more at srcare.org.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM. Or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
At the UPS store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Autumn is in the air, and like the leaves, prices are falling at Harbor Freight's parking lot sale. Going on now. We've got tons of products on sale, like 3-ton jacks for under $100, 5,000-watt generators, $250 off, plus dual bevel miter saws at nearly half the price of the competition. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until 10/13/24. Most supplies last, so hurry in. Limitations apply.
What if you could hear your favorite song for the first time again? Introducing the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks. With an available Bose Personal Plus sound system that uses speakers in the headrest to create a 360-degree listening experience. You've never heard anything like this. Reimagine your music and your drive. Experience the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks for yourself at nissanusa.com today.
Available feature. Bose is a registered trademark of the Bose Corporation.
Clear and chilly tonight, the low 38.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, start your weekend off right with Archie's Famous Wings here at 4:15. 1:15 where I am in Vegas. Still more Cavalli phone problems that we're sorting through, so I don't know when the hell we'll get him. We will continue to talk to you, though, about this latest George Pickens chapter. Now we've got a story from Jerry Dulac that makes it pretty clear that the Rooneys are upset with the eye black from Sunday night. 412-928-9370. Here is Joe in Salzburg on the Fan. Hello, Joe.
No Joe in Salzburg. Would you like a Chris in Leechburg, perhaps?
I'll take a Chris in Leechburg. Hello, Chris.
How you doing?
Hey, man.
So I believe Pickens is unbelievably talented, but I believe he hurts the offense every time he's in there. You can tell when he's not getting the ball, if it's going to be a run play, just by his mannerisms when he lines up.
So you think that what would you do as a result? Because you feel like he's hurting the offense, would you bench him? How would you handle him?
If he hurts the offense every time he's in there, then you wouldn't play him.
Right.
Chris, you'd
Correct.
just cut
I
him.
would bench him.
You'd
Or
bench him. Okay,
or have
bench
him
him.
inactive.
Pony,
yeah,
well,
not cut him because you want to get something for him, but you wouldn't have him on the team if you never think he makes them better.
Pony, it is very funny. Thanks, Chris. It's very funny he said he would make him inactive for a game, it sounds like. Did you happen to just see this Pro Football Talk story about Romeo Doubs?
You told me the story about him where he just left their practice.
Yeah, he got suspended for a game by the team.
Like his role.
Yes. The quote, I'm just using this as a point of comparison. Now, they have Jaden Reed, they have Dontavian Wicks, they have a ridiculously deep receiving core, but he was the third most targeted player on that team until that happened. I absolutely wish I would have handled things differently, said Dobbs. I'm thankful that I'm here now. I do not feel comfortable getting too deep into the reasons. I did my best communicating. I'm thankful I'm here right now. There's more, but it's just interesting that you compare a guy who was probably even more unhappy than Pickens. They actually punished him, maybe because they had the luxury of doing so with other good targets.
Yep.
And it sounds like whatever happened or needed to happen happened.
I mean, I'm giving George, you want to talk about Fields as a quick hook and leash? If he is out there on Sunday, and I will say it again, the Steelers are not blameless in this because of the offensive philosophy. But if he's out there and he's not trying again in this game, get off the field. And I would bench him for the Jets game if that's how it goes with him. I'm giving him another shot to show that he's not going to be in his feelings and not going to be moping around, and he's going to go out there and actually put forth an honest effort. But he's used up all of his equity with me. I'm not to Chris's point, the last caller, but I'm still not happy with where it's at. Here is Ben in Pittsburgh. Hello, or no, Mac. Hello, Mac in Beachfield.
Yes, you've got Mac the Knife here.
Yo, what's up? Yeah, Mac the Knife. What's up, Chris?
Hey, man.
What's up, Pony?
Hey,
I'll be quite frank with you. I could really care less about how the eye black that George Pickens wears or how he treats the media. It's the dogging him dogging plays, that right there, like Chris said, that's what really gets underneath your skin. You know, you kind of expect for him to be kind of immature in some areas at his age, but to be out here dogging it at this level of the game, that's just uncalled for, and that's not Pittsburgh Steelers football. I think that, like what the last caller said, is absolutely true. I think he is a beast, and he knows he's a beast, but he's in the system where he's not featured at all. And the running game is what's really killing us. We can't run
wait a minute, though. The last caller said he never helps the team, so he wanted to put him on the bench for the game. You agree with that, Mac?
Well, the last caller said that he is very talented. And I agree with that. And I believe that George Pickens knows that he's talented. He's very talented.
But I'm asking you if you agree with him that he's hurting the team more than he's helping and should be basically inactive for the game Sunday.
I don't think he should be inactive for this game, but I think he should be on thin ice because absolutely he's hurting the team when you dog in plays.
Yeah,
that
thanks,
hurts
Matt.
everybody.
Oh, hold on here. There we go.
I don't think that the eye black thing is completely irrelevant or insignificant. Here's why. I think you do put a bullseye on your back when you do that. It's obvious that he's getting under the skin of opposing players, and I don't think necessarily in a good way where it's bringing the worst out of them. He's ripping a guy's face mask or helmet off or trying to at the end of a game.
Did you see Jordan Lewis, by the way, walked back some of his criticisms of him?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
He I think that was a heat of the moment. What was that band, Asia?
Well, but the other thing is, though, that I've always hated this about professional athletes. If you're gonna talk the talk like that and broadcast that and put that out there like a billboard, back it the hell up.
Oh yeah.
Okay, you're gonna say you're always open.
And if you don't back it up, you should get clobbered for it.
And catch the ball when it's thrown to you.
Yeah, the 3rd and 4 play still sticks with me. The eye black thing is like one of those dumb venial sins, to use the cat, since Jerry wrote a story about Irish Catholicism factoring in here. The mortal sin for me is going to be the effort and the dropping of a 100 out of 100 he should catch that pass kind of play.
Here's Mike in North Fayette. Hello, Mike.
Mike.
This is Northside, actually.
Northside, all right. I heard you. I heard your accent. I knew you weren't from North Fayette. You're definitely
Mike.
a Northsider.
Mike, are you related to the Rooneys?
Not at all. I wish.
Okay. Yeah, because you'd be rich right now. What do you got for us?
Yeah, exactly. So I think with this George Pickens talk, everybody's talking about he should be on thin ice, et cetera, et cetera. I think Mike Tomlin needs to be on thin ice because all these problems that are going on with the team, it comes down to one thing, and that's the head coach, because the tone of the team is set by the leader. And Mike Tomlin is the leader, and we're having all these issues. And so I think Mike Tomlin needs
All right, so how does he display better leadership with Pickens then? What would a good coach do with him?
I think the first thing you got to do is you got to pick better character guys. So that's the first thing you got to do. But
so
now
you wouldn't even have a George Pickens around then?
Wouldn't even have a George Pickens around because Mike Tomlin has to pick guys that have quality.
Mike, they got burnt by that with Chase Claypool, though. He came out of Notre Dame, and the rub was this guy is not only is he a physical freak, but he's also a really high-character dude, and that didn't even work. That blew up in their face.
Well, do you know what that comes down to? That comes to being able to evaluate people's true character and discernment. And if Mike Tomlin wants to be praised, then he needs to have better discernment and be able to read people's characters better. But now we're here, so I guess, forget about that point. But what we need to do with George Pickens is, we need to probably try to give him the ball a little bit better. Now, I agree he is a diva, but he wants the ball. He wants to be productive. He wants to show his talents. He wants to show his skills. He wants to be that dominant wide receiver, but he's not really being put in those positions.
Well, he's still...
See the frustration. I'm not giving them an excuse.
No, I know you're not.
I know,
Mike. We know you're not. I think Pony would have. Thanks, Mike. I think Pony probably agreed with an overwhelming majority of your call there, and I largely do as well. The thing where I don't have sympathy for, get him the ball, at the very least within the scope of their offense. Now, you can make the point, and I think Mike would agree with this, that their offense is rudimentary compared to what other teams do. He still gets 40% of the targets.
My thing is, for this game on Sunday, the Raiders, they're not exactly a brilliant organization. No one thinks that they're the Chiefs or the 49ers or anything like that. But if their defensive coordinator is worth anything, he better double up Pickens and basically dare them to force the ball his way, because he's also thinking not only is it a good idea to neutralize and marginalize their best weapon, but there's also the off chance that he could blow up because of it.
Oh, yeah. I think that's automatically. That should be on every defensive
team's,
coordinator's game plan. Not only, hey, yeah, this is like two birds with one stone. Not only is it smart to take away the guy or try to because he's their most talented player, if we do it successfully, he might lose his mind and take himself out of the game mentally.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia. Bryant McFadden's visit with us was brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G network of the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm not going to guarantee Cavalli, so that means we can roll more calls at 412-928-9370. Jerry Dulac just wrote an article basically sounding like a mouthpiece for the Rooneys, calling out George Pickens for his eye black Sunday, talking about how embarrassing and how unbecoming of a Steeler it was to do that. 412-928-9370. Anybody out there want Pickens benched on Sunday? 412-928-9370. Here's a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Not only did we find out that Russell Wilson will be QB2 this weekend from Mike Tomlin, we also got some good news on Jaylen Warren, who is going to be listed as questionable, but Mike Tomlin expressed a lot of optimism about Warren heading into this game against the Raiders on Sunday. Penguins, after a 6-3 win in Detroit last night, continue their early season tour of the original six. They'll play Toronto in Toronto tomorrow night, puck drop just after 7 o'clock. More fan headlines, which are powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville at 937thefan.com. I am here to tell you, your old pal Mulsey, about the Bet Parks online casino and sportsbook app. They have you covered today for the baseball playoffs, because even if your team doesn't score, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app, playing all your favorite casino games like blackjack, craps, and roulette, and hot online slots. College football Saturday. Pitt, 3.5-point home favorite. They are hosting California in that game, trying to remain unbeaten as a ranked team. Sunday, pro football, 4 o'clock, black and gold, 3-point road favorites at Las Vegas. New users, check this out. Download the Bet Parks online casino and sportsbook app and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you are down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See betparks.com for details. Must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, Michigan, Maryland, or Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's.
We're seeing some pretty sizable delays on both directions of the Parkway West. Outbound side is backed up from the Birmingham Bridge through Green Tree. Inbound slows down around Carnegie. I'm Kyle Fraunizer.
This traffic report brought to you by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
A single cloud can weigh 550 tons. A sports car fits inside a hippo's mouth. NJM Insurance puts policyholders first. Seems unbelievable, but it's all true and approved by legal. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Place a first touchdown scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. Anyone who's worried that conference realignment would water down college football, I present Ohio State, Oregon. The number 2 and number 3 teams in the nation should provide an instant classic. Oregon in the Big Ten might feel weird, but if it provides these kind of games, then I'll take it. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Place a first touchdown scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Archie's on Carson Street in the South Side is Pittsburgh's premier venue to watch all the black and gold action. Taste for yourself why Archie's was voted Mid-Atlantic's wing champion and the wing of weekenders everywhere. Archie's on the South Side is the official chicken wing of the Fan.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Kabali is brought to you by Western PA Injury Attorneys of LGKG, built on relationships, credibility, and integrity, LGKG.com. Mark of the Pat McAfee Show, also a guy that is always on their show with crystal clear video reception and now can't work his phone to get on with us. Hello, Mark.
Well, what's up? It's going to be even worse right now because I'm driving in a dead zone, so if I go in and out, let me know.
I mean, is your phone being powered by a hamster on a wheel, Mark? Like, what is going on here? Does McAfee have some proprietary hidden equipment and stuff like that he gives you?
These are all dog ate my homework excuses.
Right, exactly. I get the same vibe, Pony.
I don't know why Mark just couldn't have said, look, I got stuff going on with my kids right now. I'll talk to you guys later. I would have accepted that as an excuse much better than this.
Well, can you hear me? Because this is really a dead zone. Okay. I live up to my promises. So I said I'd come on, and I'm on, and there were some issues with potentially a sick kid.
Mark, don't take this the wrong way. Live up to my promises. We're paying you to come on with us once a week. It's not like it's just we have your word because you like us. Nope. You're making money off of these visits.
Yeah, I mean, I could have pushed it back a little, but
yes, you did. You pushed it back almost an hour. What are you talking about?
You have to understand. I wasn't expecting to have a sick kid where I had to go pick him up at the school for.
All right, now Pony, he's tugging at our parental heartstrings, and I have to. I have to accept that. Yeah, if it's a dog ate, but you know what he's doing here. If it is dog ate the homework, which I don't think it is, but even if it was, Pony, we can't call him on it. It's an uncallable. It's an uncallable situation.
With George Pickens, Mark, do you expect any discipline that we see that we can, that people watching the game will be able to discern Sunday against the Raiders?
No, I don't think so at all. I think if there was any sort of discipline, it came in the lack of snap counts or the load management malarkey that they're trying to shove down our throats, or maybe an internal fine or something like that. I think that's what happened last time when the Jaylen Warren thing happened. Yeah, I think he may have gotten an internal fine or something to that fact. But no, nothing public will come out of it. It will look normal, and I bet you the load management will all of a sudden go up a little bit. I'm guessing there'll be more than 59% of the snaps.
How tired of him do you think they were this week internally? Like, what sense did you get being around the team and around Mike Tomlin as far as what the real temperature was about how they felt about everything that happened against Dallas?
Oh, I thought you were talking about us in the media at first, but no. It's so hard to read, to be honest with you, because everything you hear outwardly is they weren't very frustrated, but that doesn't mean what could happen behind closed doors whatsoever. I saw, like I said before, like a couple of days ago, you saw more on the field of frustration with players than now when they were able to cool down a little bit. I mean, it's very simple. I mean, okay, you might have to stroke his ego a little bit, but I mean, the way to make George happy is give him the ball early in that game, in any game. I mean, if you look back, that's what Roethlisberger used to do to Antonio. Maybe it created a monster, but it was a good monster. I mean, at one point, there was a fake record of 5 for 50, and Roethlisberger's throwing the ball with a minute left, up 8 points, and having the ball when he should have been taking a knee. You know what I'm saying? So get him the ball early, make him feel like he's involved early, and the majority of this stuff just goes away.
Yeah, but Mark, I brought this up before he brought you on, and I know you've said the same thing. What if the Raiders just say, you know what, we're not going to let George Pickens beat us. We're going to put 2 guys on him at the start of the game, and if Justin Fields tries to force it to him, that's great. If not, and he just takes what the defense gives him, well, then George Pickens might blow up and self-implode.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that what we've been talking about since maybe April? Of that it was potential it could happen if teams would take him away, how George would react. And if you're a defensive coordinator, that's what you do, right? You take George out, and especially right now, to see if he does take himself out of the game mentally by not getting balls. And you're looking at Justin Fields, and what do you do with him? He wants to hold on to his job, right? But one way to hold on to his job is to make his only receiver happy, so you have to force it to him at times. But I think there's ways just to get him involved early, or even if it is just throwing it in his direction, some quick
Mark,
throws.
you're not painting a very pretty picture, by the way.
Well, I'm just telling you how it is. I mean, we've seen this wide receiver diva this for the past, 10 years now, and it's either you move on from him or you try to make him happy.
Why is it worse here than it seems to be everywhere else? I know other teams have their problems, but why is it worse here?
I don't know. Maybe that's a good question. I mean, I know a lot of teams took George Pickens off of their draft board almost immediately because of some of this stuff that they've heard. I mean, the majority of them didn't take him off. So the Steelers aren't afraid of drafting guys that have some sort of potential attitude problem. I don't even want to put that word George's attitude problem. It's more that he just wants to be good, and
you've defended him. You've defended him in the sense that you've said he's a lot. People they hear like a soundbite or barely that from him, but he's a smart guy, and you seem to paint
seen some of the texts I've gotten from Mark then lately, Chris.
No, I mean, you've painted the picture of a guy whose sin is being extremely competitive and maybe not handling it when it doesn't go well for him as well as he should. You haven't really painted the picture of anything other than a temperamental, immature guy here.
Yeah, I think that's what he is. I think if he wanted to be, I mean, he presented himself yesterday, I believe it was yesterday, as just, a petulant little child, right? I mean, they've tried to force him to come out and talk on Wednesday, and he refused to do it, and we made us wait around for an hour just to say no. Then he come out and tried to sneak in the back door, then acted like he was. It looks like immature issues right there. But if he wanted to, you talk to him. He's a very smart guy. He's a guy that can get his point across very clearly if he wanted to. And, of course, the past couple of days he did not want to.
Well, he did. It was just as Michael Brewerly on Twitter.
I was going to ask you that,
Mark.
We think so. Do you think that the account that went back and forth with me and made fun of the way Nick Faribault looked was really George Pickens?
I don't put anything past anybody, especially if you remember last year when he says, I don't even do any social media. I don't even post. And like 20 minutes before that, there was a number of posts. Like, what are you talking about here? So I believe anything nowadays. I'm not saying that's him, but I wouldn't be shocked if it comes out that it was him. Didn't Matt Cannon have a burner last year too?
That was speculation.
That was ended up. Yeah, I mean, I did a full Law and Order investigation into this Michael Brewerly account yesterday.
Mark, the decision to go with Justin Fields, was it the right one?
Yeah, I mean, I anticipated that one last chance.
Well, I know you anticipated it, but was it the right decision because you've been so
yes,
you've been such a backer for us?
This is why, because I think Mike Tomlin is, how can I put this, hoping that he does not have to make a decision. He's hoping either Justin gives him a reason why he needs to go to Russell West next week, Maybe he gets banged up. Maybe they lose again. So I think he's trying to push it off as far as he can. But you can get away with it right now, just saying, okay, Russell hasn't practiced very much. He's rusty. That's fine. But what I would like to see, if Justin puts up monster numbers, they score 35 points, then where do you go? Do you still go back to Russell?
If they score 35 points and win comfortably, how could you possibly go back to Wilson?
You can't.
Well, it's Mike Tomlin. He doesn't really care what you think. He was going to do what he wants to do.
Well, he doesn't really exactly have a doctorate in handling quarterbacks not named Ben Roethlisberger here.
Yeah, I understand, but I think this is, unless he really balls out, I think this might be the swan song for now.
Do you think that Justin Fields is in the right frame of mind relative to all this? Do you think that the team has clearly communicated this kind of dynamic to him behind the scenes?
I wouldn't think so, no. And they're not going to say unless Russell's coming back. I mean, it's hard with Justin. Justin is very monotone, doesn't show emotions, at least on the sidelines to us in the media. And even just, I don't even want to say gazing at him in the locker room. You know what I'm saying, when he's just sitting there. There's not much emotion that comes across him that leads you to believe one way or another that anything affects him right now. But there's no way that the Steelers or Mike Tomlin would go up and lay it out to him. This is what's going to have to happen or you're going to be back on the bench. No way.
Mark, I am at a stadium swim at the Circa Casino here in Vegas, and it is an outdoor sports book with pools. And so somebody texted in and said, ask Kabali this in a non-offensive way, which is interesting.
Oh, God.
And said, was Mark one of those guys who would wear a T-shirt in the pool when he was younger?
I would just never go to a pool. I couldn't even tell you last time I was in a pool. But, yeah, probably. I was probably in a pool at age, 11 or 12. Absolutely, I was a T-shirt guy at age 11 and 12. I just haven't been in a pool since then.
Okay. Interesting.
I love that, non-offensive. Hey, it's a fat guy wearing his shirt on in the pool. Frame it in a non-offensive way or anything.
Well,
that's a pony specialty. I'm not trying to be offensive. Here comes one of the most offensive questions you could be asked.
To go back to the quarterback thing, though, just to make sure I heard you right, Mark, you're basically saying that there's really, barring one of the greatest games by a Steelers quarterback ever, Russell Wilson is going to start next week, correct?
I feel that's the case because I think we will have now a 6-game sample of Justin Fields, and we saw first half struggles. We saw 18 points a game. We pretty much know what he can do.
Do we? Because the offense looks like
in this offense,
the offense is about as complicated as McKee's ports.
Yeah, well, McKee's port and that flex bone is pretty complicated, but
they're running the NFL equivalent of the veer here, Mark.
So you're either going to have to switch up totally what you want to do offensively, or
do you think that Tomlin's willing to switch what he wants to do offensively once number 3 is in there, once Wilson gets in?
I think they're going to maybe trust a little. Maybe there's no more 3rd and 8 pitches to Aaron Shemplin on the first drive of the game. Maybe they allow him to throw the ball. But I think the whole offense was set up with Russell Wilson in mind. So I think they want to see what Russell Wilson can do. Maybe he fails. Maybe they have to go back to Justin Fields. But I think that they know that these, 7 points per game in the first half over the past couple games, and the 18 points are just not going to win you many games down the stretch here. So maybe Russell can improve that.
Mark, bottom line, are you picking the Steelers to win on Sunday?
I didn't give it much really thought, but I think they will. I think the Raiders just stink. I mean, they don't have much of anything. So I've been pretty 5-0 so far in my picks. So I'm going to go with the Steelers on this one. Still, it's not going to be a pretty one. It's not going to be a blowout. Not a lot of points.
So they win and Russell Wilson starts against the Jets on Sunday.
Yeah, I do believe that. Man, come on. He put him out there in national TV audience. Oh, that's made for Russell Wilson, I think.
Oh, my God. He's going to be going out. That pregame, if you're right, that pregame, fist-bumping thing where he practices dapping up imaginary teammates is just going to be something else entirely.
All right, Mark, good luck to you and your sick child. We'll see you in Vegas soon.
All right, thanks, guys.
There you go, Mark Kabali. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. It is 97 degrees here. Much cooler back in Pittsburgh where it's in the 60s. All right, we'll react to what Mark said, and you can too. Get in queue, 412-928-9370. This report now that the Steelers sound like they're upset with George Pickens for the eye black. And when I say Steelers, I mean the Rooneys. Should he be disciplined? Besides what Mark said was there is just a fine. Should he be disciplined Sunday with more than just a fine? 412-928-9370. Also, Kabali just said, really regardless of how Fields plays on Sunday, Russell Wilson will get his first start next week. Do you agree with that? 412-928-9370. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team right now. No headline.
It's just a message from me. Yes, it's a message from me, Pony. Thank you very much about Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills. Mitsu by the mall. Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills. My guy Mike Engel, GM Tim Ferraro out there want to put you in the Mitsu that fits you, and they have got the deals to make that an even less expensive reality than it's ever been. A more affordable reality. How? Well, let's start with the trade-in. You probably have something you want to deal in, right? If you do, you got an old car, you're like, all right, what can I get for this? How about 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade to Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills? That's pretty nice, isn't it? And then look at the 2025 deals here. 2025 Outlander hybrids. I'm driving an Outlander. I've driven the Outlander hybrid before. It is awesome. It's like very futuristic, very cool car to drive. Leases starting at just $269 a month. You want to get into a 2024 Outlander all-wheel drive? Guess what? 0% financing is available on all 2024 Outlanders. On 2024 Eclipse Cross all-wheel drive, you can get 0.99% financing on those. So great deals on the Mitsu that fits you. You just got to go take advantage of them at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills, Mitsu by the mall, and online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get ready for every pit game with the Panthers Preview Show. 3 hours before kickoff, Bob Hoppian and Doran Dickerson give you all the insight on the upcoming game.
It's pulled in. What a catch by Kalate Mumfield.
Panthers Preview is brought to you by Cranberry Dental Studio, Iron City and Icy Light, NSS Live, Beer Outlet, and Sprinter Acura. Go! We are the home for your Pitt Panthers. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Celebrate the spooky season with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of these huge savings. Spell it backwards or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res!
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders is a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the last 13 years. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Come see a very special 3-night event with Daza Morgan, October 24th through 26th, only at Cheerleaders.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through November 12th, get fast, reliable 300 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and unlimited data included. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $90 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
SchultzFord.com.
SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com.
My values have not changed. I will not ban fracking.
Roll the tape.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. Access to health care should be a right.
Roll the tape.
So for people out there who like their insurance, they don't get to keep it?
Let's eliminate all of that.
She was big on defund the police.
Roll the tape.
Defund the police. We need to reimagine how we are creating safety.
I would enforce our laws with people who cross our border.
Roll the tape.
An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
For America is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. The people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. Like Kelly, when her old car insurance got so expensive that she couldn't afford to drive anymore, do you think she started carrying her groceries for miles? No. But she did find Direct Auto's savings that allowed her to drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25%, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a quote today at directauto.com. Savings based on applied discounts and will vary. Terms apply. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
We all want more. More laughs. More hangouts. More, this is the best takeout ever. Excuse me. But if you're 75 or older or 60 or older with certain health conditions, you've also got more risk of getting seriously sick from RSV. But an RSV vaccine lowers your risk, so you can keep doing more of the stuff you love.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov.
Hunt for the golden gift card with BetMGM, and you could win 10 grand in cash. Sign up or log into your BetMGM account and opt into their golden gift card promotion. Then purchase a BetMGM gift card worth $25 or more anywhere they're sold near you. Deposit your gift card into your account, and you'll be entered to win their $10,000 grand prize. It's never been easier to fund your BetMGM account. Just buy and redeem your gift card and start betting on your favorite sports. One lucky gift card depositor will take home the grand prize. Will it be you? Sign up today, opt into the promotion, deposit your gift card, and you could win. Visit BetMGM.com/gift card today for additional details and to find a retailer near you. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Chances are you're not hearing this ad while topping 100 in your Aston Martin or taking a spin around town in your Rolls Royce. But if you are, then Donald Trump's tax plan is for you. Just ask him.
You're rich as hell. We're going to give you a tax cut?
But if you're hearing this on your way to work or school pickup, if you're heading to the grocery store or wondering how long you can stretch that tank of gas, then your plan is Kamala Harris's plan. She'll make the wealthy and big corporations pay their fair share so she can give the middle class a tax cut, as well as $25,000 for first-time home buyers, $6,000 for first-time parents, and a $50,000 tax deduction for starting a new business. Because that guy in the cyber truck that just zoomed by doesn't need another break. But Kamala Harris knows you sure could use one. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Join the Pittsburgh Riverhounds for Night of the Living Dead night at Highmark Stadium. When the Riverhounds host Charleston, they'll have special guest Judith O'Dea from the movie signing autographs during the first half. Only 2 regular season home games remain, and they need you to help the Riverhounds with this playoff push. Kickoff is at 7 p.m. Get your tickets now at riverhounds.com/tickets. That's riverhounds.com/tickets.
Know a veteran who deserves something special? This is your chance to say thank you with an unforgettable experience from Verizon. 20 local veterans and their guests will win the chance to have lunch with Pittsburgh Steelers star Cam Hayward at Acrisure Stadium on November 12th. Nominate your favorite local veteran today by visiting a participating Verizon location in Western Pennsylvania. Nominations close on October 20th, so hurry in. No purchase necessary. Must be a resident of Pennsylvania, Ohio, or West Virginia. 18 years or older to enter. Void where prohibited. Visit Lunch with Cam Hayward from Verizon.com for official rules and entry form.
We're seeing a good deal of congestion on the inbound side of 28. You'll be backed up from Millvale all the way into the north side. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report presented by Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. Call for neuropathy treatment today.
There is treatment for neuropathy. I'm Dr. Dawn Spalla. At Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, we treat neuropathy patients daily. No drugs, no surgery, just relief. Call 724-224-2224 for a free consultation in our Sarver or Brackenridge locations.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the man. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin made it official. Russell Wilson will be on the bench for another game. He's healthy.